Chapter 1. The Xuan Ning Continent. Luoxian City. The Xuan family is one of the three prominent families in Luoxian City, currently hosting their annual clan test. Upon awakening from slumber, Xuan Ning discovered that he had traversed into another realm. He was rather disheartened in his previous life. He had traveled abroad for business, but fate dealt him a cruel hand, and before he could even touch the ground, his flight met with calamity. This was a fantastical world, and today marked the Xuan family's grand competition, where the victor would be awarded a second-grade elixir from the clan. This body also bore the name Xuan Ning, having commenced cultivation at the tender age of 3. Now, after 13 years of rigorous training, he had attained the first level of martial adept. Within the family, he was infamously dubbed Waste. Just yesterday, he had been cast aside by Yi Qinsheng, a member of one of Luoxian City's three great families, leading to his untimely demise from sheer indignation. He was utterly astonished. It was precisely because this Xuan Ning had perished from fury that he found himself in this new existence, a transmigrator. If one were not to inhabit the body of a so-called waste, it would indeed be unusual. The trope of broken engagements was familiar to him. Before his transcendence, Xuan Ning was merely a lowly office worker, an orphan with no ties to the world. Thus he bore no resentment towards his current predicament. Since he had arrived, he chose to adapt, making his way to the clan's training grounds. Upon his arrival, he was met with derision from many. This Xuan Ning still dares to show his face. He was jilted by Yi Qinsheng yesterday, rendering our Xuan family the laughingstock of Luoxian City. After 13 years of cultivation, he remains a mere martial adept. If it were me, I would have dashed my head against a wall. No, that would be too painful if I were him. I would simply drink poison. Yi Qinsheng is the most exceptional talent of the younger generation in Luoxian City. She has already been taken as a disciple by the sect master of the Featherfall Immortal Sect. How could a waste like Xuan Ning ever hope to compete? Yi Qinsheng, who had once been betrothed to Xuan Ning, hailed from the Yi family, one of the three esteemed families of Luoxian City. Their parents had been close friends in their youth, leading to the arrangement of their marriage upon their births. However, since Xuan Ning's parents went missing 10 years ago while seeking medicinal herbs in a place called the Fallen Demon Valley, the relationship between the two families had gradually waned. Consequently, Xuan Ning's standing within the Xuan family had plummeted following his parents' disappearance. Moreover, not long ago, the brilliant Yi Qinsheng had caught the eye of the sect master of the Liuli dynasty's Featherfall Immortal Sect, who had taken her as a personal disciple. Thus, the Yi family seized the opportunity to annul the engagement. After all, why would such a paragon of talent wed someone like Xuan Ning? The annulment was, without a doubt, a severe blow to the family's honor. The Xuan family, fearful of the Featherfall Immortal Sect's influence, dared not resist. Yet, this incident rendered the entire Xuan family a source of mockery throughout Luoxian City. As a member of the Xuan family, they naturally directed their ire towards Xuan Ning. Listening to their scornful remarks, Xuan Ning maintained an air of indifference. They spoke of the deceased Xuan Ning. What concern was it of the current Xuan Ning? In the realm of Xuan Ning, there exist various stages of martial prowess: martial soldier, martial general, martial master, martial sect, martial lord, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, and martial god. After 13 years of cultivation, remaining at the first level of martial soldier, one can indeed be considered inept. It was hardly surprising that he had been jilted. He could comprehend the reasoning behind it. As for vengeance, it was of no concern to him. "Brother Xuan Ning, you have arrived." A soft and melodious voice chimed as a youthful maiden appeared before him, radiating vitality. Her name was Xuan Li, the daughter of his third uncle, though not by blood, as she had been adopted. Despite lacking the Xuan lineage, her talent was remarkable, rivaling that of Yi Qinsheng, making her the foremost among the younger generation of the Xuan family. Now at the 9th level of martial soldier, she would soon set her sights on the martial general realm. Due to the amicable relationship between Xuan Ning's parents and Xuan Li's father, coupled with their neighboring residences, they had grown up together, a true childhood bond. Xuan Ning observed the lively Xuan Li bounding towards him. Though merely 15, she had already blossomed into a striking beauty. In a few years, she would undoubtedly be a captivating maiden. "Li, your exuberance only invites animosity towards me," he remarked, feeling the oppressive gazes of those around him, as if they wished to consume him. As anticipated, a gallant young man approached, seething with indignation. "Xuan Ning, you worthless wretch. You have turned our family into a laughingstock throughout Luoxian City. How dare you show your face here? A disgrace like you deserves to be cast out of the family." He was Xian Xiaotian, the son of Xuan Ning's uncle, who happened to be the current head of the Xuan family. It was common knowledge that Xuan Li lacked the Xuan bloodline, and thus Xian Xiaotian harbored feelings for her. Given Xuan Ning's close bond with Xian Lixue since childhood, he had often been the target of Xian Xiaotian's ire. In response to the accusation, Xuan Ning retorted, "Though you're the chief son, it is not your place to determine whether I am cast out of the family." This world was fraught with peril. His meager strength meant that being expelled would lead to certain death. He could not acquiesce to such a fate. Xian Xiaotian, the annulment of the engagement is not Xuan Ning's fault. If you have the ability, go confront the Yi family. Xian Lixue interjected boldly. Lixue, why do you persist in associating with this good-for-nothing? Xian Xiaotian's frustration was palpable as he glared at Xuan Ning. He is my brother, not a worthless being. Once Xuan Ning recovers, his cultivation will soon catch up, Xian Lixue retorted, her brows furrowed in disdain at Xian Xiaotian. This only fueled Xian Xiaotian's wrath further, and he directed his ire at Xuan Ning. Xuan Ning, I challenge you. I do not accept, Xuan Ning replied dismissively, directing his gaze towards the martial arena. He suddenly noticed some peculiar glimmers on the ground, and right beneath Xian Lixue's feet lay one as well, that he hurriedly exclaimed, Lixue, you've dropped something. Xian Lixue glanced down, seeing nothing, and pouted as she turned to Xuan Ning, saying, Brother Xuan Ning is just trying to tease me, there's clearly nothing here. Nothing? Now, it was Xuan Ning's turn to be astonished. No items? Are those glimmers not things? Why can't they see them? Are they blind? Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Xuan Ning's mind. Could this be my golden opportunity? With a heart racing with excitement and trembling hands, he stealthily approached and picked up the glimmering point on the ground. Strength 1. Xuan Ning was taken aback. What did this mean? How was he to utilize this golden opportunity? Just as he pondered, the glimmer in his hand vanished. He suddenly felt a surge of strength coursing through him, which left him utterly astonished. He then shifted his gaze toward the other glimmers scattered across the training ground, fervently circling the arena to collect them, completely oblivious to the bewildered stares of others. Strength 1. Cultivation 3. Speed 0.1. Stamina 1. Cultivation 5. Cultivation 2. The more he collected, the more elated and astonished he became. He discovered that the most abundant reward was cultivation, which could be used to enhance his realm. This realization thrilled him with this. He merely needed to gather cultivation points to elevate his status. After a flurry of collection, he had amassed dozens of cultivation points. This is a martial skill. He stumbled upon a technique known as the cracking mountain fist, astonished that even such a skill could be obtained. This was a low-grade human-ear martial art. He immediately activated it and found that a cracking mountain fist had been added to his skills, along with newfound techniques for its application in his mind. Moreover, he discovered he had acquired a space for storing items, which would expand as his strength increased. Onlookers stared at Xuan Ning as he busily collected from the ground, akin to gathering money, feeling quite perplexed. Brother Xuan Ning, what are you doing? There's nothing on the ground, Xian Lixue observed carefully, seeing nothing herself. Nothing at all. I simply dropped something and wanted to check if it was on the ground, Xuan Ning explained. The other disciples of the clan cast disdainful glances, believing he was merely seeking attention. However, Xuan Ning paid them no mind and utilized all the attribute points he had collected, reveling in the newfound power he felt within. He realized he could elevate his realm and began consuming cultivation points to enhance his status. His realm ascended to the second layer of martial apprentice. His realm advanced to the third layer of martial apprentice. Finally, he halted upon breaking through to the fifth layer of martial master. At that moment, a figure appeared at the edge of the martial arts arena. He gazed at the peculiar behavior of Xuan Ning and, furrowing his brow, declared, Xuan Ning, according to the family's decision, should you fail to secure a place in the top 10 during this clan competition, you will be expelled from the family, never to set foot in the Xian household again. The visitor was Xian Yu, one of the elders of the Xian clan. In terms of familial relations, he was Xuan Ning's seventh uncle. Yet, the words he spoke were devoid of warmth. Damn it! Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning was instantly incensed. The members of the Xian family were indeed harsh and utterly lacking in familial affection. It was merely a matter of placing in the top 10, let the competition commence. Having awakened his golden finger, Xuan Ning felt a surge of confidence. How can this be? Is the family's decision not too hasty? Xian Lixue promptly interjected. Family matters are not for a junior like you to meddle in. This decision has been made and is irrevocable. Xian Yu waved his sleeve dismissively, not even sparing a glance at the two. Xian Lixue wished to say more, but Xuan Ning turned to her and said, Lixue, since the family has already made this decision, it is beyond our power to alter it. I believe my third uncle has opposed this as well, but he alone cannot effect a change. But do not worry. I am confident in my abilities, Xuan Ning reassured her, ruffling Xian Lixue's hair, surprised to find she was now of equal height. This scene made Xian Xiaotian look as though he wished to devour Xuan Ning. He quickly addressed the other family members, insisting that whoever faced Xuan Ning must ensure he was incapacitated. The other young members of the clan naturally dared not defy Xian Xiaotian's command. Among the younger generation of the Xian family, most were at the 3rd or 4th level of martial trainees, with only a handful exceeding the 5th level, counting Xian Lishui and Xian Xiaotian among them, along with 3 others. Thus, Xuan Ning was still confident about his chances of placing in the top 10 in the Xian family. Those over 18 were considered adults and would not participate in this competition. The crucial point was that Xuan Ning still had time to grow stronger as long as he could break through once more before the competition. Securing a top 10 position would be assured. His luck could not possibly be so poor as to face those exceeding the 5th level in his very first match. The participants began drawing lots. As Xian Xiaotian passed by Xuan Ning, he issued a chilling threat. "This time, I will ensure you are rolled out of the family on a stretcher." As the drawing continued, Xuan Ning opened his lot to discover he had drawn number 10, which meant he would compete in the last match, with 9 bouts preceding his. Thus, he still held a chance. He was eager to observe how the attribute points were distributed. He noticed they were only present in the martial arts hall, indicating that these points were not ubiquitous and undoubtedly had their reasons for existence. The first match of the competition commenced, and Xuan Ning was taken aback to find that the opening battle featured Xian Lishui. Her opponent was merely at the 4th level of martial trainees, hardly a match for her, as she effortlessly sent him flying off the stage with a single palm strike. The fallen Xian family disciple landed, spitting blood and clutching his chest as he departed. However, as Xuan Ning beheld his opponent descend to the ground injured, 2 luminous orbs unexpectedly materialized. Could it be that attribute points only manifest when others are harmed? He hastily approached and collected the orbs that lay upon the ground. Cultivation increased by 10. Health increased by 12. Such a substantial loss in cultivation. Could it be that these attribute points would gradually diminish with the passage of time until they vanished entirely? This remained to be validated. Moreover, an additional attribute had emerged: health points. Xuan Ning mused. If his health points were to accumulate to an astonishing billion, would it not require immense effort to vanquish him? He pondered whether defensive attributes would also drop if they did. A formidable defense, combined with robust health points, would equate to invincibility. He was filled with anticipation. "Brother Xuan Ning, I have triumphed." Xian Lishui descended, offering Xuan Ning a sweet smile, inciting envy and admiration in countless onlookers. "Remarkable, truly remarkable," Xuan Ning responded eagerly. He was eager to witness the phenomenon of attribute point drops. The second match commenced swiftly, and he observed the arena intently. As the 2 combatants engaged, he finally discerned the appearance of attribute points dropping. These points emerged during their confrontation. As the battle raged on, the number of dropped attribute points increased steadily. The majority were white, signifying cultivation points. Red represented health, gray denoted strength, cyan indicated speed, and orange stood for stamina. He noticed a new type of luminous or black in hue, which he had no prior knowledge. He had never encountered it before. As the second battle concluded, numerous attribute points littered the arena, all having fallen from the 2 fighters. The third match featured Xian Xiaotian, who similarly dispatched his opponent with a single strike, resulting in the drop of red luminescence. Xian Xiaotian glanced in Xuan Ning's direction. Making a threatening gesture across his throat, he suspected the fellow might contemplate self-harm, yet lacked evidence. The longer the battles persisted, the greater the accumulation of dropped attribute points. He came to a realization. As the skirmishes continued, he observed that the radiance of the fallen attribute points appeared to dim slightly. He surmised that these points were indeed time-sensitive. Once their glow faded entirely, the attribute points would vanish. He could do naught but hope for the swift conclusion of the battles, yearning for his turn to partake. The 4th, 5th, and 10th matches. At long last, he awaited the final confrontation and immediately dashed forward, disregarding the bewildered, perplexed, and disdainful gazes of the crowd. He bent down to collect the various attribute points scattered upon the ground. Health increased by 10. Strength increased by 0.5. Cultivation increased by 5. Defense increased by 2. After 9 fierce battles, the abundance of dropped attribute points was overwhelming. He utilized them immediately upon collection. "What are you doing, Xuan Ning?" Elder Xian Yu furrowed his brow, perplexed by Xuan Ning's actions. "I am merely engaging in pre-battle preparations. It shall be completed shortly," Xuan Ning promptly replied. "Elder, considering he is a worthless individual, we might as well declare the battle commenced," Xian Xiaotian remarked from below, though he too was baffled by Xuan Ning's antics, which seemed akin to idling. The combatants opposing Xuan Ning began to ascend the stage, and fortune did not favor him, for he was matched against Xian Kaiyang, a formidable opponent at the 5th level of the martial disciple realm, one of the top 5 among the younger generation of the Xian clan. Xian Shaotian gestured to Xian Kaiyong, emphasizing the need to deliver a severe lesson to his adversary. Xian Kaiyong nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Elder Xian Yu, growing weary of Xuan Ning's antics, decided that since the match was set to begin, it should proceed without further delay. Regardless of his opponent, Xuan Ning was destined for expulsion from the family. Commenced the battle. Xian Yu did not depart. He awaited the moment to announce Xian Kaiyang's victory. Xian Kaiyang clenched his fist and charged fiercely towards Xuan Ning, intent on delivering a brutal beating, employing 30% of his strength. The spectators below erupted in derisive laughter, as if they were all witnesses to the imminent scene of Xuan Ning being sent flying by a single punch from Xian Kaiyang. Amidst the crowd, only Xian Lishua harbored concern for Xuan Ning. As Xuan Ning observed the arrival of his adversary, he did not hesitate to unleash all his strength, transforming his palm into a fist and launching a formidable strike toward his opponent. Bang! Crack! A shadowy figure grasped the fist, collapsing onto the ground, and began to wail in agony. The audience erupted in laughter, reveling in the spectacle. However, their amusement swiftly turned to shock when they realized that the fallen figure was not Xuan Ning, but rather Xian Kaiyang. Stunned and speechless, they gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? Could it be that I am dreaming? Xian Kaiyang has been felled by a single blow? How could Xuan Ning possess the strength to defeat Xian Kaiyang? After all, Xian Kaiyang had commenced his journey as a martial artist at the 5th level. Surely, Xuan Ning must have employed some underhanded means. Xian Shaotian's smile also solidified on his face as he gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding on the stage. Xian Kaiyang, a martial artist of the 5th level of the Xian family, renowned as one of the top 5 among the younger generation, has now been utterly defeated by a single punch from his opponent. Xuan Ning is notorious throughout the entire city of Luoxian for his incompetence. How could he possibly defeat Xian Kaiyang? Yet, the ever-loyal Xian Kaiyang, who follows him like a shadow, could never be swayed by Xuan Ning. What on earth is happening? Anyone witnessing this scene would be utterly astonished and find it hard to believe. The seemingly useless Xuan Ning has actually defeated the 5th-tier martial soldier, Xian Kaiyang, with a single punch. After triumphing over his opponent, Xuan Ning did not relent. He charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, akin to mercilessly beating a frail dog, each strike landing with brutal force. Attribute points fell from Xian Kaiyang's form one after another. Xuan Ning casually picked up several items. His cultivation value increased by 20, then by 21, and his defense augmented by 5. Such a substantial enhancement in cultivation value. Could it be a consequence of my own efforts? Xuan Ning speculated. He intensified his attacks and quickened his pace, all in the pursuit of acquiring more attribute points. Stop. After the initial shock, Elder Xian Yu, upon witnessing Xian Kaiyang's grievous state, hastily spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning began to kick Xian Kaiyang. Xian Yu's expression darkened as he hurriedly stepped forward to separate Xuan Ning, exclaiming in anger, "Did I not instruct you to cease?" Xuan Ning hastily nodded and said, "I have ceased my actions, yet you have not permitted me to remain." Xian Yu's countenance darkened further. "You." The audience below was rendered speechless. Only Xian Li Shui could be seen stifling a laugh behind her hand. She seldom smiled, unless unable to contain herself. In this match, Xuan Ning emerged victorious. Xian Yu announced in a fit of indignation, then commanded the guards of the Xian family, "Quickly assist Xian Kaiyang down to tend to his injuries. It seems I have underestimated you. You have indeed cultivated to the 5th level of martial disciple." Xian Yu gazed at Xuan Ning with an unusual expression, no longer harboring the previous disdain. Instead, astonishment gripped him. Everyone remained in shock at Xuan Ning's unexpected ascension to the 5th level of martial apprentice. Yet, the next round of drawing lots commenced once more. Xian Shaotian understood that he had already forfeited the opportunity to drive Xuan Ning out of the clan, and could only resentfully gaze at Xuan Ning. Xuan Ning collected all the attribute points from the arena and then descended the stage. "Xuan Ning, do not presume that defeating Xian Kaiyang will allow you to remain comfortably within the family. Should you encounter me, I will undoubtedly make you pay the price." Xian Shaotian clenched his fist and remarked. Xuan Ning cast a disdainful glance at Xian Shaotian, exuding an air of divine arrogance before turning away in silence, as though dismissing him entirely. "You scoundrel, I shall undoubtedly bring you to ruin." Xian Shao was in a state of exasperation, clenching his fists. wishing he could rush forward and press Xuan Ning to the ground 100 times over. Xuan Ning wondered where he could find an opportunity to manage his affairs. He hastily checked his cultivation level and discovered that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. He ascended to the 6th heaven of the martial disciple realm. The exhilaration was overwhelming. He was now at the 6th heaven. With this momentum, the next round should lead him to the 7th heaven of the martial disciple realm. Even if he encountered Xian Shaotian, he would not feel the slightest fear. The second round commenced, and the drawing of lots began. In the 5th round of Xianing, I was once again the last to take the stage. In his first match, Xian Shaotian, a warrior of the 7th level, triumphed over his opponent with a single strike. In the third match, Xian Lishui faced off against Xian Hu, a martial artist of the 6th tier. He seemed to realize he was no match for Xian Lishui and immediately unleashed the formidable technique known as the cracking mountain palm. However, Xian Lishui effortlessly countered the attack, gently striking him and sending him flying off the stage. Subsequently, a purple attribute point fell to the ground. Xuan Ning was elated. The purple light spots represented martial skills. He hurriedly approached to collect them. The cracking mountain palm one was a technique previously wielded by Xian Hu, yet he had already mastered it and was uncertain if he could learn it anew. Upon attempting to use it, he discovered that he could. The attributes of the martial skill vanished from his grasp. Cracking mountain palm LV2. He was astonished. The skill could indeed be upgraded. He opened his attribute list. Health, 240 strength, 20 speed, 5, 1 constitution, 18 stamina, 14 defense, 16 realm, martial disciple, 6th layer, cultivation value, 55, martial skill, human tier, mid-grade, cracking mountain palm LV2. Upon seeing the cracking mountain palm, he was taken aback. This technique had originally been classified as a low-grade human tier skill, yet it had now ascended to mid-grade. The LV2 following the skill signified its rank within the mid-grade human tier. With his current realm, coupled with these additional attribute enhancements in the cracking mountain palm LV2, he harbored absolute confidence in contending against Xian Shaotian of the 7th layer. However, he remained unaware of the opponent's hidden trump cards. As the 5th match commenced, Xuan Ning ascended the stage once more, beginning to gather the attribute points scattered on the ground. Strength 1, cultivation value 5, constitution 2. The spectators from the Xian family exchanged puzzled glances. Previously, Xuan Ning had employed a seemingly erratic method of grasping at the air, only to triumph over Xian Kaiyang. They were oblivious to the mystic arts Xuan Ning had utilized. This time, his opponent was merely a martial disciple of the 5th layer. After Xuan Ning collected all the attribute points, he achieved another breakthrough, ascending to the 7th level of the martial soldier realm. A powerful sensation surged within his body once more. As the battle commenced, his opponent charged at him with a fierce punch. With a slight movement, he evaded the attack and retaliated with a powerful strike to the opponent's back, knocking him down. He then unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. One by one, attribute points erupted from his adversary. Finally, he halted, signaling the end of the combat. Xian Yu hurriedly exclaimed. Xuan Ning then ceased his movements, swiftly gathering all the attribute points scattered on the ground before departing from the training arena. Once again, they remained unable to comprehend the true extent of Xuan Ning's prowess. Only 5 individuals remained. Xuan Ning has ascended to the top 5 within his clan, leaving everyone astounded. When did this once inconsequential figure transform into such a formidable force? In the 3rd round of the draw, Xian Lishui received a bye. In the first match, Xuan Ning did not witness Xian Shaotian take the stage. He will face Xian Shaotian in the next match. Xuan Ning, your streak of good fortune ends here. Xian Shaotian declared menacingly. I have always been fortunate, Xuan Ning replied with a smile, displaying indifference. The first match was won by Xian Tianhua, a 6th level clan member, resulting in a mere few attribute points falling to the ground. Before Xuan Ning could utter a word, he ascended the martial platform and collected the attributes scattered upon the ground. Cultivation value increased by 15, strength augmented by 2. Xian Shaotian then ascended, casting a cold sneer at Xuan Ning opposite him as he declared, this time, I shall render you powerless and subsequently cast you out of the family. I am not Xian Kaiyang. I shall grant you no opportunity whatsoever. Xuan Ning remained silent. After all, one should not stoop to the level of a dog. The battle begins. Turbulent waves fist. Xian Shaotian unleashed his full power from the very beginning, his fists clenched as if a surging wave, fiercely launching an assault towards Xuan Ning. This was a technique of mid-tier human rank martial arts, I wonder how Xuan Ning could possibly withstand it. He could not be a match for Xian Xiaotian, who was a formidable warrior at the 7th level of the martial apprentice realm. And rumors had it that he was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level. Xuan Ning felt an overwhelming pressure and, without hesitation, unleashed the Mountain Splitter Palm. Mountain Splitter Palm. The two quickly closed the distance between them, their fist and palm colliding with tremendous force. Everyone was aware that the Mountain Splitter Palm was merely a low-grade human-level martial technique, incapable of rivaling the mid-grade human-level technique, the Raging Tide Fist. However, after their fierce exchange, Xian Xiaotian unexpectedly staggered back several steps, his fist trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Xuan Ning stood there, utterly unscathed. How could this be possible? Xian Xiaotian's mid-grade human-level martial skill was no match for Xuan Ning's low-grade human-level technique. My heavens! What on earth is happening? Am I dreaming? The crowd was left in utter astonishment. Xian Xiaotian possesses the realm of a 7th-level martial artist, and with his middle-grade human-level martial skills, he was surprisingly repelled by his opponent. What exactly is Xuan Ning's strength? Xuan Lishui gazed with a pair of astonished eyes. Could it be that her elder brother Xuan Ning had already recovered? Even elder Xuan Yu was taken aback, subsequently casting a contemplative glance towards Xuan Ning. Xuan Ning truly exceeded everyone's expectations. I cannot believe it. Xian Xiaotian clenched his fists, his face pale as a stormy sky, and his brows furrowed in disbelief. He could hardly accept that the opponent was able to counter his superior martial skills with such inferior techniques. Xuan Ning had no time to concern himself with such matters. His gaze was fixed upon the ground 2 meters ahead, where a purple aura shimmered. This was a manifestation that had erupted from Xian Xiaotian during his retreat moments ago. Hastily, Xuan Ning advanced, causing Xian Xiaotian to mistakenly believe an assault was imminent, prompting him to instinctively adopt a defensive stance. However, Xuan Ning took a few steps forward, crouched down, and picked up the attribute points lying on the ground. Xian Xiaotian. Hee, the Surging Tide Fist has leveled up. I've learned Surging Tide Fist LV2. My mind has once again been filled with the techniques of the Surging Tide Fist, as if I have trained for an eternity. Are you really that afraid of me? Xuan Ning cast a disdainful glance at his opponent. This incited great indignation in Xian Xiaotian, for there was a time when he had directed such a gaze towards Xuan Ning, and now he found himself on the receiving end of it. Infuriating, he exclaimed, as he charged forward once more, brimming with fervor, intent on launching an assault against Xuan Ning. At this moment, Xuan Ning's strength has far surpassed that of his opponent. In addition to his inherent power and realm, he has accumulated a multitude of attribute points, a luxury that Xian Xiaotian simply does not possess. Without the slightest hesitation, Xuan Ning unleashed his full strength. Then, under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, he delivered a powerful punch. Tsunami Fist. As this technique was executed, all present widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? What? He, too, could perform the Tsunami Fist. Could it be? This was a mid-tier martial skill of the human rank. When had he learned it?" Amidst the astonished expressions, Xuan Ning's fist struck Xian Xiaotian squarely in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Puff! Xian Xiaotian spat blood, lifted his head, his expression shifting unpredictably, his complexion turning ashen, before he ultimately fainted. Xuan Ning was about to advance when a figure appeared before him. It was elder Xuan Yu. Xuan Ning emerges victorious. Oh yeah, among the crowd of dozens. Only Xian Lishui cheered, creating a rather peculiar atmosphere. After the crowd carried Xian Xiaotian away, Xuan Ning stepped forward to collect the life attribute that had just been expelled, an impressive increase of 50 points in vitality. This clearly indicated the extent of harm inflicted upon Xian Xiaotian. After Xuan Ning stepped down from the stage, the expressions of everyone present underwent a profound transformation. No longer did they regard him with disdain or contempt. Instead, they were overtaken by surprise, shock, fear, and even trepidation. Many averted their gaze, retreating slightly, for they had previously aligned themselves with Xuan Shuotian and had not hesitated to bully Xuan Ning. Xian Lishui swiftly approached Xuan Ning and said, "Brother Xuan Ning, is it because you are to be expelled from the family that you no longer conceal your strength? Your prowess is so formidable that even I was unaware of it." Xuan Ning was taken aback. This young lady was truly attentive, having even prepared a justification for me. My desire not to display my feelings does not imply that I am willing to be bullied. Since Xian Lishui has already provided him with an excuse, he would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation. It was then that everyone comprehended that the Xuan Ning they had known was, in fact, concealing his true self all along. He had hidden it remarkably well. At just 15 years of age, he had cultivated to such a level and defeated Xian Xiaotian with a single move. Such talent is far from being worthless. Why, then, did you not go out yesterday to explain things to the Yi family, allowing them to insult you in that manner? Xian Lixue inquired with confusion. I do not harbor any fondness for Yi Qingqing either, especially since I have never even laid eyes upon her. If the other party wishes to annul the engagement, then I shall graciously facilitate their desire. Is this not a solution that benefits us both? Xuan Ning replied, leaving the crowd speechless. No wonder he had been reluctant to show his face yesterday. It seems he wished to dissolve the engagement. In an instant, they comprehended the situation. However, the repercussions of this matter on the family were quite significant. Yet, once news of today's event spreads, the people of Luoxian City will undoubtedly shift their attention toward Xuan Ning. What level has brother Xuan Ning reached? Xian Lixue inquired with curiosity. Everyone perked up, eager to learn of his current status. Am I not merely a martial apprentice of the first heaven? Xuan Ning responded. Brother Xuan Ning, how could you still refuse to divulge? Xian Lixue pouted her lips, her adorable demeanor exuding charm, while her voice possessed a sweetness that could melt anyone's heart. Xuan Ning has advanced to the top 3, and ultimately, each of the 3 must engage in a match against one another. Xian Lixue was the first to engage in battle with Xian Tianhua of the Sixfold Heavens. After a few exchanges, Xian Lixue emerged victorious. In the second match, Xian Lixue faced Xuan Ning, who, upon collecting attribute points, declared, I concede. Brother Xuan Ning, Xian Lixue gazed at him. I would never bully my own sister, Xuan Ning replied. After Xuanli's departure, Xuan Ning confronted Xian Tianhua. Xuan Ning did not swiftly vanquish his opponent. Instead, he delivered blow after blow, striving to extract additional attribute points. Cultivation value increased by 12, cultivation value increased by 15, strength augmented by 1, vitality enhanced by 2. I concede. Xian Xiaohua felt a profound ache throughout his body, fully aware that his adversary was intentionally toying with him, and he no longer wished to endure such torment. Xuan Ning secured the second place in the clan's grand competition, and the family bestowed upon him a bottle of first-grade body refining elixir. Xuan Ning and Xian Lixue departed from the martial arts hall. This event swiftly reached the ears of the clan leader and the other elders, who were convening at the time. Upon hearing that Xuan Ning had triumphed over Xian Xiaotian and secured the second position in the competition, everyone was astounded. What do you mean? They exclaimed. Not only has Xiaotian been defeated, but he has also sustained light injuries from Xuan Ning, remaining in a state of unconsciousness to this day. How could this be possible? How could a worthless individual like him ever overcome my son? The head of the Xian family, Xian Kuang, was utterly astonished, sitting in his chair, listening in disbelief to all that was being said. The other elders engaged in fervent discussions, grappling with their incredulity. Among those present, only the father of Xian Lixue, the third elder Xian Ruahong, wore a beaming expression. Hastily inquiring, is what you say true? Has Xuan Ning truly secured second place in the family competition? Absolutely. I would never dare to deceive the esteemed elders and the clan leader. The guard promptly responded. This is indeed the case. Xian Yu had also returned. You have finally arrived. Please enlighten us on the specifics. Upon seeing Xian Yu's return, they eagerly pressed for details. The situation was undeniably shocking, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Xian Yu's words closely echoed those of the guard, yet he added, had we not compelled him to secure a position among the top 10 of the family competition, this young man would have continued to conceal his true prowess. It is astonishing, indeed, how deeply he has hidden his capabilities, willingly bearing the title of a worthless individual for so many years. Everyone was taken aback, as they had not anticipated that Xuan Ning had been concealing his abilities all along. Xian Ruahong, disregarding the surrounding chatter, promptly declared, you have all witnessed that Xuan Ning is far from being a useless individual. In fact, he is a prodigy. Although his precise cultivation level remains somewhat unclear, it undoubtedly surpasses that of my family's Lixue. You must restore his cultivation resources. It would be best to compensate him for all the resources he has missed over the years. Remarkably, he has reached this level without relying on the family's support. Consider this. If he had the backing of the family, how could his talent possibly be any less than that of Yi Qingqing from the Yi family? The words of Xian Ruahong cast a profound silence over the assembly. It was Xian Yu who first broke the stillness, declaring, I concur. I too am in agreement. I support this as well. Witnessing the unanimous approval, the clan leader, Xian Kuang, felt compelled to acquiesce. He hastily ordered the replenishment of Xuan Ning's resources before swiftly departing to attend to his son. "What was Xiaotian? How are you faring?" As Xian Kuang entered Xian Xiaotian's chamber, he was immediately met with the sound of weeping. Soon after, he beheld his wife, Qin Huai, approaching him in tears. "My lord," she implored, "you must advocate for Xiaotian. That good-for-nothing Xuan Ning has inflicted such grievous harm upon our son. You must surely avenge Xiaotian." Xian Kuang furrowed his brow as he gazed upon Xian Xiaotian, who lay unconscious and ensnared in white cloth, appearing as though he clung to but a sliver of life. Enraged, he slammed his hand against the bed frame and exclaimed, "Xuan Ning, I shall not let you go unpunished. Await your reckoning for daring to gravely wound my son." He was aware that Xuan Ning had bested his child, yet he was oblivious to the severity of the injuries sustained, which threatened to sever his lineage. How could he possibly show mercy to Xuan Ning? "Take good care of Xiaotian." With that, Xian Kuang departed. After his exit, Qin Huai hastily wiped the tears from her face and gently patted Xian Xiaotian, saying, "Xiaotian, your father has already left." Xian Xiaotian finally opened his eyes and quickly exclaimed, "Mother, please help me remove these white bindings. They are unbearable." As Qin Huai unwrapped the white cloth from her son, she replied, "Trust me, my method is for the best. Your father was so enraged upon seeing you in that state that he nearly resorted to violence. Rest assured, he will not easily forgive that scoundrel Xuan Ning." Cursed Xuan Ning, who knows what kind of elixir he has consumed. Not only does he possess 2 martial arts skills, but his realm is also astonishingly high. All these years, I have been deceived by him. That rascal, he inflicted such pain upon me. "Mother, please be gentle, it hurts." Xian Xiaotian grimaced in agony, displaying a visage of profound distress. Qin Huai, exasperated by his lack of diligence, retorted, "How can you dare to criticize others? If only you would devote more effort to your cultivation and refrain from fawning over that Xian Lixue, you wouldn't have been defeated by that worthless fool. Can't you bring a modicum of honor to your mother?" At this juncture, Qin Huai was thoroughly incensed, unable to fathom what allure Xian Lixue possessed that captivated so many scions of the Xian family. "Mother, Xian Lixue is not even the biological daughter of Uncle San. She will eventually marry. They say that one should not let fertile waters flow to outsiders. Rather than allowing her to benefit someone else, why not let it be me? I shall take her as my wife, and she can attend to you. Wouldn't that be a splendid arrangement?" With that, Xian Xiaotian turned to Qin Huai and implored, "Mother, please assist me." Whenever Xian Xiaotian mentioned Xian Lixue, an invigorating energy surged through him, alleviating all his pains, as if Xian Lixue possessed some extraordinary charm. This sight only deepened Qin Huai's disdain for Xian Lixue, yet her son had an unwavering affection for her. "Alas, this predicament is quite troublesome. Your third uncle has always been at odds with your father. Moreover, your third aunt is a sworn enemy of your mother. I fear this matter is exceedingly difficult. It would be wise for you to abandon this pursuit early on." Qin Huai felt a surge of frustration, pondering how she bore such a stubborn child who insisted on hanging his hopes on a single tree when countless others stood invitingly outside. After tearing off the white cloth from Xian Xiaotian, she angrily declared, "You must focus on your recovery and go nowhere." "Mother, you must assist me with the matter of Xian Lixue," he implored. Upon hearing this, Qin Huai nearly succumbed to her ire. The more her son adored Xian Lixue, the more resolutely she vowed to keep Xian Lixue from entering her home. As Xian Xiaotian gazed at his departing mother, he reflected on his own misfortunes and bitterly exclaimed, "Xuan Ning, you scoundrel! Were it not for you, I would not have found myself in such a predicament." With that, he struck the bed frame with considerable force, only to witness a fissure appear where he had struck. This bed frame had already been weakened by a prior assault from Xian Kuang, and with Xian Xiaotian's blow, it could no longer withstand the strain. With a resounding crash, the entire bed frame collapsed, engulfing Xian Xiaotian within its wreckage. Beneath the debris, a muffled cry of ouch could be heard. "Xuan Ning, I will not rest until I have my vengeance." Xian Xiaotian lay on the ground, further injured by his own fury. In that moment, he was truly enraged. Suddenly, a wooden plank came crashing down upon his head, rendering him completely unconscious. Now he was genuinely wounded. Huff! Xuan Ning touched his nose, wondering which little brat was cursing at him. "Brother Xuan Ning, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Beside him, Xian Lixue gazed with her round, sparkling eyes, her delicate features reflecting a look of utter confusion as she looked at Xuan Ning. Xuan Ning gazed into those clear eyes, inwardly lamenting the overwhelming allure they possessed. almost capable of ensnaring one's very soul. He hastily averted his gaze, stating, "My family has replenished my cultivation resources significantly, yet these resources are beyond my immediate need. I offer them to you in hopes that you may swiftly ascend to the realm of a martial general. As for myself, I shall merely focus on acquiring attributes." Xuan Lishue hurriedly shook her head and said, "It is better for brother Xuan Ning to cultivate on his own. Despite lacking the resources of the family over the years, you have managed to reach such a high level of cultivation. With additional resources, you would undoubtedly become even stronger and surely surpass that Yuqing Cheng. As for cultivation, how could he possibly engage in it? It is beyond his capability in this lifetime. Nothing brings greater joy than acquiring a few attribute points." He pressed 2 bottles of spiritual liquid into Xuan Lishue's hands and stated, "Since you call me brother, it would not be excessive for me to give you a small gift. But enough with the buts. Your brother is not so lacking in resources." "Very well then." Seeing Xuan Ning's firm resolve, Xuan Lishue had no choice but to accept. To be honest, she truly found little value in these items. A few golden tickets in her possession were far more useful. In the realm of Xuan Ning, the common currencies consist of gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. However, the golden notes are crafted from gold combined with intricate formations, rendering them impervious to fire and resistant to tearing, akin to paper yet slightly weightier. As they are made of pure gold, these golden notes are also convenient to carry, and most individuals prefer utilizing them for various transactions. In addition to golden notes, silver notes and copper notes also exist, with the conversion rate being 1 golden note equating to 10 silver notes or 100 copper notes. These notes can be exchanged for gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins at numerous banks. Over the years, the family has accumulated 100 golden notes, which is equivalent to 10,000 copper notes, certainly a substantial sum. Nevertheless, it is better than having none, and he has no intention of returning them. He harbors his own plans, intending to venture outside the city to the Beast Forest, a place teeming with magical creatures engaged in fierce battles. He believes that within the Beast Forest, there are boundless opportunities for greater rewards. Yet, this endeavor must remain undisclosed, even to Xuan Lishue, and he must ensure her assistance in keeping it concealed to prevent Xian Shaodian from seeking an opportunity to ambush him outside the city. Thus, he commenced a meticulous scheme. Xuan Ning. At that moment, someone arrived at the door. It was Xian Ruohong, beaming with joy and looking at Xuan Ning with surprise. "Well done, young lad. You have hidden your talents so deeply that even Xian Shaodian has been bested by you, securing the 2nd position in this family competition. Truly impressive, father." Xian Lishue politely called out. "Third uncle," Xuan Ning respectfully called out. Among the entire Xian family, only his third uncle's family treated him with such kindness. Ever since the disappearance of his parents, they had taken care of him since childhood. Come. Today, when your third aunt heard the news of your impressive 2nd place in the family competition, she was overjoyed and has specially prepared a lavish feast to celebrate. Thank you, third uncle." The group began to revel in the remarkable achievements of the two in the family competition. Lu Yu, the mother of Xuan Lishue and the wife of the third uncle, showered Xuan Lishue with love, treating her as if she were her own daughter. Similarly, she cared for Xuan Ning as if he were her own son. Xuan Ning and Xuan Lishue both achieved remarkable results in this family competition, bringing immense joy to Xian Ruohong and Lu Yu. Lu Yu specially prepared a lavish feast to celebrate the accomplishments of the two. "Ning heir, you truly astonish your aunt by securing 2nd place in the family competition. If your mother were to know, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed," Lu Yu remarked. Realizing she had misspoken, she quickly turned to Xuan Ning and added, "Ning heir, I firmly believe that your parents are still alive. They will return in due time." Xuan Ning smiled faintly, unperturbed, and said, "Aunt San, I am well. So many years have passed. Regardless of whether they are alive or not, I shall continue to live my life to the fullest." Xuan Lishue gazed at Zhou Yin with a cheerful expression, her youthful exuberance bringing immense joy to Xuan Ning's heart. In this world, having these few relatives is more than sufficient. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Xuan Ning returned to his room. Although the Xian family had not provided him with cultivation resources over the years, they had not reclaimed the courtyard. Even the daily necessities continued to be supplied to him. Xuan Ning immediately deduced that this was undoubtedly the work of his third uncle. Without his intervention, given the tendencies of the Xian family, not only would this courtyard have been reclaimed, but even his daily necessities would have posed a significant challenge. Thus, Among the entire Xuan family, Xuan Ning harbored a sense of fondness solely for his third uncle's family, while he felt no affection whatsoever for the others. Although the courtyard had not been confiscated, the furnishings within were rather antiquated and had not been replaced for quite some time. Nonetheless, they were maintained in a reasonably clean state. Xuan Ning commenced his endeavors in cultivation, attempting to absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth in accordance with the ancestral techniques of the Xuan family. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was indeed lacking, unable to accumulate even a trace of spiritual energy. Through experimentation, he ascertained that only when the spiritual energy within him was depleted could he replenish it through cultivation. The notion of augmenting his spiritual energy proved utterly futile. Reality revealed to him that he could never rely on cultivation to attain strength in this lifetime. Acquiring attributes was the true path. In any case, he had never intended to depend on cultivation for his empowerment. Xuan Ning smiled lightly, utterly unconcerned, possessing a golden finger. Whether he could cultivate or not was of little consequence. Since he intended to depart from the Xuan family and venture into the beast forest, certain essentials were indispensable. Dry provisions and fresh water were necessities. Fortunately, he had the system's space, capable of storing an abundance of items. He was uncertain how long this excursion would last. Hence, he prepared a surplus of seasonings. As a traveler from another world, the skill of barbecuing was certainly essential. After all, this skill was quite straightforward. Once the animal's entrails and fur were removed, roasting could commence directly. Once he had made these preparations, he planned to set off early the next morning. In the dead of night, while Xuan Ning was roused from his slumber to relieve himself, he suddenly noticed that the gate to his courtyard had been pried open. Could it be that mischievous girl, Xuan Lixue? She was the first to come to his mind, for she had previously played similar tricks on him. He stealthily concealed himself, intending to frighten Xuan Lixue. However, to his surprise, the intruders were not Xuan Lixue but rather others he did not expect. Several individuals, also from the Xuan family, stood before him, among them a familiar face, Xuan Caiyang. Yet, these individuals brandished wooden clubs, and their demeanor was anything but welcoming. These ruffians, sneaking about, evidently intended to launch a surprise attack on him. Fortunately, he had noticed them. Otherwise, he would have surely endured a brutal beating. It appeared that the lesson from earlier in the day had not sufficed. Xuan Ning chuckled quietly to himself. Dealing with him would not be so simple. With a mere glance, Xuan Ning could discern that these individuals were dispatched by Xian Xiaodian. Their unwavering allegiance to him was evident, as they had chosen to venture out in the dead of night seeking vengeance. Since you have arrived, I must extend a token of welcome, Xuan Ning chuckled to himself. Beginning to prepare accordingly, the group stealthily approached the courtyard where Xuan Ning resided, remarking, "How fortunate is Xuan Ning to dwell in such a spacious courtyard all alone. After all, his father is the second elder, but alas, he has been missing for so many years, likely long deceased. Indeed, were it not for the third elder, this courtyard would have been confiscated long ago." The crux of the matter lies in Xuan Lixue's unwavering friendship with Xuan Ning. One cannot fathom what merits that young man possesses. They spoke enviously. Xuan Caiyang hurriedly said, "Keep your voices down. We mustn't disturb that fellow Xuan Ning. It's quite late, and he is undoubtedly sleeping like a log. Now, let us swiftly complete the task assigned by Xian Xiaodian and depart from this place." They hastened towards the courtyard, where Xuan Caiyang halted a few individuals and inquired, "Does anyone know which room Xuan Ning occupies?" Well, the group exchanged glances. Yet not a single person could provide an answer. Never mind. This courtyard is rather small, and there are only a few rooms available. We shall search each one carefully, being cautious not to make any noise that might awaken Xuan Ning. After coming to a consensus, they stealthily began to approach one of the rooms. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Zhou Yin discreetly tossed a small stone at one of the individuals. Xuan Caiyang felt a sudden tap on his shoulder and turned to glance at the others, furrowing his brow as he said, "Do not jest." The others exchanged puzzled looks. However, moments later, he felt another tap, which ignited his irritation. In a hushed tone, he murmured, "What are you hitting me for?" The others quickly shook their heads, insisting, "We did not touch you." They exchanged glances, and one among them, growing pale, remarked, "Could it be a ghost?" Xuan Caiyang promptly tapped the other's forehead and remarked, "If it were a ghost, would Xuan Ning still be alive at this moment? Use your brain, will you? Stop being so jumpy." One of them suggested, "Let us hasten inside and deal with Xuan Ning. It feels rather eerie here." They all concurred, and cautiously pushed open the door to a room, only to find no signs of habitation. At that moment, Zhou had already entered his own quarters and leaped onto the eaves. The group soon proceeded to other rooms, ultimately arriving at Xuan Ning's chamber. Upon opening the door, they advanced towards the bed, and Xian Kaiyang gripped his wooden stick tightly, relentlessly striking the figure concealed beneath the quilt. The others swiftly followed suit, bringing down their sticks with force upon the bedding. Amidst their assault, they exclaimed, "This will teach you a lesson. You thought you could flaunt your arrogance during the day, didn't you? We'll put an end to you." Xian Kaiyang quickly sensed something amiss and commanded, "Stop." He then abruptly pulled away the quilt, revealing a ghastly pale paper figure. One of the individuals exclaimed, "A ghost." This sudden revelation startled them greatly, causing two of them to clutch each other in terror. "Ghost, my foot. It is merely a scarecrow adorned with white paper," Xian Kaiyang remarked upon closer inspection. The others exhaled in relief. It was not a ghost, after all. To their astonishment, Xuan Ning had evidently been prepared, proving himself a cunning adversary. They felt a surge of anger, realizing that their nocturnal ambush had failed, completely unprepared for Xuan Ning's vigilance. Then, a chilling breeze swept through the room, abruptly slamming the door shut. What is happening? Why did the door close so suddenly? Must be the wind, they speculated. Just then, the door swung open again. The expressions on their faces turned grim, and one of them, trembling with fear, suggested, "Perhaps we should leave and report to young Master Xian that the mission is accomplished. After all, he is currently in bed and knows nothing." "I concur," they agreed, preparing to depart. However, Zhou Yan suddenly appeared before them, disheveled and clad in white, suspended upside down in the air. The already eerie atmosphere, coupled with Zhou Yan's unexpected entrance, terrified them to their core. "Ah, a ghost." They were instantly overwhelmed with fear, crying out in despair, and fled the scene in utter panic. Xuan Ning looked at the group, who had been so frightened, with a sense of disdain. How shameful it was for practitioners to still believe in tales of ghosts and deities. Before long, a striking figure rushed into the room, calling out, "Brother Xuan Ning." Xuan Ning turned around and startled Xian Li Shui, who nearly cried out in surprise. However, upon closer inspection, she realized it was Xuan Ning and quickly inquired, "Brother Xuan Ning, why are you dressed like this in the middle of the night? You nearly frightened me." "It is merely that Xian Shaotian sent someone to attempt a surprise attack on me, and I thought it prudent to frighten them instead," Xuan Ning replied. Upon hearing this, Xian Li Shui promptly exclaimed, "Brother Xuan Ning, such delightful affairs ought to include me. It is a pity I missed such a grand spectacle." Recalling the earlier shrieks, she could easily envision the terrified expressions of those individuals. "Well, it is all over now. You should return and rest early," Xuan Ning advised. "Then I shall take my leave, Brother Xuan Ning." "Rest well," Xian Li Shui replied before departing. Xian Kaiyang, having been so thoroughly frightened, would undoubtedly refrain from returning. However, he was acutely aware that within his family resided many formidable cousins, whose prowess far surpassed that of Xian Kaiyang and his peers. Moreover, several of them shared a close rapport with Xian Shaotian. Should Xian Shaotian have dispatched them today, Xian Kaiyang would likely find himself seeking refuge in his uncle's courtyard. Compounding this concern was the fact that Xian Shaotian's father held the esteemed position of the current patriarch of the Xian clan, and he was particularly fond of his son. Xian Shaotian's mother, known for her fierce protectiveness, would certainly not allow any harm to come to her child without taking measures, even if they were not overtly aggressive. It was inevitable that she would employ some clandestine tactics to safeguard her son. Xian Shaotian's contemptuous demeanor can be largely attributed to his parents. This is a quintessential example of filial ingratitude, a reflection of parental shortcomings. He harbors a disdain for the feeling of being manipulated, believing that true strength lies in self-empowerment. Suddenly, he notices several attribute points scattered on the ground, shimmering in a rare transparent hue. What could these attribute points signify? Xuan Ning bends down to collect the transparent attribute points, examining them closely. Xuan Ning was taken aback, pondering whether this mental attribute had manifested due to his own fright. He discerned that this mental attribute was likely quite rare, as each individual only yielded a meager 0.1 points. However, as the adage goes, many a little makes a mickle, and he firmly believed that it would accumulate over time. Upon utilizing it, he indeed sensed a slight augmentation in his mental fortitude. This mental attribute was rather commendable, albeit somewhat lacking in quantity. Checking his attribute panel, he noted an additional entry, mental, 0.4. These attributes were supplementary, not including his inherent ones, which was advantageous as it illuminated the extent of his potential enhancements. As dawn broke, he stealthily leaped over the surrounding wall. With newfound strength, even scaling walls became a trivial task. Should he ever decide to embark on a life of thievery, his escape would be significantly easier. He mused to himself, lest he be misunderstood, that these were merely whimsical thoughts. The city gates of Luoxian would swing open at the crack of dawn, allowing a steady stream of laborers to enter and exit. In any world, there exist ordinary folk, the most populous demographic, perpetually toiling for their daily sustenance. In this high martial realm, the plight of the common man was even more dire, subject to exploitation. He harbored no desire to remain among the lower echelons, nor did he wish to exploit others. He simply aspired to thrive in this world. To evade exploitation, he recognized the necessity of becoming stronger, and the path to strength was straightforward, accumulating more attribute points. To avoid detection, he deliberately concealed his face, not out of caution, but rather due to the conviction that his arrival in this world must hold significant purpose. Perhaps the burden of saving this realm rested upon his shoulders, and he could not afford to perish prematurely. After all, such a loss would be detrimental to this world. Moreover, he was still a virgin and could not simply resign himself to fate here. He had prepared meticulously for this endeavor. Although he had never ventured beyond Luoxian, he possessed a map. While the details were somewhat nebulous, he could discern the general direction. Additionally, he had overheard some individuals, warriors from Luoxian, discussing their intentions to hunt beasts in the monster beast forest, providing an excellent opportunity for him to follow discreetly and avoid getting lost. After a considerable duration, he finally beheld an expanse of boundless forest stretching before him. According to his knowledge, the majority of Xuan Ning continent is comprised of forests and oceans, with humanity occupying only a minuscule portion. Yet, even this small segment is immensely vast. It is governed by numerous nations and dynasties, with Luoxian City merely being a county city under the Liuli dynasty. Beneath the county city, there exist villages, towns, small cities, and county towns. Above the county city, there are the capital and the imperial capital. The county city is akin to a municipal city, neither excessively large nor the smallest. His purpose for venturing into the beast forest was not to provoke the beasts, but solely to collect attribute points. Indeed, upon entering the forest, he immediately spotted several attribute points on the ground and hurriedly approached to gather them. Cultivation value 1, life value 2, beast bloodline 0. 1 beast bloodline? Xuan Ning was quite astonished. He had acquired a new attribute point. This must be used to awaken a bloodline. After utilizing all these attribute points, he discovered that he had gained a bloodline attribute. Bloodline 0. There was also a percentage indicator. This 0. 1 of beast bloodline was insufficient to awaken his bloodline. It is said that those with exceptional talents awaken powerful bloodlines or innate gifts. Although I possess no innate qualifications, if I gather enough bloodline attribute points, I can still awaken formidable bloodline power. He was yet unaware of how many bloodline attribute points were necessary for awakening. However, this provided him with motivation. Once his bloodline reached 100, he would naturally find out. The beast forest is exceedingly perilous, and he remained vigilant, even while gathering attribute points. While the forest is fraught with danger, encounters with beasts are not frequent. There are plenty of attribute points, but one's life is singular, compelling him to exercise caution. Although there are numerous attribute points within the forest, most yielded only fractional values. It seemed these points had long since been collected, resulting in minimal gains. Cultivation value 20, life value 15. Fortunately, he later stumbled upon some attribute points with significantly higher values. Observing the still fresh bloodstains on the ground, it was evident they had recently fallen. He followed these attribute points deeper into the forest and soon realized that his cultivation value was sufficient to achieve a breakthrough. Without hesitation, he commenced his advancement. He broke through to the 8th layer of martial apprentice. Feeling the surge of powerful energy within his body, he was filled with joy. Is cultivation truly arduous? Isn't it merely about collecting attribute points? The forests of the entire continent would become his garden of strength. All he needed to do was gather, and gather within the woods to transform into a formidable being. As he accumulated more attributes, he also noticed that the majority of these points primarily consisted of cultivation values and life values. As for the other attributes, they remain relatively scarce, particularly the bloodline attribute, which is exceedingly rare. He has only managed to accumulate 0. 2 thus far. The journey toward a complete awakening of his bloodline is still a long and arduous one. Accumulating attributes is a skillful endeavor, akin to being with a beloved girl. it often requires bending down. He yearns for a skill that would allow him to gather attributes without such a posture. Fortunately, his vitality is robust. Although he is bent down for an hour, he does not feel particularly troubled by it. As he gathers more attributes, he naturally attracts the attention of demonic beasts, and he has sensed that he is being watched. He draws forth an iron sword, which, despite its lackluster quality, remains adequate for dealing with such creatures. Roar! A beast leaps from the underbrush, charging toward Xuan Ning. Prepared, he brandishes his dagger and strikes swiftly at the creature's neck, delivering a fatal blow. This beast, merely a wild animal, and not even a demonic one, proves no challenge. It resembles a creature akin to a dog, somewhat wolf-like yet distinctly different. He has seen it in the city but remains unaware of its name. He casually stores it within the confines of his system. Delving deeper into the forest of demonic beasts, he encounters an increasing number of wild animals, along with heightened dangers. Correspondingly, as the peril escalates, so too do his opportunities. The attributes he collects multiply significantly. His constitution increases by 3, his cultivation value by 25, strength by 2. And he breaks through to the 9th level of martial disciple. With the rise in his cultivation value, his realm ascends once more, reaching the 9th level of martial disciple. Other attributes have also seen considerable enhancement. Ahead, he spots the carcass of a demonic beast and, intrigued, marvels at the fact that someone has hunted it, yet left it behind. This is a first-tier demonic beast, the corpse of a jungle magic rabbit, accompanied by several attribute points. Bloodline of demonic beast increases by 1, health by 50, and cultivation value by 50. A splendid harvest indeed. As expected of a first-tier demonic beast, its cultivation value yields a remarkable 50 points, along with a boost in bloodline power. Xuan Ning observed his own bloodline and discovered that it had reached a level of 2. Gradually accumulating, he would soon attain 100. The carcass of this first-tier beast was far more valuable than 10 wild animals, leaving him to ponder who would so carelessly discard it. He casually collected the body of the jungle magic rabbit, only to find that the precious demon crystal within its brain had been extracted, much to his chagrin. The demon crystal is the most vital element within a demon beast, and also its most prized possession. Moreover, not every demon beast possesses one. Noticing signs of a recent battle ahead, curiosity compelled him to venture forward. His vitality increased by 20, and his cultivation points by 15. The spoils predominantly consisted of vitality and cultivation points. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon another first-tier beast's corpse, gruesomely cleaved in two. It appeared that the adversary was either affluent or preoccupied with matters of greater significance, rather than merely hunting demon beasts, deduced Zhou Yan. Driven by curiosity, he began to pursue the trail. An hour later, he encountered a second-tier demon beast, alongside the lifeless body of an individual at the scene. The ground was strewn with numerous attribute points, indicating that much effort had been expended by those who sought to vanquish this demon beast. The second-tier stone monkey, inherently of little value and quite troublesome, was unexpected prey. It was astonishing that they would go to such lengths for its demise, resulting in the loss of one life. Xuan Ning's curiosity intensified. However, he first picked up the attribute points scattered on the ground. His cultivation value increased by 100, beast bloodline by 3, defense by 5. And he also acquired a level in the flowing cloud sword technique. This was quite a fortunate find. It seemed to have dropped from those individuals. Xuan Ning felt a surge of joy and began to study the martial technique. He advanced to flowing cloud sword technique level 2. To his astonishment, it was a mid-tier human-grade martial skill, a commendable acquisition indeed. After mastering the technique, Xuan Ning discerned its quality, which endowed him with an additional method of combat. Upon collecting the 100 cultivation points, he noticed that his realm was on the verge of a breakthrough. Perhaps I am the fastest to advance in the Xuan Ning continent. He mused with a smile, choosing to break through. A tremendous energy erupted from within him, flooding his body with an overwhelming sensation, akin to a powerful gas refining his limbs and meridians. His realm ascended to the first heavenly layer of the martial general. So, this is the martial general realm. What an exhilarating feeling. Xuan Ning clenched his fist, realizing the considerable gap between a martial apprentice and a martial general. With his current level, he was capable of defeating 5 or 6 opponents at the 9th heavenly layer of martial apprentices. He pondered the identity of those individuals. Were it not for their slaying of so many beasts, his breakthrough wouldn't have come so swiftly. In gratitude towards them, he decided to continue following their trail. After a considerable time, he spotted a few figures in the distance, seemingly consulting a map in search of something. Zhou Yin speculated, could these individuals be treasure hunters? He cautiously trailed behind, then peered ahead. Upon recognizing the identities of the group, he was taken aback. Isn't that Yuwak? He must have brought these individuals here for something beyond mere training. Xuan Ning was indeed astonished. Yi Wuqing was one of the 3 prominent families of Luoxian City. The young master of the Yi family, holding a status comparable to that of Xian Xiaotian. Before Xuan Ning's previous fiancée, Yi Qingcheng, was Yi Wuqing's younger sister. However, Yi Wuqing's talent was nowhere near as formidable as that of his sister. Nevertheless, relying on her status, he had access to considerable cultivation resources, and he was notorious for his lewd behavior towards virtuous women, leaving the people of Luoxian City in a state of fury, yet unable to voice their grievances. Although Xian Xiaotian was equally arrogant, he dared not engage in the same nefarious activities as Yi Wuqing in Luoxian City, primarily due to the lack of a powerful sect to back the Xian family, which was the reason for his restraint. After enhancing his strength, his hearing had also improved, and he overheard a conversation among several individuals. Having traveled for so long, why have we yet to find that place? Yinan, could it be that your map is a fabrication? Yi Wuqing exclaimed, panting heavily and appearing quite out of sorts, revealing his impatience. Were it not for the treasure map, he would not have subjected himself to such tribulations. Young master, I wouldn't dare deceive you even with tenfold courage. We simply have not arrived at the true location yet. If it were a common site, the treasure would have been claimed long ago, Yinan promptly replied. Yi Wuqing pondered this and agreed. For the sake of the treasure, he had no choice but to endure the wretched weather and environment. Nevertheless, he stated, let us rest for a moment before continuing. Zhou Yin, listening to their exchange, discerned that Yi Wuqing was indeed on a treasure hunt. Intrigued by the prospect of Yi Wuqing's treasure, he decided to follow discreetly, planning to take advantage of the situation, allowing them to scout ahead while he reaped the rewards. Observing Yi Wuqing, he speculated that he must have been drained by the affections of a woman. Without the backing of his martial prowess at the 8th layer, he doubted he could have even made it this far. After a 20-minute respite, Yi Wuqing led the group onward once more. Zhou Yin followed cautiously, aware that the group numbered 13, with 10 of them at the martial general level, and he had no intention of confronting them directly. Along the way, Yi Wuqing encountered an increasing number of demon beasts, and in the attempt to slay a second-tier beast, they suffered another loss, this time, a martial general. Such misfortune. Yi Wuqing felt no sorrow for the fallen guards. Instead, he was irate at the prospect of returning empty-handed. The beast had not been taken, and he noted that it bore no demon crystal. Zhou Yin unceremoniously claimed the beast's carcass, which was worth a considerable sum. But he felt no gratitude towards the party involved. Xuan Ning cautiously trailed behind the others, collecting the spoils they had dropped. The exhilarating sensation of acquiring loot without engaging in battle was undeniably delightful. The path grew increasingly treacherous, as Yi Wuqing's frail constitution necessitated frequent pauses for rest. During these intervals, he constantly inquired about the remaining distance. This behavior elicited disdain from Xuan Ning. If the entire Yi family were to fall into his hands, it would likely be squandered before long. However, Yi Wuqing was fortunate to have a remarkably talented sister. As long as she remained a direct disciple of the esteemed Yulua Xianzong, the Yi family's standing in Luoxian City would remain unshaken. For none dared to offend the members of Yulua Xianzong lightly. Xuan Ning discovered that as his strength increased, the cultivation value required for further advancement also escalated significantly. He noted that the experience points obtained from collecting the remains of second-tier beasts had previously yielded a generous 100 points, but now, following his enhancement, he could only acquire a mere 50 points, an astonishing reduction by half. These attribute points fluctuate according to his power level, leading him to surmise that lower-tier beasts would scarcely provide substantial rewards. To garner greater benefits, he must turn his attention to higher-tier beasts. However, Xuan Ning's journey has not been devoid of rewards, thanks in large part to the abundant presence of beasts in this area, resulting in a considerable number of attribute drops along the way. Although the frequency of these drops may be limited due to timing, their cumulative nature has still afforded him a notable gain. As he continued to gather cultivation value, Xuan Ning realized he was on the verge of another breakthrough in his realm. This method of cultivation truly suits me. Were I to adhere strictly to conventional practices, I fear I would remain an ordinary person throughout this lifetime. Xuan Ning began to assimilate his cultivation value, elevating his realm to the second level of a martial general. A formidable surge of power surged into his body once more, refining it and augmenting his strength far beyond its previous limits. The realms of martial soldier, martial general, and martial master all focus on the enhancement of the physical form, rendering the body increasingly robust. However, upon reaching the martial master realm, one can manifest spiritual energy, albeit not yet externalize it. One is only capable of concentrating spiritual energy to enhance one's hands and feet, or to bolster the body's surface, thereby increasing its defensive capabilities. It is only upon advancing to the martial sovereign realm that one can genuinely externalize spiritual energy and form a protective spiritual armor. Yet, Xuan Ning was distinct from others. In addition to the physical refinement afforded by his elevated realm, he also possessed additional attribute points. Even if he could not ascend in rank, as long as he accumulated sufficient attributes, he could still vanquish any opponent. After midday, Yu and his companions paused to partake in their rations. Xuan Ning overheard their conversation and discerned that they were not far from the location of the true treasure. He was indifferent. With them clearing the path ahead by slaying the beasts, he could leisurely gather the abundant attribute points and the remains of the creatures behind them, which was quite pleasurable. They had not yet approached the heart of the beast forest, thus the encountered creatures were merely of the first and second tiers. Should they encounter a third-tier beast, it would likely spell disaster for them all. Third-tier beasts were equivalent to human warriors of considerable strength, and their power surpassed that of their human counterparts of the same rank. Without formidable means, human warriors stood little chance against these beasts in direct confrontation. Accompanying Yu Wuqing and his entourage, they arrived at a secluded location overgrown with weeds and dense foliage, rendering it quite hidden. Ordinarily, no one would venture here. Yu Wuqing's subordinates had to wield their weapons to carve a path through the underbrush. This place was indeed quite discreet, providing a sense of security to the treasure's concealment. Had it not been for this, it would have surely been discovered long ago. They meticulously searched for the cave entrance, and if this young master were to find something of value, he would not forget their contributions. Upon nearing the treasure site, Yu Wuqing exhaled a sigh of relief. He had no desire to return to this cursed place. To ensure his subordinates would fight for him, he made them a promise. He understood the importance of winning hearts. Relying solely on his own strength to survive to this point had been precarious. Yu Wuqing's subordinates began to disperse in search of the treasure's entrance, while Xuan Ning concealed himself even more thoroughly, for his current strength was insufficient to confront so many adversaries. After a considerable time, Yu Wuqing heard one of his subordinates exclaim, "Young master, we have discovered a cave here." Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Yu Wuqing's face, and he quickened his pace, envisioning the treasure within reach. At that moment, he felt utterly confident, believing he could manage all three women without issue. Once the announcement of the cave's discovery reached the others, they rushed towards the source of the voice, their faces alight with anticipation. Akin to vampires detecting the scent of blood, the cave was well concealed, shrouded beneath a thick layer of vegetation. Yu Wuqing beamed at his subordinate, patting him on the shoulder, and said, "You have done well. Should there be treasure within, this young master will surely reward you. Stick with me, and you shall reap the benefits." "Thank you, young master," the subordinate replied, elated. In this world, they lived for wealth. Otherwise, who would serve Yu Wuqing? They were well prepared, lighting torches as they ventured inside. Yu Wuqing refrained from sending anyone ahead into the cave, convinced that such an uninviting place would not harbor other visitors. He also harbored concerns about potential dangers within, fearing for his own safety, thus he remained at the very center of the group. Upon witnessing Yu Wuqing and his companions enter the cave, Xuan Ning felt compelled to follow. However, he soon spotted a formidable black-bellied serpent, stretching over 10 meters in length, and instinctively concealed himself, wary of detection. This creature was a high-tier second-grade demon beast, and he could not afford to be discovered. Once he ensured that the beast had not noticed him, he sighed in relief and cautiously approached the cave entrance. To avoid unnecessary complications, he obscured his visage and ventured inside. The cave was profound. After traversing several hundred meters, he had yet to encounter its end, nor any signs of the beast's habitation. Approximately a kilometer in, Xuan Ning was greeted by the jubilant laughter of Yu Wuqing. "Ha! There truly is treasure. Credit goes to Dazhuang's map. I, Yu Wuqing, shall ensure you are well rewarded upon our return. Whatever you desire, consider it granted." "Thank you, young Master Yi. All I wish for is Tsuhua. I hope you can fulfill this request, Xuan eagerly interjected. Suehua, the maidservant by my mother's side? No problem. Upon our return, I shall betroth her to you. Yi Wuqiu responded with delight, dismissing the significance of such a minor servant. Besides, he had already indulged in Suehua and felt no lingering interest. Indeed, there was treasure to be had, hidden in the shadows. Xuan Ning was stirred by the prospect of seizing this newfound wealth. However, he knew he was no match for his adversaries at present. So he began to devise a plan. Eureka! He suddenly exclaimed, recalling the black-bellied serpent. He stepped outside the cave and soon found the beast once more. With a sly grin, he picked up a stone and hurled it at the serpent. The black-bellied serpent, feeling the impact, raised its body and turned its gaze toward Xuan Ning's direction, then, without hesitation, charged at him. How remarkably swift! Xuan Ning hurriedly dashed into the cavern, which was quite spacious and strewn with numerous jagged stones. Upon entering, he swiftly produced a vial containing a powder capable of concealing his presence, sprinkling it over himself before leaping behind a large rock. The entire sequence of actions was executed with remarkable fluidity, as if he were well practiced. He stealthily peered into the passageway, only to observe a shadow racing into the depths. A smirk crept across his face as he mused, Yi Wuqiu, it is merely your misfortune. Whether you emerge alive remains contingent upon your fate. Before long, he discerned unexpected sounds filled with terror emanating from within. Oh no! A monstrous beast, he thought, incredulous. How could a beast suddenly appear? And a black-bellied unicorn snake at that. This is a high-tier second-grade beast. Young master, we must flee. This creature is beyond our capabilities. Damn it, but my treasures are still here. Young master, preserving your life is paramount. The treasures will remain. We can return with more men to retrieve them later. Very well, we shall proceed as such. Protect the young master and exit swiftly, should any harm befall him. None of us shall survive. Xuan Ning soon discerned the fervent sounds of combat emanating from the depths of the cave, accompanied by several anguished cries. Shortly thereafter, a few figures, appearing quite disheveled, fled from the cavern's interior. Moments later, a long, dark shadow pursued them, as the one-horned black-bellied serpent darted towards the direction in which Yi Wuqiu had departed. Once the cacophony subsided, Xuan Ning ventured deeper into the cave, discovering discarded torches strewn across the ground. By their flickering light, he beheld the lifeless forms of 3 individuals, each clutching a weapon, all having succumbed to the serpent's venomous bite, their deaths marked by gruesome brutality. Surrounding them lay numerous attribute points scattered about. One cannot assign blame. This realm is inherently one where the strong prevail over the weak. Although Xuan Ning feels a twinge of guilt, this world is inherently cruel. Xuan Ning was not afraid of these corpses. He merely felt a sense of discomfort. He compelled himself to confront the situation with courage, for he knew he would encounter many such circumstances in the future. He must not succumb to fear or trepidation. Additionally, there were still numerous attribute points to consider. Xuan Ning shifted his attention elsewhere, collecting the attribute points scattered on the ground, while simultaneously confiscating the weapons from the hands of the 3 individuals. These 3 weapons far surpassed the one he possessed. In addition, he discovered a sum of gold notes on the trio, and even a vial of elixir, the nature of which he could not discern. He decided to stow it away for the time being. His cultivation value increased by 24, his life points by 18, his defense by 3, and the dragon bloodline by 10. This dragon bloodline was likely dropped from the unique black-bellied serpent. Although these bloodlines varied, he could directly utilize them to enhance his bloodline awakening degree. After employing the dragon bloodline, his progress had reached an impressive level of 30. Only 70 remained before achieving full bloodline awakening. Xuan Ning picked up a torch to illuminate his surroundings, discovering 5 large chests on the ground, each of which had been opened. Scattered about were numerous treasures of gold and silver, causing a radiant smile to blossom on his face, reflecting his immense joy. This windfall was largely thanks to Yi Wuqiu. Without him, such a fortune would have been unattainable. With a smile, Xuan Ning hurriedly gathered the gold, silver, and jewels from the ground into the box. The annulment of the engagement by Yi Wuqiu's sister, Yi Qingcheng, had led to Xuan Ning's humiliation. Thus, these treasures served as a mere compensation for his indignity. Xuan Ning placed all 5 boxes into his personal spatial realm. Fortunately, every time he transcended a realm, his spatial capacity expanded. Otherwise, he would not have been able to carry these 5 large boxes. Currently, he lacked the time to examine the valuable contents within. He needed to hasten his departure from this place. As Xuan Ning was about to depart, He caught a glimpse of a glimmering purple light emanating from a certain spot within the cave. Intrigued, he approached and discovered a desiccated skeleton lying upon the ground, adjacent to which was a radiant purple orb. It was evident that this corpse had perished many years ago and had long since withered away. The purple luminescence signified martial prowess. Could it be that such skills did not succumb to the ravages of time? Xuan Ning was utterly astonished. Soon after, a broad smile adorned his face as he remarked, "If that is indeed the case, it would truly be an unexpected delight." Xuan Ning picked up the purple light spot from the ground. The wind control palm 1, its quality remains uncertain. Xuan Ning commenced its usage. Learning wind control palm LV7. A surge of formidable information flowed into Xuan Ning's mind, encompassing various techniques for employing the wind control palm. Upon mastering the skill, Xuan Ning raised his brows and widened his eyes in sheer astonishment, his expression reflecting utter disbelief. This was, indeed, a low-grade profound martial technique. The martial arts of the Xian rank are exceedingly rare. Even within the entire Xian family, there exist but 5 volumes. Furthermore, the cost of Xian rank techniques is exorbitant, with the most basic of the lower-tier techniques starting at a minimum of 100,000 copper coins. Such techniques, upon their appearance in Luoxian City, inevitably incite fierce competition among the various factions. It has come to his attention that the Xian family possesses 3 Xian rank techniques, all acquired through auctions held by the Wanjin Alliance Chamber of Commerce. He discovered that the wind control palm not only allows one to manipulate the wind, but also to draw objects from the ground into one's hands. This capability would enable him to effortlessly absorb attribute points from the ground without the need to bend down and collect them manually. He thoroughly searched the cave once more but found no other treasures. Without further ado, he swiftly made his way towards the exit. Outside, he noticed traces of the movement of the black-bellied unicorn snake and skillfully avoided them as he headed in a different direction. Since he had ventured into this place, it was inconceivable for him to depart without enhancing his strength to a certain degree. He needed at least enough power for self-preservation. Once he distanced himself from the cave, he took out a map to ascertain his location before setting off towards a specific destination. This area was known to be frequented by first- and second-tier demonic beasts. Before long, he witnessed a fierce confrontation between 2 demonic beasts. He quickly concealed himself behind a large tree to observe the struggle between them. The battle was brutal, with each beast fighting desperately, for failure to do so would result in being devoured by the other. Throughout their fierce clash, several attribute points fell to the ground. The 2 beasts were both second-tier. One was a second-tier intermediate beast, the Crimson Flame Wolf, known for its ability to breathe fire, inflicting significant damage with its flames. The other was a second-tier advanced beast, the Wind Leopard, renowned for its speed and remarkable agility. Were it not for such attributes, it would be challenging to contend with the Crimson Flame Wolf. Despite the Crimson Flame Wolf being merely a second-tier intermediate, its combat prowess was not inferior to that of the Wind Leopard. In fact, the Wind Leopard, wary of the wolf's fiery attacks, remained on the defensive, unable to approach. Though the Crimson Flame Wolf could not sustain its fiery onslaught indefinitely, the 2 soon engaged in a physical struggle. Their attacks were straightforward, consisting of biting and slashing with sharp claws. However, in battles, there are always victors and vanquished. After a prolonged conflict, the Crimson Flame Wolf concentrated its flames and struck the Wind Leopard directly, inflicting substantial injury to its head. Seizing the opportunity, the Crimson Flame Wolf clamped down on the Wind Leopard's neck. The Wind Leopard began to thrash violently, yet the Crimson Flame Wolf maintained its grip unyieldingly. As the Wind Leopard's blood flowed slowly, death became an inevitable fate. At this moment, Xuan Ning tightly gripped his weapon and leaped forth with great vigor, employing the flowing cloud sword technique to launch an assault on the Crimson Flame Wolf. With no defenses in place, the unsuspecting beast was swiftly pierced in the neck by Xuan Ning's blade, struggling briefly before succumbing to death. Xuan Ning drew his weapon and swiftly ended the life of the ailing Wind Leopard beside him. After vanquishing the 2 demonic beasts, 2 large orbs of luminous attributes erupted upon the ground. Xuan Ning joyfully collected these attribute points. Cultivation value increased by 80, cultivation value increased by 100, defense increased by 3, and fire attribute resistance acquired. Xuan Ning was quite surprised as he opened his attribute list, only to discover the absence of fire resistance instead. There was merely an elemental resistance of 2. It appeared that this fire resistance was indeed categorized under elemental resistance. Henceforth, when faced with such elemental damage, he would be able to significantly mitigate the harm endured. Xuan Ning was quite pleased. He had surmised that this attribute resistance was likely related to the Crimson Flame Wolf. With a formidable elemental resistance, he would be able to significantly mitigate the impact of future elemental attacks. However, it appeared that such elemental resistances could only be acquired from magical beasts that possessed elemental damage. After collecting the essence from 2 second-tier magical beasts, he found himself unable to break through to the next realm, as the required essence value increased with each advancement. He plunged his sword into the skull of a winged leopard beast, forcing himself to suppress his nausea as he sought to extract the magical crystal. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment, as the likelihood of such beasts yielding magical crystals seemed exceedingly low. He then proceeded to open the skull of the Crimson Flame Wolf, discovering a radiant red crystal, as lustrous as jade and remarkably exquisite. Battling his revulsion, he inserted his fingers into the cavity, retrieving the magical crystal and cradling it in his palm for a meticulous examination. So this is what a magical crystal looks like. It resembled a gemstone and emanated a comforting warmth. The Crimson Flame Wolf, being of the fire element, had coalesced this fire attribute magical crystal, which was undoubtedly of considerable value. He carefully stowed it away. After Xuan Ning, he collected the corpses of these 2 second-tier demon beasts. As Xuan Ning gazed at the sky, he realized that time was slipping away. It was already late. Remaining in the demon beast forest after nightfall posed considerable danger, as many formidable demon beasts roamed freely under the cloak of darkness, with the threat to his life looming should he linger outdoors. Xuan Ning contemplated his choices and ultimately resolved to return to the city. On his journey, he encountered an attack from a demon beast once more. However, having attained the 2nd level of martial general, coupled with his mastery of profound martial arts and various attribute enhancements, he felt confident even against a 2nd-tier high-level beast. Moreover, the demon beast that appeared was merely of the 1st tier, and he dispatched it with ease. Xuan Ning personally engaged in battle with these demonic beasts, resulting in a greater yield of attribute points. Additionally, the forest harbored other collectible attribute points. Throughout his journey, he adeptly employed the wind control palm to gather these points, discovering the remarkable utility and convenience of this martial technique. He was either collecting attributes or traversing the path to do so. His cultivation value increased by 60, strength by 2, demonic beast bloodline by 0, 5, speed by 0, 3, and defense by 5. By the time he emerged from the demonic beast forest, his cultivation value had reached a level sufficient to transcend to the next realm. Xuan Ning did not hesitate and began to break through, ascending to the 3rd level of the martial general realm. In just one day, he surpassed 5 minor realms, a feat so astonishing that even the most prodigious talents across the continent would be left in awe, astounded by his formidable cultivation speed. No matter how exceptional one's innate talent may be, it pales in comparison to the advantage of a cheat. He reveled in his prowess, taking immense pride in it. Upon returning to Luoxian City, he produced the corpse of a 2nd-tier demon beast and made his way to a shop within the Xian family that specialized in the procurement of demon beasts. Concealing his visage, he remained unrecognized by the shopkeepers. After some negotiation, Xuan Ning successfully sold the carcass. Subsequently, he visited several other establishments to dispose of the demon beast corpses he had in his spatial storage. He possessed numerous demon beast carcasses, and by selling them in a dispersed manner, he ensured that he would not draw undue attention. In the end, Xuan Ning was left with a 2nd-tier Crimson Flame Wolf carcass that he had not sold, as he intended to use it to restore his vitality. He changed into a new set of clothes and stealthily climbed back over the wall to his dwelling. Subsequently, he commenced the meticulous task of cleaning the beast's body and removing its internal organs. Were it not for the concern of being bombarded with questions by Xianli Shui, Xuan Ning would have relished the idea of inviting that clever girl to savor the delicacy alongside him. However, considering her astuteness, he knew that any falsehood would undoubtedly arouse her suspicions. In that case, his plans to hunt outside the city might very well be shadowed by an unwelcome companion. Xuan Ning was reluctant to have Xianli Shui trail him, so he decided to feast alone. With such a substantial beast at his disposal, he set aside a portion for stew, another for braising, and yet another for grilling. After a considerable time, the tantalizing aroma of the dishes filled the air, and he began to indulge in a hearty meal. The flesh of these mystical beasts was exquisitely tender, infused with a trace of spiritual essence, offering immense benefits to martial artists and significant advantages to ordinary folk as well. After consuming the meat, Xuan Ning was overwhelmed with emotions, ultimately distilled into two words: truly delightful. Upon gaining strength, Xuan Ning discovered his remarkable capacity for feasting. However, the entirety of the blazing wolf was indeed too vast for him to finish in one sitting, for this was a beast of considerable size. He decided to save the remaining meat for breakfast the following morning. Life was arduous, and subsisting solely on meat was his only means of survival. Once satiated, he secured the door tightly and ensured every window was closed, fearing the revelation of any secrets. After completing these precautions, Xuan Ning began to examine the chests he had acquired within the cave. As he gazed upon the lustrous pearls, agates, emeralds, and jewelry, a profound joy enveloped him. This was indeed a small fortune. Although he had no precise knowledge of their value, for the first time, he felt akin to a wealthy individual. These treasures were of little use in their current form and would be more beneficial if exchanged for gold notes. Xuan Ning proceeded to meticulously open the other chests. Among 5 chests, 2 contained gold coins, 2 held silver coins, and 1 was filled with exquisite jewelry. Xuan Ning began to ponder. These items must not fall into Yi Wux's hands. Otherwise, given Yi Wux's temperament, he would undoubtedly seek to create trouble for him. Currently, Xuan Ning was ill-equipped to contend with the Yi family, necessitating a cautious approach in handling these possessions. The gold and silver coins were manageable. He could simply visit the royal bank established by the Liu dynasty to exchange them for gold notes. The royal bank was frequented by countless patrons daily, and even the formidable Yi family would hesitate to cause a disturbance there. However, the box of jewelry and ornaments posed a greater dilemma. These items must not appear in shops under the influence of the 3 major families, for they could easily be discovered. In the entire Luoxian city, the only entities capable of discreetly acquiring these jewels without leaving a trace were the Wanjin Alliance and the Feihuang Auction House. Both of these organizations wield significant power and maintain strict confidentiality regarding their clients. It was said that the headquarters of the Wanjin Alliance was not located within the Liu dynasty. Rather, it was established by merchants from various dynasties, led by elders, with shops spread across dozens of nations, thus boasting formidable influence. Xuan Ning, however, was uncertain of its exact location. The Wanjin Alliance operated primarily on business transactions, and if he were to sell these items to them, it was likely that the prices would be heavily suppressed, which was a concern as he was currently in dire need of funds. Thus, after careful consideration, Xuan Ning resolved to sell these items to the Feihuang Auction House. The Feihuang Auction House also held considerable sway, being a local merchant association within the Liu dynasty, with branches in every town and city of significant size within the dynasty. Checking the time, he noted that it was not too late, and the night was conducive for his endeavors. He stealthily left the Xian residence once more, making his way into the streets. The evening in Luoxian City was anything but quiet. It was a sight to behold. As a county city, the streets were adorned with vibrant red lanterns that illuminated the passers-by. The night sky was particularly enchanting, with a crescent moon hanging high above, scattered with twinkling stars. The streets bustled with life, filled with martial artists, ordinary citizens, government officials, men, women, and children alike. Countless vendors lined the sidewalks, diligently toiling to make a living. Their faces adorned with smiles as they prepared steaming bowls of delectable snacks, striving to earn a few extra copper coins. In this world, one could indulge in such fare without worrying about dubious ingredients like gutter oil, Sudan red, or food additives, nor should one fret over the health implications of these treats. The ingredients were genuine and unadulterated. Were it not for his lack of appetite, Xuan Ning would have relished the opportunity to savor the flavors. Yet, the most vibrant locales in Luoxian City remained the taverns, tea houses, theaters, arenas, and, of course, the brothels. Xuan Ning then realized that even without leaving the city, he had places to acquire attribute points. However, the Colosseum required engaging in combat with others, which entailed considerable risk. Nevertheless, Xuan Ning currently possessed a trump card. He had mastered 3 mid-tier martial techniques of the human rank, in addition to a foundational skill of the earth rank. This earth rank technique he preferred not to employ unless absolutely necessary. He opened his attribute list for inspection. Life, 34-10 strength, 68 speed, 15. 1 constitution, 61. 5 stamina, 61. 7 defense, 60. 9 spirit, 0. 4 elemental resistance, 2 bloodline, 30 realm, martial general. 3rd heaven cultivation value, 79. Martial techniques, Mountain Split Palm LV2 Surging Wave Fist LV2 Cloud Flow Sword Technique LV2 Wind Control Palm LV7 with his strength as a martial general at the third heaven. Coupled with these additional attribute enhancements and martial techniques, he naturally held an advantage against adversaries of the same realm. His sole disadvantage was a lack of combat experience, which he would need to rectify through diligent effort. To avoid detection, he deliberately purchased a ring on the street before entering the Fei Huang auction house. Approaching the beautiful attendant at the counter, he stated his intention to sell items. Due to the considerable amount of items, it may not be feasible to store them here, Xuan Ning remarked. The attendant, upon observing Xuan Ning's attire, quickly understood his desire to conceal his identity. Having encountered many individuals of a similar nature, she promptly stepped forward and said, "Esteemed guest, please follow me." Xuan Ning followed the other person into a corridor, subsequently entering a chamber. The individual poured a cup of tea for Xuan Ning and then said, "Please wait a moment. I will summon the appraiser shortly." The young woman then closed the door and departed. Xuan Ning did not wait long. Just a few minutes later, a rotund man, resembling one who had carried a child for 10 months, entered the room. His small eyes scrutinized Xuan Ning for a moment before he revealed a smile, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and introduced himself with a warm demeanor. "I am Xuan, one of the appraisers at the Fei Huang auction house. Should you possess any items, feel free to present them. Whether for acquisition or auction, I shall ensure everything is arranged to your satisfaction." Xuan Ning nodded. And with a flash of brilliance, a massive chest materialized before Xuan, overflowing with a dazzling array of exquisite jewels and ornaments, leaving Xuan in a state of astonishment. Xuan cast a surprised glance at the ring in Xuan Ning's hand, taken aback to discover that this seemingly ordinary ring was, in fact, a spatial ring, a revelation that astonished him further. He had not anticipated that the other party possessed such a grand storage ring. This chest was substantial, and the value of such a spatial ring was undeniably significant. Xuan's demeanor shifted to one of deep respect. Regardless of how Xuan Ning had acquired this spatial ring, it warranted ample reverence. "Are all of these for sale?" Xuan inquired with a respectful gesture. In their profession, it was customary not to question the origins of items nor to pry into another's identity, as such matters were private. "Yes, everything is for sale," Xuan Ning replied, deliberately altering his tone to conceal his true identity. "Very well. I fear I may require some time. I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory price," Xuan responded. Xuan Ning nodded, gesturing for the other party to proceed with the inventory at their leisure. He was indeed unaware of the worth of these items, but he assumed that such a grand auction house would not allow him to be at a disadvantage. Xuan had several large tables brought in and summoned a young maiden with writing tools. Subsequently, with each piece of jewelry he extracted from the boxes, he would articulate its approximate details and pricing, displaying a remarkable professionalism. Once he had spoken, he placed the jewelry upon the table, where a nearby youth would diligently record the prices. The valuation of these ornaments was quite commendable. Even the least expensive piece could fetch several thousand copper coins, which, when converted to gold coins, amounted to dozens. Some of the more valuable pieces even reached several hundred gold coins, astonishing Xuan Ning. However, such high-priced jewelry was rare among the collection. As the inventory dwindled, Xuan paused for tea and made 2 trips to the restroom. As more exquisite treasures emerged from the boxes, one particularly striking porcelain item caught Xuan's attention. He remarked, "This piece is exquisitely crafted and of considerable age. Even I have seldom encountered such a rarity." After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Xuan Ning, saying, "I recommend auctioning this porcelain. However, should you find it agreeable, our auction house would be willing to offer 1,000 gold coins for a direct purchase. What do you think?" 1,000 gold coins equated to 100,000 copper coins. In any realm, there are always those who appreciate fine antiques. Yet, the prices of these artifacts would not soar too high, for in a world of advanced martial prowess and fantasy, even the finest antiques pale in comparison to formidable techniques, skills, and equipment. "Let us proceed with the auction," he decided, eager to witness the proceedings. "The next auction at our Fei Huang auction house will commence at the 3rd hour 3 days hence. You may use this silver entry ticket to attend." Xuan extended a silver ticket to Xuan Ning. Xuan Ning nodded and said, "All right." In this world, the Qin hour corresponds to the time between 7 and 9 in the morning. Subsequently, Xuan discovered several exquisite antiques from the box and suggested that Xuan Ning auction them together. Xuan Ning naturally agreed with a nod. After thoroughly inventorying the items within the box, Xuan finally wiped the sweat from his brow. The sheer volume of items was overwhelming. for his plump physique. This was indeed quite taxing. In the end, Xuan instructed the maid to tally the prices of all the items, which amounted to over 50,000 gold coins. This was no insignificant sum, equivalent to more than 500,000 copper coins. Xuan Ning was filled with joy with these gold coins. He could procure many of the items he desired. Although over 50,000 gold coins appeared substantial, for a martial artist, the expenditure could be considerable, and perhaps acquiring some superior equipment would deplete his reserves. Here are the gold notes. Please take good care of them. Xuan Ning consented to the transaction, and Xuan presented a stack of gold notes to him. Xuan Ning conducted a meticulous count, discovering over 500 gold notes, each bearing a denomination of 100. One gold note equates to 10 silver notes or 100 copper notes. The total value of these 500 gold notes amounts to over 5 million copper coins. Upon concluding the transaction, Xuan Ning recorded his auction details, inscribing the name Xiao Yan, a mere faade, for the name was entirely fictitious. Xuan Ning emerged from the Feihuang auction house and made his way onto the bustling street. He soon procured a mask from a vendor, then proceeded towards a certain direction. Before long, he beheld an enormous character representing money. This was the royal bank, established by the imperial family of the Liu dynasty, a prestigious institution capable of storing and exchanging wealth. The royal bank has branches throughout the cities of the Liu dynasty, and for substantial sums. They even offer a form of promissory notes akin to checks, although these notes are issued in fixed denominations. Upon arriving here, Xuan Ning briefly conversed with the staff before entering a room. He then revealed 2 large chests filled with gold and silver coins. The moneylenders were somewhat taken aback. Although they were accustomed to handling currency, the sight of 2 substantial chests was indeed remarkable. It was surprising to learn that apart from the 3 prominent families in Falling Immortal City, there existed others who possessed such a significant amount of currency. They refrained from inquiring about the origin of the coins and proceeded to count them, ultimately tallying over 10 million copper notes. When converted to gold notes, this amounted to over 100,000. He opted to exchange them directly for gold notes, foregoing any receipts, as such large denominations were not suited to his needs. Over 100,000 gold notes comprised just over 1,000 pieces, each with a face value of 100. With the newfound wealth, he naturally sought to acquire items to enhance his strength, leading him to the Wanjin Alliance Merchants Association. As for cultivation, he dismissed the thought. Thus, he had no interest in either elixirs or martial arts techniques. Xuan Ning arrived at the armory, poised to select the weaponry and armor that best suited him. In the realm of Xuan Ning, the weapons and equipment are classified according to 8 qualities: divine, sacred, celestial, terrestrial, profound, yellow, mortal, and common. The 3 weapons he had previously acquired were all of the common grade. Xuan Ning's current strength has reached the 3rd tier of martial generals, rendering any mystic weapon below human grade unsuitable for his use. He holds no regard for such inferior mystic weapons. Xuan Ning directly approached the area designated for yellow-grade Xian weapons. He examined the prices of the yellow-grade Xian weapons, noting that they commenced at a modest 100 gold tickets, with the highest not exceeding 500 gold tickets. This should represent the approximate price range for yellow-grade Xian weapons. Xuan Ning curiously glanced at the prices of the Xian tier weapons and was astonished to discover that even the most affordable Xian tier weapon began at 1,000 gold notes. The Wanjin Alliance only offered Xian tier weapons with no earth tier weapons available, as the latter are exceedingly rare and typically appear only at auctions. The heads of the 3 prominent families in Luoxian City each possessed 1 or 2 earth tier weapons, with each priced at over 10,000 gold notes. After careful consideration, Xuan Ning, stroking his chin with one hand, concluded that purchasing a superior weapon could inadvertently attract unwanted attention. The Huang tier weapons, evidently the standard equipment for all martial artists, were indeed the most suitable for him. Thus, he procured a beautifully crafted sword and armor, selecting only the finest, amounting to a total expenditure of 100 gold notes. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, he also acquired a Xian tier weapon priced at 500 gold notes, which he intended to reserve as a trump card rather than employ casually. Upon completing his purchases, he returned home. However, just as he entered his room, he noticed that candles had been lit. A sense of vigilance washed over him. Who could it be? The door had not been opened. And if it were someone sent by Xian Xiaoyan, they would certainly not have lit candles. With a sense of intrigue, Xuan Ning stepped into his room and was greeted by a familiar silhouette. At that moment, Xian Li Shui sat on a stool, her head resting on one hand atop the table, soundly asleep. Observing the serene beauty of the sleeping maiden, he noted her long, dark eyelashes framing a delicately shaped face. Beside her rosy lips was a small indentation. Her dimples were particularly enchanting when she smiled. What a surprise to find her asleep here. Xuan Ning approached Xian Lishui, and a waft of floral fragrance enveloped him. He recalled how she adored cultivating various flowers, leaving her cloaked in a delightful bouquet of scents. Though Xian Lishui is still young, her development is remarkable. In just a couple of years, she is destined to blossom into a beauty, complemented by her considerable talent. A month hence, she is set to participate in the disciple assessments of the 5 great sects of the Liuli Empire. Given her aptitude, gaining entry into these esteemed sects should pose little challenge, and Xuan Ning will be participating as well. With one hand supporting her delicate waist and the other cradling her increasingly elongated legs, he gently lifted her into his embrace and laid her upon the bed. He removed her shoes and tucked her beneath the covers, while he himself settled at the table to rest. As dawn broke, Xuan Ning was stirred by the sound of footsteps. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Xian Lishui gazing at him with her round, sparkling eyes. With a look of curiosity, she inquired, "Brother Xuan Ning, where did you go last night, returning so late?" "I took a stroll and brought you a small gift," he replied, swiftly reaching into his garment to retrieve a delicately crafted white jade hairpin, which he had thoughtfully selected from a collection of jewels. This exquisite piece was specifically set aside for Xian Lishui. Xian Lishui, indeed, joyfully took the hairpin and broke into a smile. Her charming dimples paired with a sweet grin, making her irresistibly appealing. However, soon after, her expression soured. She pouted and voiced her displeasure, exclaiming, "Brother Xuan Ning is truly wicked for going out shopping alone without inviting me." It was then that a thought struck her, and she added, "Brother Xuan Ning must have gone out to engage in mischief, for the main door is still locked from the inside." Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning noted that the inquisitive young girl was asking an abundance of questions. He promptly replied, "Very well, I shall close the main gate then. After all, you two have entered by scaling the wall. Moreover, one must consider how often you have arrived here through the front door. The two households are merely separated by a wall, and every time Xian Lishui visits, she always vaults over it. For those trained in martial arts, such a trivial barrier poses no challenge whatsoever. Regardless, I shall not concern myself with that. The next time you go shopping, you must take me along." Xian Lishui insisted eagerly. All right, Xuan Ning acquiesced, and with that, she departed contentedly, scaling the wall to return to her own courtyard. After enjoying breakfast, Xuan Ning arrived at the family training grounds. Upon glancing around, he was delighted to see numerous attribute points scattered across the ground. Xuan Ning. A group of individuals turned their astonished gazes toward him. In the past, Xuan Ning would never have ventured here. However, since the family competition, they were all aware that Xuan Ning had surpassed the majority of them in strength. Indeed, upon his arrival, some individuals deliberately evaded him. These few were none other than Xian Kaiyong and his companions. Xuan Ning approached the luminous points, and those individuals, upon noticing his advance, mistakenly believed he intended to confront them, prompting them to instinctively retreat. As Xuan Ning began to employ the wind mastery technique, the onlookers were struck with fear, believing he might unleash his prowess upon them. However, Xuan Ning was merely utilizing this skill to collect the attribute points scattered on the ground. It was amusing to witness their terror. When had he become so formidable? With his strength augmented by 0.5 and his cultivation value increased by 5. He approached a cluster of larger luminous orbs. At that moment, 2 individuals barred his path. Xuan Ning raised his youthful yet confident head to gaze at them. Devoid of any trepidation, these 2 were brothers closely associated with Xian Shaodian, among the elder members of the clan, both in their 20s. They participated annually in the assessments of the 5 great sects, yet each year they faced elimination. After turning 20, they could no longer enter the 5 great sects and were relegated to assisting the Xian family with various affairs. Previously, Xuan Ning would not have considered entering the martial arts hall, but his current cultivation had ascended to the 3rd heaven of the martial general realm, rendering him unafraid in the presence of these individuals. Moreover, his purpose in coming here was to engage them in practice, thereby enhancing his combat experience. Xuan Ning. One of the brothers scoffed, "Do not presume that a modicum of success in the family competition grants you the right to look down upon us. You still have a considerable distance to bridge before you can stand on equal footing with us." Xuan, who stood with his hands on his hips, a look of disdain gracing his lips as he regarded Xuan Ning with an air of superiority. Although Xuan Ning had secured second place in the recent clan competition, Xuan Hu, being a formidable warrior of the general rank, found himself quite justified in belittling him. Xuan Ning, I haven't seen you here before. Since you have come, why not engage in a little practice with me? Another figure, Qianlong, with eyes akin to those of a venomous serpent, wore a faint smile that hinted at ulterior motives. It was evident that he sought to intimidate Xuan Ning. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning promptly declined, saying, "After all, you are 5 or 6 years my senior. Engaging in a contest with you would place me at a disadvantage." Qianlong produced a vial of elixir. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he addressed Xuan Ning. "This is a bottle of first-grade elixirs, containing 10 spiritual pills. It is the same potion you acquired last time. You are undoubtedly aware that each spiritual pill is worth 5 gold coins. Should you manage to triumph over me, this vial shall be yours." Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Since the other party was eager to present him with the elixir, how could he possibly refuse? Is what you say truly the case? Xuan Ning feigned a look of temptation, his gaze fixated greedily upon the vial of elixir. His desire unmistakable. Of course, Qianlong thought to himself, smirking internally at the sight of Xuan Ning's expression. He had already fallen into the trap. Qianlong harbored no doubts regarding Xuan Ning's capabilities, firmly believing that after imparting a lesson to him, he would undoubtedly elicit joy from Xian Xiaoyan's father. This would elevate their family's standing within the clan significantly. "Then I shall acquiesce to your request," Xuan Ning promptly replied, feigning a willingness to risk everything for the sake of the elixir. In truth, he held the esteemed potion in utter disdain, as he could cultivate through a tribute collection. To him, it was merely a sweet treat. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Qianlong's smile radiated unreservedly. Resolved to thoroughly educate Xuan Ning on the vast chasm that lay between the prowess of a martial apprentice and that of a martial general, the young disciples of the Xian family, witnessing the impending clash, descended from the martial arena to grant the combatants ample space to engage in battle. Their faces were etched with derision as they gazed upon the youth on the stage, sighing. Although Xuan Ning has secured the second position in this family competition, no matter how formidable he may be, he stands no chance against Qianlong. While elixirs may be beneficial, the notion of defeating Qianlong is but a fool's dream. We once thought that lad possessed a modicum of cleverness, yet he foolishly accepted this duel, fully aware of the glaring disparity in their strengths. He must be utterly oblivious to the chasm that exists between a martial general and a martial soldier, naively believing that his commendable performance in the family competition could enable him to triumph over Qianlong at the age of 21. Surpasses even his brother Xuan Hu in prowess. It is worth noting that Xuan Hu is already a formidable martial general of the first tier. Thus, Qianlong's strength undoubtedly exceeds that of a second-tier martial general. It is perplexing what Xuan Ning is contemplating. As the praises from the onlookers below the arena reached his ears, Qianlong's smile widened. In any case, Xuan Ning had already consented to the duel. Even if he were to retract his agreement now, Qianlong would not easily let him off the hook. "Fear not, dear cousin, my strikes shall not be overly harsh. I merely wish to illustrate the disparity between martial soldiers and martial generals." Though he spoke thus, the severity of his blows would remain known only to Qianlong himself, for he had long awaited such a prime opportunity. If he did not leave Xuan Ning incapacitated for 10 days to half a month, it would not be in his character. In stark contrast, Xuan Ning, expecting to witness fear upon his opponent's visage, was met with an astonishing sight. There was not a trace of trepidation on Xuan Ning's face, but rather an expression of eager anticipation. With a furrowed brow, Qianlong pondered whether his adversary possessed genuine confidence or was driven by some other motivation. As the duel commenced, he was eager to gauge Xuan Ning's true abilities, having failed to discern them during the family competition. According to Qianlong's assessment, Xuan Ning's prowess was likely limited to the 7th tier of martial soldiers. Even if he were at the 9th tier, he would still be no match for Qianlong. Clenching his fists, Qianlong's gaze hardened. Yet he did not forget to issue a warning. "Xuan Ning, my brother, allow me to witness your true capabilities." With that, Qianlong narrowed his eyes, unleashing a torrent of formidable power characteristic of a martial general, his fists cracking with a resounding pop as he advanced, charging towards Xuan Ning with fierce determination. Qianlong showed no mercy whatsoever towards Xuan Ning, despite him being a member of his own clan. His demeanor clearly indicated an intention to inflict severe injury upon his opponent. instilling a palpable sense of fear among the onlooking disciples. A warrior of such formidable rank is simply beyond the capacity of ordinary soldiers to withstand. It is evident that Xuan Ning is destined for a dire fate in this encounter. Xuan Ning, discerning the ferocity of his opponent's strike, decided to abandon any restraint. His eyes narrowed with cold determination as he raised his hand, transforming it into a clenched fist. With a powerful stomp of 1 foot upon the ground, he propelled himself into a vigorous leap, aiming a fierce punch at the oncoming Xian Longbang. Possessing the formidable strength of a martial artist at the 3rd tier, augmented by additional power, Xuan Ning's might was overwhelming. His fist collided violently with Xian Long's, and under the force of Xuan Ning's formidable assault, Xian Long felt an ominous power assaulting his fist, resulting in a sharp crack as he struck Xuan Ning's arm. Xian Long was engulfed in immense agony, emitting a haunting cry as he recoiled, clutching his injured arm with his other hand. In a single blow, his arm was dislocated by his opponent. The sudden shift left the onlookers in a state of disbelief. They watched as Xuan Ning, who appeared to be at a disadvantage, not only failed to be defeated but instead landed a punch that injured Xian Long. The spectators regarded Xuan Ning with astonished eyes, struggling to comprehend that the one who had bested the 21-year-old martial general, Xian Long, was a mere 15 years of age. The atmosphere was charged with shock. Even Xian Long, reeling from his injury, wore an expression of utter disbelief, unable to fathom that Xuan Ning could have triumphed over him. It was but a single strike. He was a genuine martial general, and yet he had been vanquished by Xuan Ning in an instant. Brother, Xian Hu, watching from below, was equally astonished, but quickly regained his composure. He leaped onto the martial arts stage and rushed to Xian Long's side. Brother, are you all right? Your arm is dislocated. It must hurt terribly. Xuan Long's forehead was beaded with cold sweat, his teeth clenched tightly, and his eyes remained fixed on Xuan Ning, still reluctant to accept that all this suffering had been inflicted upon him by the other party. Upon witnessing his brother's immense suffering, Xuan Hu was engulfed by a surge of fury. His fists clenched tightly, emitting a sharp crackling sound, and he cast a fierce glare at Xuan Ning, raising his fist and declaring, "Xuan Ning, you shall pay for this." Xuan Hu, cease your actions. You are no match for him. Upon witnessing the situation, Xian Long suppressed his pain and extended his uninjured arm to firmly grasp Xian Hu's arm, restraining him from acting impulsively. After all, even his own prowess as a second heaven martial general had been vanquished by a single strike from the opponent, let alone Xian Hu, who was merely a first heaven martial general. Upon hearing this, Xuan Hu gradually calmed down, unclenching his fist, and then turned to his brother, saying, "Brother, allow me to escort you to Dr. Zhang for a checkup." "Very well," Xian Long nodded in response. "Wait," Xuan Ning called out to them, stepping forward and extending a hand, saying, "Hand over the elixir. Do not overstep your bounds. Xuan Hu is not intimidated by you." Xian Hu's temper was already quite fierce, and upon hearing Xuan Ning's words, his anger flared up once more, causing his entire face to flush with rage as he contemplated advancing to deliver a beating to Xuan Ning. Xian Long once again grasped Xian Hu's shoulder, restraining him from acting impulsively, and spoke, "I am not as skilled as others, and there is nothing more to say. I, Xian Long, am not one to be untrustworthy." After uttering these words, Xian Long retrieved a bottle of first-grade spirit elixir from within his robe, casting a reluctant glance at it before tossing it to Xuan Ning, saying, "This is for you, elder brother." Xian Hu, quite unwilling to part with the elixir, glared at his elder brother in frustration. Although the medicinal pill was not exceedingly precious, he still did not wish to let Xuan Ning have it so easily. "Let us depart." Xian Long feared that Xian Hu would take action. This younger brother could be exceedingly stubborn at times. With Xuan Ning possessing such formidable strength, he was reluctant to witness his brother meet the same fate as himself. Seeing his brother in such agony, Xuan Hu had no choice but to assist him to the family physician within the Xian clan for treatment. Xuan Ning cast his gaze upon the surrounding individuals, many of whom averted their eyes, unable to meet his steady gaze. However, a few younger members of the Xian family looked at him with eyes full of admiration. As for Xian Kaiyang and others, they had long since begun to slip away, fearful of the repercussions that Xuan Ning might unleash. Xuan Ning's lips curved upwards, revealing a confident smile. With a single wave of his hand, he collected the attribute points from the ground. Defense increased by 8. Xuan Ning, with his hands clasped behind his head, strolled away with a leisurely gait. At this moment, he had transformed into the pride of the Xian family, shedding the label of a former inept. This development quickly spread among the members of the Xian clan, leaving the entire family in a state of astonished disbelief. Xuan Ning unexpectedly defeated the formidable Xian Long, a warrior of the second tier, with a single blow. After departing from the Xian family, he made his way directly onto the street. By sheer coincidence, he encountered Yi Wuqing leading a throng of individuals, all hastening towards the outskirts of the city. It appeared that this fellow was quite fortunate. Xuan Ning was somewhat astonished that such a seemingly insipid character could still be alive. It was likely the result of his subordinates' desperate efforts to rescue him. Yi Wuqing's entourage was numerous, comprising at least 100 individuals, creating a grand spectacle. Upon seeing them, the surrounding crowd's expression shifted, and they quickly vacated the streets to allow for their passage. Upon observing, Xuan Ning immediately discerned that they were undoubtedly heading towards the entrance of the treasure from the previous day. The mere thought of Yi Wuqiu and his companions arriving there, only to find the cavern utterly devoid of anything, compelled a triumphant smile to grace his lips. Xuan Ning stood aside, deeming it unnecessary to clash with this individual, for he had already secured a victory. Suddenly, a rattan ball soared from an alleyway, striking Yi Wuqiu squarely on the head. A group of 5- or 6-year-old children emerged from the alley, joyfully seeking the rattan ball. However, upon spotting Yi Wuqiu and his entourage, they were frozen in fear. Stunned by the impact of the ball, Yi Wuqi's expression swiftly shifted from bewilderment to a ghastly pallor, transforming into a menacing scowl. His fierce gaze fell upon the rattan ball at his feet, and in a fit of rage, he stomped down hard, crushing the ball with a resounding crack. With fire igniting in his eyes, he pointed a finger at the terrified children, seething with anger. "How dare you assault me? Come here, and I shall have your legs broken." One of the guards, sensing the intensity of the situation, interjected with reluctance. "Young master, they are merely children. Perhaps a lesson would suffice. There is no need to go that far." At this, Yi Wuqi's fury escalated. Without hesitation, he extended a hand and struck the guard across the face, leaving a mark of his displeasure. The guard, cowed, averted his gaze, covering his face with his hands. "Are you attempting to instruct me in my duties?" Yi Wuqi glared at him with contempt. The other guards exchanged derisive glances before feigning indignation. Bowing to Yi Wuqi, "Young master, this insolent fellow dares to defy your command. It is only right to punish him." They had the audacity to attack one of noble birth. Killing them would not be excessive. Indeed, they are but lowly children. I shall retrieve them for you, so you may personally enact your vengeance. Given your esteemed position, it is intolerable for these commoners to assault you. We shall seek retribution on your behalf." Pleased by their flattery, Yi Wuqi's mood lightened slightly, and he replied, "You have done well. Remain by my side from now on." "Thank you, young master." "Thank you," they chorused, exchanging smiles before striding ominously toward the bewildered children. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd felt a pang of sympathy but dared not intervene. For the Yi family was one of the 3 great families of Luoxian City and the foremost among them. As mere commoners, they could not afford to offend such power. They could only sigh, lamenting the unfortunate fate of the children. Upon witnessing such a scene, Xuan Ning became incensed. However, they were merely a few thoughtless children. To think that a mere kick from a vine ball could provoke them to such a degree as to wish to break their legs is truly abhorrent. Xuan Ning clenched his fists. Although he was not inherently virtuous, he could not stand idly by. If he were to witness the 3 young ones having their legs shattered by Yi Wuqiu, his conscience would forever haunt him. He swiftly concealed himself, shrouding his entire head with cloth, thus making it difficult for others to discern his true identity. The 3 guards from the Yi family sneered at the retreating children, mocking, "Little ones, your misfortune lies in crossing paths with our young master Yi." The 3 children, being mere innocents, were paralyzed with fear at the sight of the 3 approaching figures, forgetting to flee and bursting into tears instead. Just as the trio was about to seize the children, Xuan Ning dashed forth, delivering a swift kick that sent one guard sprawling. Then, with resolute determination, he felled the remaining 2. Turning urgently to the 3 children, he urged, "Run quickly, I will hold them off." "Be careful, brother," the children exclaimed, finally snapping to their senses and preparing to escape, their concern for him evident as they took their leave. Onlookers, witnessing the children's rescue, breathed a sigh of relief and silently commended Xuan Ning's bravery. Yet, upon seeing the multitude accompanying Yi Wuqiu, their hearts filled with worry for Xuan Ning. After all, even the mightiest fists could falter against sheer numbers. With such a formidable adversary, Xuan Ning's situation appeared dire. The imposing and majestic figure of Xuan Ning has garnered much satisfaction from the onlookers. Yet concerns regarding his predicament linger. Upon witnessing the audacity of others in Luoxian City to meddle in the affairs of the illustrious young Master Yi Wukei's countenance darkened further. "Seize that scoundrel at once. I shall ensure he pays for his insolence." Yi Wukei fumed. His brow furrowed as he pointed vehemently at the valiant Xuan Ning. Hearing the command, Yi Wukei's guards swiftly advanced, drawing their weapons and charging menacingly towards Xuan Ning. The trio of young miscreants had yet to flee far. Should they attempt to escape now, they risked being recaptured by Yi Wukei's men. Thus, Xuan Ning chose not to flee, bracing himself for the impending confrontation, though he may not be able to contend with such a multitude. He was nonetheless equipped with the means to defend himself. Xuan Ning observed a throng of individuals charging towards him, and a hint of tension surged within him. After all, his experience in combat was rather limited, particularly when confronted by such a multitude. Nevertheless, he would not falter or retreat. A true man must rise to the occasion when the moment demands action. Xuan Ning also drew the profound tier longsword he had acquired the previous day, executing the flowing cloud sword technique, and lunged forward to strike the foremost individual with a single thrust. Xuan Ning possessed formidable strength. Before his opponent had a chance to react, he struck with his sword, inflicting a wound and inadvertently causing an attribute point to be lost. However, Xuan Ning soon found himself encircled, with a multitude of weapons descending upon him. With a swift motion, Xuan Ning drew in the attribute points, feeling a surge of vitality as his health increased by 50. In a graceful leap, he executed several somersaults in midair, effortlessly escaping the encirclement and evading their onslaught. Sensing the slicing sound of an impending strike from behind, Xuan Ning firmly gripped his weapon and turned to parry the incoming attack just in time. With a resounding thud, he blocked the adversary's blow and, with a powerful kick, sent the assailant flying into several others behind him. Xuan Ning could not afford to be surrounded, for the adversary's numbers were overwhelming, including dozens of formidable warriors of the martial general rank. Prolonged combat would be exceedingly detrimental to him. He noticed a fallen weapon at his feet, skillfully hooked it with one foot, and sent the long sword soaring into the air. Subsequently, with a vigorous kick, the sword hurtled at a breathtaking speed towards Yi Wuk in the distance. Clang! The martial general beside Yi Wuk swiftly unsheathed his weapon and executed a decisive slash, cleaving the sword that threatened Yi Wuk into two halves. Yi Wuk was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the audacity of his foes to attack him in such dire circumstances. Had it not been for the powerful ally by his side, he would have faced certain death, an utterly despicable act. The flames of Yi Wuk's fury were instantly ignited by Xuan Ning's actions, and he bellowed in rage. "All of you, charge. I shall ensure that he is torn to pieces today." Once again, dozens of individuals surged forward, pursuing Xuan Ning, though some remained stationary, their feet firmly planted. Upon witnessing Yi Wuk's exasperated demeanor, Xuan Ning couldn't help but smile inwardly. He then leapt onto the rooftop, beginning his retreat into the distance. With his adversary's wrath directed entirely towards him, he felt a sense of relief. His only task now was to preserve his life. The guards surrounding Yi Wuk swiftly commenced their pursuit of Xuan Ning, each one ascending to the rooftops in an attempt to hunt him down. In a one-on-one confrontation, Xuan Ning harbored no fear of these individuals. He deftly evaded several of their strikes, delivering powerful blows that sent 3 of them plummeting from the rooftop. However, he soon sensed impending danger. Lowering his body, he narrowly avoided a long blade that sliced through the air above him. Xuan Ning raised his long sword to retaliate, executing the flowing cloud sword technique against his adversary. The opponent continuously retreated, furrowing his brow in anger as he exclaimed, "Who are you? And how do you wield the flowing cloud sword technique?" This technique belonged to the Yi family, and the sight of Xuan Ning employing it naturally perplexed his foe. However, Xuan Ning remained silent to avoid revealing his identity through his voice. After repelling his opponent, he swiftly took to the rooftops and began his escape. Only a fool would answer such a question. After him, Yi Wuqing, incensed at Xuan Ning's disappearance from sight, turned to the formidable warriors beside him and inquired, "Why do you not pursue? Young master, if we leave, what if that fellow turns back to confront you? The master has commanded us to ensure your safety." One of the martial generals replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuqing acknowledged the validity of the concern and ceased his further protests. "Young master, shall we still venture outside the city today?" Another asked. At this, Yi Wuqing recalled his original intent for the day, only to find that the wretched individual had utterly spoiled his enthusiasm. Contemplating this, his expression darkened further. Yu Wuqing glanced at the 10 or so individuals surrounding him, most of whom were martial generals, with 2 being martial masters. They had all been dispatched by his father to provide him with close protection, capable of vanquishing even the unicorn-like creature they had encountered the previous day. He then fixed his gaze on a shifty-eyed character and commanded, Hikue, I entrust this matter to you. Make certain to capture that scoundrel for me. Upon my return, I shall see him torn to shreds. Hikue, upon hearing this, quickly donned a grin, his small eyes narrowing as he eagerly responded, Rest assured, young master, even if I must turn the entire falling immortal city upside down, I shall capture him for you. Yu Wuqing nodded in satisfaction. If you require more manpower, return and summon assistance. I refuse to believe that scoundrel can escape. With a grand gesture, Yu Wuqing declared, Let us depart. May the young master have a safe journey. Hikue promptly bowed and nodded. Meanwhile, Xuan Ning continued his flight, skillfully navigating the obstacles of the streets, and with his own enhanced speed, he soon evaded the pursuit of most. However, a few martial generals of the 5th tier and above still closely trailed him from a distance. Xuan Ning found himself amidst a bustling thoroughfare, teeming with pedestrians and vendors, providing ample opportunity to evade those pursuing him. However, among his pursuers was one whose prowess was formidable and speed remarkable. Although Xuan Ning had managed to shake off several of them, one individual remained steadfastly on his trail. This situation was untenable. He needed to devise a means to throw off his relentless follower. In search of a secluded spot, Xuan Ning stumbled upon an exquisitely designed estate, disregarding its ownership, and leapt inside. Upon entering the estate, he surveyed the distant buildings and swiftly darted into a chamber. Yet, upon examining the layout of the room, it appeared to be a lady's boudoir. Just as Xuan Ning was about to depart, he heard footsteps approaching from outside. To avoid being discovered, he glanced around and lifted his gaze towards the eaves above. With a powerful push from his legs, Xuan Ning leaped onto the roof, lying flat to conceal himself. I will be out shortly after changing my attire. Please wait outside. A melodious voice, reminiscent of a golden aureole, resonated, enchanting to the ear. Understood. The door swung open, and from his vantage point above, Xuan Ning beheld a beautifully adorned young lady entering the room. She approached a wardrobe filled with garments, beginning to sift through the clothing with a smile gracing her face. After selecting a favorite outfit, she commenced the process of changing her attire. Xuan Ning glanced and inwardly sighed. One should not gaze upon that which is inappropriate. Then he widened his eyes and turned his gaze towards the woman below. Xuan Ning could not help but acknowledge that the young lady possessed an exquisite beauty, incredibly charming. Particularly striking was her snow-white skin, akin to jade, flawless and delicate. Her alluring figure evoked a sense of overwhelming desire within him. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Who are you? Quickly, someone come. Intruders have breached the estate. Suddenly, 2 maidservants' voices rang out from outside in alarm. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuya was startled, hastily covering herself with her garments and urgently inquiring, Xia-chan, Dong Shueth, what is happening outside? Miss, 3 outsiders have invaded, claiming to be in pursuit of an assassin. Xia-chan responded promptly. Zhou Yuyu quickly donned her attire, her expression darkening, which left Xuan Ning disappointed. Such a beautiful scene had been marred by those ruffians. With a cold demeanor, Zhou Yuyao opened the door, confronting 3 fierce-looking individuals, who were now surrounded by her guards. You have the audacity to chase an assassin into my residence. Zhou Yuyao was genuinely incensed, astonished that anyone would dare intrude upon her estate. The trespassers were unaware of the identity of this manor, but as members of the Yi family, they were accustomed to arrogance and tyranny. They were taken aback by Zhou Yuyao's ethereal beauty, not expecting to encounter such a stunning woman in Luoxian City. What do you think? If we present this lady to young Master Yi, he would surely be pleased, one of the scar-faced men leered. Indeed, young Master Yi has a penchant for beautiful women, and this one is exceptionally pure. She would be his favorite, the other 2 concurred, knowing that once young Master Yi grew bored, he would reward them with the spoils. Their audacity was infuriating. They brazenly declared, Seize her and deliver her to my father for judgment. The words, spoken without hesitation, darkened Zhou Yuyao's countenance. However, as a refined young lady, she was ill-equipped with the vulgarities to retort. Xia Chan and Dong Shui were equally furious, incredulous that anyone would dare to target their mistress so shamelessly. Yes, miss, they declared, launching an attack against the 3 intruders. Alas, their skill levels were woefully inadequate. none surpassing the rank of a mere martial apprentice. The strongest among them merely at the 9th level. This level of power was clearly insufficient against the 3 seasoned warriors. Miss, do these people belong to the Yi family? Xiaochan asked Zhou Yuyao. I have heard that the Yi family is notoriously overbearing. I cannot believe they would dare to act so brazenly, even against you. Dong Shui added, equally incensed. Observing her guard's feeble attempts at defense, Zhou Yuyao produced a bamboo tube-like device and pulled it towards the sky, unleashing a firework that exploded above, seemingly a signal for help. This woman is signaling for aid. Upon witnessing the scene, the 3 individuals were somewhat taken aback, astonished that the woman possessed such audacious tactics. Resolute in their intent, they recognized that regardless of her identity, eliminating all others would ensure their actions remained undiscovered. With steely determination, they resolved to abduct Zhou Yuyao before reinforcements could arrive. The 2 maidservants were also deemed worthy of capture. One of them cast a gaze at Xiaochan and Dong Shui, his desire igniting fervently. This incited a sense of trepidation within the 2 young ladies, who had not anticipated the adversary's brazen audacity. Swiftly, they approached Zhou Yuyao and urged, Miss, we must flee at once. These 3 have lost their sanity. Indeed, Zhou Yuyao affirmed, leading her 2 maidservants in a hasty escape. Do not let them escape. The scarred man shouted as he swiftly advanced towards the fleeing trio. Upon realizing that if his negligence were to result in the abduction of the lovely and innocent woman, his guilt would be immense, Xuan Ning felt a surge of urgency. The thought of such a charming and pure-hearted girl falling into the hands of Yi Bufan was simply unbearable. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt from the eaves and charged towards the scarred man, unflinchingly employing his profound martial technique, the wind control palm. Xuan Ning exerted himself fully, channeling all his strength into the palm of his hand, where a tempest began to coalesce. Although he had yet to attain the realm of a martial artist, the wind attribute elements bestowed by his profound martial skills allowed him to summon formidable gusts. A torrent of ferocious energy gathered in Xuan Ning's grasp before he unleashed it with great force towards the scarred man. Bang! Poof! Xuan Ning moved with remarkable swiftness, and the element of surprise caught the scarred man off guard. In a moment of peril, he instinctively shifted his body. However, Xuan Ning's palm struck him fiercely on the shoulder, causing him to cough up blood and collapse backward. The 2 companions, witnessing this shocking turn of events after having dispatched several adversaries, hurriedly approached the scarred man, exclaiming, Scar, how are you faring? Damn it, I was ambushed by this brat and sustained some injuries. Had I not reacted swiftly and worn protective armor, I might have faced grave consequences. The scarred man glared at Xuan Ning with the ferocity of a wounded beast, his anger palpable. Rest assured, we shall avenge you. His companions promptly replied. Then, with a cruel gaze fixed on Xuan Ning, the scarred man declared, You thought you could hide here, didn't you? Today, not only will you perish, but everyone here will be buried alongside you. Even those 3 women shall become our playthings. I will make sure you witness their torment until death, so you can comprehend the dire consequences of crossing us. Xiaochan, overhearing this, retorted indignantly, Do you even know who our young lady is? She is the daughter of the city lord. If you dare to harm her, the Yi family won't be able to shield you. The daughter of Lord Zhou Tiance. The 3 men were taken aback, astonished that their adversary was the city lord's daughter. They had heard that Zhou Tiance's youngest daughter was at odds with her stepmother and was unable to cultivate, never imagining she would reside here. Rumor had it that she had been cast out by her stepmother, suggesting she held little standing within the lord's household. Regardless, she was still the daughter of the city lord, and if her father were to discover this, they would likely face dire repercussions. Given this situation, we might as well take decisive action, one suggested. We must act swiftly. That woman just signaled for help, and fortunately, we are still quite far from the city lord's residence. They exchanged glances, their eyes darkening with murderous intent, betraying an expression that indicated they were resolved to kill. This is bad. They have developed a murderous intent. You all flee. I will hold them off. Xuan Ning never anticipated that the adversary would be so ruthless. Upon learning their identity, he was even less inclined to show them mercy. Indeed, their arrogance had reached unprecedented heights. He had underestimated the mere few guards of the Yi family, who displayed such audacity as to disregard even the daughter of the city lord. After hearing Xuan Ning's words, Zhou Yuyao's face was etched with concern as she turned to him and asked, "What will you do now?" Xuan Ning did not anticipate that Zhou Yuyao could be so compassionate, showing such concern for her even at this critical moment. Although she found the other person somewhat adorably foolish, this woman, so full of affection and loyalty, was truly remarkable. Even aware that Scar and his companions harbored ill intentions towards her, she still prioritized the well-being of others. And the fact that they were strangers only amplified her rarity as a virtuous woman. Rest assured, as long as you manage to escape, they will be powerless against me, Xuan Ning promptly assured. Miss, you must leave quickly, urged Xiachan and Dong Shui in unison. Please take care of yourself, Zhou Yuyao reminded Xuan Ning. And only after contemplating her own predicament did she commence her escape. Xuan Ning charged towards the three individuals, seizing the opportunity while Zhou Yuyao's subordinates were still assisting her. Hoping to buy time for Zhou Yuyao. Once reinforcements arrived, they would be safe. As Xuan Ning rushed forward, he did not forget to utilize his wind control palm to collect the attribute points scattered on the ground. Cultivation value increased by 50, cultivation value increased by 10, life value increased by 17, strength increased by 1. Xuan Ning had not anticipated that his previous martial technique would fail to vanquish Scar. His own strength remained insufficient to fully unleash the power of his profound martial arts. Furthermore, Scar, being the most formidable among the three, possessed a cultivation level at the 7th tier of the martial general realm, fortified by the protective heart shield mirror, which allowed him to narrowly escape a dire fate. Nevertheless, Scar was undoubtedly gravely wounded, as evidenced by his significantly diminished speed in subsequent actions. Xuan Ning intended to eliminate him first before dealing with the other two. However, the other two, possessing extensive combat experience, afforded Xuan Ning no opportunity whatsoever. Xuan Ning wielded a sword in his right hand while skillfully employing the wind manipulation palm with his left to gather attribute points, seamlessly balancing both tasks. He relentlessly engaged his opponent using the flowing cloud sword technique. Both individuals were at the 5th level of martial general, lacking any extraordinary martial skills, and their strength could only be deemed average. Between Xuan Ning and them, there lay merely 2 realms of difference, coupled with Xuan Ning's additional attribute enhancement. Thus, in a 1-against-2 scenario, he would not appear excessively disadvantaged. The trio was in a state of great urgency, should time drag on too long. They might indeed find themselves compelled to flee from Luoxian City. Damn it, I will kill you, Scarface exclaimed, witnessing his 2 companions struggle to subdue Xuan Ning for an extended period. With his injuries weighing on him, he joined the fray to encircle Xuan Ning. The trio's assaults were fierce. Xuan Ning wielded his sword single-handedly, fending off attacks while gradually retreating. Scarface, lacking advanced martial skills, relied on the same technique as his comrades, all employing the flowing cloud sword technique. As they pressed their assault, the pressure on Xuan Ning intensified. Fortunately, none of Zhou Yuyao's subordinates had managed to escape, providing Xuan Ning with a modicum of relief. Although their strength was insufficient and only 3 remained, it was likely they could not endure much longer. Flowing cloud sword technique level increased. Xuan Ning, with a swift motion of his left hand, suddenly grasped the flowing cloud sword technique and immediately put it into practice. The proficiency level of the flowing cloud sword technique increased by 1. In Xuan Ning's mind, an epiphany regarding the flowing cloud sword technique suddenly elevated his comprehension to a new pinnacle. This skill has transcended from the human-grade middle tier to the human-grade upper tier. The prowess of Xuan Ning's swordsmanship had escalated, leaving the 3 onlookers in a state of astonishment. How could this lad's flowing cloud sword technique possess such formidable strength? Who could say? They had to eliminate him swiftly. Otherwise, their only recourse would be to flee. The urgency was palpable. The longer they delayed, the more unfavorable the situation became for them. However, Xuan Ning refrained from engaging them in a head-on confrontation, opting instead to strike while retreating. Coupled with the opponent's remarkable speed, their intent to vanquish him was met with evasion. Had Scar not been injured, he might have been able to pursue Xuan Ning, yet he had sustained severe wounds, although he had earlier feigned only a minor injury. Zhou Yuyao's 3 subordinates had been completely dispatched by Scar, allowing them to focus all their attacks on Xuan Ning. Surrender, young man, to spare yourself from our torment, Scar declared. As Xuan Ning dashed towards the shimmering points of light, deftly evading the assaults of the 3 adversaries, he let out a mocking laugh in response. I surmise it is you who should be fleeing. By now, I believe she has long since escaped, the scar-faced man interjected, attempting to sow discord in Xuan Ning's heart. Oh, I neglected to mention that our comrades are already stationed at the entrance. I instructed them to permit no one to pass through, and I doubt she has even made it to the door. Xuan Ning had not anticipated that Scar would still have companions. However, he soon began to smile, confident that as long as he could hold them off, reinforcements would arrive for the women, and at that point, they would have no means of escape. The city lord's mansion was still quite far away. Without half an hour, it was impossible to reach. Only a short time had passed, ample for them to eliminate their adversaries. Scar remained unconcerned. Experience points increased by 20. Experience points increased by 12. Strength increased by 2. Then Xuan Ning realized he could elevate his realm once again, and without hesitation, he commenced his ascension. His realm ascended to the 4th heaven of Martial General. He felt a renewed surge of power within him, and at that moment, Xuan Ning's strength surged once more. However, breaking through to a higher level again was no longer possible, as only a few attribute points remained. After the elevation of his realm, Xuan Ning's power escalated yet again. He felt no fear, even when confronting the 3 of them head-on. The 3 opponents grew increasingly astonished, wondering how this fellow's strength had risen yet again. Scar's face turned ashen, and with a grim expression, he instructed one of his companions, "Hurry and call the men at the entrance inside. And capture those 3 women as well." Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning immediately realized that the scarred man intended to exploit the 3 women as leverage against him. Unless he was utterly indifferent to their safety, he would inevitably be constrained by the opponent's machinations. Very well. The man, upon understanding the scarred one's intentions, smirked slightly and turned to pursue the direction in which the 3 women had departed. Do not leave. Xuan Ning could not acquiesce to his adversary's wishes. With his left hand, he gathered formidable energy, summoning a fierce gale that surged forth. He initiated the use of the inferior grade wind mastery technique once more, launching a palm strike towards his foe. However, the scarred man merely sneered, swiftly seizing a massive boulder from the ground and hurling it at Xuan Ning, exclaiming, "I've been prepared for you all along." Bang! Upon observing, Xuan Ning's expression altered dramatically, for he had not anticipated that the scarred man had been vigilant against him all along. With no other recourse, he redirected his strike meant for his assailant towards a colossal boulder, shattering it into countless fragments. Yet, Xuan Ning reacted with remarkable swiftness. At the moment the stones were shattered by his strike, he harnessed the power of the wind control palm, drawing several fragments towards him. With great haste, he seized them in his grasp and, summoning all his strength, hurled the debris towards the back of the departing assailant's head. The stones struck with such force that they fractured the man's skull, causing him to collapse. Xuan Ning thus executed a remarkable counterattack, leaving the scarred duo utterly astounded. Old Snake, the scarred man, and his companion could hardly fathom the sudden turn of events. Upon witnessing the demise of their comrade, they realized the futility of their situation against Xuan Ning. Swiftly, they grasped their fallen companion's shoulders and declared, "Let us depart." The pair retreated with unhesitating decisiveness, leaving Xuan Ning no opportunity to pursue them. Although he yearned to detain them, their rapid escape, compounded by the presence of others, compelled him to prioritize the safety of Zhou Yuyao. He hurriedly set off in search of her. Indeed, he discovered the 3 women ensnared at the entrance, unable to escape or move freely. Xuan Ning took a step forward, leaping powerfully into the air, performing a graceful somersault, and landing steadily beside the encircled Zhou Yuyao. He then said, "Hide behind me. I shall protect you all." Upon seeing Xuan Ning, the 3 women exhaled in relief. However, Zhou Yuyao, feeling somewhat anxious, grasped Xuan Ning's left hand and cautioned, "You must be careful. They are numerous." At that moment, a figure rushed in from outside, wielding immense power with a single hand, unleashing a torrent of formidable yellow energy towards the throng of assailants. Those struck by the terrifying energy screamed in agony before collapsing to the ground. As the figure unleashed several more waves of energy, the surrounding adversaries fell victim to his unrelenting onslaught. Yet, 2 individuals remained, grievously injured but still alive. What audacity! They dare to lay hands on my daughter. Zhou Tianzi's brows furrowed in fury as he unleashed a powerful force, capturing the 2 severely wounded men in his grasp, constricting their necks, and coldly demanding, "Speak. Who sent you?" Gasping for breath, their faces reddening, the 2 replied hastily, "We are from the Yi family. We had no knowledge that she is your daughter. Had we known, we wouldn't have dared to offend even with tenfold courage." Outside, a group clad in armor and wielding ice blades arrived swiftly. Their uniform attire indicated they were well-trained soldiers from the Lord's estate. Upon hearing the exchange, Zhou Tianzi's face twisted with rage. He cast the 2 men aside and declared vehemently, "Such audacity from the Yi family. They dare to threaten my daughter. Do they think me an easy target? Clenching his fists, he cracked his knuckles and commanded, "Bind them. Collect the bodies. I will demand an explanation from the Yi family." Yes. The soldiers moved swiftly, apprehending the two men and beginning to clear away the fallen. "Father, you have finally arrived. Had you come a moment later, my life would have been in grave peril," Zhou Yuyao exclaimed, relief washing over her as she looked at Zhou Tianzi with a face full of grievances. Zhou Tianzi quickly composed himself, masking his anger as he approached his daughter with a concerned visage, saying, "My dear, it is my fault for arriving so late. Are you unharmed?" He then turned his gaze to the still-masked Xuan Ning, tearing away the cloth that concealed his face, and sternly inquired, "Who are you?" "Father, do not harm him. He saved me," Zhou Yuyao interjected urgently, glancing at Xuan Ning, surprised to discover how young he was. Zhou Tianzi understood that Xuan Ning meant no harm to his daughter, otherwise, he would have struck him previously. Nonetheless, he raised an eyebrow, looking at his daughter, and admonished, "Now that the danger has passed, why do you still cling to his hand? Such behavior is unbecoming for a young lady." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuyao quickly lowered her head and noticed that she was still tightly gripping Xuan Ning's hand. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment, and she hurriedly released his hand, shyly brushing her hair in front of her chest as she stammered, I was not so frightened before." Zhou Tianzi looked affectionately at his daughter and then turned his gaze towards Xuan Ning, a wave of unspoken irritation washing over him at the thought of his daughter holding the young man's hand. He abruptly pushed Xuan Ning away and stood beside his daughter, inquiring, "Who are you, masked and appearing here? What are your intentions?" Xuan Ning sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the other party and promptly responded with utmost respect. "I am Xuan Ning. I merely intervened in the street to prevent a group from the Yi family from bullying a few children, which led me here in haste." Given Zhou Tianzi's formidable strength, it would not be difficult for him to investigate this matter, and thus Xuan Ning chose to speak candidly without concealment. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianzi's expression darkened with anger, and his aura intensified further. "So, you were saying that these ruffians were drawn here by you? You possess quite the audacity to frighten my daughter. How shall I deal with you?" "Father, you mustn't." Zhou Yuyao, upon hearing Xia Chan about to disclose previous events, swiftly covered her mouth with her delicate hand. If her father were to learn that Xuan Ning had been hiding in her room, he would likely show no mercy in dealing with him. Seeing the questioning gaze of her father, she hastily explained, "Father, it is nothing, merely that there were 3 reckless members of the Yi family who dared to say." As a refined young lady, Zhou Yuyao found it difficult to utter those words, and she ceased speaking, her expression reflecting such distress that it would tug at anyone's heartstrings. Zhou Tianzi, grasping the situation, felt his anger surge once more. Had it not been for his daughter's presence, his wrath would have erupted long ago. He resolved that those individuals must pay for their transgressions, and he expected the Yi family to offer a proper apology. There was no way he would let this matter rest, especially since it concerned his daughter. Concerned for his beloved daughter, Zhou Tianzi quickly embraced Zhou Yuyao, stating, "Yaoer, your father understands now. It is my failure for not protecting you adequately. From now on, I shall ensure that you are guarded by powerful protectors. Father, I do not blame you. It is I who does not wish for those people in the manner to protect me," Zhou Yuyao quickly replied. "Lord of the city, all bodies have been dealt with." A soldier reported to Zhou Tianzi with a respectful gesture. Behind him, 2 soldiers emerged, carrying a corpse. Zhou Tianzi examined it and inquired, "Qian Ke, who is this individual?" Reporting to the lord of the city, this man is a guard of the Yi family, known as Zhang Shi, often referred to as the Viper. He is a formidable warrior at the 5th level of martial arts, Qian Ke promptly replied. "The 5th level of martial arts? Are you certain?" Zhou Tianzi exclaimed, visibly surprised as he glanced at Xuan Ning and then at the lifeless Zhang Shi. "My subordinates witnessed this man in action not long ago. There is no mistake," Qian Ke asserted with confidence. Zhou Tianzi, taken aback, turned to Xuan Ning and asked, "You are Xuan Ning, are you not? I recently heard that a participant in the Xuan family's grand competition, who achieved 2nd place, is named Xuan Ning." "That must be you." Xuan Ning nodded and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I am Xuan Ning, honored to meet the city lord." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianzi understood and inquired, "Is this fellow the one you vanquished?" "It was merely luck," Xuan Ning replied. "Luck?" Zhou Tianzi chuckled inwardly. How could the defeat of a formidable warrior at the 5th level of martial prowess be attributed solely to chance? He was not so easily deceived. Zhou Tianzi was indeed astonished. At the tender age of 16, Xuan Ning had managed to take down a 5th-level martial general. Such talent was nothing short of extraordinary. He had heard of Xuan Ning's name primarily because he had previously been labeled a waste. Little did anyone expect that during the family competition, he would rise to prominence, securing the position of second in the clan. With Xuan Ning's current strength, claiming the title of champion in the family contest would certainly not be an arduous task. At merely 16 years of age, having ascended to the rank of martial general and possessing the prowess to slay a 5th-level martial warrior, there was no one else in the entirety of Luoxian City, aside from Yi Qinsheng of the Yi family, who could rival him. During the grand competition of the Xian family, it was evident that Xuan Ning had deliberately chosen to lose. This realization only heightened Zhou Tian's curiosity about Xuan Ning. This young man possessed an impressive ability to conceal his true self. For years, he had been labeled a useless individual. Yet not a hint of his true prowess had been revealed. Had it not been for the Xian family's announcement of his expulsion, his capabilities might have remained undiscovered. Ultimately, this situation was instigated by you, and it cannot simply be dismissed. I am keen to see what resolution the Xian family will offer. As Zhou Tianzi spoke, he moved toward Xuan Ning. I admit my fault in this matter, so please dictate how you wish to proceed. There is no need to involve the Xian family any further, Xuan Ning said, aware of his own shortcomings, and he quickly retreated. The city lord possessed strength at least at the martial sovereign level, and Xuan Ning understood he was no match for him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuyao promptly positioned herself in front of Xuan Ning, blocking her father's path. Father, I am fine now, so please do not pursue this matter with him. Furthermore, were it not for his intervention, I fear I would never have seen you again. Zhou Tianzi's words held truth, yet he paused nonetheless. He pondered, stroking his chin, as though contemplating the best course of action. Suddenly, he addressed Xuan Ning. How about this? If you agree to protect my daughter for 6 months, I shall let you go. Xuan Ning. Oh, Xuan Ning was taken aback, never having anticipated that the city lord would utter such words. What, unwilling? This matter was instigated by you. It is fortunate that I have not punished you already, and yet I offer you an opportunity for atonement. Zhou Tianzi was instantly filled with rage, and his aura subtly shifted. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning realized that the situation was indeed his fault. Offending the city lord was not a prudent course of action, and he was reluctant to involve the Xian family in this matter, given Xian Kuang's temperament. If he were to learn of this incident, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to make things difficult for him. I have no objection to protecting your daughter. However, I must soon participate in the trials of the 5 great immortal sects, and I fear I will be unable to provide protection for 6 months, Xuan Ning replied. Then let the protection extend until your participation in the immortal sect trials. After all, there is still ample time before the trials commence. Zhou Tianzi understood the significance of the trials of the 5 immortal sects to those who practice martial arts, and he certainly would not hinder Xuan Ning's future. Father, are you not placing too much burden on Xuan Ning? Zhou Yuyao clearly disapproved of her father's approach. This matter is settled. It shall serve as his atonement. He has agreed, and during this period, I shall find suitable experts to protect you, Zhou Tianzi stated, having his own considerations in mind. Witnessing her father's stance, Zhou Yuyao found herself at a loss for a better alternative. She could only turn to Xuan Ning and say, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. Zhou Yuyao was indeed too kind-hearted. This predicament was clearly instigated by her, and it was she who ought to apologize. Yet, she consistently put his feelings first. It must be said that such women are rare in this world. A person of such kindness, living in this fantastical realm, is likely to endure hardship. Xuan Ning was also concerned that the scarred individuals might once again target Zhou Yuyao. After all, even a cornered rabbit would leap over a wall. Those two certainly dared not return to the Yi family, despite the Yi family's formidable reputation. They lacked the audacity to confront the city lord directly unless they possessed the strength to withstand the wrath of the Yoli dynasty. You shall leave a portion of your men to safeguard the young lady. The rest will accompany me. Zhou Tianzi could not overlook the Yi family and immediately took the 2 surviving members, along with the corpses, and stormed away towards the Yi residence. Daughter, you may remain at home with peace of mind. I shall handle the rest. After saying this, Zhou Tianzi turned to Xuan Ning and remarked, Young man, you must protect my daughter well. If she loses even a single hair, I shall not spare you, nor your Xian family. Rest assured, city lord. Xuan Ning replied with a respectful gesture, for he intended to honor his promise. Once Zhou Tianzi departed, Xia Chan and Dong Shui opened their curious eyes wide and gazed at Xuan Ning, their interest palpable. Particularly, Dong Shui quickly inquired. You are the Xuan Ning who was previously labeled as a waste? They must have been blind to overlook you. Even someone at the 5th level of martial general could be defeated by you. I believe they are the true wastes. She continued. I heard that Yi Tingqing came to annul the engagement recently. You must have been furious at that moment. That Yi Tingqing is truly foolish. Your talents are no less than hers, yet she dared to break the engagement. If it were me, I would certainly teach her a lesson. Dong Shui chattered away like a sparrow, incessantly questioning Xuan Ning. While Xia Chan did not ask many questions, her curiosity about him was equally strong. Both young women possessed striking features. Xia Chan was tall and had a cherubic face, her figure undeniably captivating, evoking a sense of impulsive admiration. Dong Shui, lively and adorable, stood gracefully, eliciting a desire to pinch her cheeks. You too, what an impolite display. Zhou Yuyao observed the girl's antics with exasperation. Offering a gentle smile as she addressed Xuan Ning with poise and grace, I apologize for their behavior, young Master Xuan Ning. Dong Shui playfully stuck out her tongue and quickly positioned herself behind Zhou Yuyao. This interaction revealed a close bond between Zhou Yuyao and the two young women, indicating that they were not merely ordinary maidservants. Xuan Ning, upon realizing the situation, immediately exclaimed, "This is all my fault. Had I not intruded into this place, you would not have been startled. Miss, Xuan Ning had previously concealed himself in your room while you were changing clothes." At this point, Dong Shui's eyes widened in shock, covering her mouth and gasping, "Then you must have seen everything." Zhou Yuyao, Xuan Ning. No one anticipated that Dong Shui would suddenly bring up this matter, instantly rendering Zhou Yuyao and Xuan Ning quite embarrassed. What nonsense are you spouting? This matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, the lady's reputation will be at stake. If it reaches the ears of the city lord, do you think Xuan Ning would still have his life? Xia Chan quickly pulled Dong Shui aside, gravely informing her of the seriousness of the situation. However, it seemed rather unfair to him. Dong Shui felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The lady treated them like sisters, and thinking of this made her unavoidably indignant on her behalf. All right, let us not speak of this again. Consider it as if it never occurred. Zhou Yuyao's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, clutching her garment. Unable to meet Xuan Ning's gaze. After taking a few steps, she halted and said, "Do not mention this again, and certainly do not let my father know." Oh, understood. Dong Shui realized she had spoken out of turn. Xia Chan and Dong Shui hurriedly followed Zhou Yuyao as they departed from the scene. Xuan Ning collected all the attribute points from the ground, increasing his defense by 3, strength by 2, and cultivation value by 15. Xuan Ning never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Initially, he had intended to attend the royal arena for the competition today, hoping to simultaneously gather some attribute points. However, plans are perpetually outpaced by unforeseen circumstances. Upon observing Zhou Yuyao depart, Xuan Ning followed her and discovered her seated in a pavilion, delicately holding a book in her jade-like hands. Her serene beauty resembled that of an ethereal being from a painting, and the essence of classical femininity was exquisitely embodied within her. Xuan Ning could not help but marvel at the captivating aura of Zhou Yuyao. Her charm was indeed alluring, and few men could resist her appeal. As a typical man, Xuan Ning naturally found himself drawn to such a woman. However, there exists a distinction between admiration and the pursuit of affection. His appreciation did not necessarily compel him to chase after her. It is akin to seeing a beautiful actress on television. One may admire her beauty. Yet does that necessitate a pursuit? Xuan Ning stepped forward, curiosity evident in his inquiry. Where were you planning to go just now? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuyao set her book aside, sighed softly, and replied, "There is a poetry conference at the Wanhua Pavilion today. I had intended to attend, but now I find myself lacking the spirit to do so." A poetry conference, Xuan Ning mused, stroking his chin. It was his first encounter with such an event. In any nation, literature and martial prowess are indispensable. Literature can govern a state, while martial strength can ensure its peace. Thus, a poetry conference is not surprising. Miss, it would be a pity if you do not attend. After all, the Wanhua Pavilion holds this event only once a year. If you miss it today, you will have to wait until next year to participate. Dong Shui, upon hearing this, gazed at Zhou Yuyao with a hint of disappointment, her face brimming with a desire to go. Xia Chan added, "Miss has prepared for this poetry conference for quite some time. If you do not attend, will it not sadden those scholars who have eagerly awaited your presence?" Dong Shui chimed in. "I have heard that many have come from other cities just to witness the splendor of the poetry conference. Miss, you simply must go." With that, Dong Shui resembling a playful child, tugged at Zhou Yuyao's hand with an earnest plea, exuding an undeniable charm. Zhou Yuyao looked at Dong Shui with a hint of helplessness and softly remarked, "It seems you cannot bear the solitude and wish to join in the revelry." Dong Shui, upon hearing this, scratched her head playfully and, with an adorable smile, replied, "I merely feel it would be a loss for you, Mississippi. You are the foremost talent of Luoxian City. It would indeed be a great shame if you did not attend." At that moment, Xuan Ning suddenly noticed several peculiar colored attribute points scattered on the ground. Notably, one of them stood out as a golden attribute point, distinctly remarkable. Xuan Ning was taken aback. With a single gesture of his hand, a powerful force emerged, drawing several attribute points from the ground into his grasp. Mental strength increased by 0. 1. Comprehension by 0. 1. And aptitude by 0. 1. Xuan Ning. Oh. Xuan Ning was utterly astonished. Mental strength, comprehension, and innate talent. These attributes are indeed exceedingly precious. As for mental strength, there was no need to elaborate. He had only acquired a mere 0. For thus far, a figure that was surprisingly achieved by Xin Kaiyang and his companions. Regarding comprehension and innate talent, this was a first for him. He could hardly fathom that Zhou Yuyao, a woman devoid of any cultivation, could possess such rare attribute points. Reflecting on this, he realized that his time spent safeguarding Zhou Yuyao had not only incurred no losses, but had instead yielded a continuous influx of these exceptional attribute points. With this thought, Xuan Ning felt a surge of exhilaration. He promptly utilized the 3 attribute points, and in an instant, his mind became crystal clear, as if he had grown more intelligent. He touched his head, relieved to find that he had not gone bald. Xuan Ning felt as though his comprehension of various skills and techniques had deepened significantly. Even his understanding of cultivation had become more profound. Xuan Ning felt a profound sense of joy. Attributes such as spirit, comprehension, and talent were indeed invaluable treasures that he could not afford to overlook. Although the 0. 1 attribute points seemed slightly insufficient, he could sense their potential. If only there were more of these attribute points, he would surely be able to grasp anything thoroughly, including mastering a myriad of martial stances with remarkable finesse. He referred specifically to the stances of martial arts. Although Zhou Yuyu had not cultivated herself, she managed to acquire these rare attribute points, likely linked to her frequent reading. This realization led him to ponder. If he could visit places frequented by avid readers, would he not be able to amass a wealth of rare attribute points? Xuan Ning, upon contemplating this, promptly stepped forward and addressed Zhou Yuyao. "Miss Zhou, I wholeheartedly concur with the sentiments expressed by Miss Xia Chan and Miss Dong Shui. This poetry gathering is a rare opportunity. Should we let it slip by, we would be left to await another year. How many tomorrows does life truly offer us? We must not allow ourselves to harbor regrets, for such feelings may linger for a lifetime. I firmly believe that you should participate in this poetry event, Miss Zhou. Rest assured, with my presence, your safety will be assured. Trust me, were it not for the allure of those rare attribute points, he would have little desire to partake in any poetry gathering." Xia Chan and Dong Shui, upon hearing Zhou Yin refer to them as sisters, found the term rather refreshing, which brought them a sense of joy. This young man has a way with words. The 3 of them earnestly hoped for Zhou Yuyao's participation, casting eager glances in her direction. Not wishing to disappoint them, Zhou Yuyao furrowed her brow and replied, "However, I am not in the best state today and may not produce anything worthwhile. I fear you might mock my efforts. That is of no consequence. We can simply enjoy the festivities, for it is not imperative to compose poetry, is it?" Xuan Ning must not let this splendid opportunity to acquire a multitude of rare attributes slip away. The participants in this poetry gathering are undoubtedly those esteemed literati, and his gains will surely be substantial. Such an occasion is one that Xuan Ning cannot afford to overlook. Once this chance passes, he must wait until next year to embark once more. "Miss," Xuan Ning remarked persuasively, "we should indeed attend, and we shall certainly engage in poetry composition, though we may simply observe." The 2 young women wholeheartedly agreed with Xuan Ning's sentiment. Mississippi. Xia Chan and Dong Shui once again gazed at Zhou Yuyao with a longing expression. The 2 girls possessed striking beauty. One exuded wisdom and vivacity, while the other radiated an adorable, youthful charm. Little did they realize just how enchanting and captivating such expressions were. Xuan Ning is a paragon of virtue, possessing a heart as expansive as the sky. When he gazes upon others, it is with an open and honorable intent, never with furtive curiosity. Thus, He stands tall and unwavering, his eyes fixed intently upon the three women, devoid of any malice, merely the appreciative gaze of a normal man. Very well. Let us partake in the festivities. Zhou Yuyao eventually acquiesced, prompting Dong Shui to leap with joy, her exuberance reminiscent of a child. Miss, I shall prepare, remarked Xia Chan, ever the composed one. Upon hearing Zhou Yuyao's consent, she swiftly set off to make arrangements, while Dong Shui cheerfully called out, I shall join as well. I apologize for the spectacle. They often find the confines of our abode stifling, and when festivities arise, they invariably concoct plans for me to join them. Zhou Yuyao spoke softly, her classical beauty shining through undeniably. They are quite endearing, indeed. Engaging in activities is essential for one's physical and mental well-being. One cannot remain cooped up indoors indefinitely. It is vital to practice martial arts in one's spare time, not only for physical fitness, but also for self-defense, Xuan Ning advised. I harbor no fondness for violence, which is why I have never pursued martial training, Zhou Yuyao replied. Given her status and position, should she desire to cultivate martial skills, she could undoubtedly do so. However, like reading, martial arts attract some while repelling others. Zhou Yuyao simply falls into the latter category. After a brief conversation, Xuan Ning gained a deeper understanding of Zhou Yuyao. She is indeed a rare gem of kindness, speaking with a gentle demeanor and a keen sense of empathy. In truth, Xuan Ning himself possesses a similar understanding of others. Xia Chan and the others had long prepared the carriage, having been delayed previously. They merely needed to harness the horses to embark on their journey. Concerned for their safety, Xuan Ning suggested that the soldiers don civilian attire, to which Zhou Yuyao consented. Among them were several skilled martial artists, bolstering their security. With only a single carriage available, Zhou Yuyao graciously invited Xuan Ning inside. He, without hesitation, accepted her invitation, surprising the three women. Typically, men would decline such offers, yet Xuan Ning did not. Their curiosity about him grew. They discerned that he was indeed markedly different from others. His manner of speaking and his actions evoked a sense of intrigue, setting him apart in a most unusual way. Xuan Ning stepped into the carriage, inhaling the fragrant air within, a smile blossoming upon his face. With his martial prowess enhancing both his appearance and demeanor, he exuded an exceptional charm that rendered Zhou Yuyao unable to meet his gaze, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Meanwhile, Xuan Ning reveled in the exquisite beauty and flawless figures of the three women before him, finding immense joy in their company. Truly, what could be more delightful than the presence of fair maidens? As they conversed, Xia Chan and Dong Shui expressed their curiosity, posing various inquiries to Xuan Ning. To him, these were trivial matters, and he immediately began to weave tales. Having watched countless television dramas, he skillfully blended fact with fiction, unfaltering in his narration. Naturally, Xuan Ning adapted his stories to reflect his own experiences, asserting that his life could easily inspire a novel exceeding 1,000,000 words. Xuan Ning truly believed he could become a screenwriter. The three of them accepted this notion with unwavering faith, holding Xuan Ning in high regard. Their admiration intensified, especially upon learning of his relentless pursuit to find his parents, which filled them with utmost reverence for him. Indeed, women of ancient times were remarkably gullible, causing Xuan Ning to feel a twinge of guilt. The tales he spun about searching for his parents were nothing but fabrications. He had never contemplated such matters. If Xuan Ning's father were still alive and aware of his son's deceitful words, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "What a disgrace!" Xuan Ning did not wish to deceive the other party. However, without doing so, it would be challenging to articulate the nature of his prowess or to explain the reasons behind his concealment. Xuan Ning possessed an abundance of insights, sharing knowledge that left the three young ladies utterly astonished, igniting their curiosity. "Miss, we have arrived," announced the coachman from outside. The three almost forgot the purpose of their outing, surprised at how swiftly they had reached their destination. The carriage halted before the moonlit pavilion. Before disembarking, Zhou Yuyao and Xia Chan adorned themselves with veils, clearly wishing to remain unrecognized. As they descended, Zhou Yuyao instructed her companions, "You may wait outside." "Yes," they replied, standing by as they awaited further instructions. The coachman positioned the carriage in the designated area for such vehicles, patiently awaiting their return. Xuan Ning observed numerous gentlemen, elegantly wielding folding fans, making their way towards the moon viewing pavilion. Moreover, it appeared that those attending the poetry conference were required to possess an invitation for entry. Xuan Ning observed the scene outside, where numerous individuals clad in ordinary attire lingered, eager to participate, yet barred from entry due to the absence of invitations. However, he noted the absence of any derogatory remarks directed towards these uninvited guests. Otherwise, he might have had the opportunity to display his superiority once again. The young nobles, adorned in silks and satins, maintained their composure, offering polite gestures and flattering salutations, such as Brother Zhang or young Master Wang, upon encountering acquaintances. Xiaochan produced a distinctly different invitation, and someone was designated to guide them to the second-floor loft. This was a quaint room where Zhou Yuyao sat by the window. She opened it, revealing a view of a stage below, and explained to Xuan Ning that this would be the venue for the upcoming poetry challenge. Zhou Yuyu succinctly outlined the rules of the poetry competition, which were rather straightforward. The organizers would present a topic, and participants would compose poetry based on that theme. A select group of esteemed elders would then offer their critiques, determining the rankings. Due to the large number of participants, the initial rounds would serve to filter out a portion of competitors. Those who faltered would be unable to proceed, with only the victors allowed to continue composing. Dong Shui could not contain herself and remarked, "Xuan Ning, you may not be aware, but our young lady began studying at the age of 3, composed poetry at 5, and has participated in the Wangyue Pavilion's poetry competition since she was 13, achieving first place for 3 consecutive years." Xuan Ning looked at Zhou Yuyao with a hint of surprise. Indeed, as the daughter of the city lord, her talents, virtues, appearance, and demeanor were all exceptionally remarkable. It was likely that no one in the entire Luoxian city could rival her in literary prowess. Dong Shui, Zhou Yuyao quickly instructed her to cease speaking and then addressed Xuan Ning, saying, "No matter how exquisite the poetry may be, it pales in comparison to your remarkable cultivation at such a tender age, young Master Xian." In the Lioli Empire, where martial prowess was held in high esteem, the majority chose to pursue martial arts first, resorting to literary pursuits only if they lacked talent in combat. In this world, strength commanded respect. Those endowed with power would earn admiration wherever they went. Conversely, scholars were regarded differently, regardless of their literary brilliance. Few would pay heed unless they encountered a discerning patron who appreciated their talent. "Miss Zhou, there is no need for modesty. With your erudition, I am confident that you will once again claim the top honor in this poetry competition," Xuan Ning remarked. As Zhou Yuyao was a renowned literary prodigy, she was exempt from preliminary selection and could directly participate in the final poetry contest, where she would compete against the 9 victors. Even before the competition commenced, many had begun to compose verses, and Xuan Ning noticed a few attribute points scattered on the ground, though their numbers were still sparse. Bang! With the sound echoing, a woman of striking presence, tall and captivating, gracefully ascended the stage. Her beauty was undeniable, as if she were born with an ethereal allure. Her gentle smile, coupled with an alluring figure, rendered her every movement irresistibly captivating. Upon her appearance, Xuan Ning observed the men in the audience, their eyes transfixed on her, glimmers of desire flickering within their gazes. Xuan Ning perceived that these individuals were not merely present to engage in poetry, but rather, they were drawn by the allure of a particular woman. This woman exuded an enchanting charm, possessing an irresistible sensuality. Her captivating demeanor, replete with mature grace, undoubtedly rendered her the epitome of perfection in the fantasies of numerous men. "Who is she?" Xuan Ning inquired with curiosity. "She is the proprietor of the Wangyue Pavilion, named Lu Yi, and also a prominent figure within the 3 major merchant associations of Lioli Imperial City," Zhou Yuyao replied. "Miss Lu is truly stunning. Many men find themselves utterly entranced by her," Dong Shui remarked enviously. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning nodded slightly and replied, "She is indeed quite beautiful." He then glanced at the trio of Zhou Yuyao, continuing, "You are not inferior to her." Upon hearing this, the 3 women felt a surge of joy, as they initially believed they could not compare to the other. However, which woman does not relish being praised? "I sense you possess quite the eloquence," remarked Dong Shui, who had previously felt somewhat displeased with Xuan Ning for gazing at Zhou Yuyao's figure. Yet now, she found him rather agreeable. "You, dear girl, are easily satisfied with a few words," Xiaochan retorted with a playful glare. The poetry contest was about to commence. Zhou Yuyu looked down at the scene below. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards the stage outside the window, where Lu Yi had a red cloth-covered easel presented. With a graceful pull of her delicate hand, the red fabric was unveiled, revealing the character Bamboo. This round's theme was indeed titled Bamboo, requiring the participants to compose a poem. They had the duration of an incense stick to create their verses. Failure to produce a satisfactory poem within this time frame would result in elimination. The literati and nobles below pondered deeply upon the prompt. Soon, a gentleman in resplendent attire stepped forward with newfound inspiration. With confidence, he opened his folding fan, took a step, and recited, "Spring breeze suddenly stirs the rain. Night falls casting shadows on the bamboo grove. Longing for the sound of the flute. This sorrow for a kindred spirit remains unknown." Upon hearing these lines, the crowd erupted in applause, and the elderly men on stage expressed their satisfaction. Louis smiled and said, "This gentleman, please ascend to the upper floor." Immediately, a maid led him upstairs. With the first gentleman's success, a dozen others began to recite their verses as well, yet their compositions failed to impress. Only one managed to barely pass, earning an invitation to the loft. Shortly thereafter, another stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Louis, and with a gleam in his eyes exclaimed, "Eureka!" He then feigned an air of a scholar and declared, "Bamboo is indeed beautiful, yet it pales in comparison to Louis. Miss E is truly exquisite. How could bamboo ever rival her?" At this, the crowd burst into laughter. Recognizing that he was not truly composing poetry, but rather professing his affections, Louis, with a light laugh covering her mouth, responded, "Thank you, young Master Zhao, for your verses. However, I fear this poem may not earn you advancement." The gentleman, referred to as young Master Zhao, remained undeterred. His gaze filled with admiration for Louis as he replied, I am no poet. I came solely for you. Simply seeing you brings me joy." With that, young Master Zhao gracefully descended from the stage and took a seat in the distance to observe others reciting their poetry. Subsequently, others began to compose their verses. But most fell short of the elderly judge's expectations. "Haha, the talents of Luoxian City are but mediocre, only one has advanced." At that moment, a boisterous laughter resonated, heralding the arrival of 4 gifted scholars and elegant maidens, their faces adorned with mockery as they surveyed the assembled crowd. Naturally, the attendees were incensed. They were the foremost talents of Luoxian City and could not abide such indignity. "Who are you?" the crowd inquired. The newcomers, exuding an air of arrogance, coldly retorted, "You lot are not worthy to know our names." Such audacity incensed the onlookers. "What qualifications do you possess to know my name, when you cannot even compose a decent poem?" They scoffed. "We have traveled all the way from Taixia City to witness the talents of Luoxian City, but upon our arrival, it is clear that there are no true scholars here, merely a collection of inept individuals." The 4 scholars from Taixia City relentlessly disparaged the talents of Luoxian City, their demeanor brimming with haughtiness, completely disregarding those present. This immediately ignited the ire of Luoxian scholars. "If you are so arrogant, what sort of poetry can you produce?" One retorted, "We could easily match your verses, even if they are as simple as bamboo poetry. However, should you fail to surpass us, what then?" The Taixia scholars remained unyielding, seemingly intent on humiliating their counterparts. The crowd, unable to tolerate such blatant insolence, demanded, "What do you propose?" "It is quite simple. If none among you can compose poetry superior to ours, you shall merely bark like dogs 3 times, the Taixia scholars confidently declared. The audience bristled with indignation. To them, mimicking a dog's bark was a grievous affront to their dignity as learned individuals. "And what if you lose?" they challenged. "The loser shall bark like a dog." The Taixia scholars replied with unwavering confidence, "Let the contest commence. Who fears whom?" The crowd eagerly consented, many of whom had yet to showcase their talents. While the Taixia scholars appeared overly assured of victory, a truly laughable presumption. On the stage, Zhou Yuyao, upon witnessing this spectacle, seemed to recognize the newcomers and exclaimed in astonishment, "The 4 great scholars of Taixia City." "The 4 great scholars?" Xuan Ning inquired, astonished as he regarded the instigators. "Do you know them?" Zhou Yuyao recollected. "I had the fortune of encountering them last year at the decennial literary celebration of Taixia City. At that time, only 3 were present, and their literary prowess was quite remarkable. The leader among them must be Tang Yan, the foremost of the 4 great scholars." Upon hearing this, Xiaochan quickly interjected, "Miss, you are far too modest. Last year, you outshone all of Taixia City's talents, demonstrating to them what true excellence entails. Those individuals were thoroughly defeated by you." Zhou Yuyao pondered for a moment and remarked, "It seems these 4 individuals have come for me. Last time, Tang Yan's absence allowed me to win by sheer luck. Had he been present, I fear I would not have stood a chance." My lady, we have unwavering confidence in you. Even if Tang Yin were here, his literary talent would surely pale in comparison to yours. Xiaochan and Dong Shui expressed their steadfast belief in Zhou Yuyao. Yet, Zhou Yuyao shook her head and replied, "That is not certain. Tang Yin is exceptionally formidable." A talented scholar from Luoxian City stepped forward and declared, "I, a humble poet, shall first compose a verse." Very well. The scholars from Taixia City responded nonchalantly. With autumn rains falling upon the pond, bamboo leaves danced through the air. Fish leaped towards the dragon gate, only to lament their fate of being thrown into the pot. This poem, tinged with a hint of mockery, likened the three opponents to fish in a pond, foolishly aspiring to leap over the dragon gate, only to meet their end in a cooking pot. The scholars from Taixia City cast disdainful glances at their rivals before scoffing. Is that all? Though the poet's talent was lacking, he had at least managed to counter the Taixia scholars with a verse, bringing some amusement to the gathering. Now, it is your turn, the scholar from Luoxian City said, directing his gaze at his counterpart. Wenzheng, you shall go. The man known as Wenzheng cast a scornful glance at the scholars from Luoxian City before stating, "The bamboo stands tall in the courtyard, green amidst the winter-esque chill. A heart steadfast may receive admiration, yet the tender shoots have yet to become a pole." As his words flowed, the audience fell into contemplation. The depth and artistry of his poem far surpassed that of the previous poet, causing the expression of the Luoxian City scholar to darken considerably. The scholars exchanged glances, each struggling to conjure a superior verse to rebut Wenzheng. Tang Yin observed the gathering and proclaimed, "I have heard that the foremost talent of Luoxian City is Zhou Yuyao. I have come this time to witness her brilliance. It is truly a pity that we did not meet during my last visit to Taixia City." Upon hearing this, the scholars from Luoxian City realized that the four were renowned talents from Taixia City, explaining their effortless eloquence and remarkable literary prowess. They soon understood that their purpose was to challenge Zhou Yuyao, having heard of her previous triumph over all scholars in Taixia City, including 3 of the 4 great talents, thereby causing them to lose face. It became clear to everyone why these 4 had come, and their intentions were now understood. Lu Yi, upon seeing the 4, took the initiative and proposed, "How about this? Since the 4 great talents from Taixia City are here, let us engage in a final contest. We shall have you 4 compete in poetry against the talented scholars of Luoxian City who have advanced." Upon hearing Lu Yi's suggestion, the 4 great talents nodded in agreement. They responded to her, "Since Miss Lu has graciously proposed this, we would be most willing. However, we trust that the scholars from Luoxian City will acknowledge the stakes of the previous wager." Upon recognizing the identity of the individual before them, the talented scholars below hesitated, casting glances towards the loft where Zhou Yuyao resided. Aware that she could neither decline nor refuse, Zhou Yuyao steeled herself to accept the challenge. She hoped fervently that the 4 eminent scholars would not disappoint her. With determination, she approached the window, fully cognizant that these 4 had come specifically for her, intent on compelling her to comply. "Very well, Miss Zhou, let us show them your prowess." The crowd below erupted in cheers as they witnessed Zhou Yuyao's unwavering commitment. "Miss, confronting all 4 of them alone seems rather unjust," Xiaochan exclaimed anxiously. "Indeed, aside from you, none in Luoxian City stand a chance against them. This task appears exceedingly daunting," Dong Shui added with evident concern. Xuan Ning had not originally intended to intervene, yet upon witnessing the audacity of the 4 individuals below, he resolved to impart a lesson. Although he lacked expertise in poetry, he possessed the ability to replicate the works of others. As a time traveler, he had acquired knowledge of various ancient verses, albeit in a somewhat rudimentary manner. With newfound confidence, Xuan Ning proclaimed, "Who says your lady is fighting this battle alone? I am here to assist." Xiaochan and Dong Shui exchanged glances at Xuan Ning's bold assurance, shaking their heads in disbelief. While they acknowledged Xuan Ning's martial prowess, they harbored doubts about his poetic capabilities. Nevertheless, they appreciated his willingness to lend support. The group descended from the pavilion, not dwelling on the notion that Xuan Ning could indeed help them. Upstairs, the audience was sparse, aside from Zhou Yuyao. A few others who had advanced in the competition were present. However, those individuals were no match for the 4 literary prodigies and could only rely on Zhou Yuyao's talents. The 4 prodigies regarded the others with indifference, and upon Zhou Yuyao's arrival, they greeted her with courtesy, one of them holding a folding fan. "You must be Miss Zhou Yuyao," he said, bowing slightly. "I am Tang Yin, and I have come to witness the remarkable talents of the one who bested my brothers. Last year, I merely won by a stroke of luck. I am hardly noteworthy compared to the 4 illustrious talents present. Zhou Yuyao responded with grace, displaying no hint of arrogance. Her humility garnered admiration from the surrounding scholars and ladies. A victory is a victory, and there is little more to articulate. I have specifically traveled to Luoxian City to seek your guidance, Miss Zhou, Tang Yin stated plainly, revealing his intentions without pretension. The crowd turned their attention to Lu Yi, who remained silent. The contest of poetry would reveal the true merit of their talents. Lu Yi clapped her hands, and a maidservant presented a basin of flowers. A branch of peach blossoms elegantly arranged within. Let us use the theme of peach blossoms, she suggested to the 2 contestants. The 4 prodigies nodded in agreement. Very well. We shall begin with our humble offerings. One of them, Zhu Mingshan, stepped forward, folding his fan. After a moment of contemplation, he recited, last year on this day. Within this gate, the visage of a maiden and peach blossoms did conflate. Yet the maiden's face has vanished from sight, while the peach blossoms still smile in the spring's light. Upon hearing this poem, the audience relished its beauty and erupted in applause, exclaiming, excellent, truly remarkable. Such brilliance befitting the 4 great talents. The few who had advanced in the ranks, upon witnessing the prowess of the 4 prodigies, withdrew, recognizing their own inferiority. In an instant, only Zhou Yuyu remained on stage. Miss Zhou Yuyo, it is your turn, Tang Yin remarked with a subtle smile, his pride evident as he addressed her. Upon observing the scene, Xuan Ning stepped forward, addressing the 4 eminent scholars. Why trouble a lady when I am here to confront you? Who are you? Tang Yin inquired, scrutinizing Xuan Ning. I am but an unknown individual, now serving as the guardian of Miss Zhou Yueying. Should you best me, it would not be too late to seek her counsel, Xuan Ning replied. Tang Yin, incensed by this, retorted, what a farce. You, a mere bodyguard, dare to seek wisdom from us, the 4 great scholars? Are you frightened, or simply unable? Xuan Ning responded nonchalantly, oh, I wonder if you are truly curious about my abilities. Let us see what you possess first. With a dismissive tone, Tang Yin replied, very well, then. Show me your prowess in poetry. Xia Chan and Dong Shui, witnessing this exchange, promptly interjected, is this a poetry contest? You truly intend to participate? Do you possess the skill? Fear not. Just watch. Xuan Ning smiled with confidence. The onlookers were filled with skepticism. How could a mere bodyguard challenge the 4 great scholars? Some doubted his understanding of poetry, while others questioned whether he could even write. Yet, a few were intrigued to discover what exceptional talent he might possess. Zhou Yueying, taken aback by Xuan Ning's confidence, pulled Xia Chan and Dong Shui to her side, saying, since Mr. Xian is so assured, let us witness his extraordinary abilities. Both women nodded in agreement. Lu Yi, observing Xuan Ning, was equally surprised. Her enchanting eyes scrutinized him, filled with curiosity about what audacity drove him to challenge such formidable opponents. As the crowd awaited his poetic contribution, Xuan Ning took a step forward and recited, beyond the bamboo, peach blossoms bloom, in spring's embrace, the ducks first know the warmth. The marsh grass sprawls, the bulrush is short, just as the pufferfish seeks to ascend. The returning swans break through the flock, longing for those who journey northward. From afar, I sense the northern gales and snow, awaiting Jiangnan's spring in half a moon. The audience was struck with astonishment. Even Tang Yin and his companions looked at Xuan Ning with newfound respect. The revelation of his poetic talent left them utterly amazed. The crowd, previously skeptical of Xuan Ning's abilities, erupted into enthusiastic applause, chanting, excellent, excellent. Zhou Yueying gazed at Xuan Ning, astonished, exclaiming, he can compose poetry. She had never anticipated that Xuan Ning not only possessed formidable martial skills but also excelled in the literary arts, leaving her in a state of disbelief. Xia Chan, equally incredulous, regarded Xuan Ning with newfound admiration, realizing that he had garnered the respect of all present. Miss, the poem composed by Xuan Ning is truly impressive. As evidenced by the applause from the crowd, she remarked, Winter Snow knows nothing of poetry. It merely perceives the multitude of commendations and finds them rather agreeable. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Even I could not compose such verses in such a brief span of time. Truly, it is astonishing. A smile graced Zhou Yuyo's face. Her curiosity towards Xuan Ning heightened further. After a careful appraisal by the 4 talents, Zhu Mingshan directly addressed Xuan Ning, stating, I humbly concede defeat. Although the opponent sought to provoke, a loss is a loss, and there was no trace of resentment, which notably improved the collective perception of the 4 talents among the onlookers. Tang Yin also inclined his hands towards Zhou Yin. his gaze no longer laced with contempt, but rather acknowledging him as a worthy adversary, declaring, "I underestimated you before. Henceforth, we shall not regard you lightly." "Then let the challenge commence," Xuan Ning replied. Thus, the assembly once again turned their attention to Lu Yi, who, with her exquisite visage and a smile that could captivate the world, spoke succinctly. "The next question." The maidservant reappeared, presenting a tray upon which rested a solitary cup of wine. Lu Yi indicated the cup with her delicate fingers and introduced, "For this round, let us take wine as our theme." Among the 4 talents, Wen Zheng stepped forward and addressed the gathering. "Allow me to take this topic." He then bowed slightly to Xuan Ning, saying, "I seek your guidance." "Please," Xuan Ning responded with a courteous nod. Wen Zheng contemplated deeply, advancing 5 steps before retreating 5, and then proclaimed, "Sing joyously after wine, casting aside worldly concerns. I still find the humble dwelling awakens too soon, unable to linger long in the inebriated realm." A 10-step poem, crafted with such elegance, elicited abundant admiration from the crowd. The elderly gentlemen on stage expressed their appreciation, affirming that the 4 talents were indeed well-versed and talented. Subsequently, all eyes turned once more to Xuan Ning. Xuan Ning chuckled softly, and with a swift motion, he seized the exquisite wine from Lu Yi's table. He then drank it in one gulp and proclaimed, "The grape wine flows like a luminous cup at night. As the Pipa urges us to drink, do not mock the one who sleeps drunkenly on the battlefield, for throughout history, how many have returned from war? In Qin, the flowers and birds may already be fading, while the winds and sands beyond the frontier remain cold. At night, the sound of the hu flute bends the willow," evoking memories of Chang'an with fervor. Countless people murmured Xuan Ning's verses, and with each repetition, the astonishment grew. The elderly figures on stage hurriedly urged, "Quickly, write down this poem." Everyone was taken aback, even Tang Yin, who was left speechless. Yet Xuan Ning continued, "Allow me to recite another." The crowd was once again astounded. One poem was not enough, and he was prepared to deliver another in such a brief span of time. Such talent is rare in the world, one could ponder. All stood in awe, none daring to interrupt, as they awaited Xuan Ning's words. He pointed toward the azure sky and spoke. "Do you not see the waters of the yellow river descending from the heavens, rushing to the sea never to return? Do you not see the bright mirror in the high hall lamenting white hair, morning like black silk, evening like snow? One must revel in life's joys, lest the golden goblet be left empty in the moonlight. Heaven has bestowed upon me a purpose. Even if a fortune is squandered, it shall return. Let us feast on lamb and beef and merriment, for we must drink 300 cups. Master Sin and Dan Chio, let us pour the wine. And do not let the cups cease. Allow me to sing a song for you. I beseech you to lend me your ear. The sounds of bells and drums, adorned with jade, are not worth cherishing, but I wish to remain inebriated and never awaken. Throughout history, the wise have been solitary. Only the drinkers have left their names. Once, Chenwang hosted a banquet of joy, where 10,000 cups flowed freely in mirth. Why does the host speak of limited funds? Just procure the wine for our toasts. With splendid steeds and costly furs, call the boy to exchange them for fine wine, to together dissolve the sorrows of eternity." As he concluded, the hall erupted in astonishment once more. The 3 elder judges exclaimed, "What extraordinary talent!" The 4 literary geniuses, upon hearing these 2 poems, were utterly awestruck. "I am no match." Wen Zheng shook his head decisively. Xuan Ning stood upon the stage, his handsome visage captivating the hearts of countless young maidens. Gifted in both literature and martial prowess, he outshone all others in the realm. What woman could possibly resist such a man? Tang Yin furrowed his brow and inquired of Xuan Ning, "Are you truly merely the protector of Miss Zhou Yueying?" "I have pledged to her father to safeguard her for a time," Xuan Ning replied. "Ah, I see. You must surely hail from an extraordinary lineage. It brings me great joy to encounter a rival such as yourself," Tang Yin expressed with a respectful demeanor. The 4 esteemed scholars were notably proud. Seldom yielding in matters of literary prowess, yet they found themselves astonished and in awe upon meeting someone whose talents eclipsed their own. "You flatter me," Xuan Ning replied with a smile, never one to shy away from acknowledging the merits of others. Lu Yi, utterly captivated by Xuan Ning's poetry, could not restrain herself from asking, "Surely this poem must have a title?" Xuan Ning turned around and uttered, "It is titled Pour the Wine." "Ah, Pour the Wine, what a magnificent title! This composition shall undoubtedly endure through the ages." The 3 elders on the stage offered their unreserved praise. Lu Yi presented another challenge, displaying only the character wind. This clearly served as a prompt centered around the theme of wind. I, Su Qing, shall now attempt to demonstrate my humble skills. After pondering for a moment, Su Qing proclaimed, "From whence does the autumn wind arrive? It softly ushers the flock of geese. As dawn breaks, it enters the trees of the courtyard, and the solitary traveler is the first to hear it." Xuan Ning, unwilling to be outdone, then spoke. "The north wind sweeps the ground, breaking the white grass. In the 8th month of the barbarian sky, snow descends. Suddenly, as if a spring breeze arrived overnight, thousands of trees burst forth with pear blossoms. They scatter into the beaded curtains, dampening the silk drapery. The fox fur fails to warm, and the brocade quilt feels thin. The general's bow cannot be drawn, and the protector's iron armor is cold and difficult to don. The vast sea of ice stands 100 feet high, and sorrowful clouds linger, dense and bleak across 10,000 miles. Within the Central Army, wine is poured to welcome returning guests, accompanied by the sounds of the huqin, pipa, and chong flute. Flurries of evening snow descend at the chariot gate, while the wind tugs at the red flags, frozen and unable to unfurl. At the eastern gate of Luntai, I bid you farewell. As you depart, snow blankets the Tianshan road. The mountains twist and turn, obscuring your presence, leaving only the traces of horses upon the snow." Upon concluding his recitation, Xuan Ning composed another verse. The chrysanthemum sighs in the mist, while the orchids weep under the dew. The curtains shiver in the chill, as the swallows take flight, 2 by 2. The bright moon, unaware of the sorrow of separation, sends slanting rays at dawn through the crimson door. Last night, the western wind withered the verdant trees. I ascended the tall tower, gazing towards the horizon's endless road, desiring to send a colorful letter and a simple note, with mountains long and waters wide. Where could it be delivered? A fresh wave of admiration echoed, and he composed 2 more verses, astonishing the multitude once again. No one had anticipated Xuan Ning's formidable talent. In this round, he emerged victorious, with no doubt about the outcome, earning the respect of even his opponent. "Once again, I am in awe," Su Qing expressed, showing no hint of disappointment. To be bested by someone of Xuan Ning's caliber was not a matter of shame. Among the 4 literary prodigies, Xuan Ning had triumphed over 3. Only Tang Yin remained. Everyone gazed at Xuan Ning with admiration. Following Zhou Yuyao, another had defeated 3 of the 4 literary talents. When the crowd turned their attention to Lu Yi, Tang Yin stepped forward and inquired, "May I pose the next question?" Lu Yi looked towards Xuan Ning and replied, "I have no objections to this, but..." She then glanced at Xuan Ning, awaiting his response. Xuan Ning remarked, "Of course, there is no problem. After all, it is a poetry contest. What is there to fear?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yin quickly interjected, "I do not wish to engage in a poetic duel with you this time. Instead, I would like to challenge you to a couplet competition." A couplet competition. The crowd was taken aback, astonished that Tang Yin would choose such a contest, which was entirely unexpected. After hearing this challenge, everyone cast concerned glances towards Xuan Ning. They were already aware of Xuan Ning's exceptional poetic talent, having triumphed over 3 opponents, with each of his verses resonating far and wide. Notably, his composition "Let Us Raise a Glass" is destined to be remembered through the ages. However, when it came to couplets, their apprehension for Xuan Ning grew. This was not merely poetry, and Tang Yin's confident demeanor suggested he possessed considerable assurance in his abilities. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning was indeed taken aback. It seemed they were no longer engaging in poetry, but rather in couplets. Was this merely a different form of torment? "Are you certain?" Xuan Ning inquired, fixing his gaze upon the opponent. "Certain, indeed. Regardless of the outcome of this round, the previous wager is null and void." As it was poorly considered by Tang Yin replied. He believed victory was assured and exuded confidence. Alas, he was unaware that in this world, there existed individuals known as transmigrators. "Then, please begin," Xuan Ning said with remarkable composure. "I shall now present my humble attempt," Tang Yin responded, bowing slightly before proclaiming, 10,000 tiles and 1,000 bricks, 100 days to build the Temple of the Cross." As soon as he uttered these words, countless individuals began to ponder deeply. It was an intricate numerical couplet. Even Zhou Yuyao found herself contemplating, clearly recognizing that such a couplet would not be easily conceived. Tang Yin and his companions chuckled, convinced that even if the opponent could come up with a response, it would take considerable time. However, Xuan Ning merely asked, "Is that all?" All eyes turned to him, and he confidently declared, 1 boat, 2 paddles, 3 men row across the 4-way bridge." "Brilliant, truly brilliant," exclaimed the onlookers. "Such talent! To respond so swiftly, He truly deserved the title of a great scholar. Everyone gazed at Xuan Ning with newfound respect, astonished that he excelled not only in poetry, but also in couplets. Zhou Yuyao widened her eyes, taking a deep breath as she scrutinized Xuan Ning, eager to discern how he had arrived at such a response. Miss, this Xuan Ning is extraordinarily talented, possessing skills in cultivation, poetry, and now couplets. What else can he possibly excel at? Xiaochan remarked curiously as she observed him. Miss, with so many praising him, doesn't that ensure our victory? Dong Shui chimed in with a joyful smile. Watch closely, since Tang Yin dares to use this as a prompt. He must possess exceptional skills, Zhou Yuyo mused, uncertain yet hopeful for Xuan Ning's success. Lu Yi, equally intrigued, gazed at Xuan Ning with her enchanting eyes. Astonished to find such remarkable talent in Luoxian City, able to compose a couplet of this nature in such a brief span of time. What was his true identity? Lu Yi pondered, recalling that Xuan Ning had only recently become Zhou Yuyao's guard, tasked with protection for a limited time, indicating he was not one of her subordinates. Tang Yin was equally astonished, having not anticipated Xuan Ning's prompt response. He furrowed his brow, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. However, he was well prepared and had many couplets in reserve. Thus, he continued, at 60, life begins anew, plus the years of 37. Xuan Ning, without the slightest hesitation, spoke again just seconds after his opponent had finished, celebrating the duality of longevity, bringing forth another spring and autumn. Such rapidity in crafting such a precise and harmonious response drew applause from numerous onlookers. They had previously harbored doubts about Xuan Ning's prowess in couplets, yet it appeared evident now that he excelled in both poetry and couplets. Consequently, their confidence in Xuan Ning surged anew. Tang Yin was once again astounded. Unable to fathom Xuan Ning's mastery of couplets, he had never anticipated that this would pose a challenge to him, especially since he had devised the topic himself. Now feeling a hint of impending defeat, the four literary talents observed the unfolding scene with unease. Would Brother Tang truly be outmatched? This was his forte. Surely he would not falter, especially at such an early stage. Yet, one could see that Xuan Ning had conceived a response almost instantaneously upon the completion of Brother Tang's utterance. Such brilliance was indeed formidable. Tang Yin, undeterred, recited several more couplets. But Xuan Ning met each one with equal fervor. Furrowing his brow, Tang Yin declared, "The gentle breeze cannot contain me." This was a clever play on homophones, so ingenious that even Tang Yin himself had not conceived a suitable response. He turned to Xuan Ning and remarked, "I have yet to think of a corresponding line for this couplet. I truly hope you can provide an answer." Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning pondered for a moment before responding. "In that case, I shall acquiesce to your request. Listen carefully." Xuan Ning smiled softly and then replied, "When will the bright moon shine upon us again?" This, Tang Yin felt a sense of defeat and muttered, "The gentle breeze fills the ground. Yet how can the bright moon shine upon us once more?" This pair of lines was remarkably harmonious and exceedingly clever. Tang Yin then articulated another, from the lotus. "One acquires the root." Xuan Ning replied once more, "With apricots, there is no need for plums." Tang Yin remarked, "Whose estate is this garden before us?" Xuan Ning, "A few lines of text adorn the wall. Which document is it?" Tang Yin, "Adjust the strings, tune the new melody, and bring forth an exquisite harmony." Xuan Ning, "Cultivating flowers with great care results in an exquisite fragrance." Aye. Tang Yin's expression instantly darkened, and he ultimately had to concede, acknowledging his defeat. A defeat so complete it was undeniable. Xuan Ning, upon reading this, smiled gently and addressed Tang Yin, saying, "It is often said that it is impolite not to reciprocate a visit. I too possess a couplet, and I hope for your esteemed guidance." Tang Yin sighed, thoroughly captivated by the other's scholarly prowess. Nonetheless, he was confident that if the other were to present a couplet, he would undoubtedly be able to respond in kind. Xuan Ning spoke, "The character Jing consists of 3 suns. In time, there will be days of thought without the sun, day after day, over a century amounting to 36,000 days." Upon hearing this, Tang Yin was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment. The surrounding individuals, too, were left in deep contemplation. Eventually, the 3 elderly men inscribed this couplet on a piece of paper and had it displayed prominently. Tang Yin, with a wry smile, shook his head and remarked, "I cannot decipher this. I never anticipated that you possessed such remarkable talent." Xuan Ning smiled and said, "It is merely a couplet, no need to take it to heart. I have another one here. Would you like to hear it?" I hope for your guidance. Although he could not think of it, Tang Yin was equally intrigued, as were the people around. The three elderly men, in particular, made it a point to remember every word. Xuan Ning remarked, one opens their mouth only to smile. For both ancient and modern matters are best met with laughter. Tang Yin, with a wry smile, conceded, I humbly bow to your superiority and accept the terms of our wager. He inquired earnestly, might I know your name, esteemed sir? The others, equally curious, shared his desire to learn Xuan Ning's identity. I am Xuan Ning, he replied. Excellent. The four literary talents nodded in agreement. Following their inquiry, Tang Yin and the others exuberantly shouted, woof, woof, woof. The onlookers were taken aback, their expressions a mix of disbelief and amusement. Although the four literary talents had come seeking trouble, their literary prowess commanded respect. Despite their defeat, they exhibited an admirable grace, readily acknowledging their loss without a hint of bitterness, seeming instead to revel in the experience. Such individuals deserve the utmost respect. Upon hearing Xuan Ning's name, Lu Yi's rosy lips parted in surprise, her enchanting eyes wide with astonishment as she queried, could it be that you are the Xuan Ning from the recent Xuan family competition? Recently, in the Xuan family's grand contest, a youth once labeled as a waste had surprisingly emerged as a dark horse, claiming second place and casting aside his former ignominy, becoming the talk of Luoxian City. Thus, upon Lu Yi's inquiry, the audience gazed in shock at the impeccably attired and strikingly eloquent Xuan Ning on stage. Indeed, that is I. Xuan Ning replied with a slight smile, appearing unfazed, as though the past bore no significance to him. His demeanor was remarkably serene, a stark contrast to what one might expect from someone of his age. Upon his acknowledgement, the crowd could no longer mask their astonishment, staring incredulously at him. Good heavens! He is the Xuan Ning, not only gifted in cultivation but also possessing extraordinary literary talent, truly a paragon of both martial and literary prowess. They pondered how Yi Qingsheng could have chosen to withdraw her engagement to such an exceptional individual. It was likely that upon learning of Xuan Ning's current capabilities and eloquence, she would regret her decision profoundly. Second place in the family competition and superior literary skills eclipsing those of the four talents. He was the ideal suitor in the hearts of many. If I had a daughter capable of marrying such a man, I would surely dream of it with joy. The crowd sang Xuan Ning's praises, filled with admiration, lamenting Yi Qingsheng's foolishness in severing ties with such an ideal match. Please, come upstairs. Lu Yi beckoned with her delicate, snow-white hand, her captivating gaze fixed upon Xuan Ning. Although unintentional, her innate charm imbued even the simplest gestures with an enchanting allure. Young Master Xuan Ning, let us proceed, Zhou Yuyao added with a gentle smile, her demeanor sweet and alluring. With a single wave of Xuan Ning's hand, he collected all the attributes that had fallen to the ground. Spirit increased by 0. 5. Aptitude by 0. 2. Comprehension by 0. 3. And spirit by an additional 0. 3. Xuan Ning was immensely delighted. He had not anticipated that his visit to this place would allow him to collect such a multitude of unique and precious attribute points. Most of these points were dropped by the four great talents, particularly Tang Yin, who had previously yielded the most attribute points. After gathering all these points, Xuan Ning discovered that his mental acuity had risen to 2. 4. His comprehension had reached 0. 6. And his innate talent had also attained 0. 5. After utilizing these attribute points, Xuan Ning once again felt a clarity of mind, as if the fog of confusion had lifted, allowing him to comprehend many previously perplexing matters. In that instant, enlightenment struck him, deepening his understanding of the cultivation process. This was indeed the essence of talent. At this moment, after resuming his practice, he would no longer find himself stagnating, unable to garner even a modicum of cultivation value as he had before. Scholars, it seems, are truly remarkable machines for extracting attributes. And he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Xuan Ning nodded towards Zhou Yuyao and ascended the stairs, eliciting waves of envy and admiration from the crowd. Lu Yi smiled gently at everyone, her captivating presence drawing all eyes towards her. She then declared, I am grateful to all for attending this poetry conference. The victor of this event is Xuan Ning from the Xuan family. Thank you all for your participation. The poetry conference has concluded successfully. With a radiant smile, Lu Yi instructed her maid, hang Xuan Ning's 2 couplets at the entrance. Whoever can compose a complimentary couplet will receive a year of complimentary food and drink at Wangwei Pavilion, along with a reward of 1,000 gold vouchers. Upon hearing this, astonishment swept through the crowd, They could hardly believe Lu Yi would make such a generous offer. Instantly, they began to strain their minds, unleashing their creative prowess in search of a suitable response. Their motivation was not merely the allure of a year's worth of free sustenance or the enticing gold vouchers, but rather the chance to meet Lu Yi day and night over the course of the year. Before long, the entrance of Wangyue Pavilion was adorned with the two couplets previously articulated by Xuan Ning. 3 suns in the character crystal. Time will have its days without days, day by day. 100 years make 36,000 days. And to speak with laughter, laugh at the ancient and the modern, and treat all matters with a smile. As these couplets were displayed, they undoubtedly attracted a multitude of onlookers, particularly those scholars who had been unable to enter the pavilion during the poetry conference. When they learned of Xuan Ning's exploits within the pavilion, each was left utterly astounded. The news spread rapidly throughout the entirety of Luoxian City, and the name Xuan Ning once again became a topic of fervent discussion among the populace. Additionally, several storytellers began to recount tales of how Xuan Ning had outshone the 4 great talents at the poetry conference, silencing them with his verses, and how he had made the foremost among them, Tang Yan, concede defeat, bowing in admiration to his mastery. The name Xuan Ning has become thoroughly renowned throughout the city of Luoxian. Furthermore, Xuan Ning's 2 couplets have begun to captivate the entire city, prompting all the talented scholars and beautiful maidens to ponder over the corresponding lines. On the balcony of Wangyue Pavilion, Zhou Yuyo, Xia Chan, and Dong Shui gazed with wide, curious eyes, fixated on Xuan Ning. "What is the matter?" Xuan Ning smiled as he looked at them. "You are simply extraordinary," Dong Shui stated candidly. "Nothing much. I merely learned a bit out of boredom. It's not a big deal," Xuan Ning replied nonchalantly. The 3 women were taken aback. Xia Chan felt as though she had received a significant blow. To be so impressive from mere boredom? Zhou Yuyao was equally speechless, having spent years immersed in books, only to realize that her knowledge paled in comparison to what Xuan Ning had casually acquired. Such was the disparity of talent. Soon, Lu Yi sauntered over, her alluring waist swaying gracefully. She commanded her maid to bring forth an array of exquisite dishes and said to the group, "Come, come, no need to stand on ceremony. These are the signature dishes of our establishment." Then, Lu Yi took a seat beside Xuan Ning, pouring a glass of wine for everyone. Gently raising her goblet, she addressed him, "I have hung your 2 couplets in the shop. I hope you don't mind, young Master Xuan Ning." In the presence of such a captivating beauty, her allure surpassed that of Zhou Yuya by leaps and bounds, resembling a ripe peach in its maturity. Especially at such proximity, Xuan Ning could discern her ample curves. While this woman possessed the power to incite desire in men, Xuan Ning remained largely unaffected, regarding her with an appreciative gaze. What is merely a woman? He had encountered countless in his past life, particularly those enchanting maidens on a certain island, each more beguiling than the last, flaunting their charm in every conceivable manner. Of course not. It is said that learning has no bounds. "It is my fortune that Sister Lu appreciates my couplets," Xuan Ning declared, downing his drink. Lu Yi was indeed charming, yet Xuan Ning was not easily swayed by her charms. For Xuan Ning, Lu Yi's decision to display his couplets in her establishment was mutually beneficial. As long as individuals came to ponder over them, he would amass numerous rare attribute points with each visit. Lu Yi's actions inadvertently aided him, and such a favorable opportunity was one he could not refuse. It seemed he would have to frequent the place more often, not for any other reason than to collect those rare attribute points. Lu Yi chuckled softly, saying, "Young Master Xuan Ning, you are quite the charmer. Since you have called me sister, you must visit here often for meals. As long as you come, all the food will be complimentary." "Thank you, Sister Lu," Xuan Ning graciously accepted, recognizing the advantage of free meals. Thus, the group continued their light-hearted conversation, with Lu Yi occasionally posing subtle questions to Xuan Ning. This woman was quite astute, carefully crafting her inquiries to uncover his secrets without being overt. However, Xuan Ning deftly navigated the situation. Attempting to uncover his secrets was futile, even if the other party lay in bed. He would not be so easily swayed by mere women, for in the dark, they were all the same. 2 hours later, Zhou Yuyo and Xuan Ning bid farewell to Lu Yi. Upon descending to the ground floor, Xuan Ning observed a lively scene filled with scholars, all drawn in by 2 couplets, each engrossed in pondering the appropriate responses. Upon witnessing the ground strewn with attribute points, Xuan Ning let out a soft chuckle and meandered around the tables, collecting every last point scattered on the floor. The increase in aptitude by 0. 1 was rather disappointing. as the majority were mental attribute points, with the enhancements to talent and comprehension being exceedingly scarce. After his circuit, he had scarcely gathered 1. It appeared that these items were contingent upon an individual's abilities for their emergence. Had it been one of the 4 literary prodigies, the yield would have undoubtedly been far greater. Although Zhou Yuyao and her companions were immensely curious about Xuan Ning's actions, they refrained from voicing their inquiries. After departing from Wanyue Pavilion, Xuan Ning escorted Zhou Yuyao back to her estate, then excused himself, stating he had matters to attend to before taking his leave. The direction in which Xuan Ning departed was none other than the royal arena. Before entering, Xuan Ning adorned himself once more with a black iron mask, concealing his visage. The royal arena was constructed by the Glazed dynasty, with branches only in cities above the county level. As for the smaller towns and villages, although they too have arenas, they are merely organized by local inhabitants and their scale pales in comparison to that of the official royal arena. Xuan Ning arrived here for the first time. Thus, he was not entirely acquainted with the rules of the arena. Upon entering, he inquired with the staff about the conditions and regulations for participation in the competitions. The personnel handed him a document outlining the fundamental rules of the arena, which elaborated on various regulations. Competitors would be categorized into different stages of challenges based on their abilities, and there existed an exceedingly perilous challenge, battling against monstrous beasts. A failure in such a contest would result in becoming the prey of these creatures. Despite the inherent danger, the rewards were immensely lucrative, often prompting individuals to risk their lives for profit, while others sought to hone their skills by confronting these beasts. Before engaging in challenges, participants were required to have their abilities assessed. Otherwise, a martial general participating in a duel meant for martial foot soldiers would render the outcome utterly predictable. Consequently, the arena typically arranged combatants of similar prowess to face each other. However, should anyone wish to challenge a more formidable opponent, the arena staff would accommodate such requests, providing adversaries of greater strength. The Royal Arena also awarded competitive medals, ranging from black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, to royal medals, each representing a distinct level of achievement. Advancement was no simple feat. It required maintaining a streak of victories to swiftly accumulate points and enhance one's competitive medal. Each time a competitor participated and won a match, they earned a point, and for each consecutive victory, they gained an additional point, with a maximum of 10 consecutive wins yielding a total of 10 points. Surpassing 10 consecutive victories would still result in a cap of 10 points. Additionally, there existed the option of challenging opponents from a higher tier, which granted an extra point for each such endeavor. However, few succeeded in confronting opponents significantly stronger than themselves. After reviewing these regulations, Xuan Ning addressed the staff, saying, "I wish to partake in the competitive challenge." The staff member replied, "Please complete the necessary information, and then proceed to test your prowess." Xuan Ning glanced at the names and ages inscribed above, and promptly inscribed the name Zhao Ritian, assigning himself an age of 18. Although Xuan Ning was merely 16 and his name was not Zhao Ritian, it mattered little. No one would be the wiser. In the arena, one's identity held no significance. After completing the entry, Xuan Ning approached a testing steel, where a bystander instructed Zhou Yin, "Simply place your hand upon it and relax your body." Xuan Ning complied, placing his hand upon it, and a peculiar energy surged into his body. Subsequently, the inscription on the stone tablet revealed, "Martial General of the Fourth Heaven." Upon observing the testing stone tablet, Xuan Ning found it remarkably accurate, as it swiftly assessed his current realm. Subsequently, Xuan Ning's information was recorded, and upon exiting, he submitted a registration fee of 10 gold coins, granting him the opportunity to participate in the competition. Having come here specifically for this purpose, he promptly chose to enter the fray. Not long after, Xuan Ning took hold of a number plate and made his way into Arena 3 to engage in the contest. Upon arriving at a designated seat for competitors, Xuan Ning noticed that a dozen individuals had already gathered, each possessing the prowess of a martial general. This level of mastery represented the predominant strength among the populace of Luoxian City, hence the martial general ranks were the most populous in competition. The others cast casual glances at Xuan Ning without initiating conversation, to which he paid little heed. Spotting several attribute points on the ground, he approached and, with a swift motion of his hand, collected them. His cultivation value increased by 5, and his life value rose by 12. The onlookers, witnessing Xuan Ning's actions, furrowed their brows in confusion, finding it difficult to comprehend the significance of his earlier gesture. Xuan Ning paid no heed to them and directed his gaze towards the two individuals in the arena below. Upon observing them, he felt an exhilarating rush. For the arena was brimming with an abundance of attribute points. Indeed, he had not erred in coming here. This was his paradise. Glancing at his own number, which was 18, he realized that he must await the host's call before he could ascend the stage to partake in the combat. Noting the current number of battles taking place, he understood that he would have to wait for 2 more matches before it would be his turn. Xuan Ning could only wait patiently. However, watching the battles unfold around him was not entirely dull, for he was able to glean some combat techniques. The two combatants below engaged in a fierce clash, one wielding a longsword, the other a dagger. Their exchanges were thrilling, showcasing their comparable realms and nearly equal prowess. Such a contest was captivating, stirring the blood of many spectators. The arena was filled with a diverse array of onlookers, who appeared even more animated than those below, vocally expressing their fervor with crude shouts. Many held slips of paper in their hands, fervently urging their favorites on. Strike him, quickly vanquish him, aim for his lower defenses. Yes, just like that, execute another strike. Xuan Ning immediately comprehended the nature of those papers. They were the betting slips. This wager was, indeed, one of the most lucrative ventures within the arena. After surveying his surroundings, Xuan Ning made his way toward the betting area, navigating through a throng of spectators who shouted fervently. Upon reaching the designated spot for wagers, he patiently queued, and soon it was his turn. Which match would you like to bet on? Inquired the betting attendant in a monotonous manner. Xuan Ning glanced at the upcoming matches and quickly identified his own bout. Match 3, featuring Zhao Ritian, number 18, against Dong Chenghai, number 6. The current odds were a staggering 10-1. Such disdain for his abilities was evident, and he resolved to prove his prowess. Upon observing the betting ratio, Xuan Ning chuckled softly and produced 100,000 gold vouchers, declaring, "I wager on match 3, Zhao Ritian to win. 100,000 gold vouchers." The opponent's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of such a substantial sum, revealing their astonishment. They looked up at Xuan Ning, pondering the audacity of this newcomer, who had evidently never been heard of before, yet confidently placed such a bet on this individual. Upon closer inspection, the opponent surmised Xuan Ning's identity, and a smirk crept across their face, recognizing the overconfidence in this brash newcomer. 100,000 vouchers were not a trifling amount, converted to copper coins. It amounted to 10 million. Could this be the fabled Zhao Ritian, who possessed such unwavering confidence? The staff, accustomed to such characters, chuckled internally as they accepted the vouchers and handed over 10 tickets, each worth 10,000 gold vouchers. "Is there a rule against winning here?" Xuan Ning inquired. "Certainly not. I wish you good fortune," replied the staff, a hint of mockery in their tone. "However, let me offer a word of caution. Your opponent has won 9 consecutive matches. You might want to pray for your own luck." The staff laughed heartily, dismissing any notion that this newcomer could possibly triumph. 9 consecutive victories? Then allow me to be the one to end his streak, Xuan Ning retorted, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he was entirely in control of the situation. As Xuan Ning departed, the staff sneered. 100,000 gold vouchers. How could this young man possibly win? Dong Chenghai is on the verge of achieving a silver medal, while Zhao Ritian appears to be a mere novice, far too young to stand against such an opponent. With that realization, the staff dismissed any further thoughts of Xuan Ning from their mind. To him, the 100,000 gold vouchers were nothing more than a gift to the arena. After departing from the betting area, Xuan Ning returned to the sanctuary designated for competitors. Hardly had he settled, and when he observed the outcome of the battle unfolding below the arena, the two combatants had determined a victor. The referee ascended the platform to announce the results and to introduce the basic information of the contestants for the next match. As the two fighters took to the stage, the battle commenced in earnest. Without any preamble, they engaged in fierce combat, weapons clashing with a fervor that was both intense and perilous. As the struggle progressed, they shed a number of attribute points anew. Gazing at the multitude of attribute points scattered upon the stage, Xuan Ning felt an overwhelming urge to rush forth and collect them all. Such an abundance of attribute points could significantly enhance his prowess. Moreover, the royal arena boasted more than just this singular stage. It housed several others, each governed by varying rules and strengths. Countless individuals clashed upon these platforms daily, resulting in a cascade of attribute points cascading to the ground. Although many of these points diminished over time due to prolonged exposure, their sheer volume rendered them impossible to tally accurately. Fortuitously, a few violet glimmers still adorned the stage, likely representing martial skills, an invaluable prize. Once dropped, these treasures would not fade away with the passage of time. Xuan Ning gazed at the myriad of luminous dots on the stage, overwhelmed with excitement. Each hue of the attribute points represented a distinct quality. However, the majority of these points appeared quite dim, evidently a testament to the passage of time. 10 minutes later, the two participants had dropped numerous attribute points, and the victor had been determined. The second round commenced immediately, and following this bout, it would be Xuan Ning's turn. In this contest, one of the combatants was a woman, possessing an agile physique and remarkable speed, wielding 2 daggers. Despite her opponent's formidable strength, she refrained from engaging in a direct confrontation, instead opting to outmaneuver and exhaust him with her nimble tactics. After 10 minutes, this battle concluded with the woman successfully toppling her adversary from the platform. The host once again took the stage to announce the results, stating, "In the upcoming match, I believe many of you are already aware of the identity of the next contender. Indeed, it is the long-anticipated Dong Qinghai, who boasts an impressive streak of 9 consecutive victories. Should he secure another win, he will achieve a remarkable 10 consecutive victories. Let us rally our support for him." A robust man, bare-chested and wielding an axe, held his head high with an air of arrogance, casting a fierce gaze upon the surrounding crowd, exuding immense confidence. The host continued, "This time, Dong Qinghai's opponent is a newcomer, relatively youthful, yet possessing an astonishing prowess that has reached the 4th tier of martial generals. Let us warmly welcome Zhao Ritian to the stage." After Xuan Ning ascended to power, a chorus of skepticism arose, with no one harboring any optimism for his rule. Some even mockingly suggested he should surrender promptly. In stark contrast, upon Dong Qinghai's arrival, the audience erupted in cheers as his popularity soared. After all, Dong Qinghai had achieved an impressive streak of 9 consecutive victories, earning widespread recognition for his formidable prowess. Under the arrangement of the staff, Xuan Ning ascended to the arena. Above this arena, countless spectator seats were arranged, reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum. At the center of the entire structure lay a spacious stage for performance. Dong Qinghai casually regarded Xuan Ning before expressing his disdain, sneering, "You, my young friend, are unfortunate to encounter me. Defeating you will grant me my 10th consecutive victory." Xuan Ning, a mere novice of tender years, seemed an easy target for Dong Qinghai, who believed he could effortlessly vanquish him. "I eagerly await your guidance," Xuan Ning replied, unfazed by his opponent's condescension. "Rest assured, I shall demonstrate my true power. But do try not to soil yourself in fright, young one," Dong Qinghai taunted, eliciting laughter from the audience, who concurred that Xuan Ning posed no threat due to his apparent youthfulness. However, upon stepping onto the stage, Xuan Ning disregarded Dong Qinghai's derision. He was eager to unleash the wind mastery technique, drawing in energy from the surrounding attribute points. His gains were substantial: 5 cultivation, 0, 5 strength, 0, 7 defense, 5 health, 0, 1 speed, 1 lightning whip leg, 1 swift step, and 1 cloud dispersing palm. Though each individual gain was modest, the cumulative effect was remarkable, filling Xuan Ning with exhilaration. In a brief span, Xuan Ning experienced a significant enhancement in his attributes and felt a surge of power coursing through him. The sheer delight of his bountiful harvest was palpable, especially with the acquisition of 3 martial techniques. He promptly set to work mastering these skills, learning lightning whip leg LV2, swift step LV3, and cloud dispersing palm LV4. These techniques became ingrained in his mind as if he had studied them for years. The lightning whip leg was a mid-tier martial art of the human class, focused on leg techniques. The swift step, a superior martial art, could be employed in battle to enhance speed and evasion. The cloud dispersing palm, a low-tier yellow class technique, was a palm strike skill. With these skills, Xuan Ning's arsenal expanded to 7, significantly boosting his confidence against Dong Qinghai. Moreover, after collecting such an abundance of attribute points, Xuan Ning realized he was on the brink of another breakthrough in his cultivation. Yet, he chose not to advance immediately, as he felt no trepidation facing Dong Qinghai, who was of the same realm. "Let the battle commence," the host declared, stepping aside. Dong Qinghai cast a cold glance at Xuan Ning and raised his axe, proclaiming, "Let me see the combat prowess of a 4th-tier martial general like you." With that, he roared and charged at Xuan Ning, swinging his axe with ferocity. Had Xuan Ning been lacking in strength, he surely would have been cleaved in 2 by this assault. Xuan Ning remained utterly unperturbed upon witnessing the opponent's assault. With a practiced grace, he employed the technique of rapid steps, effortlessly evading to a distant location before the attribute points, collecting them with poise. The surrounding spectators gazed upon this peculiar spectacle with bewilderment, utterly confounded by his actions. However, as Xuan Ning executed this somewhat familiar maneuver, a woman who had participated in the previous match furrowed her brow, perplexed by the origins of his skill. Why does this technique resemble my rapid steps so closely? She scrutinized Xuan Ning, eager to discern whether he was employing the same methodology she was acquainted with. Bang! A blow from Dong Chenghai's axe struck the stone platform, leaving a gash and creating a fissure resembling a spider's web. Failing to land his attack, Dong Chenghai raised his weapon anew, chuckling, "Your reflexes are commendable. Yet I shall not afford you the opportunity." "Then I look forward to your guidance," Xuan Ning replied. His reluctance to strike was deliberate. He wished to prolong the encounter, as there were still attribute points to be gathered. After all, if he intended to engage in long-term competition here, he must conceal the extent of his prowess, thereby enabling him to continuously amass more attribute points and wealth. Possessing the rapid steps technique granted him swifter speed and reflexes, allowing him to evade several strikes while he thoroughly collected the attribute points scattered upon the ground. In order to conceal any signs of weakness, Xuan Ning resolutely raised his weapon and engaged in combat with his opponent. "So, you finally stopped hiding, huh? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." Dong Chenghai, observing his adversary's proactive approach, intended to make Xuan Ning aware of his formidable abilities. With great force, he launched a vigorous assault against Xuan Ning. Clang! The axe clashed against the long sword, producing a resonant metallic sound. Dong Chenghai had anticipated that this move would showcase his superiority. However, he was taken aback to find that, under this strike, Xuan Ning matched him blow for blow, exhibiting strength that was equally formidable. "This fellow possesses considerable strength," Dong Chenghai noted, his brow furrowing in concentration. Despite his unwavering confidence in his own power, he realized that Zhao Ritian could withstand his onslaught without faltering, an indication of strength that should not be underestimated. No longer dismissive of his opponent, Dong Chenghai began to approach this battle with the seriousness it warranted. The spectators, witnessing Dong Chenghai's newfound focus, also recognized that the newcomer Zhao Ritian possessed the capability to contend with Dong Chenghai. Consequently, they too began to observe the clash with heightened attention. Dong Chenghai launched another strike, unleashing a fierce offensive, yet Xuan Ning remained undeterred, engaging him in battle. With each exchange, he successfully parried Dong Chenghai's attacks. And as the fight progressed, some attribute points began to accumulate from Dong Chenghai. As Xuan Ning engaged in battle, he simultaneously collected these attribute points, completely regarding Dong Chenghai as his personal attribute extraction machine. His cultivation level increased by 20, strength by 2, and constitution by 1. After 15 minutes, Dong Chenghai was already gasping for breath, sweat pouring down his face, and his expression towards Xuan Ning transformed into one of disbelief. How could this individual possess such formidable strength, enduring against me for so long? Dong Chenghai began to feel uneasy. His stamina was depleting rapidly. The spectators were equally astonished. None of them had anticipated that Xuan Ning could contend with Dong Chenghai for such an extended period, which left them utterly surprised. Although Xuan Ning had not expended much energy, he still appeared to be in a state of physical exhaustion, resembling the frail demeanor of Dong Chenghai. This similarity might lead one to mistakenly believe that their conditions were on par with one another. As time elapsed, Xuan Ning glanced at the clock. Realizing that enough time had passed, he decided against prolonging the engagement, as his opponent had ceased to yield any significant attribute points, rendering the endeavor futile in simpler terms. Xuan Ning initiated a proactive counterattack, brandishing his long sword as he swiftly charged towards Dong Chenghai, employing the flowing cloud sword technique to launch a fierce assault, while the latter instinctively assumed a defensive posture. With a single stroke of the sword, Xuan Ning launched an attack, which was thwarted by Dong Chenghai's axe. However, this time, Xuan Ning exerted greater force, catching Dong Chenghai completely off guard by the sheer magnitude of his strength. He was forcefully repelled, unable to maintain his grip on the axe, which clattered to the ground. Subsequently, Xuan Ning harnessed his power, clenched his fist with one hand, and unleashed a martial technique, delivering a formidable punch. Raging Wave Fist. Bang! With a powerful strike, Xuan Ning fiercely attacked Dong Chenghai's shoulder, sending him tumbling off the stage. The audience was left in utter astonishment. No one could have anticipated that Xuan Ning would defeat the formidable Dong Chenghai, who boasted an impressive 9 consecutive victories. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Incredible! I cannot believe this. Dong Chunghai has proven to be utterly inept. How could his streak end like this? Zhao Ritian's strength was truly remarkable, having bested Dong Chunghai with such ease. It was indeed a splendid battle, suggesting that Zhao Ritian far surpassed Dong Chunghai in skill. Amidst the chaos, some vociferously criticized Dong Chunghai, while others lauded Xuan Ning's spectacular performance. The crowd was a tapestry of varied reactions. No one had expected this outcome, and those who had placed their faith in Dong Chunghai were left despondent. Particularly disheartened were those who had wagered on his victory, unleashing their frustrations vocally. Conversely, a handful of adventurous souls who had bet on Xuan Ning's success now reveled in joy, cheering exuberantly for him. It was truly astonishing that Dong Chunghai, a seasoned champion, had been defeated by an up-and-coming contender. Let us fervently celebrate the victor of this remarkable contest, Zhao Ritian. The host enthusiastically took to the stage, raising Xuan Ning's hand in triumph, equally astonished that it was Xuan Ning who emerged victorious. As the battle concluded, Xuan Ning departed the arena to claim his reward. Each victor is entitled to a prize, which increases with the number of consecutive wins. A single victory yields 50 gold vouchers, while 2 consecutive wins double the reward. Should one continue to triumph, the prize can accumulate up to 1,000 gold vouchers. You've displayed commendable strength, defeating even Dong Chunghai. Here is your reward. A middle-aged man handed Xuan Ning a voucher worth 50 gold. He then inquired, "Are you interested in signing up for the next round? If victorious, the prize could escalate to 100 gold vouchers." Xuan Ning had no intention of departing. He replied, "Then let us proceed to register for the next round." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man donned a smile and said, "Very well, I shall arrange your next battle. Just wait patiently. It shouldn't take many matches. In the meantime, take this opportunity to rest and recuperate." "Thank you." Xuan Ning departed from this place and subsequently returned to the location of the participants. However, en route, he encountered a woman standing in his path. Clad in a form-fitting outfit, she showcased her exquisite figure to perfection. While not possessing the classic golden ratio, her physique was nonetheless quite remarkable. The woman approached Xuan Ning directly, her features relatively refined, with a delicate beauty mark adorning her left eyebrow. Standing before Xuan Ning, she inquired, "Where did you learn the swift movement technique you employed earlier?" After listening, Xuan Ning turned his gaze towards the woman, realizing that the remarkable agility he had witnessed earlier had indeed emanated from her. "No comment," he stated curtly before departing. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in her eyes, yet she refrained from taking action, understanding that violence here would be imprudent. Nevertheless, she turned to Xuan Ning's retreating figure and remarked, "As long as you remain in the arena and continue to fight, I will inevitably cross paths with you." Encouraged, Xuan Ning nodded casually, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if to say, "I've signed up. If you have the ability, come and face me." This display incited a wave of indignation within the woman, who felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. Shaking her head, she proceeded to the registration desk, declaring, "I wish to participate in the battle as well." The middle-aged man, known as Su Dusan, observed her with a beaming smile, his eyes fixated on her appealing figure as if attempting to discern what secrets her attire concealed. "It's none of your business," she retorted, frowning. After completing her registration, she left promptly. Su Dusan smirked coldly, contemplating, "Since you wish to encounter each other, I shall facilitate a delightful exchange between you two." Hey. Xuan Ning returned to the competition area, only to find that all eyes were upon him, gazing with an indescribable intensity, even harboring a hint of hostility. When he first arrived, these individuals scarcely acknowledged his presence, merely casting him a fleeting glance. However, after Xuan Ning's victory over Dong Cheng, they now regarded him as a formidable rival. Before long, the woman who had previously encountered Xuan Ning approached once more, unhesitatingly seating herself beside him, scrutinizing him with a penetrating gaze. Upon her arrival, the surrounding men fixated their eyes upon her, their gazes unabashedly tracing the contours of her figure. The participation of women in such competitions was already scarce, and her commendable appearance further ignited a certain fervor within these men. "That technique is not something that can be easily shared. Do tell me honestly how you acquired it." The woman inquired again. Yet, Xuan Ning chose to disregard her, treating her as if she were merely a figment of the air, which prompted her to furrow her brow and clench her fists, ultimately refraining from further questioning. Beneath the arena, various competitions were unfolding incessantly. On the stage, Xuan Ning's attributes were steadily increasing, filling him with joy as he pondered when this tournament would conclude. Once it did, he intended to explore each competition platform, confident that the rewards would be substantial. Xuan Ning sat in contemplation for a moment before making his way toward the betting area. He produced the ticket from his previous wager and declared, "This is my ticket." The betting personnel stared blankly at the stack of tickets before them. Utterly astonished by the unexpected turn of events, the renowned Dong Chahai, known for his 9 consecutive victories, had succumbed to defeat, and with him, they too had lost a significant sum. This amounted to 100,000 gold certificates. With a 10-fold multiplier, that translated to a staggering 1 million gold certificates. Even the betting personnel could not help but feel a twinge of envy. The occurrence of someone winning such a vast sum of money in a single instance was exceedingly rare. In his years of experience here, he had only witnessed a handful of such occurrences. This wager was beyond his control, and the outcome held no bearing on him. After all, no one had anticipated Xuan Ning's formidable prowess. Once the staff handed over the gold certificates to Xuan Ning, they looked upon him with admiration, envious of the audacity he had displayed, which had led him to amass wealth that ordinary individuals could scarcely dream of. After acquiring a substantial fortune, Xuan Ning observed the roster of competitors for the upcoming match. In the 4th bout, he was surprised to discover that his opponent was none other than Qian Miaoying, the very woman he had encountered previously. Xuan Ning was taken aback. He had not anticipated meeting her so soon again. Moreover, the betting odds for this match were rather balanced, a typical 1-1. It was evident that the spectators had formed an assessment of his abilities, refraining from setting the stakes too high. The previous round, in which he had won 1 million gold vouchers, had already inflicted significant losses upon the arena, making it unlikely for such inflated odds to occur again. Xuan Ning remained unfazed and boldly declared, "I shall wager once more on my victory, 1 million gold vouchers." The betting personnel, albeit taken aback by Xuan Ning's audacity, diligently fulfilled their duty and presented him with the ticket valued at 1 million gold vouchers. Once Xuan Ning departed, the betting personnel found themselves in a quandary. Should I follow suit or refrain from doing so? Xuan Ning was naturally confident in his own strength. After acquiring numerous attribute points, his power had significantly increased, and he had also gained a considerable amount of cultivation value. Xuan Ning began to assimilate the profound energy, elevating his realm to the 5th heaven of the martial general. A powerful sensation surged within him, as a warm current ceaselessly flowed through his meridians, fortifying his bones, organs, and cells. Cultivation, after all, is merely a matter of accumulating attribute points. Xuan Ning chuckled inwardly. The entirety of Xuan Ning continent would serve as his map to strength. Upon returning to the competition seats, Qian Miaoying cast him a sly smile and remarked, "Young man, fortune has not favored you. Your next opponent is I. Prepare to witness my prowess." Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning offered a slight smile to Qian Miaoying and remarked, "Keep it up." Qian Miaoying was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by the unusual encouragement from a rival. It was indeed her first encounter with someone cheering for an opponent, leaving her utterly speechless. The other competitors exchanged bewildered glances at Xuan Ning, pondering the enigmatic thoughts swirling in his mind. After several rounds of combat, the host once again called out Xuan Ning's registered name, Zhao Ritian, eliciting a wave of astonished gasps throughout the arena. "Zhao Ritian! Zhao Ritian! You must win. I've placed a wager of 1,000 gold coins." One shouted, "Come on, I bet on Qian Miaoying to triumph. There's no way this guy can win." The prospect of collecting attribute points was tantalizing. Xuan Ning smiled as he approached the stage, taking a leisurely stroll around the perimeter to gather the scattered attribute points. His efforts yielded a modest increase, 10 in cultivation value, 1 in strength, 11 in health, and 0, 1 in speed. Although the increments were slight, they nonetheless contributed to an enhancement of Xuan Ning's prowess. Following this, the host announced Qian Miaoying's name once more. "Qian Miaoying, defeat Zhao Ritian. Your figure is quite impressive. I offer 10,000 gold coins for a night of fun with me," cheered a voice from the crowd. "Keep it up, Qian Miaoying." As a female competitor, Qian Miaoying garnered considerable attention. Female participation in the arena was rare, particularly due to her appealing appearance and physique. The men in the audience erupted in a roaring cheer, far surpassing the volume of applause that greeted Xuan Ning's entrance. Upon hearing the host introduce Qian Miaoying, Xuan Ning was quite taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman had achieved 6 consecutive victories. It is indeed impressive for a woman to triumph 6 times in such a competitive arena. Alas, her fate was sealed the moment she confronted Xuan Ning. She was destined to submit. As Qian Miaoyin approached Xuan Ning, she spoke bluntly, "Young man, since you refuse to divulge the origins of your swift steps, I shall break your legs and see if that compels your tongue. Why such fury? Have you not found anyone to quell your anger recently? This is unwise. It may lead to premature aging," Xuan Ning retorted without a hint of hesitation. Indeed, they were both of a brutish nature. "Let me witness just how proficient you are with your swift steps," he thought. Fuming with rage, Qian Miaoyin deftly twirled the dagger in her hands before gripping it tightly. "Rest assured, I shall be superior to you in every conceivable aspect," Xuan Ning replied with a smile. "You." Qian Miaoyin was seething, her eyes ablaze with fury, longing to pounce on Xuan Ning and forcefully subdue him. "Let the battle commence," declared the host. The moment the fight began, Qian Miaoyin unleashed her agility, dashing towards Xuan Ning at breakneck speed, her sharp dagger aimed mercilessly at his neck. In her wrath, her attacks were fierce. Should she land a blow, Xuan Ning's throat would surely be severed. Truly, a woman's heart can be as venomous as a viper. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xuan Ning did not dare to be complacent and also employed his swift steps. Xuan Ning employed a similar agility, his feet gliding effortlessly as he gracefully evaded Qian Miaoyin's lethal strikes. This woman exhibited no mercy whatsoever. Each assault was a deadly maneuver, reminiscent of a furious assassin. Xuan Ning drew his weapon and retaliated against his opponent's dagger, the two blades clashing in a flurry of sparks. After the skirmish, Qian Miaoyin clearly recognized Xuan Ning's formidable strength. In a direct confrontation, she would suffer significant losses. Thus, she resolved to exploit her advantage and speed to launch an assault on Xuan Ning. However, Xuan Ning's swiftness was not to be underestimated, as he responded with remarkable agility. Intercepting each of her attacks with precision, Xuan Ning sought to thoroughly extract the potential of Qian Miaoyin, determined not to relinquish her while she still possessed value. Each adversary served as a vessel for Xuan Ning's attribute acquisition, and thus, none could be easily dismissed. As the battle ensued, Qian Miaoyin indeed began to yield attribute points, which Xuan Ning deftly collected. Her cultivation value increased by 20, with the majority of points derived from Qian Miaoyin's speed and cultivation. Regrettably, the coveted skill book that Xuan Ning desired did not manifest, as the probability of its drop remained exceedingly low. With every passing moment, Qian Miaoyin grew increasingly alarmed. She had unwavering confidence in her agility, yet she could hardly fathom that her opponent's finesse was equally, if not slightly, superior. This revelation left her astounded, nearly beyond belief. The opposing swift steps were executed with a mastery that surpassed her own training. Although Qian Miaoyin's attacks were cunning and her combat techniques were difficult to counter, Xuan Ning's strength and speed proved formidable. Despite lacking in battle experience, Qian Miaoyin found herself at an impasse against Xuan Ning. It is time to conclude this. Xuan Ning observed that Qian Miaoyin was unlikely to drop any more attribute points, which diminished his interest. He then exerted himself, accelerating significantly, and launched a swift strike towards Qian Miaoyin. Such remarkable speed! Upon sensing the ominous sound of slicing air, Qian Miaoyin dared not confront Xuan Ning head-on. Instead, she retreated hastily, narrowly evading his attack. However, Xuan Ning offered her no opportunity to counter, employing a rapid movement technique that further amplified his velocity. Before Qian Miaoyin could react, he swiftly appeared before her, his left hand morphing into a palm as he executed a strike. The mountain split her palm. Qian Miaoyin was taken aback, attempting to evade, but a sudden pain in her chest indicated she had been struck by an overwhelming force, propelling her into the air and beyond the boundaries of the arena. After crashing to the ground, Qian Miaoyin, in a fit of anger, clutched her chest and indignantly exclaimed, "Shameless!" Stamping her foot in frustration, she stormed away from the scene. As Xuan Ning's palm struck Qian Miaoyin, a chorus of gasps erupted around him, with many expressing envy at Xuan Ning's unexpected advantage. This left Xuan Ning feeling quite helpless. He had not intended for this to happen. In the heat of battle, who really pays attention to where their strikes land? However, at the moment of impact, a coveted attribute light point finally emerged. Hasty step 1, he noted, realizing that his skill was on the verge of a level upgrade. Xuan Ning then proceeded to utilize this skill, enhancing the experience of hasty step. Xuan Ning was somewhat surprised as he glanced at the level of his swift step skill. It had not improved. It seemed that the higher the skill, the more proficiency was required. The swift step was already classified as a superior skill of the human rank, and further advancement would elevate it to the inferior yellow rank. Xuan Ning speculated that to enhance this skill's grade, an even greater number of swift steps would be necessary. However, Such skills were not easily attainable at his discretion. Xuan Ning approached the middle-aged man, who appeared quite taken aback upon seeing him. To his astonishment, the young lad had triumphed once more. The man tossed Xuan Ning a ticket worth 100 gold coins and, with renewed temptation, said, "Youngster, do you dare to participate again? Should you emerge victorious this time, the prize shall be 150 gold coins." Xuan Ning gazed at the middle-aged man and remarked, "Since you have expressed it thus, I shall acquiesce to your wishes and continue to participate." "Splendid." The middle-aged man laughed heartily and replied, "Go prepare yourself. After 4 matches, it will be your turn to take the stage." Xuan Ning continued his stride towards the betting area, exhilaration coursing through him at the thought of having earned yet another 1,000,000 gold notes. Indeed, gambling proved to be the swiftest avenue to wealth. In such a brief span of time, he had ascended to the status of a billionaire. Upon sighting Xuan Ning, the other bettors erupted into laughter. In the previous round, he had placed his bet wisely. 2,000,000 gold notes, not a single one less. The opponent promptly handed Xuan Ning a substantial stack of gold notes. After Xuan Ning completed the count, he did not leave. The other party inquired, "Surely you do not intend to place another bet?" "Indeed, after 4 matches, it is once again my turn. This time, I shall wager 2,000,000 gold notes," Xuan Ning replied. The betting staff stared at Xuan Ning in disbelief. Our maximum bet can only be 1,000,000 gold notes." With a wry smile, the staff explained the rules to Xuan Ning. "Oh, is that so? Very well then." Xuan Ning had not anticipated a betting cap, but he was unfazed. Even a wager of 1,000,000 gold notes would yield substantial returns, and he was already in the clear. Soon after, Xuan Ning's match information was dispatched to the various betting locations. Upon seeing Xuan Ning's opponent, the betting staff was taken aback, utterly astonished that Xuan Ning's adversary would be none other than this individual. The betting staff then cautioned Xuan Ning, "You would do well to reconsider your wager, for your upcoming opponent is none other than the formidable Xuan, a warrior of the 5th tier, who has achieved 12 consecutive victories. He is not to be trifled with." "What are the odds?" Xuan Ning inquired, glancing at the name of his opponent, Xuan, a name that certainly carried an aura of grandeur. 1 to 3, the other party responded. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning felt an immense sense of joy and declared, 1,000,000 gold vouchers. I stake it all on my own victory. With only a martial artist of the 5th realm opposing him, and being of the same caliber, he harbored no fear. This presented a threefold multiplier, potentially yielding 3,000,000 gold vouchers. He certainly would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. The opponent, seeing Xuan Ning's unwavering confidence, found himself once again in a quandary, contemplating whether to follow suit or to withdraw. The news of Xuan Ning's battle against the formidable general Xuan swiftly spread throughout the audience. Could it be that Xuan dares to issue yet another challenge? After 3 consecutive matches, what could possibly be going through his mind? This is Xuan we are speaking of, who has achieved a remarkable 12 victories. This presents an unparalleled opportunity for profit that must not be overlooked. Xuan is undoubtedly destined for defeat. The very question remains whether he will emerge from this encounter with his life intact. Countless spectators made their way towards the betting area, and astonishingly, aside from Xuan Ning himself, everyone else was placing their bets on Xuan's triumph. Xuan Ning had already engaged in 2 consecutive battles, entering the 3rd while at a disadvantage. In contrast, Xuan had not fought at all, preserving his peak strength. Therefore, Xuan stood no chance of victory. Xuan Ning, undeterred by the opinions of others, possesses an unwavering confidence in himself. Upon returning to the competition arena, whispers and pointed fingers surrounded him, as many speculated that he was destined for defeat. They believed that Xuan's strength surpassed his by a small realm, and with his formidable prowess, few peers stood a chance against him. Little did they know that Xuan Ning had also attained the 5th level of martial general and that he harbored numerous hidden trump cards. Unfazed by their mockery, Xuan Ning patiently awaited the impending battles after the 4th match. Meanwhile, the Royal Arena made a concerted effort to promote the upcoming contest between Xuan and Xuan, attracting long lines of spectators eager to place their bets. Apart from a few who wagered on Xuan to triumph, the overwhelming majority backed Xuan. His formidable strength at the 5th level of martial general, coupled with a string of 12 consecutive victories, often left his opponents severely injured or even dead, showcasing his ruthless dominance. Given that Xuan was merely a newcomer participating for the first time and had already fought twice, no one believed he could emerge victorious. Thus, the audience was reluctant to forego this seemingly easy money. As a result, even before the battle commenced. The odds shifted dramatically from an initial 1-3 to a staggering 0-5 in favor of Xuan. Nevertheless, many continued to place their bets on his victory. The individual overseeing the royal arena in Luoxian City was a member of the Liu dynasty, specifically tasked with its management. However, their authority extended only to the arena. Matters beyond its confines were beyond their purview and would not be meddled with. The annual revenue generated by the royal arena provided substantial income to the Liu royal family, though this wealth did not contribute to the national treasury and was regarded as private royal income. The arena's manager, a man named Lu Qianquan, was indeed part of the royal lineage, albeit distantly related and several generations removed from the direct royal line, relegating him to the role of arena supervisor. Despite his limited authority confined to the arena, he enjoyed a life of ease, free from want. After witnessing Zhao Ritian's previous match, he conceived the idea of pitting him against Xuan, subsequently promoting the event. As anticipated, countless spectators placed their bets on Xuan's victory. Master Xuan, he remarked, though Zhao Ritian appears to possess little strength, surely he cannot match Xuan. Your grand promotion has led many to wager on Xuan's success. Although the odds for him have been adjusted to 0-5, the volume of bets on his victory remains substantial. Should he indeed win, our losses may prove significant. Beside him stood a man in his 40s, the manager of the royal arena, who gazed at Lu Qianquan with a look of perplexity. Lu Qianquan appeared to be in his 20s, yet he was already 30 years old, having managed the arena for a decade, endowed with remarkable insight. Lu Qianquan glanced towards the distance where Zhao Ritian stood, and with unwavering confidence, declared, I have meticulously observed that young man's combat. He has been concealing his true capabilities. Do you suppose I would place such a wager without absolute certainty? Jin Sheng, still confused, inquired, but what if that young man's strength is lacking? Would that not result in a significant financial loss, and you might face repercussions? That young man has wagered on his own victory. After all, 1 million gold vouchers is no trifling sum. His immense confidence encourages me to take a chance. After all, in this arena, everyone is a gambler, are they not? Although Lu Qianquan spoke with such conviction, his demeanor radiated confidence, as if he believed wholeheartedly that Zhao Ritian would yield great surprises. Yet, Jin Sheng remained apprehensive and asked, should we consider having Xuan intentionally lose? At this suggestion, Lu Qianquan's smile vanished, replaced by an aura of coldness as he replied in a chilling tone. I recall having informed you that deception is not permitted here. Regardless of victory or defeat, no one is allowed to engage in fraud. Do you think the reputation of our royal arena is too pristine to be tarnished? Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng turned pale with fear, hastily kneeling and pleading, my lord, please forgive me. It was my error. I should not have suggested undermining the rules, nor would I ever dare to sully the reputation of the royal arena. I assure you, I shall never utter such words again. Humph. Remember, in my domain, should anyone dare to engage in match fixing or even contemplate it, I will not show them mercy. Lu Qianquan asserted with authority. Yes, I understand, Jin Sheng replied, acknowledging that despite being the overseer, Lu Qianquan held absolute dominion over the arena. Representing the royal authority, Lu Qianquan's lack of reprimand allowed Jin Sheng to wipe the sweat from his brow and depart. As the audience continued to swell, the arena was nearly filled after 3 matches, all gathered to witness the impending clash between Zhao Ritian and Xuan, having placed their bets on Xuan's victory. Following the conclusion of the 4th match, the host ascended the stage with great pomp, surveying the packed audience with a smile, and remarked, it has been quite some time since we have seen such a full house. It appears everyone is eagerly anticipating the next contest. I shall refrain from further ado. First to enter the arena is the familiar and eagerly awaited figure, the one who has achieved 12 consecutive victories, Xuan. As the host's words rang out, the crowd erupted in cheers for Xuan, their spirits high, for they had all wagered on his victory. For everyone present, this battle seemed undeniably destined for success. Xuan! Xuan! The entire audience erupted in cheers for Xuan, who descended from the competitor's platform to engage in battle. Relishing the sound of his name being called, he thrived on the sensation of being the center of attention, believing that such adulation affirmed his existence in this world. To elicit even greater applause, Xuan mercilessly dealt with his adversaries, each time leaving them severely injured or slain, which invariably incited a chorus of roars from the crowd. He reveled in this atmosphere of fervent excitement, and, without hesitation, intended to brutally vanquish his opponent once more to ignite further cheers. As he ascended the stage, his hands raised high in triumphant pride, the cacophony of voices filled him with boundless ambition. Meanwhile, the host announced the entry of Zhao Ritian. A wave of murmurs swept through the audience. No one offered him cheers, for they were unwilling to risk their fortunes on him. Chu Aotian surveyed Zhao Ritian's frail figure with contempt, mocking him. "Can someone like you withstand even a single blow from me? Ha ha ha." With a towering stature of nearly 2 meters and immense strength, wielding a 3-meter-long cleaver, his mere presence struck fear into the hearts of ordinary onlookers, leaving them hesitant to engage in combat. Eyes wide with disbelief, they glanced from Xuan Ning to the now-defeated Chu Aotian, astonished and taken aback. Subsequently, all eyes fervently turned to Xuan Ning, recognizing that an extraordinary contender had emerged in the arena. The unexpected turn of events, culminating in Chu Aotian's demise, revealed the formidable prowess of this Zhao Ritian. At only 20 years of age, he was indeed a remarkable talent. Lu Qianquan had reviewed the information on Xuan Ning left in the arena, noting with surprise his age. Such an individual was certainly worth courting. "Someone, go invite Zhao Ritian to come here," Lu Qianquan commanded. "Understood." One individual promptly departed toward Zhao Ritian's location. After the victory in Xianing, he collected the attribute points that had fallen to the ground. Strength increased by 5, cultivation value rose by 30, and critical strike chance was enhanced by 2. Xuan Ning gazed in astonishment at a newly emerged attribute point, unexpectedly discovering a critical strike attribute. This particular point was commendable, as it promised to enhance the potency of his attacks. Regrettably, he had failed to unleash his opponent's skills this time. Casting a glance at the lifeless body of Chu Aotian, Xuan Ning's expression remained unchanged. This fellow had met his deserved fate, having consistently tried to eliminate him with ruthless intent. Thus, Xuan Ning felt no compunction. He proceeded to collect the attribute points that had emerged upon Chu Aotian's demise. The cultivation value increased by 150, a substantial amount indeed. After vanquishing an adversary, the attribute points dropped were plentiful, though it was unfortunate that there was nothing beyond the cultivation value. The stronger the opponent, the greater the number of attribute points dropped. In total, Chu Aotian had yielded 200 points of cultivation value, which could be considered a fitting end for him. Xuan Ning returned once more to the middle-aged man, who bestowed upon him 150 gold vouchers. The man did not require him to engage in battle again, expressing great satisfaction instead and encouraging him to strive diligently. After Xuan Ning received his reward, he promptly went to claim his betting winnings. "Zhao Ritian, you have finally arrived." The individuals who placed their bets were exceedingly pleased to see Zhao Ritian, for he had once again made a correct wager and earned a handsome profit. Xuan Ning presented the tickets he had received to the other party, who in turn handed him the gold vouchers that belonged to him. Upon observing his wager, Xuan Ning was astonished to find it transformed into an astounding 0.5 ratio, resulting in an immediate windfall of 5 million gold vouchers. The exhilaration of such a victory was truly intoxicating. It was no wonder that countless gamblers, even after securing their winnings, find it exceedingly difficult to depart from the gaming table. Xuan Ning resonated deeply with this sentiment, as the euphoria of suddenly acquiring such wealth was indeed beyond words. At that moment, an individual approached Xuan Ning with utmost courtesy, stating, "Zhao Ritian, the head of our royal arena, wishes to meet you." Noticing Xuan Ning's hesitation, the person quickly reassured him, "Rest assured, our leader harbors no ill intentions." The envoy, having been sent alone, maintained a respectful demeanor. Xuan Ning nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Very well." Xuan Ning was subsequently escorted into a chamber within the royal arena, where he encountered an elegant gentleman clad in opulent attire, seated at a table. Gazing at him, "Please, take a seat," Lu Qianquan said amicably to Xuan Ning. Upon entering, Xuan Ning discovered he was alone with another individual who was exceptionally courteous. He introduced himself, saying, "My name is Zhao Ritian. May I inquire about your name?" The other replied, "You may call me Lu Qianquan, the person in charge here. I have invited you, young friend, simply to forge a friendship. I harbor no other intentions." Lu Qianquan's demeanor exuded an air of refined elegance, his words enveloping one in a refreshing warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Such politeness. "It is indeed an honor for Zhao to befriend the head of the arena," Zhao Ritian responded. Realizing that Lu Qianquan bore no ill will and merely sought companionship, Xuan Ning felt at ease. He had a penchant for making friends, And considering Lu Qianquan was a member of the royal family of the Liuli dynasty, it was essential for Xuan Ning to establish rapport, especially since he intended to participate in the competitions held here. Thus, he would naturally not decline the opportunity. Xuan Ning took a seat and engaged in conversation with the other party, soon realizing the individual was indeed remarkable, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Wisdom radiated from him, and he refrained from probing into any personal matters. Instead, he fervently praised Xuan Ning's prowess, a rarity, as most would typically inquire about his affairs. However, this individual engaged in merely casual dialogue, not even suggesting he remove his mask. Such sincerity was truly rare, and Xuan Ning greatly admired this behavior. As familiarity grew, an idea struck Xuan Ning, and he quickly inquired, "I have a modest request. Might you be able to assist me? Whatever it may be. If it is within my means, I shall not decline." Lu Qianquan replied with curiosity, "I was wondering when the arena will take a pause. I wish to observe the competing platforms." Xuan Ning promptly articulated his thoughts. "Oh, what do you intend to do there?" Lu Qianquan expressed genuine surprise at Xuan Ning's request, finding the matter quite simple, merely stemming from curiosity. Xuan Ning had long prepared his response, stating, "It is indeed the case that the martial arts I practice are unique, necessitating the experience of combat. The arena serves as an ideal environment for my training. I must immerse myself in the midst of frequent battles to gain insight into my martial path. Therefore, I wish to venture into those arenas of conflict to enhance my skills." Upon hearing Xuan Ning's explanation, Lu Qianquan nodded and replied, "This is certainly not a difficult matter. The arena operates daily until the end of the high hour, which is around 11 p.m., when it is devoid of people." After speaking, Lu Qianquan handed a token to Xuan Ning, saying, "With this token, you will be able to access those places directly. I hope it aids you in your journey." Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning felt an immense joy swell within him. The arena, bustling with countless battles each day, promised a significant accumulation of attribute points. His gratitude was boundless. After a considerable time, Xuan Ning departed from the royal arena. With the evening still a while away, he returned to Zhou Yuyao's estate. Having pledged to protect her, it was only natural that he would reside there for the time being. With provisions and shelter readily available, he found himself relieved of any burdens. Returning home would entail managing everything on his own, which would certainly be far less enjoyable. After responding here, Xuan Ning did not remain idle. Instead, he practiced his martial skills outside the manor. Having mastered 7 techniques, he realized that to fully unleash their power, he must diligently hone his abilities. Meanwhile, when Yi Wuqing, brimming with excitement, returned to the cave to collect the treasures, he was met with the sight of an utterly empty cavern. Aside from a few corpses, there was nothing else, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Yi Wuqing exclaimed in shock, "What? It's gone." Following this, he let out a furious roar. "Who did this?" At that moment, while practicing his martial arts, Xuan Ning sneezed, unaware that someone was thinking of him. Yi Wuqing retorted, "It's me cursing you." "Young Master Xuan Ning, it's time for dinner," Winter Snow said, her beautiful eyes twinkling as she smiled at Xuan Ning. "Thank you," he replied, glancing at the sky, surprised at how quickly it had darkened. Xuan Ning followed the Winter Snow to the place where Zhou Yuyao often studied, only to discover a table laden with an array of dishes. "Please, have a seat." "Young Master Xuan Ning," Zhou Yuyao greeted, rising slightly and gesturing with a hand in invitation. "There is no need for such formalities. Simply call me Xuan Ning," he replied as he settled into his seat. Upon noticing several attribute points on the ground, he drew his hand in, effortlessly collecting them. Spirit increased by 0. 2. Comprehension by 0. 2. And talent by 0. 1. Xuan Ning was quite taken aback. It had only been a short while. Yet Zhou Yuyao had already lost such a significant number of rare attribute points. Indeed, quite remarkable. "You may call me by my name," she said, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling a touch shy as it was the first time she addressed a man in such a manner. "Very well," Xuan Ning replied without further thought, beginning to eat and then praising, quite delightful. The culinary skills are truly exceptional." "Indeed, Sister Xiachan is quite the cook," Dong Shui chimed in from the side. Xuan Ning was taken aback to discover that the meal had been prepared by Xiachan, exclaiming, "Xiachan, your culinary skills are no less impressive than those of the chefs at the grandest inns." Upon hearing this, Xiachan felt a surge of joy and promptly replied, "Oh, it is merely an honor that young Master Xuan Ning does not find my efforts lacking. I speak nothing but the truth," Xuan Ning affirmed. Subsequently, Xiachan and Dong Shui joined him at the table, where Xuan Ning regaled them with amusing tales, capturing the curiosity of the three ladies. Xuan Ning spoke with a delightful sense of humor, often eliciting light laughter from the women. Although they did not fully comprehend many of her words, they found them quite intriguing after her explanations. The three women grew increasingly curious about Xuan Ning and felt at ease and joyful in her presence. Subsequently, an audacious idea struck Xuan Ning, prompting her to inquire, "Do you know if there are any schools in Luoxian City?" "The school?" The women looked at Xuan Ning in confusion, asking, "With your talents, what need have you for a school?" Xuan Ning naturally would not admit that he was there merely to accumulate attribute points. Thus, with a serious demeanor, Xuan Ning proclaimed, "It is often said that the pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. Engaging with erudite elders and exchanging ideas with them can only yield benefits for me." Observing Xuan Ning's earnestness, the three young women found themselves genuinely convinced. Not only did they believe him, but they were also deeply inspired by his relentless quest for knowledge. Promptly showering him with praise, "Who would have thought that your vast learning would be accompanied by such profound insights? It truly leaves us feeling humbled." Xuan Ning fixed his gaze on Zhou Yuyo, finding her modesty unwarranted. How could she claim to be small when, in truth, she was quite impressive? Observing the admiration of the three women, Xuan Ning felt a twinge of embarrassment, for his intentions were solely to gather attribute points, not to engage in scholarly discourse. Coincidentally, I have a friend who is the daughter of the head of the Qianqian Academy and the esteemed Mr. Su Rong is renowned for his knowledge throughout the entire Luoxian city. Perhaps we should pay a visit tomorrow. It has indeed been a while since I last saw her. He mused. Zhou Yuyo immediately thought of a suitable candidate and suggested to Xuan Ning, "Very well, let us go tomorrow." Xuan Ning's true motive was merely to collect attribute points. The notion of a scholarly spirit was but a pretext. After their meal, Xuan Ning returned to his guest room and began to practice, curious to see if there would be any effect following the enhancement of his abilities. Xuan Ning is currently practicing a technique from his family's collection, which is merely a low-grade method of the human tier. This technique is undeniably rudimentary. Should he have the opportunity, he would not hesitate to seek out a more advanced cultivation method. Recalling the techniques from memory, he sits cross-legged, resting his palms upon his thighs, and enters a meditative state with closed eyes, connecting with the spiritual energy that flows between heaven and earth, drawing it into his being. Gradually, strands of spiritual energy are infused into his body. As the technique operates, it converges within his meridians, enhancing his physical constitution, fortifying his form, and elevating the spiritual energy within him. With a cultivation value increase of 1, after circulating a complete cycle, Xuan Ning indeed perceives a rise in the spiritual energy within him. It appears that innate talent is indeed of paramount importance. Had he access to a more potent technique, the cultivation value gained would undoubtedly be greater. Xuan Ning contemplated when he might acquire a profound cultivation technique. For such a practice would yield a greater accumulation of cultivation value. The current increment was so meager that it was evident the pace of his training was exceedingly slow, far inferior to the swift gains one could achieve through the acquisition of attribute points. Casting a glance at the hour, he noted it was still early and resolved to continue his practice a while longer. Even the smallest morsel is worth savoring, and he could not afford to squander this precious time. He must learn to master the art of time management. When Xuan Ning awakened once more, the hour had nearly arrived. He opened his door to find the entire estate enveloped in serene tranquility. Xuan Ning resided not far from Zhou Yuyo. Upon his emergence, he noticed that a considerable number of guards stood at Zhou Yuyao's entrance, and even during the night, patrols traversed the estate, significantly enhancing the overall security of the manor. Xuan Ning departed from the manor, and those individuals did not hinder his exit. The streets of Luoxian City fell into a serene stillness as Xuan Ning walked along the quiet thoroughfare. His solitary figure, tinged with a sense of melancholy, traversed the cobblestones until he arrived at the royal arena. The once lively and boisterous arena, as night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, succumbed to a profound quietude. Though guards still maintained their vigil outside, Xuan Ning stepped forward and presented the token. Upon sight of the token, the other party permitted Xuan Ning to enter. Xuan Ning approached the front desk, just about to speak, when a lovely young lady hurriedly stepped forward and inquired, "Are you Zhao Ritian? The manager instructed me to wait for you here." Xuan Ning was somewhat taken aback, not expecting that Lu Qianquan had arranged everything so meticulously. After all, he was merely an obscure figure, yet he managed to garner such attention from others, which truly surprised him. "Thank you," Xuan Ning said. Gazing at the young lady before him, tall and graceful, with a countenance as enchanting as a blossoming peach flower, undeniably charming. As she walked, the young lady remarked, "This is the arena for battles among martial warriors. The venue is slightly smaller than in other places." Xuan Ning stepped inside, surveying the surroundings. In comparison to the arenas of martial generals, it certainly appeared somewhat smaller. Xuan Ning was indifferent and directly made his way to the arena. Indeed, he discovered numerous attribute points lying on the ground, awaiting his arrival. Xuan Ning hurriedly approached and employed the wind mastery technique to collect all the attribute points. His cultivation increased by 5, strength by 0, 2, speed by 0, 1, and constitution by 0, 1. Although these attribute points were indeed modest, with cultivation values merely incrementing by a few points, the cumulative effect of these seemingly trivial gains could still yield notable enhancements. Regrettably, no martial skills or techniques had dropped, leaving Xuan Ning with a tinge of disappointment. The young lady, naturally curious about Xuan Ning's actions, observed him intently. Xuan Ning began to close his eyes, feigning a moment of introspection, then smiled and remarked, "Indeed." Turning to the perplexed young lady beside him, he suggested, "Let us proceed to the next arena." "All right," she replied, though her curiosity held her back from asking further questions. The next arena was the same one Xuan Ning had visited earlier that day. After the passage of time, a considerable number of attribute points had once again fallen, and Xuan Ning diligently gathered them from the ground. Strength increased by 2, cultivation value augmented by 14, defense enhanced by 2. The yield here was satisfactory. Although modest, it surpassed the attribute points collected in the previous arena. Subsequently, the young lady guided Xuan Ning to the next arena. However, as soon as he entered the passage, he was met with a cacophony of savage howls, reminiscent of beasts. Are those the cries of demonic beasts? Xuan Ning pondered, aware that within the royal arena, there existed battles against such creatures, with numerous demonic beasts imprisoned within. The sounds he heard were undoubtedly the roars of these beasts. Indeed, they are demonic beasts, the young lady confirmed. This arena is vast and elevated, designed to prevent the beasts from leaping into the spectator stands. Xuan Ning stepped inside, enveloped by an overwhelming aura of bloodshed and ferocity. Yet, upon witnessing the multitude of attribute points scattered across the arena floor, a wave of joy surged within him. Without hesitation, he leapt from the combat stage, eagerly collecting the attribute points that lay before him. Critical hit 2, water element resistance 1, beast bloodline 1, rending claw strike 1, and cultivation value 25. Xuan Ning was immensely delighted and utterly astonished. The gains here were truly remarkable. To achieve such significant rewards upon arrival was beyond his expectations. All these attribute points were exceptionally valuable, and there was even a skill involved. This claw strike must be a technique utilized by demonic beasts, though he was uncertain whether he could wield it. Curiously, Xuan Ning allocated all the attribute points he had acquired. He learned Claw Strike LV2. A surge of information flooded into Xuan Ning's mind, enabling him to master yet another skill. Upon observing, Xuan Ning discovered that it was indeed a skill of mid-tier human rank, which further substantiated the notion that not only humans could acquire skills, but even demonic beasts could as well, albeit with a rather low probability. The gains from this endeavor were quite commendable, although many attribute points shimmered faintly, yielding only 0. 1. Their abundance rendered Xuan Ning's reward substantial. After utilizing these attribute points, Xuan Ning experienced a significant enhancement in his overall attributes. The cultivation values in this area were relatively scarce, yet he found an ample supply of points in strength, vitality, constitution, and demonic beast lineage. His bloodline awakening level had ascended to 32. Although he still had a considerable way to go before complete awakening, Xuan Ning possessed an abundance of patience and time. Closing his eyes and feigning a moment of enlightenment, Xuan Ning once again requested the young lady to escort him to the final competition platform, a venue where formidable warriors of martial master rank and above engaged in contests. Upon witnessing the dazzling radiance upon the stage, Xuan Ning once again felt a surge of excitement and stepped forward to collect the attribute points scattered around the arena. Cultivation value increased by 41, and health points augmented by 82. Xiantian Cultivation Technique 1. This is indeed a cultivation method. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning was instantly astonished. He had unexpectedly stumbled upon a tome of cultivation techniques and promptly allocated his attribute points. He began to learn the Xiantian technique at level 6. A surge of information flooded into Xuan Ning's mind, granting him access to a profoundly intricate cultivation method, far surpassing the techniques he had previously mastered. He could sense the boundless mysteries inherent in this practice, which was truly remarkable. To his astonishment, it was even classified as a top-tier yellow-grade technique. After reviewing the details of this method, Xuan Ning was filled with surprise and joy, his face beaming with delight. With this, he could accumulate a significant amount of cultivation points even through self-practice. Subsequently, the system prompted him, "Would you like to decompose Qi gathering technique level 1? This was the rudimentary technique Xuan Ning had learned earlier, and he was taken aback to discover that techniques could indeed be decomposed. Decompose, Xuan Ning commanded. The decomposition of Qi gathering technique level 1 was successful, yielding 1 point of technique experience. Xuan Ning did not anticipate that. Upon the disintegration of this low-tier human-grade cultivation technique, it would yield merely a modicum of experience. Xuan Ning has attempted to commence usage. The experience of the Xiantian technique has increased by 1 point. However, this modest increment does not suffice to elevate the technique beyond its current level of 6. If techniques can be disassembled, might it be possible for skills to undergo a similar process? Intrigued, Xuan Ning cautiously activated the recently acquired skill, Rending Claw Strike, and silently invoked the disassembly command. The disassembly of Rending Claw Strike at level 2 was successful, yielding 2 points of skill experience. Indeed, it is feasible. Xuan Ning was greatly astonished, as he had not anticipated that these skills could truly be disassembled, thereby enabling him to enhance the skills he desired to upgrade. Xuan Ning glanced at his skill list. Mountain Splitter Palm LV2, Thunderous Fist LV2, Flowing Cloud Sword Technique LV3, Wind Mastery Palm LV7, Thunder Whip Leg LV2, Swift Steps LV3, Cloud Dispelling Palm LV4. For Xuan Ning, the most crucial skills were those that ensured his survival, with agility undoubtedly taking precedence, even if he could not prevail in battle. He could always retreat temporarily. Xuan Ning has allocated skill experience to the Agile Step. The skill level of Agile Step has increased by 1 to reach the current level of LV4. Xuan Ning gazed at the various colored attribute points scattered on the ground and proceeded to collect them all. Strength increased by 3, health by 67, and cultivation by 33. Regrettably, there were no skills left on the ground. However, the attribute points were substantial. After all, these points were the spoils of a duel among formidable martial masters. He was now poised for another advancement. Observing his cultivation value, Xuan Ning did not hesitate to elevate his realm, breaking through to the 6th level of the martial general stage. A surge of potent spiritual energy coursed through his body, fortifying his physique and enhancing his prowess, while a faint ripple of energy was simultaneously released from his form. "What is this?" The young lady beside him was utterly astonished, captivated by the aura emanating from Xuan Ning. She was speechless, having never witnessed anyone achieve a breakthrough after merely a single circuit of the arena. Xuan Ning had certainly broadened her horizons. "The martial technique I practice is rather unique, requiring one to comprehend the martial path in such a brutal environment. I had previously experienced significant insights, and before I knew it, I had inadvertently broken through." Xuan Ning intentionally exposed the aura of his recent breakthrough to alleviate any suspicions from Lu Qianquan, convincing him that such a method could genuinely enhance his strength. Consequently, aside from astonishment, Lu Qianquan would not perceive anything unusual about Xuan Ning's daily routine. "I accidentally broke through," the young lady remarked, her voice laced with disbelief. Should other warriors overhear her words, they might be left in profound contemplation. "You are truly remarkable. Are you really only 20? The young lady was indeed astounded by Xuan Ning's talent, having perused his profile. At 20, he had previously listed his realm as a 4th heaven martial general, and with this breakthrough, he had presumably ascended to the 5th heaven. Unbeknownst to her, however, Xuan Ning had already reached the 6th heaven. "Indeed," Xuan Ning affirmed, then added, "Thank you for your assistance. I must return to consolidate my realm and shall not impose further." "Very well, I shall escort you out." The young lady quickly composed herself. Still reeling from the revelation of a 20-year-old at the 5th heaven, such a talent was indeed formidable. Had she known that Xuan Ning's true age was merely 16, her astonishment would have rendered her speechless. After escorting Xuan Ning outside, the young lady approached the door of Lu Qianquan and knocked gently. "Enter." Upon hearing this, she calmed her still astonished heart, opened the door, and respectfully addressed Lu Qianquan. "Young Master Lu, Zhao Ritian has achieved a breakthrough, and it occurred right before my eyes." "Oh, a breakthrough," Lu Qianquan replied, seated on a chair, his expression one of surprise. He smiled and said, Please elaborate on the details. Certainly. The young lady recounted every detail of Xuan Ning's journey without omitting anything. Once she finished, Lu Qiankuan nodded and instructed, I understand. Continue to host him as you did today. Cultivate a good rapport with him. He is quite an intriguing individual. Yes, young Master Lu. The young lady felt elated. The task was exceedingly simple. After her departure, Lu Qiankuan contemplated deeply while tapping his fingers on the table. He did not believe the information left by Xuan Ning was genuine and resolved to investigate the true whereabouts of this Zhao Ritian discreetly. Clap, clap. Lu Qiankuan snapped his fingers. And from the shadows emerged a figure who bowed respectfully before him. Young master, you summon me. Lu Qiankuan tossed a dossier towards the shadowy figure, which glided smoothly into their hands as if on a predetermined path. Conduct a thorough investigation into his true identity, but exercise caution. Do not let him catch wind of it, and do not act against him. Such a person is best befriended, Lu Qiankuan instructed. Understood. The shadowy figure departed the room, clutching the dossier tightly. Xuan Ning has garnered substantial gains this time. Xuan Ning had yet to return to the Xian family and found himself once again at Zhou Yuyao's estate. Sleep eluded him as he eagerly endeavored to explore the potency of the newly acquired Xiantian cultivation technique. As he settled into meditation, he swiftly entered a state of cultivation. In the initial moments, he sensed a formidable surge of spiritual energy being drawn into his body. Prior to acquiring the Xiantian technique, the energy he absorbed could be likened to mere strands of hair. However, with the newfound method, the essence he now harnessed resembled a fine thread. The disparity was indeed monumental. Advanced techniques proved their might, and it became evident that only by obtaining such superior methods could an ordinary individual enhance their chances of transcending to loftier realms. Inferior techniques, on the other hand, offered little opportunity for significant advancement, and the pace of cultivation was exceedingly sluggish. Xuan Ning was acutely aware that on the Xuan Ning continent, an advanced cultivation technique was far more precious than martial arts skills. Once a cultivation technique became powerful, one's strength and realm would surpass that of others. Conversely, a martial skill, if not wielded with formidable power, would remain utterly unusable, regardless of its acquisition. As spiritual energy flowed into Xuan Ning's body and traversed through a complete cycle, he discovered a notable increase in his cultivation level. The cultivation value rose by 6, and after executing a full cycle, the gain was 6-fold compared to before. This indeed exemplified a tremendous disparity. Xuan Ning resolved to return to the Xian family the following day, for with his current strength and realm, he was sufficiently prepared to select superior martial skills and cultivation techniques from the family. He would not refuse anything freely given, after all. Those techniques could be dismantled into experience, enhancing the levels of his skills and techniques. After a period of cultivation, Xuan Ning realized that even without sleep, he felt invigorated. The crowing of a rooster shattered the veil of night, heralding the arrival of day. Following a sumptuous breakfast, the three young ladies, Zhou Yuyao, Xia Chan, and Dong Shui had meticulously adorned themselves. Their exquisite beauty, accentuated by a touch of makeup, rendered them irresistibly charming. Xuan Ning gazed upon them with approval, exclaiming, quite splendid. Truly beautiful. The three ladies smiled in response and boarded the carriage, setting off towards Qianxin Academy. On the way, Zhou Yuyao shared insights about Qianxin Academy, mentioning Su Rong, a man of broad-mindedness and profound knowledge, who had educated numerous students in Luoxian City. Most of these students hailed from ordinary families. In contrast, families like the Xian clan had dedicated tutors to cultivate their offspring's literacy, imparting only fundamental knowledge. Their primary focus remained on martial training, and only those lacking significant talent who showed an interest in learning would wholeheartedly delve into academia, potentially navigating through rigorous examinations to secure a minor official position. After a considerable time, they arrived at Qianxin Academy. Zhou Yuyao frequently visited this place, and since it was still class time, Xuan Ning accompanied her to the back hall where Su Rong's family resided. The back hall boasted an elegant and refreshing ambience, adorned with vibrant flowers and lush bamboo. As the gentle breeze swept through, the bamboo grove danced, akin to a melodious symphony. Xuan Ning, observing his cultivation value, did not hesitate to elevate his realm. He broke through to the 6th level of the martial general realm. A surge of powerful spiritual energy coursed through Xuan Ning's body, fortifying his physique and augmenting his strength, while a faint wave of energy was subsequently released from him. This is? The nearby young lady, astounded, gazed at the sensation emanating from Xuan Ning, utterly astonished. You have actually broken through. The young lady was utterly speechless. She had never witnessed anyone able to achieve a breakthrough simply by traversing the arena. This Xuan Ning truly broadened her horizons. My cultivation technique is rather unique, requiring one to comprehend the way of martial arts within such a brutal environment. I had previously felt a significant connection, and in a moment of inadvertence, I achieved a breakthrough. Xuan Ning deliberately revealed the aura of his breakthrough, a strategy designed to allay Lu Qianquan's suspicions, convincing him that such a method could indeed enhance one's strength. Consequently, apart from astonishment, Lu would find no peculiarity in Xuan Ning's daily routine of walking a circuit. It was an inadvertent breakthrough, the young lady remarked, her words likely eliciting bewilderment from any martial artist who might overhear. You are truly remarkable. Are you really only 20? The young lady was genuinely astonished by Xuan Ning's talent, having seen his profile. At 20, he had previously recorded his rank as a 4th Heaven Martial General. And after this breakthrough, he must now be a 5th Heaven Martial General. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Xuan Ning's actual rank had already ascended to 6th Heaven Martial General. Indeed, Xuan Ning replied, adding, "Thank you for your assistance. I must return to consolidate my realm and shall not trouble you further. Certainly, I shall see you out." The young lady quickly composed herself, still reeling from the revelation of a 20-year-old 5th Heaven Martial General, an extraordinary talent indeed. Had she known his true age was merely 16, her astonishment would have left her utterly speechless. Once she had escorted Xuan Ning out, the young lady approached Lu Qianquan's door and knocked gently. "Enter." At the invitation, she steadied her lingering astonishment and opened the door, bowing respectfully to Lu Qianquan. "Young Master Lu, Zhao Ritian has achieved a breakthrough right before my eyes." "Oh, a breakthrough," Lu Qianquan, seated comfortably, responded with surprise, then smiled and said, "Please, elaborate on the details." "Certainly." The young lady recounted every aspect of Xuan Ning's journey, leaving no detail overlooked. After she finished, Lu Qianquan nodded thoughtfully, instructing her, "I understand. Please continue to receive him as you did today. Foster a good rapport with him. He is an intriguing individual." "Yes, young Master Lu," she replied, clearly pleased, as the task was quite simple. After her departure, Lu Qianquan contemplated, tapping his fingers on the table. He harbored doubts about the authenticity of the information Xuan Ning had provided and resolved to discreetly investigate the whereabouts of this Zhao Ritian. Clapping his hands, a shadow emerged from the darkness, bowing respectfully before Lu Qianquan. "Young master, you summoned me." Lu Qianquan tossed a dossier towards the shadow, the paper gliding through the air to land directly in its hands. "Conduct a covert investigation into his true identity, but exercise caution. Do not let him become aware of your presence, and certainly do not engage him. Such a person can only be befriended," Lu Qianquan instructed. "Understood." The shadow, clutching the dossier, departed the room with purpose. Xuan Ning has garnered substantial gains this time. Xuan Ning had yet to return to the Xuan family. Instead, he found himself once more at the estate of Zhou Yuyao. Rest eluded him as he eagerly set about testing the potency of the newly acquired Xiantian technique. As he settled into meditation, Xuan Ning swiftly entered a state of cultivation. Initially, he felt a formidable surge of spiritual energy flowing into his being. Prior to obtaining the Xiantian technique, the spiritual essence he absorbed could be likened to mere strands of hair. However, with this newfound skill, the energy now felt akin to a fine thread. The disparity was indeed staggering. The advanced technique proved to be immensely powerful, and it became evident that only through acquiring such elevated practices could an ordinary individual significantly enhance their chances of transcending to higher realms. In contrast, lower-tier techniques severely limited one's ability to reach greater heights and resulted in a painfully slow progression. Xuan Ning was acutely aware that within the realm of Xuan Ning continent, a high-level cultivation technique far surpassed martial skills in value. The potency of a powerful technique would undoubtedly elevate one's strength and status above others. Conversely, a martial skill, if devoid of formidable strength to wield it, would remain ineffectual, regardless of its acquisition. As spiritual energy flowed into Xuan Ning's body and traversed through a full cycle, he discerned a significant enhancement in his cultivation level. After executing a complete cycle, he experienced a remarkable increase of 6 points in his cultivation, a 6-fold augmentation compared to previous gains. This disparity was indeed staggering, prompting Xuan Ning to resolve to visit the Xuan family the following day. With his current prowess, he was sufficiently equipped to select superior martial skills and techniques from his clan. He would not forsake the gifts bestowed upon him. After all, these techniques could be deconstructed into experience, thereby elevating the levels of his skills and techniques. Upon further cultivation, Xuan Ning found himself invigorated, feeling an abundance of energy even without the need for sleep. The crowing of a rooster tore through the veil of night, heralding the arrival of day. After indulging in a sumptuous breakfast, Zhou Yuyo, Xia Chan, and Dong Shui, having meticulously adorned themselves, radiated beauty enhanced by a subtle touch of makeup, rendering them all the more enchanting. Xuan Ning regarded them with admiration, exclaiming, "Quite splendid, truly beautiful." The three women exchanged smiles before boarding the carriage, setting off towards Qianchen Academy. Along the way, Zhou Yuyao shared insights about Qianchen Academy, detailing the amiable and erudite Su Rong, who had instructed numerous students in Luoxian City. Most of these students hailed from ordinary families, while clans like the Xian family had dedicated tutors to cultivate their descendants' literacy and education, imparting primarily fundamental knowledge. The emphasis remained on martial training, with only those lacking significant talent who showed interest in academics devoting themselves to scholarly pursuits, perhaps even securing a minor official position through rigorous examinations. After some time, they arrived at Qianchen Academy. Zhou Yuyao, a frequent visitor, led Xuan Ning to the back hall, where Su Rong's family resided. The back hall exuded elegance and tranquility, adorned with vibrant flowers and lush bamboo. A gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo grove, creating a melodious symphony. Xuan Ning's purpose for coming here is to acquire attributes. However, the students are still engaged in their lessons, and it would be impolite to disturb them. When he passed by the classroom previously, he noticed that the instructor, Su Rong, was delivering a lecture while the students listened attentively in silence. The classrooms of this world differ significantly from modern ones. There are no loud readings or recitations. Thus, Xuan Ning did not hear the boisterous sounds of students reading aloud. While on the carriage, Zhou Yuyao introduced Xuan Ning to some details about her dear friend, Su Ruoyu. Due to her father being a dedicated educator, Su Ruoyu seldom ventured into public view. Zhou Yuyao mentioned that Su Ruoyu's knowledge is comparable to hers, and she has a fondness for tranquility. The flowers and plants surrounding them are all cultivated by her. After gently knocking on a charming room, Xuan Ning found it uniquely adorned, with a string of wind chimes hanging outside. When the breeze passed, the chimes produced a series of melodious tinkling sounds, delightful to the ear. As the door opened, a gentle and elegant woman emerged. She possessed a delicate beauty characteristic of classical femininity, exuding an almost ethereal allure that evoked a desire to cherish her tenderly. Her long hair flowed gracefully, elegantly styled without a trace of makeup. Her natural beauty shone through, and her flawless complexion appeared as if sculpted with meticulous care. On the enchanting continent of Xuan Ning, every woman embodies natural beauty, untouched by Photoshop, devoid of beautification, and free from sophisticated makeup techniques. Everything is pure, everything is natural. This is Su Ryu, a woman of scholarly lineage, possessing exceptional refinement. Even upon encountering Zhou Yuyao, she greeted her with a polite, gentle smile, revealing her flawless, pristine teeth, exuding genuine happiness. "Yuyao, you have arrived. Please come in. It has been so long, and I have missed you dearly." Su Ryu pulled Zhou Yuyao inside, only to be momentarily taken aback by the presence of an unexpected gentleman. "Yuyao, may I inquire who this is?" Su Ruoyu gazed at Xuan Ning with a look of curiosity, puzzled by Zhou Yuyao's decision to bring him along, as she typically did not allow strangers to accompany her. Zhou Yuyao, sensing the intrigue, bestowed a soft smile, her beauty captivating, and introduced him. "Allow me to present Xuan Ning from the Xian family, who is also a dear friend of mine." Su Ruoyu was somewhat surprised by this revelation. She was aware that Zhou Yuyao, much like herself, had very few friends, let alone male companions. The fact that this gentleman had earned Zhou Yuyao's friendship indicated his exceptional qualities. Then, a thought struck Su Ruoyu, and she looked at Xuan Ning with astonishment, exclaiming, "I heard that someone defeated the 4 prodigies of Taixia City yesterday, leaving behind 2 couplets that resonated throughout Luoxian City. That individual was also named Xuan Ning. Could it be you?" "Indeed, that would be me," Xuan Ning replied with a courteous smile and a respectful clasp of his fists. Upon hearing his confirmation, Su Ruoyu's face brightened with joy. "I never expected to meet the illustrious Xuan Ning. It is indeed the fortune of this humble woman in 3 lifetimes. The 2 couplets you penned yesterday, along with those poems, have garnered my utmost admiration. After much contemplation throughout the night, I have finally devised the corresponding couplets, and I hope you both might assist me in determining their suitability." Xuan Ning was quite astonished, having never anticipated that Su Ryu would conjure up the second couplet so swiftly. Curiosity piqued, he eagerly inquired about the content of her composition. "Miss Su, Your quick wit is truly remarkable. You have crafted the second couplet in no time at all. Indeed, your talent surpasses mine, for I could not devise anything yesterday," he remarked. Zhou Yuyao also chimed in with her praises. It was not that Zhou Yuyao lacked the capability. Rather, her thoughts had been elsewhere the previous day. "Oh, if only I had set my mind to it, I would have surely come up with something," she replied. Su Ruoyu was well aware that Zhou Yuya's intellect was on par with her own. It was unfathomable that she could be at a loss for words. Su Ruoyu then approached her desk, retrieving a sheet of paper. She unfurled it, presenting it to the two, revealing a complete couplet. The upper line read, "3 suns form the character Jing, marking the passage of days, as time flows through the years, day by day, 100 years encompass 36,000 days." When Xuan Ning beheld the elegant handwriting, she was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that Su Riyu's script could be so exquisite, though not large in size. It appeared delicate and lively, remarkably neat and pleasing to the eye. It is often said that one's handwriting reflects one's character, and this adage proved to be profoundly accurate. The script embodied Su Ruoyu's essence, clean, graceful, and profound, instantly revealing its origin as the work of a refined young lady. Adjacent to it was a couplet. 3 mouths form the character for pen. It is fitting to open one's mouth and speak. Mouth, mouth, mouth. I urge you to drink another cup of wine. Upon reading this couplet, Zhou Yuyao promptly praised, "Indeed, Ryu possesses extraordinary talent. I, as your elder sister, feel humbled in comparison." Xuan Ning could not help but admire Su Ryu. Indeed remarkable, her work precise and ingeniously crafted, truly a rare talent. It was unexpected that in Luoxian City, there existed 2 extraordinary women, Zhou Yuyao and Su Ryu, both exceptional in beauty and intellect. Zhou Yuyao possessed a gentle kindness, characterized by her thoughtfulness and wisdom, while Su Ryu was delicate in demeanor, her voice soft and melodious, speaking with a soothing slowness that rendered her words an exquisite delight to the ears. Listening to her felt like indulging in a luxurious experience. Xuan Ning even imagined that her laughter must be equally enchanting. On Su Ruoyu's desk lay several sheets of paper, each inscribed with meticulous handwriting, containing the couplets exchanged between Xuan Ning and the 4 literary prodigies the previous day. Among them were also poems penned by Xuan Ning, each sheet displaying a dedication to craft, the calligraphy neat and elegant. The sight was akin to admiring a splendid piece of art, pleasing to the senses. Noticing Xuan Ning scrutinizing the characters with such attention, Su Ruoyu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she remarked, "I did not expect young Master Xuan Ning to visit here. It seems I have embarrassed you. The elegance and precision of your handwriting far surpass my own." Xuan Ning was not jesting. The characters he penned were likely legible only to himself. Previously, he devoted his entire focus to martial arts, leaving little time to hone his calligraphy, which was hardly surprising given the lack of beauty in his writing. Regrettably, despite his relentless training over 13 years, his cultivation realm remained stagnant, a feat that would have led others to surrender long ago. At this moment, Xuan Ning suddenly noticed some luminous attribute points on the ground, which took him by surprise, for their hue differed from those he had observed earlier. Xuan Ning hurriedly approached, channeling the wind control technique to collect the attribute points scattered on the ground. Calligraphy experience increased by 5, wisdom augmented by 0.5. Upon discovering the item, Xuan Ning was utterly astonished. Who on earth is Su Ruoyu, capable of dropping 3 distinct attribute points? The calligraphy experience enhances his calligraphy skills. Xuan Ning had never anticipated that even this attribute point could drop. In this case, his future issues with poor handwriting might just be resolved. Furthermore, the attributes of wisdom and luck also dropped for the first time. How delightful! Luck, being an exceedingly rare attribute, was unexpected to emerge from Su Ryu. It seems that Xuan Ning will have to frequent this place more often, not for any other reason but to collect as many lucky attributes as possible. Luck is indeed a precious commodity, and it is astonishing that it can be found here with Su Ruoyu. One can only wonder if there are more to be discovered. Xuan Ning allocated all his attribute points. His calligraphy skill increased by 2. Afterward, Xuan Ning realized that his understanding of calligraphic techniques had significantly improved, leaving him quite astonished as he glanced at Su Ruoyu. This woman has indeed been a tremendous help to him. Xuan Ning is now brimming with confidence. Should he be asked to write again, the characters he produces would undoubtedly surpass those of his previous attempts by several magnitudes. Xuan Ning opened his attribute list and discovered an additional life skill. Life skill, calligraphy LV3. Moreover, his attribute list also displayed an increase in luck value, 0, 1. Subsequently, Xuan Ning glanced around and noticed several other attribute points, promptly collecting them. Xuan Ning was taken aback, pondering why Su Ruyu and Zhou Yuyao had received different attributes upon their descent. A moment later, he recalled that Su Ruyu's father was an esteemed educator, a man of profound wisdom. It was likely from her father, Su Rong, that she inherited her remarkable intellect, which perhaps accounted for the wisdom attributes she had acquired. To ascertain the truth of this, one merely needed to visit the academy. And he found himself quite eager to discover the extent of attribute points that could be obtained there, as Xuan Ning joyfully meandered through Su Ruoyu's boudoir. Engaging in peculiar gestures, Zhou Yuyao and the others looked on in astonishment and confusion. Particularly, Su Ruyu's complexion flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. This was especially true when Xuan Ning approached her bedside, causing Su Ruyu to feel a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of being seen. Xuan Ning discovered an attribute point that enhanced his vitality by 1. Lying beside the bed. Xuan Ning? Xuan Ning was taken aback. How could Su Ruoyu possess such attribute points? Suddenly, he realized something. It seemed that every woman had her days. Young Master Xuan Ning, it may not be appropriate for you to casually inspect a lady's chamber. Xia Chan quickly approached and whispered to Xuan Ning. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning suddenly realized that they were in ancient times, and such behavior was exceedingly impolite. Consequently, he stepped forward and observed Su Ruoyu, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. He rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward himself, as he had momentarily forgotten the customs of this bygone era. Xuan Ning promptly approached Su Ruoyu and, with a serious demeanor, expressed, "I must apologize. I was merely intrigued by the exquisite arrangement of your room, which compelled me to explore." "Oh," Su Ruoyu replied, her cheeks flushed with a subtle hue. Unable to meet Xuan Ning's gaze, it was then that Zhou Yuyao intervened, alleviating the awkwardness and encouraging Xuan Ning to compose poetry. This gesture indeed dispelled Su Ruoyu's embarrassment, and Xuan Ning, rising to the occasion, began to draw upon the verses from his past life. Zhou Yuyao and Su Ruoyu, inspired by the poetic exchange, joined in the lyrical dialogue. As the two ladies recited their verses, Xuan Ning perceived an influx of attribute points cascading from them, a delightful experience that combined the company of lovely women with the enhancement of his own prowess. The attribute of wisdom proved to be particularly remarkable. Upon its acquisition, Xuan Ning felt an exhilarating surge of intellect, akin to a 3-year-old child who, having only grasped addition and subtraction, suddenly comprehended multiplication. This wisdom attribute played a crucial role in his understanding of various skills and martial arts. After a considerable duration, the lesson imparted by Su Rong neared its conclusion, and Xuan Ning seized the opportunity to venture to the academy. He addressed Zhou Yuyao and Su Ruyu, stating, "I shall seek counsel from Mr. Su Rong." The two ladies nodded in agreement, as Su Rong was renowned for his vast knowledge, and Xuan Ning's intent would raise no eyebrows. At that moment, the classroom was devoid of any company save for Su Rong. Upon noticing Xuan Ning's arrival, he inquired, "You are?" "I am Xuan Ning, seeking to pose a question to you, sir." Xuan Ning fabricated an excuse while his gaze wandered to the attribute points scattered across the floor. As he had anticipated, the abundance of these points was quite remarkable. Although the majority emitted a faint glow, their sheer number was irresistible. He could not restrain himself and began to approach the points, activating the wind mastery technique to gather them. Wisdom 0. 2. Comprehension 0. 1. Aptitude 0. 1. Xuan Ning became increasingly joyful and exhilarated as he continued to collect attribute points. The abundance of these points clearly indicated the diligence with which these scholars pursued their studies. Su Rong inquired, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Observing Xuan Ning wandering about the classroom with a broad smile, Su Rong found himself perplexed, harboring doubts about the man's intellect. Xuan Ning swiftly completed a circuit, collecting all the attribute points within the academy, and then turned to Su Rong, inquiring, "I have a modest question, and I hope the esteemed teacher can provide an answer." "Please proceed," Su Rong replied. One scholar stated, "When the sun rises, it appears closer to us, yet at midday, it seems to be farther away." Another scholar remarked, "At dawn, the sun appears distant, whereas at noon, it appears nearer." A third scholar posed the question, "At dawn, the sun is as large as a cart cover, but at midday, it resembles a shallow dish. Does this not suggest that the distant sun appears smaller while the nearer one appears larger?" Lastly, another scholar noted, "At dawn, The sun emanates a cool and tranquil light. While at noon, it feels as if one is reaching into boiling water. Does this not indicate that the nearer sun is warm while the distant one is cool? Xuan Ning turned to Su Rong and inquired, "What do you think, sir?" This is a question that even the venerable Confucius would find challenging to answer. Consulting this esteemed gentleman is undoubtedly a wise choice. Observing Su Rong's continued bewilderment and contemplative demeanor, Xuan Ning chuckled softly. He then noticed a pile of attribute points at Su Rong's feet and proceeded to collect them. Intelligence increased by 5, aptitude increased by 2. Upon observing the scene, Xuan Ning felt an immense joy. Truly, the sage possessed great wisdom. The attribute points were undeniably powerful, and it seemed he would find himself returning here frequently to collect them. Su Rong sighed in resignation and remarked, "I am unable to provide an answer. Do not fret. Esteemed sir, this question lacks a definitive answer. It merely depends on one's perspective, and thus the answers will differ accordingly." Xuan Ning hurriedly replied. His sole purpose in coming here was to seek an excuse. In truth, had he been presented with those classical texts, he would have comprehended nothing. "Xuan Ning, are you the one who triumphed over the 4 great talents of Taixia City yesterday?" Su Rong pondered for a moment before recalling the name Xuan Ning. "It was merely a stroke of luck, nothing significant," Xuan Ning modestly replied, surprised to find himself regarded as a figure of renown. Indeed, his breadth of knowledge and youthful accomplishments were commendable. Su Rong felt a surge of delight and held Xuan Ning in high regard. The two engaged in spirited conversation, even inviting Xuan Ning to stay for dinner. However, Xuan Ning graciously declined, promising to visit again on another day, much to Su Rong's delight. Upon witnessing Xuan Ning depart with Zhou Yuyao, Su Rong realized that Xuan Ning was brought here by her. "Ruoyu, what do you think of this Xuan Ning?" he inquired of his daughter. Young Master Xuan is exceptionally talented and articulate. His poetry is rarely matched across the ages. Particularly that piece "Let Us Raise a Toast," what boundless passion it conveys, she exclaimed. "Moreover, I have heard Yuyao speak of Xuan Ning. Not only is he gifted in literature, but he also possesses remarkable martial talent, having reached the formidable realm of the 4th heaven in martial arts." Zhou Yuyao was unaware that Xuan Ning had achieved yet another breakthrough. Such a person, equally adept in both literary and martial pursuits, was indeed a rarity in this world. Su Rong, astonished, looked at his daughter and remarked, "He practices martial arts as well, and has reached the 4th heaven? Such talent is truly astonishing." They understood that for someone of Xuan Ning's age to break through to the 1st heaven of martial generals was already commendable. Yet he had directly ascended to the 4th heaven. Such a gift surpassed even his literary prowess manifold. "Ah, a man of such caliber is indeed rare," Su Rong chuckled softly, shaking his head. Such an individual was beyond the aspirations of the Su family. Otherwise, he would genuinely consider it a splendid choice to betroth his daughter to such a man, especially given that Xuan Ning hailed from the Xuan family, which aligned with their status. Fortunately, Su Ruoyu was oblivious to her father's thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely be taken aback. As they traveled in the carriage, Xuan Ning contemplated that he would need to visit the Wangwei Pavilion eventually. Perhaps he should do so now. The pavilion was not far from their route home, and Xuan Ning wished to collect the attribute points he had accumulated throughout the day. Thus, he turned to Zhou Yuyao and suggested, "Shall we make a trip to the Wangwei Pavilion?" "Oh." The women looked at Xuan Ning, puzzled, but Zhou Yuyao replied, "Then let us go." Zhou Yuyao did not inquire further, but Zhou Yan elaborated, "The food there is quite delightful, and considering that we are approaching mealtime, it would take time to prepare a meal upon returning. It is more sensible to dine before we head back." "Very well," Zhou Yuyao agreed without hesitation. However, Dong Shui leaned closer to Xuan Ning, curiously asking, "Surely, you aren't going there for Sister Louis, are you?" Upon hearing Dong Shui's question, Zhou Yuyao couldn't help but glance at Xuan Ning, feeling an inexplicable flutter of anxiety, as if something she cherished might slip away. Her hands nervously grasped the fabric of her garment. "Louis?" Xuan Ning's expression froze momentarily before he replied, "What would I do for her? Although she is indeed beautiful, I am fully aware of my own limitations. Such a woman is simply not my type." At Xuan Ning's response, Zhou Yuyao's furrowed brow relaxed, and inexplicably, her heart lifted, prompting her to offer a faint smile in his direction. "Then why would you want to go there, if it is truly just for a meal?" Dong Shui, ever straightforward, sought clarification. "Of course, it is for the meal, as I can dine there for free, saving on a portion of my expenses. Isn't that splendid?" Xuan Ning chuckled, eliciting light laughter from the 3 women, surprised that his motivation was quite so simple. Xuan Ning's visit to the moon viewing pavilion was not motivated by the allure of women. Rather, it was solely for the purpose of collecting attribute points. The presence of his two couplets served as a magnet, drawing countless talented individuals and beautiful maidens each day. To forego the opportunity to gather attribute points would be a sheer waste. At the entrance of the moon viewing pavilion, Xuan Ning felt a surge of joy upon witnessing the throngs of people entering and exiting. Such a crowd surely indicated a wealth of attribute points within. Eagerly, he stepped inside, only to discover that the majority were scholars, and he even came across some lower lines of couplets. However, in comparison to the couplets crafted by Su Ryu, they paled significantly. Sir Xuan Ning, you have arrived. Allow me to escort you upstairs. A staff member eagerly approached him upon his arrival. Wait a moment, Xuan Ning replied, as he made his way toward the surrounding tables. Xuan Ning's gaze was not fixed upon their couplet, but rather directed towards the attribute points scattered on the ground. After nearly a day, the ground had accumulated a considerable bounty. Xuan Ning strolled alongside the crowd, utilizing the wind control technique to effortlessly collect all the attribute points scattered upon the ground. Spirit increased by 0. 2. Aptitude by 0. 1. Wisdom by 0. 1. And comprehension by 0. 1. Xuan Ning was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated discovering attributes such as wisdom, aptitude, and insight in this place. It appeared that among these individuals, there were indeed some remarkable individuals. The more people that arrived, the better. Ideally, they would all ponder upon the second line of a couplet, allowing him to gather a substantial amount of attribute points each day. The greater the accumulation of attribute points, the more significant the enhancement to his strength. Xuan Ning merely passed by without disturbing them, failing to ignite the curiosity of the onlookers. However, the three ladies, led by Zhou Yuyo, inquired curiously, Miss, what is this young Master Xuan Ning doing? Zhou Yuyo surmised he was observing others as they pondered various matters. Yet, what could he possibly be doing with his hands directed towards the ground? Quite peculiar indeed, Xiaochan remarked, perplexed. Well, I am uncertain. I have noticed he often behaves this way, yet I cannot fathom his intentions, Zhou Yuyo replied with a wry smile. After completing a circuit, Xuan Ning acquired a multitude of attribute points, significantly enhancing his mental acuity, though the augmentation of other attributes was minimal. Once he had collected all the points, Xuan Ning returned to Zhou Yuyo's side and requested a young waitress to escort them upstairs to their private room, where Zhou Yin commenced ordering a lavish feast. After some time, Lu Yi approached the entrance and announced, Sister Yuyo, young Master Xuan Ning, you have arrived. Greetings, Sister Lu. The group stood to acknowledge her. Upon hearing the servants announce your arrival, I almost thought I misheard. I am pleasantly surprised to see you here, Lu Yi said, her mature and enchanting visage adorned with a gentle smile, radiating beauty. As Lu Yi settled onto a stool, an alluring fragrance enveloped the air, emanating from a distinctive sachet she wore at her waist, which Xuan Ning had previously noticed. Young Master Xuan Ning is quite remarkable. In just one day, he has attracted numerous talented individuals yearning to craft a couplet. Regrettably, none have yet satisfied me, Lu Yi expressed with a hint of disappointment. In truth, someone had indeed produced a couplet, it simply had not been revealed. Oh, and who might that be? Lu Yi inquired, genuinely intrigued. It is Su Ruayu, the daughter of Su Rong. I presume Sister Lu is acquainted with her, Xuan Ning responded. Ah, so it is his daughter. That comes as no surprise. I have heard of Su Rong's daughter being both learned and beautiful. How delightful that she was the first to compose a couplet, Lu Yi remarked with evident satisfaction. Then inquired, might I know what her couplet was? Xuan Ning proceeded to relay Su Ruayu's couplet to Lu Yi, who smiled and replied, very well. I must commit this to memory. Please enjoy your meal at leisure. After Lu Yi departed, Xuan Ning and his companions began their repast. Once finished, when Zhou Yuyo attempted to settle the bill, she was informed that Xuan Ning's meals required no payment. With a chuckle, Zhou Yuyo prepared to leave. As they reached the entrance, a group approached them, and upon seeing them, Xuan Ning felt a surge of surprise. Xuan Ning, is that truly you? Yuok exclaimed, equally astonished upon recognizing Xuan Ning. However, upon realizing that Xuan Ning was merely a person discarded by his own sister, a smile crept across his face. Yet, when he laid eyes on Zhou Yuyo beside Xuan Ning, he was taken aback. He never imagined that Xuan Ning could attract such a remarkable companion. Xuan Ning, I never thought this good-for-nothing would be here. I heard you not only triumphed in the recent family competition, but also stirred quite a commotion with your poetic prowess. Yu Wuchie remarked, his expression laced with derision, exuding disdain. Heh, Xuan Ning responded with a light chuckle, showing no sign of concern for Yi Wuqia's scorn. This infuriated Yi Wuqia, who resolved to completely humiliate Xuan Ning. After all, he had brought along several talented individuals, intending to engage in a literary duel and draw closer to Liu Yi. However, upon seeing Xuan Ning, he decided to ensure Xuan Ning's utter disgrace. Since the couplets originated from Xuan Ning, he planned to defeat him publicly, thereby enhancing his own reputation. With a smug expression, Yi Wuqia turned his gaze toward Zhou Yuyao. Exuding arrogance as he said, "My dear lady, this Xuan Ning is merely a worthless individual despised by my sister. Do not be deceived by him. If you seek companionship, it is only fitting to consider someone like myself, a paragon of elegance and nobility." Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Yuyao was far from impressed, having not anticipated Yi Wuqia's shamelessness. "So, you are the infamous Yi Wuqia, indeed a brazen fellow," Winter Snow remarked upon recognizing him. Yi Wuqia, captivated by the beauty of the two maidens, felt a surge of excitement and was determined to pursue them. "Surely, it was Xuan Ning who fed you such nonsense. Do not be fooled by that scoundrel. He must have employed some underhanded means to secure second place in the family competition," he said dismissively, eyeing Xuan Ning with contempt. "Who would ever consider you? You are merely a discarded waste, and after being rejected by my sister, you resort to deceiving others." Then, raising his voice for all to hear, Yi Wuqia declared, "I have heard that the Xuan Ning produced 2 couplets. You must have been misled. These couplets must have been acquired through dubious means, confounding everyone." Curiosity soon drew a crowd, who began to murmur and speculate. "So, this is Xuan Ning? Did he truly compose those poems and couplets? Could they be fabricated? Surely, they cannot be false. The 4 great scholars are genuine. How could there be any pretense? You must be unaware of the long-standing enmity between the Yi family and Xuan Ning," they whispered among themselves. "Have you heard of Yi Qingqing, the sister of Yi Wuqing? She is the one who was accepted as a direct disciple by the master of the Yulua Xianzong, a prodigy recognized throughout Luoluo City and the entire Liuli Empire. Originally betrothed to Xuan Ning. However, just a few days ago, the Yi family publicly annulled their engagement, leading to a naturally strained relationship between them. It is only to be expected that their encounters are filled with animosity. I see. It appears that Yi Wuqing does not intend to let Xuan Ning off easily. His derision towards her is truly excessive. They are the ones who called off the engagement, yet he still believes he is justified in his actions. Speak softly. For Yi Wuqing is known to be vengeful, and he is also a man of lewd desires. This time, he must have set his sights on the woman beside Xuan Ning. Yi Wuqing, what are your intentions?" Xuan Ning remained as calm as still water. Even when Yi Wuqia publicly declared that their engagement had been called off, she maintained an air of indifference, as if she were merely an onlooker, exuding an extraordinary tranquility. Many were struck with admiration. At Xuan Ning's age, such a public declaration would typically incite anger and a sense of lost dignity. Yet, she remained unperturbed, a feat not easily achieved by the average person. Yi Wuqia was taken aback by her composure, which was so profound it seemed as though the person before him was not Xuan Ning at all. Hearing this, Yi Wuqia smirked coldly and remarked, "Aren't you quite skilled in poetry? How fortuitous that I have brought along 2 exceptionally learned gentlemen today, who have traveled through numerous cities and possess remarkable talents. They are eager to witness your poetic prowess. Are you willing to accept the challenge?" "Why should I heed your challenge? I am not beholden to you," Xuan Ning retorted, hands on her hips, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. "Listen closely, everyone. Witness how this fellow has succumbed to fear, shying away just like our Yi family did when withdrawing from the engagement with the Xuan family, not daring to show his face. He is but a coward, a feeble and ineffectual individual." Upon hearing Xuan Ning's words, Yi Wuqia launched a merciless verbal attack, reveling in his triumph as though he had struck a fortune. However, Xuan Ning interjected, "Who says I am afraid? I simply question why I should compete with you. What merit do you possess?" "I am certainly of merit," Yi Wuqia hastily replied. "Ha ha ha." Laughter erupted from the crowd. Realizing the ridicule, Yi Wuqia seethed. "I am of merit. Ha ha ha." Yi Wuqia's countenance darkened, his expression menacing as he glared at Xuan Ning, fists clenched like a predatory beast. "Xuan Ning, you scoundrel, will you accept the challenge or not? Since you are so earnestly imploring me, I shall graciously accept your challenge." But Xuan Ning smirked at Yi Wuqia, adding, "It cannot be a simple contest. What do you propose?" Yi Wuqia vowed to make Xuan Ning regret this encounter, determined to trample him underfoot. "If you lose, you must kneel before me and bow 3 times, while vocally imitating a dog. Do you dare?" Xuan Ning replied, intending to turn the tables on Yi Wuxia. Yi Wuxia glanced at the confident gentleman beside him and nodded firmly. Very well, I accept. I do not believe you. Let us formalize this agreement, Xuan Ning stated. Allow me to be the witness. Suddenly, Lu Yi stepped forward, approaching the two. I will serve as the witness. Whoever loses must adhere to the terms, or they will become the laughingstock of the entire Luoxian city, forever unable to hold their head high. Yi, you have arrived as well. Upon seeing Lu Yi, Yi Wuqiu's expression transformed dramatically. One must admit, Yi Wuqiu's ability to change his demeanor is truly remarkable. Master Yi, we are not so familiar. You may call me Lu Yi or Miss Lu, she remarked, disregarding the slight displeasure on Yi Wuqiu's face, and commanded, bring me the ink and brush. Several servants promptly produced the writing materials and inscribed the previous wager onto paper, then looked expectantly at the two. Both individuals inscribed their names and affixed their handprints. Xuan Ning faced 3 opponents alone. Surely he would not falter. Winter Snow, observing Yi Wuqiu's confidence, felt a twinge of concern. We must have faith in him. This condition was proposed by Xuan Ning himself, which implies he possesses ample assurance. Sister Lu undoubtedly believes Xuan Ning can triumph. We shall simply await the outcome. Zhou Yuyao harbored great confidence in Xuan Ning, convinced that since he dared to make such a request, he would undoubtedly prevail. Why do you lack faith in Xuan Ning? He is quite formidable, Xia Chan added, equally confident in his abilities. I am merely expressing concern, Winter Snow replied. The surrounding crowd buzzed with anticipation for the impending contest, astonished to witness another duel between Xuan Ning and the Yi family following the illustrious 4 talents of Taixia City. The trio accompanying Yi Wuqiu strode forward with an air of arrogance. One gentleman with a prominent mustache stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a sense of superiority and not even glancing at Xuan Ning. He proclaimed, Young man, I must commend your courage. But encountering the Yuanhua 3 brothers signifies your inevitable demise. Yuanhua, it is indeed him. A few spectators gasped, taken aback by the trio's presence. Who are these brothers? Someone inquired curiously. If I am not mistaken, they are indeed Yuanhua, Yuanbiao, and Yuanbao, the 3 prodigies who once dominated the realm, defeating countless talents and beauties. They are renowned even in the Lioli imperial city. Alas, their questionable character has prevented them from securing official positions, came the reply. Then they must be even more formidable than the 4 talents. That is undoubtedly true. The 4 talents pale in comparison, akin to the distinction between a student and a teacher. Surely this means Xuan Ning is destined to lose. Upon hearing the trio's esteemed reputation, the crowd was astonished that Yi Wuqiu had managed to enlist such formidable opponents, finding it hard to believe. Ha! Yi Wuqiu, reveling in the surrounding chatter, exclaimed. Xuan Ning, prepare to be humiliated. Do you truly believe that if I lacked confidence, I would engage in this wager with you? Brace yourself for a tarnished reputation. Xuan Ning scoffed lightly and replied, What reputation do I, Xuan Ning, possess? In the eyes of all, it is your esteemed young Master Yi whose fame resounds. Even if I were to mimic a dog's bark, it would seem entirely justified. Humph. Just wait and see how you grovel before me, barking like a dog. Yi Wuqiu retorted angrily. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning clapped his hands and remarked, Young Master Yi, you have indeed mastered it remarkably well. As he spoke, Yi Wuqiu observed the uproarious laughter of those around him, his expression shifting from pale to flushed with anger, struggling to contain his rage. He turned to the 3 men and said, Gentlemen, you must ensure that he receives a proper lesson. The 3 replied, Rest assured, young Master Yi. As long as you are prepared to reward us with the promised gold tickets. It was then that the crowd realized the trio had been hired at a high price by Yi Wuqiu. Xuan Ning stood facing the 3 individuals and inquired, What are the rules? To ensure fairness, each side would present a couplet, and after the responses were exchanged, the opposing party would then offer a subsequent couplet, continuing this exchange until one side could no longer respond. Yuanhua remarked. Xuan Ning nodded and said, Very well. Lu Yi also spoke. Please record the couplets from both parties meticulously for the benefit of future generations. Subsequently, a dozen individuals appeared, producing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, and began to document the couplets prepared by both sides. I shall take the lead then. Do not be startled. The 3 individuals hardly regarded Xuan Ning with any seriousness. Xuan Ning, undaunted, faced 3 opponents with unwavering courage. This gamble sparked anticipation among all. Yuanhua was the first to declare, Winter melon and potatoes are not fruits. They are vegetables. Xuan Ning chuckled softly. responding with disdain, "The turtle and the tortoise do not exist solely for your sake." Upon hearing this, the crowd paused to savor the words, then erupted into hearty laughter. Xuan Ning's retort was not only sharp, but also laced with a clever insult. Infuriated, the three individuals could hardly contain their anger, caught off guard by Xuan Ning's unexpected rebuke right from the outset. Xuan Ning glanced over and scoffed. "Oh, you wish to engage in a brawl? Come forth. Do not accuse me of bullying you. I shall allow you the use of both feet and one hand." The three gentlemen, however, were instructed to engage him in a battle of wits and words, and there was no need for them to resort to physical confrontation. Yi Wuqie felt a twinge of displeasure. Being insulted right from the outset seemed to imply that he too had been derided. Indeed, the trio, having been met with a show of bravado from their opponent, felt quite irked and resolved to teach Xuan Ning a lesson in humility. They turned to him and declared, "It is now your turn to present the first line." Xuan Ning smiled and began to recite the first line. "On the occasion of the Lord's birthday, gold is needed, silver is needed, and money is needed, all in one handful, regardless of south or north." This statement was imbued with sarcasm, and upon hearing it, the crowd could not help but admire Xuan Ning for his cleverness in crafting such a couplet, leading many to hold him in high esteem. The trio was not without merit. Yuan Biao soon followed with the second line. "The common folk ought to perish. The rice is unripe. The wheat is unripe. The sorghum is unripe, and the green and yellow cannot meet. What can be sent?" With this reply, all present glared at the trio, realizing they were indeed no good. Even cursing the common people, they anticipated that Xuan Ning would deliver a lesson, instructing them on how to behave. "Truly, you are scholars. I am curious to know what you eat, use, and where you reside. Do you not owe it all to the common folk? Or do you believe it simply fell from the heavens?" Xuan Ning retorted. The others regarded the trio with disdain, finding their response utterly contemptible. Yet, they had to concede that the trio's knowledge was commendable. "We scholars are certainly not comparable to those petty commoners." The trio remained oblivious to their faults, still feeling quite proud. "Next, let me teach you how to behave." Yuan Bao stepped forward, a smile gracing his face, and proclaimed, "Listen well, my first line is, 'A tree shall be planted on your grave.'" The crowd gasped at the audacity of such words. "Ha ha ha, well said. Good job, esteemed sirs," Yi Wuqing exclaimed, recognizing the dual nature of the insult, which was both a curse and a clever verbal duel. "Miss, those three can utter such vulgarities. They are certainly not virtuous individuals. No wonder they cannot hold official positions. If they were to govern, it would spell disaster for the common folk," Dong Shui remarked, her disdain for the trio palpable. "Fear not, for young Master Xuan Ning will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. We can rest assured." Xia Chan expressed her confidence in Xuan Ning. Zhou Yuyao nodded, stating, "I too believe in Xuan Ning. He always surprises me with the unexpected." Lu Yi looked at the three women and smiled slightly, saying, "You all have such faith in Xuan Ning, but these three are no ordinary adversaries. It will not be easy for Xuan Ning to prevail. He always manages to surprise. Does he not?" Zhou Yuyao and Lu Yi exchanged smiles. "Xuan Ning, do respond quickly. If you cannot think of a reply, then concede," Yi Wuqing anxiously urged, convinced that Xuan Ning was at a loss. However, Xuan Ning, seemingly unperturbed, addressed his opponents directly. "In matters of courtesy, one must reciprocate, since you are so gracious. I shall respond with, 'A tree shall serve as a coffin for you to dwell in.'" This retort ignited the surrounding crowd. "Bravo, bravo!" They erupted into applause, marveling at the brilliance of the comeback, which not only countered the insult, but also turned it back upon the instigators. Yuan Hua looked at Xuan Ning and said, "Well done, young man. You possess remarkable skill." Xuan Ning gazed at the others and suddenly remarked, "I have just conceived a couplet that suits you perfectly." The three were acutely aware that Xuan Ning's couplet was unlikely to be flattering, yet they still inquired, "Pray, tell us." Xuan Ning chuckled softly before leisurely proclaiming, "The turtle, the weak chicken, and the toad have come to the city of falling immortals for a visit." Ha ha! As soon as these words escaped his lips, a wave of laughter erupted among the crowd, for Xuan Ning's retort was both swift and remarkably elegant. The three brothers were, indeed, incensed, their faces turning a shade of iron in their fury. Yi Wuqie hastily exclaimed, "He has insulted you so brazenly. You must conjure a retort at once." "Do not fret, Yi Xiao. I have already devised a counter," Yuan Hua replied, somewhat displeased. In their intellectual duel, this Yi Wuqie buzzed around them like a bothersome fly. Were it not for the monetary incentive, they would have gladly exchanged barbs. Then be swift, urged Yu Wuqiu, eager for a response. Stepping forward, Yuan Hua declared, "In the heavens and on the earth, in the realm of mortals, one must descend into hell to face punishment." After delivering his line, he glanced at Xuan Ning with a look of triumph and taunted, "Well, what say you, young lad?" Xuan Ning let out a cold scoff, "Mediocre. Now pay attention to my couplet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, turtle." Yuan Hua gleefully observed his opponent. Upon hearing this, others were taken aback, incredulous that such a phrase could even qualify as a couplet. Before anyone could voice their thoughts, Yi Wuqian, this foolish teammate, audaciously questioned the validity of it. This left Yuan Hua and his companions yearning to unleash a torrent of soda at Yi Wuqian, imploring him to cooperate, for he was one of their own. Others were equally astonished, unable to fathom that these three could present such a couplet. It was indeed baffling. However, upon closer inspection, they began to discern the cleverness entwined within, noting not only its ingenuity but also its remarkable depth. Truly, they were three prodigies, their scholarly prowess unparalleled. Someone exclaimed in admiration. As others read it a few more times, they too grasped its intricacies and were filled with profound respect for Yuan Hua's creativity. "Miss, how is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 so ingenious?" Dong Shui queried, bewildered. Zhou Yuyao, after listening, explained, "The brilliance lies not in the numbers but in the last two words. It should have been no 8, yet he audaciously used turtle instead." Realization dawned upon Dong Shui, who quickly remarked, "Isn't that just an insult?" "Indeed, this was meant as a jibe at Xuan Ning," Xiaochan replied. Could Xuan Ning possibly come up with a response? Dong Shui expressed concern. "It's rather challenging. I have yet to conceive a suitable reply," Zhou Yuyao responded. Once everyone recognized the cleverness of the couplet, all eyes turned to Xuan Ning. Crafting a fitting response to such a clever couplet was no simple feat. "Surrender, lad. Victory is beyond your reach," Yuan Hua chuckled merrily. "You may be celebrating prematurely." Xuan Ning smiled slightly before responding, "Filial piety, brotherly love, loyalty, trust, propriety, righteousness, integrity, shamelessness." Upon hearing Xuan Ning's response, everyone began to recite it aloud, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment, ultimately erupting into applause, declaring, "What a talent! To conceive such a perfect reply in such a brief moment is truly astonishing. Incredible! I knew Xuan Ning would come through. What a splendid couplet!" Hearing the praises directed at Xuan Ning, Yi Wuqian grew increasingly disgruntled, his countenance darkening to that of a fearsome beast. Xuan Ning felt that the moment had come and spoke up. "I am about to compose a couplet, one that is no ordinary feat. I surmise that very few in this world could contend with it. So bring it on." Yuan Hua and the others brimmed with confidence, utterly convinced that Xuan Ning could not possibly challenge them. The onlookers, upon hearing such audacious words from Xuan Ning, were filled with curiosity about the nature of the couplet that could inspire such bravado. Xuan Ning began, "Prepare yourself, for my first couplet is, the phoenix tree decays, yet still we nestle together." Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua and his companions erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "What difficulty lies within that?" However, Xuan Ning urged them to scrutinize the 7 characters before speaking further, gesturing towards the individual beside him who had meticulously recorded the couplet. As Yuan Hua and his companions approached to examine the couplet, their confident expressions morphed into astonishment, then into confusion, and ultimately fell into silence as they began to ponder deeply. The onlookers also turned their attention to the couplet, and upon closer inspection, they discerned its exquisite intricacy. The couplet was composed of characters sharing the same radical, making it exceedingly challenging to craft a corresponding couplet. After a considerable time, Dong Shui hastily inquired, "If you cannot conceive a response, why not concede defeat?" The surrounding crowd echoed this sentiment, urging them to admit their inability. The 3 talented scholars cannot match up. Concede. Concede. The faces of Yuan Hua's trio turned sour, as they indeed found themselves at an impasse. Seeing their expressions, Yuak anxiously stepped forward, demanding, "You must respond. Were you not brimming with confidence, proclaiming certainty in your success? Do you wish for me to concede instead?" The trio, feeling helpless and unprepared for such a challenge, flushed with embarrassment and apologized. "Yi Shao, we are sorry. We shall forfeit the wager, as we truly cannot find a response." Yuak, nearly sputtering in disbelief, suddenly had an idea and exclaimed, "Wait, there is still a way." He turned to Xuan Ning and declared, "Indeed, they cannot produce a response to this couplet. Thus, One may be eliminated, yet there remain two others, and I have not yet lost. Why the haste? At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in outrage, condemning Yi Wuck for his shamelessness. The three were already at an advantage against Xuan Ning, and now he proposed such an audacious notion. It was utterly disgraceful. Yi Wuck is truly insufferable, refusing to acknowledge his defeat. Dong Shui fumed. Indeed, it is exceedingly contemptible. Xian Chan added, equally irate. Though Zhou Yuyao remained silent. Her disdain for Yi Wuck's unscrupulous behavior was palpable. However, Xuan Ning burst into laughter, capturing everyone's attention as they curiously awaited his response. Very well. If you desire for me to simultaneously vanquish all three of you, I shall present 2 more couplets, leaving you utterly speechless. Xuan Ning smirked. Finding the task to be quite simple, he merely needed to compose a few more. Speak. Yuan Hua and his companions believed that if they could not respond to 1 couplet, it was improbable they would fail to respond to 3 consecutively. Listen closely. The first couplet is, towering trees stand tall, pines, cypresses, phoenix trees, and willows. The second couplet is, mist shrouds the pond's willows. Xuan Ning suddenly articulated 2 couplets, prompting everyone to ponder deeply. Lu Yi instructed her subordinates, hang up the 2 couplets. Soon, the couplets were displayed, and upon viewing them, the crowd exclaimed in admiration, what exquisite literary talent. It was simply unbelievable. My heavens, the first couplet was an exquisite example of parallelism, a level of artistry unmatched throughout history. The second couplet, astonishingly, was a 5-element couplet, truly remarkable. How could Xuan Ning have conceived such brilliance? Countless onlookers gazed at Xuan Ning in awe, their admiration for him elevating to new heights. When Yuan Hua and his companions beheld these couplets, their faces turned ashen. Even they had to concede defeat, utterly and completely. Young Master Yi, we take our leave. The trio of Yuan Hua never anticipated being outdone by a mere youth like Xuan Ning and felt too embarrassed to remain, hastily departing from this disheartening scene. This left Yi Wuqiao with a grim expression, wishing to leave as well. Young Master Yi, have you forgotten our wager? Kneel and kowtow. And bark like a dog. You did it quite convincingly before. Xuan Ning promptly intercepted Yi Wuqiao, resolutely preventing his escape. For he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Xuan Ning, do not overstep your bounds, Yi Wuqiao retorted, for he would never stoop to such actions. He was the illustrious heir of the Yi family, after all. Yi Bufan, the evidence stands as proof. Are all members of the Yi family merely a bunch of fickle individuals? Lu Yi stepped forward, brandishing the evidence in support of Xuan Ning. The onlookers chimed in, recounting tales of the Yi family's misdeeds, which only served to darken Yi Bufan's countenance further. Step aside, Yi Wuqiao declared, unyielding. To compel him to kneel and beg like a dog would render him a laughingstock in the entire Luoxian city. Complete the tasks that are yours to fulfill, and I shall, in due course, let you be. Yet, Xuan Ning remained steadfast. Seeking death, Yi Wuqiao finally erupted in fury, clenching his fists as he launched an assault towards Zhou Yan. Xuan Ning, with a dismissive air, effortlessly seized his opponent's fist with one hand and then bound both of their hands behind their back. This left Yi Wuqiao astounded, for he had not anticipated that Xuan Ning possessed such formidable strength. Nevertheless, Yi Wuqiao remained resolute, refusing to submit. As he struggled, he exclaimed with indignation, Xuan Ning, you had better release me at once. I am the eldest scion of the Yi family, and my sister is a distinguished disciple of the Yulua Xianzong. If she were to find out about this, you would not escape unscathed. Kneel before me. Xuan Ning delivered a swift kick to Yi Wuqing's foot, causing him to collapse to his knees. Without hesitation, he then pressed down on Yi Wuqing's head, forcefully driving it towards the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The resounding impact echoed as blood erupted from Yi Wuqing's head. Infuriated, Yi Wuqing seethed, Xuan Ning, you are finished. I will. Slap. Xuan Ning delivered a resounding slap to Yi Wuqing's face, then fixed his gaze upon him. As Yi Wuqing attempted to speak once more, Xuan Ning swiftly struck the other side of his face, leaving imprints from his fingers on both cheeks. If you do not cry out, I shall continue until you do. Xuan Ning's expression transformed into one of terrifying severity, causing Yi Wuqing to feel a fleeting sense of fear. Witnessing Xuan Ning's demeanor, which brooked no levity, Yi Wuqing, although brimming with indignation, found himself utterly powerless. Furthermore, Xuan Ning's coercion rendered escape impossible, compelling him to kneel on the ground and utter a humiliating cry. Woof woof woof. Bravo. What a splendid performance. Laughter erupted from the crowd, intensifying Yi Wuqing's mortification to the point of despair. Following this, a round of applause ensued. leaving Yi Wuqing feeling as though he had lost face in an utterly disgraceful manner. Silence. Yi Wuqing's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at those surrounding him. Under the weight of his gaze, the onlookers felt a twinge of fear, their laughter stilled. Begone! Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning, undeterred by the audacity displayed, delivered a swift kick to Yi Wuqing's rear, propelling him forcefully away. Yi Wuqing cast a resentful glance at Xuan Ning and, with a fierce declaration, warned Xuan Ning, "You shall pay for this." He then departed from Wangyue Pavilion without a backward glance. All around, the gathered scholars and beauties gazed at Xuan Ning with fervent admiration and respect. The three astonishing feats he had accomplished had utterly captivated them. Furthermore, his fearless defiance of the Yi family and his public humiliation of them showcased a rare courage and audacity in this world. Yet, at that moment, Xuan Ning's attention was drawn to the ground where Yuan Hua had previously stood, where numerous attribute points lay scattered. Spirit 2, Talent 1, Comprehension 1. Xuan Ning was quite surprised. Although the three individuals possessed questionable character, their knowledge and literary talent were commendable. He did not anticipate that after engaging in a battle of wits with them, so many rare attributes would be revealed. He genuinely hoped to have a few more encounters with them. After all, whether it was one defeat or multiple, it should not pose much of a challenge. The Yuanhua brothers expressed their gratitude to his entire family. Xuan Ning then glanced around and noticed that numerous attribute points had fallen to the ground. Consequently, he approached those individuals and with a respectful gesture, expressed, "I am truly grateful for your esteemed attention. Please continue to exert your efforts. I eagerly anticipate your ability to devise these subsequent lines." As Xuan Ning approached them, he encouraged the crowd while simultaneously collecting the attribute points scattered on the ground. Spirit increased by 0.1. Spirit increased by 0.1. Wisdom increased by 0.2. Comprehension increased by 0.1. Talent increased by 0.1. Although these attribute points were modest in individual value, their abundance filled Xuan Ning with great satisfaction. The crowd was invigorated by Xuan Ning's words, and their admiration for him grew significantly. He had become a paragon and role model for all the scholars in Luoxian City. Particularly, Zhou Yuyo and her two maidens gazed at Xuan Ning with eyes full of reverence. "Goodbye, Sister Lu." After collecting the attribute points, Xuan Ning stole a glance at Zhou Yuyo before departing. Who was that woman walking alongside Xuan Ning? Someone wondered. How could Yu Qiqing from the Yi family be so blind as to call off her engagement with him? She will surely regret it. Indeed, this young lady is exceptionally beautiful, far surpassing Yi Qiqing. It truly is a case of talent and beauty complementing each other, a match made in heaven. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi quickly interjected, "Everyone, please refrain from making wild guesses. That is the city lord's daughter, Miss Zhou Yuyao, a good friend of Xuan Ning." The crowd suddenly realized that she was indeed the city lord's daughter and the most celebrated talent in Luoxian City, which explained her friendship with Xuan Ning. This revelation only reinforced their belief that the two were an ideal match, almost as if they were destined partners. Lu Yi felt somewhat exasperated. She had merely wished to protect Zhou Yuyao's reputation, yet it seemed her efforts had inadvertently contributed to the very rumors she sought to dispel. Nevertheless, recalling Xuan Ning's spirited demeanor, she couldn't help but acknowledge that he had been remarkably handsome. "What is wrong with me? Why am I finding that little fellow intriguing?" Lu Yi quickly dismissed the thought, appearing quite helpless. After all, they had only met twice. Yet, each encounter left her in awe of him, making it impossible to forget. Glancing at the couplets left by Xuan Ning, a smile unconsciously crept upon her lips. The renown of Xuan Ning, who triumphed over the three talents, has once again been heralded, causing his reputation to soar. The story of Yi Wuqing, who knelt and pounded his head while barking like a dog, also spread widely, swiftly becoming a jest among the populace of Luoxian City. Furthermore, given Yi Wuqing's already notorious standing, the news of his disgrace brought forth an uproar of applause from countless onlookers, who exclaimed, "Well done." Thus, he earned the title of the foremost talent in Luoxian City. Upon returning to Zhou Yuyao's estate, Xuan Ning was utterly astonished. To his surprise, there was a title awaiting him. Intrigued, he hastily clicked on the title to examine its details. Title: First Talented Scholar of Luoxian City LV1 Attributes. Insight 10, Aptitude 10, Wisdom 10, Spirit 10. Damage taken -10. After reviewing this title, Xuan Ning was once again taken aback. It remarkably enhanced 4 attributes by 10 points each. In addition to a reduction of 10 points in damage taken, these 5 attributes were indeed impressive, He could hardly believe such a title came with such advantageous enhancements. Truly remarkable. Xuan Ning promptly donned the title. In an instant, his comprehension, aptitude, wisdom, and spirit were each enhanced by 10 points, leading him to feel not only more intelligent but also to possess a deeper understanding of martial arts. These attributes were indeed remarkable, and depending on circumstances, they had the potential to be upgraded. However, the method for such advancement remained uncertain. Should he continue to pursue further endeavors? Xuan Ning pondered for a moment, realizing that this title was likely connected to his 2 literary contests. To attain a higher status, he would require the admiration of more individuals, which necessitated an opportunity. Consequently, these matters naturally reached the ears of the Xuan and Yi clans. The members of the Xuan family were utterly astounded upon hearing of Xuan Ning's remarkable literary talent, exclaiming in disbelief. Even Xian Li Shui, upon receiving this news, wondered if there had been a mistake or if it was merely a case of 2 individuals sharing the same name. However, after repeated confirmations, they discovered that this individual was indeed Xuan Ning of the Xuan family. In an instant, Xian Li Shui felt a profound sense of grievance, realizing that her brother Xuan Ning had concealed this from her. When he returned, she vowed to make him compensate for this oversight. For a time, the entire Xuan family was left in a state of shock. Particularly, Xian Xiaotian, upon hearing this news, believed it must be a misunderstanding and found it rather amusing. How could Xuan Ning possibly possess such literary prowess? Yet, after further inquiries, Xian Xiaotian was astonished to find that the matter was indeed true, which only deepened his jealousy toward Xuan Ning. When had Xuan Ning ever displayed such eloquence? Not only had he secured 2nd place in the family competition, but he had now also demonstrated extraordinary literary skills, triumphing over the 4 great talents of Taixia City and even besting the renowned 3 talents of the Liuli dynasty. Could this truly be the Xuan Ning of our family? When had he acquired such extraordinary literary abilities? It was simply beyond belief that all of this was accomplished by Xuan Ning. The incredibility of his achievements left everyone in awe. This individual had concealed his talents remarkably well, rendering it almost impossible to fathom. In the grand hall of the Xuan family, the esteemed elders gathered. At the helm sat the clan leader, Xuan Kuang, upon the principal seat, while 5 venerable elders took their places beneath him. The 3rd elder, Xuan Ruohong, the 4th elder, Xuan Gi, the 5th elder, Xuan Taisheng, the 6th elder, Xuan Qingze, and the 7th elder, Xuan Yu. Upon witnessing that everyone had gathered, Xuan Kuang spoke. This matter, I believe everyone has heard about it. Let us discuss how to deal with Xuan Ning. The 3rd elder, Xuan Ruohong, immediately expressed his discontent, stating, I fail to comprehend the intentions of the clan leader. Xuan Ning has brought such great honor to our family. Instead of rewarding him, the clan leader seeks to punish him. Is this not disheartening? Upon hearing this, Xuan Kuang exhibited no surprise. It was an anticipated outcome. However, he remained utterly indifferent. For a mere Xuan Ruohong could hardly stir significant turmoil. Indeed, Xuan Ning's literary prowess was unexpectedly remarkable, garnering acclaim from numerous scholars. Yet, what achievements could a cadre of bookish individuals truly attain? In this world, it ultimately remains the case that genuine power begets influence. That Xuan Ning not only compelled Yi Wuqing of the Yi family to kneel, but also forced him to bark like a dog. Do you truly believe the Yi family will let our Xuan family off the hook? Upon hearing this, Xuan Ruohong felt a deep chill in her heart and indignantly remarked, the Yi family initiated the annulment of the engagement, which brought disgrace upon our Xuan clan. Now, having rightfully triumphed in the literary contest, what wrong is there in making them kneel and bark like dogs? Xuan Ning not only restored our family's honor, but also forced Yi Wuqing into a position of humiliation. Yet, instead of rewarding Xuan Ning, the clan leader seeks to punish him. I truly fail to understand the rationale behind the leader's actions. What do you mean by that, Xuan Ruohong? Xuan Kuang retorted angrily. What I mean is simple. I merely wish to inquire what my elder brother intends to do, Xuan Ruohong directly questioned. What do I intend to do? I simply desire peace for the Xuan family, to ensure our clan can thrive. The Yi family has the support of the Yulua immortal sect, while we, the Xuan clan, possess nothing but our own strength. Xuan Ning's unwarranted provocation of the Yi family has severely tarnished our reputation. Do you believe that the illustrious Yi family will let us off the hook? Xuan Ning has already turned us into adversaries of the Yi family. Do you think we stand a chance against them? Let us discuss this. If the Yi family comes to us demanding an explanation, we will find ourselves at odds with them. The entire Xuan clan could face oppression, leading to our inevitable decline or even destruction. It may be wiser to surrender Xuan Ning to appease the anger of the Yi family. After all, I believe that Xuan Ning, having stirred up trouble without cause, will inevitably become a liability for our clan, and it would be better to let the Yi family handle him as they see fit. Xian Kuang stood resolutely before the greater good of the family, articulating Xuan Ning's transgressions. To sacrifice the entire Xian clan for the sake of one individual, Xuan Ning, would lead to the family's decline. It would be wiser to relinquish Xuan Ning and allow the others to make a decisive judgment. The Xian family could no longer endure turmoil. It was preferable to seek a peaceful resolution. Elder Xuan Yi expressed his concurrence, his words unmistakably aligning with Xian Kuang's stance. Elder Xian Taisheng added, though Xuan Ning had salvaged the family's reputation, he should never have coerced Yi Wuke into kneeling and barking like a dog. This action blatantly positioned the Xian family in opposition to the Yi family. Should the Yi family seek vengeance without restraint, I fear the entire Xian clan would face ruin. Thus, I too support the patriarch's opinion. This Xuan Ning, having achieved a modicum of success, has become a source of discord. If he were to remain in the Xian family, tranquility would elude us all. Elder Xian Chengzhe, already an ally of Xian Kuang, unreservedly stood by his side, declaring, I have no objections. Xian Yu, ever indecisive, remained indifferent to their decisions. Bang! Xian Ruohong slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming in anger, Xuan Ning has already lost his parents. How can you still refuse to let him be? You are being utterly unreasonable. All misfortune stemmed from Xuan Ning's own actions. Xian Ruohong, do you truly wish to see the Xian family buried alongside Xuan Ning? Xian Kuang, visibly infuriated, felt that Xian Ruohong had shown him a profound lack of respect. At that moment, a guard from the Xian family arrived to report, Patriarch, esteemed elders, the head of the Yi family is here for a visit. Upon hearing this, Xian Kuang immediately rose, casting a fierce gaze at Xian Ruohong, and proclaimed, See, the Yi family has come personally to demand an explanation. With that, Xian Kuang swiftly exited to greet the head of the Yi family. The other elders quickly followed suit, leaving Xian Ruohong alone, lost in thought. If only her second brother, Xian Tiansu, were still alive. The current head of the Xian family would likely not be Xian Kuang, and the conflict with the Yi family would not have escalated to such heights. She recalled that her second brother, Xian Tiansu, and Yi Haya had once been close friends, even brothers in spirit. Alas, ever since Yu Qingcheng had been taken as a disciple by the Yu Luoxian sect, the ambitions of the Yi family had swelled, seeking to engulf the other two great families in their pursuit of supremacy. Moreover, Xian Tiansu had always been at odds with Xian Kuang during his time with the Yi family. In light of this favorable opportunity, Xian Kuang would undoubtedly hesitate not to surrender Xuan Ning. Yi Haya was no longer the same man he once was. He would not spare Xuan Ning merely due to past camaraderie with her second brother. Xuan Ning must not fall into the hands of the Yi family, or the consequences would be dire. With this thought in mind, Xian Ruohong hurried home, intent on warning Xuan Ning to leave the Xian family and depart from Luoxian City. The reception hall of the Xian family, with a smile gracing his lips, Xian Kuang hastily addressed Yi Haya, who occupied the seat of honor, saying, Brother Yi, I hope this message finds you well. What brings you here today? Yi Haya, seated in his elevated position, did not even rise upon seeing Xian Kuang. Displaying a blatant disregard for basic courtesies, he immediately inquired, Isn't it time for your Xian family to provide us with an explanation? Upon hearing this, Xian Kuang immediately realized the gravity of the situation and innocently inquired, Brother Yi, how did this come to pass? What do you mean by explanations and accounts? With a resounding crash, Yi Haya slammed his hand on the table in a fit of rage, causing it to splinter with a sharp crack. Rising furiously, he addressed Xian Kuang. We are both sensible individuals. Do not attempt to deceive me with vague words. Xuan Ning has brought disgrace upon our Yi family and compelled my son to kneel and bark like a dog. How can we, the Yi family, endure such humiliation? If we remain silent on this matter, does it not imply that anyone could trample on our dignity? Are you suggesting that the Xian family wishes to declare war against us? If that is the case, so be it. I, Yi Haya, have never feared anyone. Yi Haya's fury was palpable, his demeanor both arrogant and overbearing as he confronted Xian Kuang. Upon hearing this, Xian Kuang cursed Xuan Ning 100 times in his heart. Had he known, he would have expelled Xuan Ning from the family last time. If Xuan Ning had been cast out initially, he would have had ample justification to deflect any future confrontations. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Brother Yi, please calm your anger. Xian Kuang hastily reassured Yi Haya. I am currently investigating this matter. It would be unwise to let a single Xuan Ning disrupt the harmony between our two families. Such words could only emanate from Xian Kuang's lips. Ever since the engagement with the Yi family was annulled, the Yi clan showed little regard for the Xian family's dignity. Now, as they approached demanding an explanation, Xian Kuang found himself retreating at every turn. Moreover, since the disappearance of Xian Ning's father and the recent elevation of Yi Qingsheng as a disciple of the master of the Yuluo immortal sect, the Yi family's ambitions had swelled immensely. They had long harbored intentions to annex the other two families in Wanxian City and establish their dominance. Over the years, countless overt and covert struggles had transpired, leaving no semblance of goodwill in their wake. Xian Kuang, I merely wish to inquire how you intend to address this situation. Yi Haya asked, his face a mask of fury. Expel Xian Ning from the Xian family, remove him from the family registry, and leave his fate to you, Brother Yi. Whether it be death or dismemberment, the decision rests solely with you. Xian Kuang spoke without the slightest hesitation. He had long contemplated expelling Xian Ning from the family. Had it not been for the unforeseen incident last time, Xian Ning would no longer have been a member of the Xian clan. This recent occurrence only deepened Xian Kuang's regret for not having directly banished Xian Ning before, instead granting him a chance to participate in the clan's grand competition. Yi Haya was not the least bit surprised. Clearly, Xian Kuang's decision had been anticipated well in advance. However, Yi Haya desired more than this. He had long harbored ambitions to annex the two prominent families of Luoxian City, and this presented a splendid opportunity that he would not easily relinquish. From now on, East Street shall fall under the control of the Yi family. Yi Haya finally articulated his clandestine scheme. Upon hearing this, Xian Kuang inwardly cursed Yi Haya for his audacious demands. The East Street was the vital economic lifeline of the Xian family. Should it fall into the hands of the adversary, their lineage would undoubtedly face decline. The East Street was our ancestral heritage, and it could never be relinquished to others. This matter was unequivocally unacceptable. How could a mere Xian Ning ever surrender the East Street? Absolutely not. The elders behind Xian Kuang, upon hearing the news, were equally incensed. For that represented half of the Xian family's competitive resources. Should it be entrusted to the Yi family, the Xian family would indeed face ruin. This was a matter they could never acquiesce to. Such an arrangement was certainly unacceptable. Xian Kuang decisively declined. For to acquiesce would be tantamount to leading the Xian family into the depths of decline. Even if he were to agree, the other elders of the clan would undoubtedly oppose it. Xian Kuang was not yet so senile as to overlook this. Xian Ning, do you intend for our Yi family to take matters into our own hands and seize control? Yi Haya glared at Xian Kuang with a grim expression. The Eastern Street has been under the stewardship of our Xian family for centuries. It shall never be relinquished to outsiders. As for Xian Ning, I shall offer him up willingly, for he is the source of all this turmoil. Prior to your arrival, we had already resolved to expel Xian Ning from our family. He now bears no ties to the Xian clan. Xian Kuang would never relinquish control of the Dong Street, which his family has governed for centuries, to anyone. Not even to Xian Ning. This matter is non-negotiable. As for whether Xian Ning is alive or dead, it bears no significance to him. The other elders of the Xian family were equally supportive of Xian Kuang's decision to surrender Xian Ning. There was no question about that. However, encroaching upon the very foundation of their family was a matter that could not be negotiated. The reputation of the Yi family had already been tarnished by Xian Ning, who, while still a member of the Xian clan, had not been expelled from the family. Did they truly believe this matter could simply be dismissed? Yi Haya would certainly seize such a splendid opportunity, determined to extract a piece of flesh from the Xian family. As for the Eastern Street, it was merely a pretext he had uttered. After all, Yi Haya had never intended to swallow the Xian family whole in one go. I know that your Yi family has long set its sights on the mine outside the city. Let the losses incurred by the Yi family be offset by that mine. After much contemplation, Xian Kuang reluctantly agreed to relinquish control of the mine to the Yi family. Thus, the Yi family accepted the arrangement and took their leave. Upon hearing the desired terms, Yi Haya nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Tomorrow, I shall dispatch someone to take possession. It is best for your people to vacate the area today. Furthermore, ensure that Xian Ning is delivered to me promptly." With a gratifying response, Yi Haya felt content. Indeed, a single mine was sufficient to compensate for the losses suffered by the Yi family. Moreover, he had never been particularly concerned with so-called reputation. Utilizing this incident to deprive the Xian family of a mine was a commendable beginning. Subsequently, he intended to completely absorb the Xian family, and then turn his attention to the Lin family, thereby establishing himself as the sovereign of Luoxian City. After Yihaya departed, the other elders of the Xian family approached in indignation, questioning, "Elder brother, are we truly going to hand over that gold mine so willingly?" Yihaya had already surmised that we could never concede control of the eastern street to them, which prompted us to offer alternative compensation. They were undoubtedly targeting that gold mine. What a shrewd calculation. Elder Xianqing's seethed with anger, reflecting on how the family mine yielded substantial gold each year. Now to be surrendered to the Yi family without a fight, leaving him quite displeased. Xian Kuang felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and helplessness. He touched his forehead, contemplating the difficult decision at hand. Who could bear such a burden? Yet, what alternative existed? Would Yihaya truly relent without a fight? Enough, he finally declared. I have deliberated extensively. Even if we do not gift the mine to the Yi family, it is unlikely to yield substantial returns for many years to come, and we need not dwell excessively on it. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that we could still extract approximately 100,000 gold coins within a year. For our family, this is no trifling sum. It is akin to expending several 100,000 gold coins to placate the Yi family. We can only lament that our Xian family lacks a formidable ally. If only we had someone of merit within our ranks. How could the Yi family dare to act so arrogantly and oppress us? Xian Kuang was exceedingly irate. Among the younger generation, the most gifted individual was none other than the daughter of the third elder, Xian Ruohong. Yet regrettably, she was not a member of the Xian family. At this point, they could only place their hopes on Xian Lixue, wishing that she might achieve success and gain entry into one of the 5 major sects, ultimately becoming a prized disciple of a prominent figure. In that scenario, the Xian family would regain its confidence and no longer need to fear the Yi family. Report to the clan leader, Xuan Ning has not been seen within the family. It is said that he has not returned for several days. A guard of the Xian family announced. Not returned for several days? Xian Kuang furrowed his brow and exclaimed with anger. It is all because of that Xuan Ning. Were it not for him, our Xian family would never have relinquished the mine so easily. Find him. We must bring him back under pressure. Everything was the fault of Xuan Ning, who had caused them to suffer such a significant loss of financial resources. He should have been expelled from the family long ago. His existence was nothing short of a calamity for the Xian clan. That wretched individual was the root of all their troubles. The family's mind was lost, and the repercussions were far too severe. Handing him over to the Yi family would be too lenient a fate for him. The other elders, upon hearing this, were equally filled with indignation towards Xuan Ning. Were it not for him, they would still be receiving substantial dividends from the mines each year. Xuan Ning's actions had deprived them of considerable wealth. The thought that he had diminished their future income, along with the resources within the clan, only intensified their fury towards him. Except for the third elder, Xian Ruohong, who regarded Xuan Ning as her own nephew, the others were indifferent to their familial ties. Caring solely for their personal interests, Xian Kuang promptly issued orders, dispatching over 200 members of the Xian family to seek the whereabouts of Xuan Ning. Meanwhile, Xian Ruohong, upon arriving at Xuan Ning's residence, found no trace of her. After inquiring with Xian Lixue, she still could not ascertain Xuan Ning's precise location. Consequently, the three of them began their search for Xuan Ning throughout Luoxian City, hoping she had left the city to avoid being found by the Xian or Yi families. At that moment, Xuan Ning happened to be out shopping with Zhou Yuyao and others. They chose to walk rather than take a carriage, sharing laughter and conversation along the way, while a group of city lords, guards, and plain clothes trailed behind them. Why was Lixue in such a hurry? As Xuan Ning noticed Xian Lixue rushing past, she felt perplexed, unsure of what was amiss. What's wrong? Zhou Yuyao inquired, glancing at Xuan Ning. I spotted my sister, Xuan Ning replied, and as she moved toward the distant Xian Lixue, she called out, Lixue. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xian Lixue swiftly turned towards its source. Upon spotting Xuan Ning, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief and hurriedly trotted over, her voice laced with urgency. Xuan Ning, dear brother, why have you not returned for several days? I have been terribly worried. Hearing this, Zhou Yuyao and the others followed her gaze, only to realize that Xian Lixue possessed remarkable beauty. Miss, the Xian Lixue is indeed quite lovely, remarked Xia Chan. Our miss is not lacking either. Winter Snow chimed in. Xian Lixue gazed curiously at the trio of enchanting ladies accompanying Xuan Ning, pondering their identities. Xuan Ning, who are they? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Over the past few days, had Xuan Ning been in the company of this woman? The thought left her with an inexplicable sense of melancholy and unease. As if she were somehow cast aside, Xuan Ning replied, "Allow me to introduce them. This is Zhou Yuyao, the daughter of the city lord and a dear friend of mine. I have promised the city lord to ensure her safety during this time, which is why I have not returned. You appear to be in quite a hurry. Has something transpired?" Xuan Ning began to introduce Xian Li Shui and inquired about her anxious demeanor, wondering what could have transpired within her family to cause such urgency. "I am Zhou Yuyao, a friend of Xuan Ning," she stated. "Greetings, I am Xian Li Shui," responded Xian Li Shui, offering a brief introduction. Although she was taken aback by the fact that Xuan Ning was in the company of the city lord's daughter, her thoughts were soon consumed by a pressing matter. "Xuan Ning, you must not return to your family. They are searching for you, intent on capturing you to hand over to the Yi family. It is imperative that you leave Luoxian City at once. The farther you go, the better." Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning seemed to grasp the situation and inquired, "Please speak calmly. Do not rush. Elaborate on the matter in detail." Consequently, Xian Li Shui briefly recounted the circumstances regarding her father's situation. Xuan Ning gradually comprehended the unfolding events. It was indeed due to Yi Wuqiu's unreasonable provocations. The matters of right and wrong would ultimately be judged by public opinion. And how could the Yi family still have the audacity to trouble him? Truly laughable. Surround him. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar, and the brothers Xian Long and Xian Hu charged furiously towards Xuan Ning, encircling him completely. The guards behind Zhou Yuyao also brandished their weapons, confronting the Xian family's guards in a standoff. This left Xian Long and Xian Hu astonished, leading them to declare, "This is an internal affair of the Xian family, and does not concern outsiders. We hope you will not interfere with our family's matters." "No, Xuan Ning is my friend, and I will not allow you to take him away," Zhou Yuyao firmly asserted, unwilling to let them see Xuan Ning. If he were to be captured and handed over to the Yi family, given Yi Wuqiu's nature, it would surely spell disaster for Xuan Ning. "You intend to return him to the Yi family, do you not?" Xuan Ning coldly regarded Xian Long, Xian Hu, and their ilk, reflecting on the cold-bloodedness of such a family. "Xuan Ning, you have brought this upon yourself. Were it not for you, the family would not have ceded the mines outside the city to the Yi family. Were it not for you, none of this would have transpired." The two brothers, Xian Long and Xuan Tu, directed all their resentment towards Xuan Ning upon reflecting on the decision made by their family out of necessity. "Huh!" Xuan Ning scoffed upon hearing this, stating, "This is a decision made by the Xian family. It has nothing to do with me, Xuan Ning. I did not coerce them into making such a choice." Xuan Ning never anticipated that the Xian family would be so submissive and intimidated. Merely a Yi family could compel the Xian clan to bow so low. Not only did they compensate for a mine, but he also had to personally deliver an apology to the Yi family. Xuan Ning could not help but reflect that the Qing dynasty on Earth was no different, succumbing to formidable foreign adversaries not with resistance, but with concessions of territory, apologies, and capitulation. Though the circumstances differ, the actions reveal a singular character. Such a family is better left behind. Today I, Xuan Ning, hereby declare that I shall sever all ties with the Xian clan. A family of such cowardice and ineptitude is destined for obliteration. Depart at once." Xuan Ning spoke with an air of undeniable authority. "How dare you, Xuan Ning, utter such words? Allow me to inform you that the clan leader has long since expelled you from the family and removed you from the ancestral records. We are here to escort you back to offer your apologies." Upon hearing this, Xian Hu was consumed by rage, utterly astonished that Xuan Ning, after causing such trouble, intended to abandon the Xian family, leaving the burden of responsibility entirely upon them, while he sought to extricate himself from the situation. Such a fortunate arrangement was simply unfathomable. Upon hearing this, Xian Li Shui immediately responded, "How can the family act in such a manner? This matter is clearly not Brother Xuan Ning's fault. The family's actions are truly disheartening." Meanwhile, Xuan Ning was taken aback, realizing that Xian Kuang had indeed cast him out of the family. When Xuan Ning first arrived here, he was weak and unfamiliar with his surroundings, naturally reluctant to leave the Su family. However, times have changed. He now possesses unwavering confidence in his unique abilities, along with ample wealth, rendering the Su family, a mere trifling clan, insignificant to him. Grasping Su Lishue's hand urgently, he declared, "In such a family, I harbor not a shred of attachment. Since they are so eager to sever ties with me, I shall oblige them. From this point forward, the affairs of the Su family are utterly irrelevant to me, and I have no interest in their survival or demise." Xuan Ning's elder brother, this. Xian Lishui found it utterly incomprehensible to grasp Xuan Ning's perspective. In her mind, family was an immensely significant entity. However, Xuan Ning appeared entirely indifferent, showing no appreciation for the Xian clan, which struck her as astonishing. Gazing at the exquisite beauty of Xian Lishui, Xuan Ning gently patted her head and said, "Lishui, do not seek them out. Among the entirety of the Xian family, only the three of us are my true kin. As for the others, I have never regarded them as family. Even if Xian Kuang had not expelled me from the Xian clan, I would never return. I, Xuan Ning, stand resolutely on my own. A mere clan such as the Xian holds no value for me. If the Yi family wishes to confront me, let them come forth without hesitation. While the Xian clan trembles in fear of the Yi family like a terrified prey, I, Xuan Ning, harbor no fear whatsoever of them. Should they seek to challenge me, I shall meet them with unwavering resolve." Xuan Ning undoubtedly possesses ample confidence. Given a little time, no martial artist or martial master would stand a chance against him, rendering him fearless in the face of adversaries. However, he is acutely aware that at present, he is not a match for them. Therefore, he truly intends to depart from Luoxian City for a while. After all, Yi Haya of the Yi family is a formidable figure at the martial master level. As for the specifics of his realm, Xuan Ning is rather uncertain. The current realm of Xuan Ning is vastly different from that of his opponent, rendering him utterly incapable of contending. Should his adversary take matters into their own hands, he would stand no chance whatsoever. Naturally, in his capacity as Yi Haya, it is entirely improbable that he would confront Xuan Ning directly. Moreover, Zhou Yin must avoid any encounter with the opponent, for they would undoubtedly take action against him. "Brother Xuan Ning, have you truly prepared yourself?" Xian Lishui inquired, her exquisite countenance marred by concern as she gazed at him. "Rest assured, dear sister, I am quite measured in my endeavors. There is no need for worry." Xuan Ning reassured her, touched by her genuine care. "Have no fear. While Xuan Ning is with me, they would not dare to make a move," Zhou Yuyao promptly interjected. Addressing Xian Lishui then realized that Zhou Yuyao was the daughter of the city lord. In that place, even the Yi family and the Xian family would not dare to act against Xuan Ning. Xian Long and Xian Hu gazed at Xuan Ning and inquired, "Xuan Ning, regardless of whether you are currently a member of the Xian family, since you have instigated this affair, you must accompany us back." They had no intention of letting Xuan Ning escape. He was to be escorted back to the family, indifferent to whether he lived or perished. "Do you truly believe that you, mere defeated pawns, can compel me?" Xuan Ning scoffed, his eyes brimming with derision as he regarded the two brothers. He would be a fool to return with them. He had lost all interest in such a family, and their future matters not to him. "Everyone, we must bring Xuan Ning back to the patriarch for judgment today. No one shall intervene," Xian Long declared. Immediately, a throng of Xian family guards, armed and resolute, surged forth, forcing the surrounding onlookers to retreat. They were astounded that the Xian family not only intended to expel Xuan Ning, but also to apprehend him for the Yi family to deal with personally. They were even more astonished by Xuan Ning's audacious declaration of severing ties with the family, displaying a spirit, courage, and temperament that were remarkably rare for one of his age. This incident was destined to become yet another sensational revelation that would reverberate throughout the entire Luoxian city. "I will not permit you to harm Xuan Ning." Zhou Yuyao vehemently opposed any aggression towards him. Turning to her guards, she commanded, "Ensure Xuan Ning's safety. Do not allow him to be taken away." "Miss, would this not be inappropriate? After all, this is a matter concerning the Xian family." Qian Ke hesitated, sensing that meddling in this affair might be unwise. Zhou Yuyao quickly retorted, "My father has instructed you to protect me. Will you heed my command or your own?" "Of course, I shall obey your wishes, miss," Qian Ke promptly replied. "Then do not waste time with further discussion," Zhou Yuyao asserted. "Understood," Qian Ku sighed, reluctantly rallying his men to join the fray. Xian Long did not concern himself with the identity of the opponent and directly commanded, "Capture Xuan Ning. He must be brought back today for punishment." Consequently, the two factions engaged in a fierce battle. Xian Lishui felt a surge of worry and contemplated intervening, but she was hastily restrained by Zhou Yuyao, who cautioned, "Do not involve yourself. Should you do so, you may face dire consequences. But I cannot allow my brother Xuan Ning to be taken away. If he is captured, he may not survive," Xian Lishui protested. "Your brother Xuan Ning is formidable, and with my allies at his side, he shall be unharmed," Zhou Yuyao reassured her. Observing Xuan Lishue's deep concern for Xuan Ning and realizing that the Xuan family still possessed commendable individuals. With your meager strength, you dare attempt to take me away? Such arrogance is laughable, Xuan Ning declared, determined not to show mercy to those who sought to hand him over to outsiders for judgment. What nonsense is this about the Xuan family or the Yi family? I, Xuan Ning, care not for such affiliations. With that, he swiftly advanced. Xuan Ning had already achieved the lower tier of the yellow rank in his agility and proactively charged at his opponent. With a powerful punch, he sent a Xuan family guard sprawling to the ground, then raised his left foot, as if a bolt of thunder danced upon his legs. The thunder whip leg. As several Xuan family disciples were once again hurled away by Xuan Ning's onslaught, he unleashed a frenzied assault. His speed was astonishing, his strength formidable. As he plunged into the ranks of Xuan family guards, delivering a punch to each adversary, while a single kick could send multiple foes flying. Even Qianlong and Xian, who were no match for him, being struck hard on the cheek and sent flying over 10 meters away. The strongest among the Xian family guards barely reached the 7th level of martial generals. Confronted with Xuan Ning's overwhelming agility, martial skills, power, and speed, they could hardly withstand even a single blow from him. Astonishingly, dozens of Xian family guards were thus incapacitated by Xuan Ning and Zhou Yuyao. Xuan Lishue stood in stunned silence, utterly incredulous. She had never anticipated Xuan Ning's immense strength. Even formidable opponents at the 7th level of martial generals could not endure a single strike from him. Xuan Lishue found it hard to believe that Xuan Ning had grown so powerful. Returning to inform Xin Kuang, she would declare that she was no longer a member of the Xian family. The affairs of the Xian family held no significance for her, and there was no way they could compel her to return. Xuan Ning glared fiercely at Qianlong and declared, "The world is vast, and I, Xuan Ning, am not bound to remain in Luoxian City. I refuse to believe that with my unique abilities, I cannot thrive in this expansive realm." Qianlong covered his cheeks and then indignantly exclaimed, "Xianing, the clan leader will undoubtedly not let you off. Just wait and see. Let us depart." The guards of the Xian family departed in a disheartened manner. Xuan Ning and the others, with their natural cunning and madness, would undoubtedly not let him off easily. However, he is not a fool. Would he merely wait for them to come and seize him? Xuan Ning then turned to Xuan Lishue and said, "Lishue, you should return home. This matter does not concern you. Do not allow it to entangle your family. Go back and inform Uncle San that I, Xuan Ning, will be fine and will not cause him any worry. Whatever the Xian family intends to do to me, let them manage their affairs without involving him. I assure you, I will be unharmed." From Xuan Ning's understanding of Xian Ruahong, he was certain that Ruahong would prevent the family from taking any action against him. However, those determined individuals would not be swayed merely by Ruahong's words. Yet, Xuan Ning was also aware that he could no longer remain in Luoxian City. Both the Xian and Yi families sought to capture him, making his stay in the city perilous. "What will you do from now on?" Xuan Lishue asked, her lovely face marred by concern for Xuan Ning's future. "Silly girl, the world is vast. Your brother, Xuan Ning, will surely find a way to thrive," he reassured her, gently ruffling her silky, ebony hair. "Miss, rest assured, I will escort Xuan Ning to the city lord's mansion. Neither the Xian family nor the Yi family would dare to cause a ruckus there," Zhou Yuyao suddenly interjected. At this, Dong Shui expressed her surprise. "Miss, are you returning to the city lord's mansion?" "Dong Shui, is it not perfectly normal for the miss to return to the city lord's mansion?" Xiaochan responded, realizing that the reason behind the miss's return was Xuan Ning, and promptly pulled Dong Shui aside, as the girl always seemed to grasp the situation only after some delay. "Indeed, if the miss returns to the city lord's mansion, the city lord will certainly be pleased," Dong Shui mused, still unable to pinpoint the specific reasons. Merely sensing it was a positive turn of events, Xiaochan thought to herself that while the city lord would be delighted, the first madam would not share the same sentiment and would likely create obstacles for them as before. "The city lord's mansion?" Xuan Ning exclaimed in astonishment, not expecting Zhou Yuyao to genuinely wish to reside there again. Although he was not entirely clear on why she had been living outside, he sensed that he understood a portion of the underlying reasons. Indeed, the city lord's mansion is not a place where anyone can create disturbances at will. "You are now my protector and have promised to safeguard me. You cannot break your word. Therefore, it is only fitting that you accompany me back to the city lord's mansion." Upon hearing Xuan Ning's previous remarks about wanting to venture beyond Luoxian City, Zhou Yuyao immediately conceived this idea. The expanse of Xuan Ning continent was vast, filled with numerous ferocious beasts and various treacherous mountain bandits. Fearing an accident might befall Xuan Ning, she resorted to this method to keep him close. Although she knew he could not remain in Luoxian City indefinitely or accompany her for a lifetime, she hoped to hold on to him for as long as possible. Upon hearing this, Xian Lishui promptly addressed Xuan Ning, saying, "Brother Xuan Ning, I too do not wish for you to depart from Luoxian City. Please accompany Miss Zhou to the city lord's mansion. This way, we shall still have the opportunity to meet. If you were to leave Luoxian City, who knows when we would have the chance to see each other again." Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning contemplated for a moment. He realized that his understanding of the circumstances beyond Luoxian City was rather limited. Departing blindly would indeed lead him astray. Thus, he nodded and addressed Miss Zhou Yuyao, saying, "I apologize for the trouble, Miss Zhou. There is no need for such formalities. We are friends," she replied, her exquisite features graced with a sweet smile. "Brother Xuan Ning, I shall take my leave now, but I will visit you at the city lord's residence whenever time permits." Xian Lishui observed that Xuan Ning not only chose to remain in Luoxian City, but also managed to alleviate the pressure from both the Xian and Yi families, which finally put her mind at ease. Indeed, Xuan Ning responded, feeling a surge of urgency within him after Xian Lishui departed. His current strength was still insufficient. If only he could attain the martial sovereign realm, he would have no fear of the Xian or Yi families. Above the martial general realm lies the martial master, and Xuan Ning had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the martial sovereign level. "Let us first settle at the city lord's residence," Zhou Yuyao suggested, turning to Xuan Ning before addressing Qian Ku. "Guardian Qian, I would appreciate it if you could inform my father about my return to reside." "Of course," Qian Ku replied promptly, nodding in agreement. He surmised that the city lord would be quite pleased to receive such news. Without delay, Qian Ku arranged for two individuals to return to the city lord's residence to relay the message. Xuan Ning subsequently followed Zhou Yuyao back to the manor, whereupon she tidied her belongings in preparation for departure from this place. Xuan Ning possessed nothing, not even clothing. His daily necessities were contained within the confines of the system's package, leaving him with little else. In contrast, the belongings of Zhou Yuyao and her companions required a bit of time to organize, which consumed some moments. Once the tidying was complete, Qian Ku arranged for the items to be transported onto the pre-prepared carriage, and subsequently, they departed from the estate. Upon reaching the exterior of the manor, Zhou Yuyao glanced at the gate and commanded, "Close the door. We return to the city lord's residence." As the manor's gate was shut and locked, Zhou Yuyao and Xuan Ning once again boarded the carriage, setting off towards the city lord's abode. However, less than 10 minutes into their journey, they were intercepted by a throng of individuals. A group of approximately 100 people emerged ahead, led by Xian Kuang, the patriarch of the Xian family, accompanied by the sixth elder, Xian Qingze. Their presence here was no mere coincidence. They had come personally to retrieve Xuan Ning. In order to provide an explanation to the Yi family, "Stop!" Qian Ku commanded the entire carriage to halt, directing his gaze towards the individuals ahead, and furrowed his brow as he inquired, "What is the intention of the Xian family patriarch in obstructing our path?" The guards of the city lord's residence swiftly drew their weapons, casting wary glances at Xian Kuang and his entourage. Xian Kuang gazed at the individual before him, unaware of their identity, yet cognizant that Xuan Ning was among this group. Within the entirety of Luoxian City, there were few who could instill fear in Xian Kuang. However, upon observing that this person could recognize him and displayed no trepidation, coupled with their demeanor suggesting they were not a mere nobody, he refrained from making any rash moves and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "The individuals atop the carriage are the esteemed daughters of our city lord's residence," Qian Ku declared loudly. "So, pray tell, who do you believe we are?" Xian Kuang and the others were taken aback, as they had not anticipated that their adversary was none other than the daughter of the city lord, Zhou Taiance. He could hardly fathom how Xuan Ning had formed an acquaintance with the daughter of Zhou Taiance, and moreover, remained within her entourage. Inside the carriage, Xuan Ning and Zhou Yuyao were equally astonished, as they had not expected that the patriarch of the Xian family would personally lead a team to apprehend Xuan Ning. It was Xian Kuang. He could not believe that this old fellow would take it upon himself to come and capture me. Xuan Ning has settled an account with Xian Kuang. Currently, he possesses insufficient strength to seek vengeance. However, a gentleman may take up to 10 years to exact revenge. Yet, Xuan Ning does not consider himself a gentleman. Thus, there is no need to wait a decade. A year and a half will suffice. Once he has acquired sufficient power, Xuan and Yihaya will have nowhere to escape. Rest assured, there is no need for you to venture out. I surmise that Xuan will not dare to act against me, for my father would not let him go unpunished. Zhou Yuyao swiftly grasped Xuan Ning's hand, urging him to refrain from impulsive actions. Xuan Ning, of course, would not act impulsively. He was merely incensed, infuriated that this scoundrel would take matters into his own hands. It was clear that he was resolutely intent on bringing about his demise. Perhaps this was for the best. The more ruthless Xuan was towards him, the more severe his retaliation would be once he grew in strength. Xuan Ning is a figure who believes in repaying even the slightest grievances with abundant gratitude. Outside the carriage, Xuan and his companions found themselves in a predicament. Elder brother, Xuan Ning is undoubtedly within. We must not let him escape. We have promised the Yi family to personally deliver Xuan Ning into their hands. If we fail to hand him over, it is likely that Yihaya will cause even more trouble. The sixth elder of the Xin family, Xin Qingse, upon noticing Xuan's hesitation, hastily interjected. I am well aware of this principle. However, our dealings with Zhou Tiance have always been characterized by mutual non-interference. Furthermore, Zhou Tiance is exceedingly protective of his daughter. Should we offend him, the repercussions would be far graver than those of incurring the ire of the Yi family. Zhou Tiance wields control over the entirety of Luoxian City, and our three esteemed families are obligated to remit taxes to him annually. If he were to impose even the slightest inconvenience upon us, our circumstances would surely worsen. Xuan found himself entangled in a web of intricate deliberations, weighing the stakes at hand. He understood that Zhou Tiansu was not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, he could not afford to let Xuan Ning slip through his grasp. He must devise a foolproof strategy. Consequently, Xuan approached and spoke. It is the esteemed daughter of the city lord. I am Xuan, the head of the Xin family. My sole purpose for this visit is to apprehend the traitor Xuan Ning from our clan, and I harbor no intention of offending you, Mississippi inside the carriage. Xuan Ning listened in disbelief. Xuan had audaciously labeled him a traitor, a designation he found utterly laughable. It was evident that Xuan's attempt to provoke him was misguided. Zhou Yuyao, upon hearing this, responded with a loud voice. So it is the head of the Xin family. I, Zhou Yuyao, am unwell and shall not emerge to meet you. Pray tell, how is it that you have intercepted my carriage? Miss Zhou, please do not misunderstand, Xuan swiftly clarified. As I mentioned earlier, my only aim is to capture the family traitor Xuan Ning. I merely seek your cooperation to facilitate our search for him. We bear no intention of adversarial engagement with you. Zhou Yuyao retorted, I fail to grasp your reasoning. Your pursuit of your own kin is of no concern to me. However, your interception of my carriage obstructs my return home. Should my condition deteriorate, I will have no choice but to inform my father. As you may know, he possesses quite a temper and has previously caused a stir with the Yi family, even going so far as to damage their gates. If you delay my return for the sake of your pursuits, any untoward actions my father may take against the Xin family would be beyond my control. With her eloquent words, Zhou Yuyao recounted recent events, causing Xuan's brow to furrow in concern. He was now acutely aware that he could afford no further missteps. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning began to regard Zhou Yuyao with newfound respect. Although she usually appeared gentle and amiable, he was astonished by the potency of her threatening words. Xuan was well aware of the commotion caused by Zhou Tian, so when he forcefully entered the Yi family residence, and he had gathered that it stemmed from Yihaya's son, Yi Wuqia, inadvertently provoking Zhou Yuyao, which led to the demand for an explanation. Rumor had it that the Yi family had compensated significantly, which ultimately quelled Zhou Tiansu's fury. Xuan had felt a sense of vindication and had vehemently condemned Yihaya at the time. However, he never anticipated that such a predicament would befall him. He certainly dared not offend Zhou Tiansu. The Xin family has already offended Yihaya. How could they dare to provoke Zhou Tiance? Thus, Xuan hastily declared, I would never dare. I have always held great admiration for Lord Zhou. How could I disturb Miss Zhou's tranquility? Upon witnessing Xuan's retreat, everyone exhaled in relief. Xuan Ning, come out. At that moment, another group appeared, among them a particularly arrogant individual who soared in from a distance. Landing directly before Qianku with an exceedingly domineering demeanor, he bellowed furiously at the carriage ahead, Yihaya. Qianku was seething with anger, not anticipating the arrival of this individual. Yihaya, how could he have come as well? Xuan Ning had not anticipated that even Yihaya would step into the fray this time. He was merely a minor character. Yet somehow he had provoked the patriarchs of two prominent families to intervene personally. It was rather amusing, and they surely overestimated their own significance. Brother Yi, what brings you here as well? Xian Kuang expressed his surprise, not expecting Yi Haya to take such personal action, which was beyond his expectations. Humph, if I don't come, would you allow Xuan Ning to escape unscathed? Yi Haya retorted, his demeanor as haughty as ever. Xian Kuang was filled with intense fury, yet he soon stepped aside, contemplating. If you possess such capability, then by all means, proceed. I am eager to witness whether you have the audacity to take action. Master Yi, what is your intention? Qian Ku directed a glare at him, equally irritated by his arrogant demeanor. Who do you think you are, daring to shout at me so brazenly? Unexpectedly, Yi Haya struck without hesitation, unleashing a surge of formidable power that sent Qian Ku hurtling away. Little did Qian Ku anticipate such audacity from Yi Haya, who dared to act so brazenly. He was flung through the air, spitting blood, clearly injured. Xian Kuang was utterly astonished. Xian Kuang could hardly fathom that this Yi Haya was so audacious, directly launching an assault on the personnel of the city lord's mansion. What left Xian Kuang even more astounded was what transpired next. He witnessed Yi Haya leap once more, charging directly towards the carriage where Zhou Yuya was situated. Qian Ku, upon seeing this, was instantly taken aback. Ignoring his own injuries, he rushed forward in a fit of rage, exclaiming, Yi Haya, how dare you? Yi Haya, however, held a profound disdain in his heart. In the entirety of Luoxian City, how many things were there that he, Yi Haya, would dare not confront? It was nothing short of a farce. With a single wave of his hand, Yi Haya sent all the rushing guards flying. They were utterly incapable of hindering him for long. Meanwhile, Xuan Ning within the carriage could no longer remain seated. He could hardly believe that Yi Haya possessed such audacity, daring to directly attack the city lord's mansion, even going so far as to assault Zhou Yuyao's carriage. Xuan Ning resolutely insisted that Zhou Yuyao must not be entangled in this matter. Stay inside the carriage and do not come out. Yi Haya's target is me. As long as I step outside, he will not dare to harm you. No, if you go out like this, you are courting death. That Yi Haya will certainly not spare you, and I cannot allow you to leave. Zhou Yuyao exclaimed, immediately intercepting Xuan Ning. Then, before anyone could react, she swiftly opened the carriage door and stepped outside. Xuan Ning, seeing this, was inclined to rush out as well, but Xiaochan quickly restrained him, saying, Xuan Ning, since the young lady has already ventured out, it would be prudent for you to remain in the carriage. What could you possibly achieve by going out? Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning felt an immense discomfort within his heart. As a man of considerable stature, it pained him deeply to require a woman to advocate for him, to stand before him as a shield. This realization left him feeling exceedingly distressed and constrained, his teeth clenched and fists tightly balled. Xuan Ning longed to burst forth, yet, as the summer cicada aptly stated, such a rash action would yield little fruit. To step into the open now would only serve to confirm his presence here, thus prompting Xian Kuang and Yi Haya to strike without hesitation. Remaining hidden, even amidst suspicion, afforded him some semblance of safety, as long as Zhou Yuyu did not acknowledge him. Did Yi Haya truly dare to act against Zhou Yuya? Upon her emergence, Zhou Yuya encountered the approaching Yi Haya, whose domineering and arrogant visage evoked not a shred of fear within her, though she was but a delicate maiden, lacking even the strength to bind a chicken. She stood her ground resolutely atop the carriage, declaring, Yi Haya, have you forgotten how my father came to demand an explanation? Yi Haya's countenance shifted dramatically at her words, abruptly halting midair before descending to the ground, a frown creasing his brow as he inquired, who exactly are you? Zhou Yuyao was taken aback. Yi Haya did not even recognize her. No wonder he had dared to act so boldly. With a steely resolve, she replied, my father is the lord of Luoxian City. What do you think my identity is? Zhou Yuyao seldom revealed her father's name in public, nor did she flaunt her lineage to assert her status. Yet, in this moment, she felt fortunate to be the daughter of the city lord, for it was evident that these nefarious individuals held her father in trepidation, cautious in their approach. You are Zhou Tian's daughter, Yi Haya exclaimed, astonished. His expression darkened significantly, for he had been oblivious to the fact that these individuals were associated with the lord's residence. Had he known, he would never have dared to act so recklessly. In an instant, he hurried to Xian Kuang, his voice laced with fury. Xian Kuang, why did you not inform me that they were Zhou Tian's people? Upon hearing this, Xian Kuang couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle, and with a displeased expression. He retorted, "Yi Haya, I find your words rather unpalatable. I intended to say something at that moment, yet you deprived me of any opportunity. You charged in with fury and took action. What was I to do?" Yi Haya was momentarily rendered speechless, his anger bubbling beneath the surface. Yet he realized he had no justification for his actions, his face flushing crimson with vexation. Witnessing the fury darken Yi Haya's countenance brought Xian Kuang immense satisfaction, and he inwardly mused, "This is retribution. Let us see how you extricate yourself from this predicament." The recollection of Shou Tian's earlier confrontation at the door caused Yi Haya's expression to darken further. Qian Ku, nursing his injuries, addressed Qian Kuang, "I am Qian Ku, a personal guard of the city lord's manor. I shall duly report the events that transpired here to the city lord. Farewell." Wait. Upon hearing this, Yi Haya's earlier arrogance dissipated, replaced by a conciliatory smile. He hastily exclaimed, "Gentlemen, it was all a misunderstanding. I truly had no idea you were affiliated with the city lord's manor." It dawned on him just how formidable the Yi family was, realizing that they could act with such audacity without the backing of the city lord's manor. A voice, dripping with sarcasm, echoed in the air, and a figure clad in flowing white descended before the carriage. Upon hearing that voice, Yi Hai's expression darkened once more, and Xian Kuang's demeanor soured as well. "Greetings, City Lord." Upon seeing this individual, Qian Ku and his companions promptly bowed to Zhou Tianzi. "Father." The moment Zhou Yuyao laid eyes on her father, her worries dissipated, and she released her tightly clenched fists, realizing her palms were drenched in sweat. "Yuyao, I have arrived late and caused you distress." Zhou Tianzi swiftly approached Zhou Yuyao, relieved to find his daughter unharmed. He then turned his gaze towards his injured subordinates, and his temper flared instantly, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Xian Kuang and Yi Haya, demanding, "Gentlemen, are you prepared to provide me with an explanation?" Zhou Tianzi exuded an intimidating aura, being a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the 9th realm of martial sovereigns. Not only was he the city lord of Luoxian City, but he was also its foremost powerhouse. In his rage, he approached Xian Kuang and Yi Haya with the slow, deliberate menace of a volcano on the verge of eruption. Xian Kuang hastily exclaimed, "Lord Zhou, please do not misunderstand. I have not laid a finger on anyone." Upon hearing this, Yi Haya's expression darkened once more, fluctuating between shades of blue and white. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from the furious Zhou Tians, he retreated while managing a forced smile, saying, "Lord Zhou, this is entirely a misunderstanding. I truly had no idea they were your people. I merely came in search of someone and had no intention of becoming your adversary." Misunderstanding. Zhou Tians pointed at the surroundings and retorted, "You have reduced my men to this state, and yet you wish to harm my daughter. Only to claim it is a misunderstanding? If it were your son in this situation, how would you feel?" Yi Haya found himself at a loss for words, fully aware that he was at fault. Yet, having already committed the act, he could only await how Zhou Tians would choose to respond. Observing Zhou Tian's readiness to retaliate, he quickly inquired, "What must I do for you to calm your anger, Lord Zhou?" Yi Haya was equally distressed. The last time Zhou Tians had wreaked havoc at the Yi residence, it had cost him dearly, and now he feared he would have to pay another exorbitant price to pacify him. With this thought, a sharp pain twisted in Yi Haya's heart. Zhou Tians. Upon hearing him, seethed, "Yi Haya, this is the second time. Our families have had no grievances in the past. Today, there is no enmity. Yet you repeatedly seek to harm my daughter. Do you truly believe that I, Zhou Tians, am someone to be trifled with? My lord, please do not misinterpret my intentions. I, Yi Haya, have no desire to be your foe. This time, I was indeed too impulsive and inadvertently offended your daughter. Just tell me how I can atone for this transgression. I assure you, I will not shirk from my responsibilities." Yi Haya felt helpless. Had it been anyone else, he would never have humbled himself to such an extent. However, facing Zhou Tians, he dared not provoke him. Such a man represented the Liuli Empire, and given his own prior indiscretion, there was no room for argument. Zhou Tians, observing Xian Kuang and Yi Haya, placed his hands behind his back, his expression inscrutable. Before finally speaking in a measured tone, Xian Kuang, "Xuan Ning is no longer a member of the Xian family, is he?" Although uncertain why Zhou Tians posed the question, Xian Kuang promptly stepped forward and replied, "Certainly not. Xuan Ning has disregarded our clan's rules and betrayed the family. He has been expelled from the Xian clan. We intended to capture him and bring him back for punishment." Zhou Tian's regarded Xuan Kuang's eager disavowal of any association with Xuan Ning, finding it quite amusing. Indeed, Xuan Kuang was proving to be rather foolish. In his youth, Xuan Ning had already demonstrated the formidable ability to vanquish a martial general of the fifth heaven, a prodigy of remarkable potential. Yet, Xuan Kuang seemed to disregard this extraordinary talent entirely. Instead of valuing Xuan Ning, he expelled him from the family upon Yi Haiya's visit to demand an explanation, and even planned to hand him over to Yi Haiya for further handling. Such actions revealed Xuan Kuang to be the greatest fool that Zhou Tianzi had ever encountered in his lifetime. With a leader like Xuan Kuang at the helm, the Xian family was destined for decline. After absorbing this information, Zhou Tianzi nodded and addressed Xuan Kuang. Since Xuan Ning is no longer a member of the Xian family, he shall henceforth have no ties with it. Therefore, today I declare that I shall adopt Xuan Ning as my son. The Xian family must not send anyone to capture him again. Otherwise, it will be tantamount to declaring enmity with me, Zhou Tianzi. Do you have any objections, Xuan Kuang? Upon hearing this, Xuan Kuang was immediately struck dumb with astonishment. He could hardly believe it. How could he have anticipated that Zhou Tianzi would make such a decision? What, after all, was it about Xuan Ning that held such significance in Zhou Tianzi's eyes? Xuan Kuang was utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. Not only was he astonished, but even Xuan Ning inside the carriage wore a look of sheer bewilderment. He could never have anticipated that Zhou Tianzi would unilaterally declare him as an adopted son under such circumstances. This decision had never been discussed with him, and it felt rather disrespectful to make such a choice without consultation. Upon hearing this announcement, Yi Haiya was equally taken aback. He could not fathom why Zhou Tianzi would proclaim Xuan Ning as his adopted son, especially in their presence, clearly indicating his intention to act as a protector for Xuan Ning. Any further aggression towards Xuan Ning would essentially position him in opposition to Zhou Tianzi, a course of action Yi Haiya would never consider, and neither would Xuan Kuang. Xuan Yu gazed at her father with astonishment, while she could not quite grasp the underlying reasons. The notion that Xuan Ning would henceforth be regarded as family filled her heart with inexplicable joy. With the city lord's declaration, Xuan Kuang could hardly be deemed unwise. From that moment, the Xian family would sever all ties with Xuan Ning, and naturally, they would no longer dispatch anyone to capture him. Xuan Ning, feeling helpless, lamented that had he known how much weight Xuan Kuang placed on Xuan Ning in Zhou Tianzi's eyes, he would never have been cast out from the family. Alas, the world offers no foresight. Since all has transpired and Xuan Ning, a source of trouble, has been expelled from the clan, even Yi Haiya can no longer demand him. If he possesses the capability, let him beseech Zhou Tianzi himself. Overall, Xuan Kuang found satisfaction in the outcome, at least having definitively rid the family of Xuan Ning. Upon hearing Xuan Kuang's words, Zhou Tianzi was exceedingly pleased. He then turned to Yi Haiya and stated, Xuan Ning is now my adopted son. You are henceforth forbidden to lay a hand on him. And do not let me catch you repeatedly harming my daughter. Otherwise, I shall ensure that your Yi family pays a grievous price. Today, I will let you off the hook, not holding this against you. Are you content, Yi Haiya? Though Yi Haiya felt considerable displeasure, he had acquired the mind he desired from the Xian family. Whether Xuan Ning fell into his grasp was of little consequence. His desire for Xuan Ning stemmed from indignation over the affronts Xuan Ning had inflicted upon his son, wishing for Xuan Ning to publicly kneel and apologize, followed by the stripping of his martial prowess. However, Yi Haiya had no intention of resorting to murder. After all, he had once been friends with Xuan Ning's father, albeit having merely exploited that friendship. To exchange Xuan Ning for Zhou Tianzi's wrath seemed a worthwhile bargain to Yi Haiya, and he harbored no objections. Since the city lord has spoken, how could I, Yi Haiya, be so oblivious to the situation? Rest assured, I shall no longer trouble Xuan Ning. Yi Haiya promptly responded. Hearing the exchange, Zhou Tianzi was highly satisfied and called out, Xuan Ning, step forward. Inside the carriage, Xuan Ning promptly emerged upon hearing Zhou Tianzi's summons, approaching him and saying, City lord, you called for me. Zhou Tianzi, upon hearing this, expressed his discontent. You are now my adopted son. Address me as father. Xuan Ning. Xuan Ning, not lacking in wit, promptly knelt and bowed his head to Zhou Tianzi, saying, Adoptive father, please accept my humble greeting. Good, rise, Zhou Tianzi replied, thoroughly pleased in his heart, thinking that this young man was indeed clever, not allowing his efforts to go in vain. Such a person was truly worthy of his guidance. With a smile gracing his face, Zhou Tiansu addressed Xian Kuang and Yi Haiya, saying, "Gentlemen, please take your leave. We must return home." "We bid farewell to the city lord." Xian Kuang and Yi Haiya responded hastily to the departing figures. From this moment on, with Zhou Tiansu as his formidable ally, Xuan Ning would ascend to great heights, no longer subject to the whims of the Xian and Yi families. Xuan Ning, Zhou Yuyao, and Zhou Tianci entered the carriage together. "Greetings, city lord." Xiaochan and Dong Shui promptly greeted Zhou Tianci. Zhou Tianci nodded, and then Zhou Yuyao quickly inquired, "Father, what prompted you to adopt Xuan Ning as your son?" Although Zhou Yuyao was delighted by her father's decision, she found it somewhat incredulous. Zhou Tianci, upon hearing her question, replied earnestly, "There is no specific reason. I simply believe that the Xian and Yi families have been excessively oppressive. I am aware of the situation between Xuan Ning and Yi Wuqing. This matter is not Xuan Ning's fault. In fact, he acted quite commendably and, importantly, defended Yu Yao. The actions of the Xian family are indeed laughable. Not only do they fail to commend Xuan Ning, but they also expel him from the family. The Yi family, emboldened by their power, seize this opportunity to suppress the Xian family. I, Zhou Tianci, cannot stand by idly. If they aim to target Xuan Ning, then I shall ensure their plans do not come to fruition. It's as simple as that." Zhou Tianci would not reveal that his true motivation for adopting Xuan Ning was his recognition of the latter's potential. This explanation, while entirely reasonable, rendered the decision to adopt Xuan Ning somewhat unexpected. "Xuan Ning, since I, Zhou Tianci, have made my intentions clear today, you are now my adopted son. This is an unchangeable fact, and I assure you, I shall not treat you poorly. From now on, you shall reside in the city lord's residence. Rest assured, neither Yi Haiya nor Xian Kuang would dare to act against you." Zhou Tianci regarded Xuan Ning, recognizing the exceptional talent he possessed, lamenting that Xian Kuang failed to appreciate him, thereby unwittingly granting Zhou Tianci a favorable opportunity. "Thank you, father," Xuan Ning expressed his gratitude. Though his acquaintance with Zhou Tianci was limited, however, he could discern from Zhou Tianci's treatment of Zhou Yuyao that he was a loving father. With such a formidable ally, Xuan Ning felt less apprehensive about the Xian and Yi families in Luoxian City. "Ah, I am truly delighted to have gained another son," Zhou Tianci exclaimed, producing a ring and presenting it to Xuan Ning as a token of their newfound bond. Xuan Ning, taken aback, exclaimed, "This is a spatial ring. Young man, you possess a keen eye. It is indeed a spatial ring." Zhou Tianci, filled with joy, then presented 2 volumes to Xuan Ning, saying, "You, my young friend, have remarkable talent. Do not let it go to waste. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to approach me directly." After receiving the gifts, Xuan Ning was utterly astonished, not anticipating that Zhou Tianci would be so generous as to present him with 2 volumes of profound manuals in one go. One was the mid-level technique, the Haoyang Ju, while the other was the superior martial art, the Huajian Ju. The worth of these 2 tomes was undoubtedly no less than 100,000 gold coins. The fact that Zhou Tianci bestowed them upon him as a token of their initial meeting left Xuan Ning profoundly shocked. He never expected such magnanimity from Zhou Tianci. "Thank you, adoptive father," Xuan Ning expressed his heartfelt gratitude, genuinely surprised by Zhou Tianci's sincerity in treating him as a true son. "Now that you are my adopted son, you are akin to my own child. Should anyone dare to bully you, I, Zhou Tianci, shall be the first to intervene. Rest assured, having taken you as my son, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to your cultivation." Zhou Tianci indeed harbored such intentions. Although he had a biological son, he did not mind nurturing another exceptionally talented adopted son. It could only serve to benefit him. Holding the 2 manuals, Xuan Ning refrained from using them immediately, knowing that doing so would cause them to vanish. The techniques obtained in reality could be utilized directly, akin to attribute points, which delighted Xuan Ning immensely. Subsequently, Zhou Tianci began to inquire about Xuan Ning's specific birth date. After gathering the information, he spoke. "I have another son who is currently cultivating at the Langya Sacred Land. Once he returns, I shall introduce you to each other. You are a few months older than Yu Yao, and from henceforth, you shall be her elder brother. You must fulfill the duties of an elder sibling and protect your sister well," Zhou Tianci advised Xuan Ning. Xuan Ning had previously heard Zhou Yuyao mention her elder brother. Although they were not born of the same mother, her elder brother treated Zhou Yuyao quite well, showing great concern for her and regarding her as a beloved younger sister. Xuan Ning observed that this must be related to the upbringing provided by Zhou Tiansu since childhood. Indeed, Zhou Tiansu is a devoted father, and his affection for Zhou Yuyao is evident in every aspect. However, it appears that his wife does not treat Zhou Yuyao with the same kindness, which is the reason why Zhou Yuyao has always resided in the estate outside. Rest assured, my adoptive father, I shall regard Yuyao as my own sister from now on, Xuan Ning responded. Zhou Yuyao, being exceptionally kind-hearted and always protective of herself, would naturally not be allowed to come to harm under Xuan Ning's watch. How wonderful! I now have another brother, Zhou Yuyao exclaimed joyfully, her lively demeanor resembling that of a peacock, both beautiful and enchanting. Inside the carriage, laughter rang out like the sound of silver bells. After a considerable time, they finally arrived at the Lord's residence. As the carriage came to a halt, everyone disembarked. A guard approached from a distance and said to Zhou Tiansu, "My lord, there is a matter that requires your attention." Zhou Tiansu nodded and addressed Zhou Yuyao. "Yuyao, your father has some matters to attend to. Please take Xuan Ning to meet your aunt. Regardless of the circumstances, she is still your mother. So give your father a favor and do not create too much tension with your aunt." Zhou Yuyao understood, nodding her head, though it was clear she was quite reluctant to meet her aunt. After Zhou Tiansu departed, Xuan Ning curiously inquired, "I noticed earlier that your relationship with your aunt is not very good. Does she have a particularly bad temper?" Xiaochan approached and spoke. "Your aunt has always had conflicts with the young lady's mother and has disliked the young lady since childhood, often making things difficult for her. Thus, the young lady prefers not to associate with her." "Humph, I suspect that the young lady's mother was likely harmed by her aunt," Dong Shui bluntly stated. "Dong Shui, you must not speak carelessly," Xiaochan exclaimed, quickly glancing around to ensure there were no outsiders present. Fortunately, they were alone, and she looked reproachfully at Dong Shui. After Dong Shui's remark, she realized they were in the Lord's residence. If word of this reached her aunt's people, it could spell further misfortune for them. So she hastily covered her mouth and sighed in relief when she saw no one around. Nevertheless, Dong Shui continued in a hushed tone, "I know the young lady harbors similar thoughts. She simply lacks evidence." Xuan Ning glanced at Zhou Yuyao, observing the weight of her concerns, which evidently led her to harbor doubts. "Dong Shui, henceforth, do not speak of this matter recklessly. Without evidence, one must refrain from baseless claims," Zhou Yuyao instructed Dong Shui. "Yes, miss," Dong Shui promptly replied. From what Dong Shui gathered, Zhou Yuyao's aunt, Bai Ji, hailed from the Bai family of Taixia City and had a son, Zhou Jinghao, who was Zhou Yuyao's elder brother. It was said that he possessed extraordinary talent in alchemy and was currently a cherished disciple of the Grand Elder of the Langya Sacred Land, enjoying a position of great esteem. This was one of the significant reasons why Yihaya held trepidation towards Zhou Tiansu. The number of alchemists was exceedingly rare. Those endowed with the gift of alchemy were truly one in a million. A distinguished alchemist commands respect wherever they may go. With a son of remarkable alchemical talent, who is also a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Langya Sacred Land, renowned as a master alchemist of the Liuli dynasty, Yihaya would not dare to offend Zhou Tiansu even if he had 10 times the courage. And as for Xian Kuang, he would be eager to curry favor. Moreover, the sole establishment in Luoxian City that sold elixirs was directly under Zhou Tiansu's control. These elixirs were procured from the Langya Sacred Land and subsequently sold in Luoxian City. All of this was made possible due to Zhou Tiansu's son being an alchemist. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible for him to acquire elixirs from the Langya Sacred Land. The 3 prominent families of Luoxian City saw the Yi family governing the southern and northern streets, making them the largest among the 3. However, following their previous offense against Zhou Tiansu, the Yi family had ceded control of the northern street to him. The Xian family, a venerable lineage in Luoxian City, has maintained dominion over the East Street for centuries. This enduring control is the reason why Xian Kuang and his kin would never relinquish their hold on this territory. Conversely, the Lin family governs the West Street, boasting an abundance of talent and remarkable unity within their ranks. Their familial harmony stands in stark contrast to the arrogance of the Yi family and the waning fortunes of the Xian family, suggesting that the Lin family is poised for ever greater prosperity. The bustling heart of Luoxian City, the central district, has always been under the jurisdiction of the city lord, a realm untouched by the various forces present in the city. Each year, every city is mandated to remit a certain quota of taxes to the Liuli dynasty, a task that falls squarely upon the shoulders of the city lord. Failure to meet this obligation could very well result in the usurpation of the lord's position. The city lord's estate is a grand and opulent structure, indicative of Zhou Tianzi's considerable wealth, derived from his control over the sale of medicinal pills. Surrounding cities frequently flock to Luoxian City to procure these pills, for alchemists are exceedingly rare and seldom serve as guest elders for other families. Those lacking medicinal pills have no recourse but to purchase them from Zhou Tianzi, while others seek to establish their own channels for obtaining these pills. Such avenues are not easily accessible. Many sects struggle to meet their own internal demands, let alone supply outsiders. Arriving at a uniquely designed residence, Zhou Yuyao exchanged a glance with Xuan Ning, both prepared to enter. Upon seeing Zhou Yuyao, a maid expressed surprise, exclaiming, "Why have you returned?" Winter Snow promptly interjected, "If the young lady wishes to return, what does it concern you? Is it within your purview to dictate such matters?" The maid's expression darkened. She hesitated before responding. "I would never presume, but I am merely curious as to why the young lady has come here. I have brought my second brother to meet our adoptive mother. Please inform her," Zhou Yuyao replied softly. "What? Your second brother?" The maid was taken aback, doubting her own hearing. Had the master truly fathered another illegitimate son? "What are you thinking? He is the adopted son just recognized by the city lord. You should hasten to pay your respects to the young master," Winter Snow urged. "Oh, I see." The maid finally comprehended. Regardless of her personal feelings, the decision made by the city lord was beyond her authority to contest. "Qiushi pays respects to the young master," she said, bowing quickly. "There's no need for that. We have come to pay our respects to our adoptive mother." Xuan Ning replied, though addressing an unfamiliar woman felt awkward. Nevertheless, given Zhou Tianzi's generous support, it was only fitting to acknowledge her as such. "Please wait. Young master and young lady. I shall inform the madam immediately," Qiushi said, eager to relay the news. After a considerable time, Qiushi emerged, addressing the two. "The madam requests your presence." They entered, but Qiushi barred Xiachan and Winter Snow from following, stating, "The madam has only permitted the young lady and the young master to enter. You two may remain outside." The Winter Snow was quite displeasing. Yet the summer cicada detained the Winter Snow and remarked, "Since you have given your command, we shall wait outside. Fear not, we shall return shortly." Zhou Yuyao turned back and smiled at both Xiachan and Dong Shui. The two then made their way to the living room, where they beheld a regal and elegant young woman seated in the main position. This lady, mature and noble, was remarkably well preserved, showing no signs of her 38 years. "I have met the madam," Zhou Yuyao stated. "I have also met my honorable mother," Xuan Ning added. Xuan Ning was taken aback. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have assumed that this woman was merely Zhou Yuyao's elder sister. She was remarkably well preserved, to the extent that it was difficult to believe she had borne a son. Baiji nodded, showing no signs of discomfort towards Zhou Yuyao. And the atmosphere appeared quite harmonious, though the true circumstances were beyond Xuan Ning's comprehension. Baiji glanced at Xuan Ning and inquired, "You are the newly adopted son of the city lord, bearing the surname Xian. Might you be from the Xian family?" "Once yes, however. I have since departed from the Xian family," Xuan Ning replied. "Oh." Baiji was convinced there was more to the story. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she asked, "Recently, the celebrated first scholar causing quite a stir in Luoxian City is also named Xuan Ning. Could that be you?" "I hardly deserve such an honor. I have merely composed a few poems," Xuan Ning responded modestly. "Is that so? Then I must put your skills to the test." Baiji expressed her curiosity about the renowned scholar who had garnered such acclaim in Luoxian City. Spotting freshly picked peach blossoms in a vase, she smiled and proposed, "Since others hold you in such high regard, there must be some truth to it. Why not compose a poem for your adoptive mother, using the peach blossom as your theme?" Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning thought to herself, "Is it merely composing poetry? How simple." She promptly replied, "Indeed. I shall humbly present my verses." Zhou Yuyao, upon hearing this, turned her gaze towards Xuan Ning. The latter's literary talent far surpassed her own. Each time Xuan Ning inscribed a poem, it left an indelible impression on all who beheld it. Xuan Ning glanced at the peach blossoms within the vase, feigning an air of composure. After a moment of contemplation, he approached step by step and spoke. The double peach blossoms bloom more vibrantly at dusk, casting reflections upon the bamboo, revealing exquisite treasures. One should know that the officials return to the heavens, hence accompanying the immortal gentleman within the confines of the palace. Upon hearing this, Baiji savored the words carefully, a satisfied smile soon gracing her lips as she remarked, Indeed, quite remarkable. No wonder the city lord has taken you as his adopted son. I shall acknowledge this son of virtue. Bai Shi assumed that Zhou Tian's decision to adopt Xuan Ning stemmed solely from his talent. However, she was unaware that what Zhou Tiansu truly valued was Xuan Ning's innate aptitude for cultivation. Bring forth the tea, Bai Shi said with a smile. Soon, a maidservant presented the tea, and Xuan Ning understood that it was his duty to offer a toast. He lifted the teacup and extended it towards Bai Shi, declaring, "Adopted son Xuan Ning pays respects to his adoptive mother with tea." Bai Shi took a sip before stating, "From now on, you shall be considered a young master of the city lord's residence. Reside here comfortably. No one shall trouble you." "Thank you, adoptive mother," Xuan Ning replied. Bai Shi nodded, saying, "Very well, you may leave now. I will arrange for someone to attend to your daily needs." "Thank you, adoptive mother," Xuan Ning expressed his gratitude, eager to depart as he felt quite out of place. Bai Shi did not converse much with Zhou Yuyao, maintaining a certain distance, appearing rather indifferent, which suggested that their relationship was indeed strained. After their departure, Bai Shi sent someone to inquire about Xuan Ning. Her curiosity piqued by a series of experiences and her desire to learn how the city lord had come to adopt him. Xuan Ning was soon assigned to a secluded courtyard, located adjacent to the residence of Zhou Yuyao. "Greetings, young Master Ning, I am Chun Shui." "Greetings, young Master Ning, I am Chuanfen." The courtyard was bustling with several individuals, particularly two maidservants whose beauty was striking. They incessantly called out, "Young Master Ning, this and that." Both were entrusted by Bai Shi to attend to Xuan Ning, and their charm was undeniable. At the tender ages of 15 or 16, it was evident that Bai Shi held a favorable regard for Xuan Ning. Xuan Ning had grown accustomed to living alone. However, given the vastness of the courtyard, it required maintenance, which made it difficult for her to decline assistance. She did not want Bai Shi to feel that she was dissatisfied with her arrangements. After some time, Zhou Yuyao and Xia Chan arrived at Xuan Ning's residence, with Xia Chan carrying a considerable number of books, which Xuan Ning presumed were those that Zhou Yuyao typically read. Zhou Yuyao approached Xuan Ning and inquired, "It must feel somewhat unfamiliar, but you will gradually acclimate. I too find it challenging to adjust upon my return. It is not as comfortable as my own estate. How can this be your home yet feel so?" Xuan Ning asked, her curiosity piqued. "I have not resided here for 3 years. It is not unusual," Zhou Yuyao replied. 3 years. That meant Zhou Yuyao had lived in that estate when she was merely 13. Xuan Ning refrained from probing further into the specifics. "I wish to cultivate. Could you teach me?" Zhou Yuyao asked. Xuan Ning was quite taken aback and inquired, "Did you not express a dislike for cultivation?" "It is true that I am not fond of it, yet often I feel utterly helpless. As though I am of no use at all," replied Zhou Yuyao, choosing not to disclose that her desire to cultivate stemmed from him. "However, I am not well versed in teaching others. I fear I may not instruct effectively," Xuan Ning admitted somewhat sheepishly. "Father mentioned that your strength is formidable. You must be at the 5th level of a martial general. How could you possibly be incapable of teaching? There is no need for false modesty." Zhou Yuyao presumed that Xuan Ning was merely being humble, completely unaware that he was speaking the truth. What they did not realize was that Xuan Ning's true realm had already ascended to the 6th level of a martial general, a testament to the remarkable swiftness of his breakthroughs. Xuan Ning's cultivation relies entirely on acquiring attributes, while his understanding of the practice is guided solely by the pathways of the techniques residing within his mind. As for deeper insights, he is still somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, Xuan Ning has already reached the 6th level of martial general, and with his increasing comprehension, aptitude, and wisdom, his grasp of cultivation deepens significantly each day. It is not a challenge to guide Zhou Yuyao, a novice in the discipline. Although Zhou Yuyao has only just begun her martial journey, it is by no means too late. Waiting until the age of 20 to commence cultivation would indeed be rather tardy. Xuan Ning then remarked, "Let us commence our learning from the very fundamentals." "Indeed," Zhou Yuyao responded, having been well prepared. She retrieved the books from Xia Chan's hands and inquired, "I find myself somewhat perplexed by several issues regarding cultivation. Could you help me discern where my misunderstandings lie?" Upon observing, Xuan Ning realized that these were all books pertaining to the fundamentals of cultivation, none of which he had yet perused or studied. Consequently, he began to delve into them, discovering that the foundational knowledge indeed proved beneficial to him, thereby enhancing his comprehension of cultivation significantly. Had this been in the past, Xuan Ning would have required considerable time to decipher such material. However, with his current mental acuity, insight, aptitude, and wisdom, supplemented by the enhancements from his title. All of these attributes surpassed several dozen points. He grasped the essence of these fundamental concepts with ease, further deepening his understanding of cultivation. Thus, Xuan Ning commenced elucidating these foundational cultivation issues to Zhou Yuyao. Naturally, Zhou Yuyao was exceptionally intelligent, and after Xuan Ning's guidance, she swiftly comprehended the basics of cultivation. Once she grasped these essential principles, she began to experiment with cultivation in the courtyard, while Xuan Ning stood by, safeguarding her practice. After approximately an hour, Zhou Yuyao sensed the presence of spiritual energy and, following Xuan Ning's instructions, commenced the process of drawing this energy into her body to refine her physical form. Xuan Ning was somewhat astonished by Zhou Yuyao's remarkable talent upon witnessing her successful cultivation. Typically, it takes an individual several days to even perceive the ethereal qi. Yet Zhou Yuyao had achieved this in such a short span of time. It is undeniable that her innate ability is quite exceptional. Beginning her cultivation journey now seems to be a rather unfortunate underutilization of her potential. Fortunately, Zhou Yuyao has now expressed her desire to cultivate, and with diligent effort, it should not be a challenge for her to catch up to her peers. As Xuan Ning observed Zhou Yuyao in her cultivation, he was taken aback to see attribute light points falling beside her. Curiosity piqued, he eagerly picked them up. Could it be that guiding another in their cultivation could also result in the acquisition of attributes? Xuan Ning was indeed astonished. He seemed to have uncovered yet another avenue for collecting attribute points. Although the cultivation values were modest, Zhou Yuyao was merely a novice. If her realm were to be elevated, the attribute points Xuan Ning could gather would undoubtedly increase significantly. Xuan Ning is eager to ascertain whether his guidance to others can indeed result in the loss of attribute points for them. Suddenly, Xuan Ning turned his gaze towards Xia Chan, making her feel quite embarrassed. She inquired, "Young Master Ning, why are you looking at me like that? Since you have some free time, why not join me in cultivating? If you have any questions, feel free to ask," Xuan Ning suggested, intending to test whether his hypothesis was indeed correct. Can I really cultivate? Becoming a warrior is everyone's dream, yet not everyone possesses the ability to do so. Xia Chan was genuinely astonished to hear that Xuan Ning would teach her cultivation. It's all right. You've already been introduced to the basics of cultivation. If there is anything you don't understand, just let me know, and I will assist you, Xuan Ning continued. Oh, all right. Naturally, Xia Chan was eager to cultivate. So under Xuan Ning's guidance, she settled cross-legged and began her practice. After a considerable amount of time, she finally managed to connect with the spiritual energy, drawing it into her body to commence the refinement process. Upon observing, Xuan Ning was immediately filled with curiosity. It seemed improbable that he could possess such extraordinary fortune. Encountering two individuals blessed with remarkable cultivation talents in succession, could this all be attributed to him? Xuan Ning began to speculate that he must harbor some latent attributes within himself. After all, how could he possibly facilitate two individuals entering a state of cultivation in such a brief span? Even the most gifted among them would struggle to commune with the ethereal energies of heaven and earth for refinement in such a short time. Xuan Ning believed that the root of all these occurrences must be related to himself. Thus, it could be inferred that anyone guided by him would swiftly enter a state of cultivation, continuously providing him with an abundance of cultivation attribute points. Xuan Ning pondered whether he should seek out additional helpers, but, no. Xuan Ning simply wished to be a good person. Once Xia Chan entered a state of cultivation, she also dropped attribute points, which Xuan Ning promptly collected. Xuan Ning was exceedingly delighted. Why hasn't that girl, Dong Shui, arrived? Xuan Ning then turned her attention towards the others at the city lord's mansion. Xuan Ning spotted in the distance the two personal maidservants assigned to him by Bai Ji. A smile graced his lips as he spoke. Chun Shui, Chun Fun, come here, I have a matter to discuss with you. The two maidservants hurried towards Xuan Ning and inquired, What is it, young Master Ning? Xuan Ning took a book and began to address the two maids, saying, This is the foundational knowledge of cultivation, and I shall teach you how to cultivate. Upon hearing this, the two maids were momentarily struck dumb. Young master, are you truly going to teach us cultivation? They were both astonished and elated, yet still felt it was utterly surreal. It is often said that wealth lies in martial prowess rather than in scholarly pursuits. Both young women hailed from impoverished backgrounds, having been sold to the Lord's manor as maids from a young age. Under normal circumstances, they would never have the opportunity to engage in cultivation, nor did they dare to dream of it. However, Upon learning that Xuan Ning wished to personally guide them in their cultivation, they felt as if they were in a dream, finding the situation overwhelmingly unreal. Xuan Ning had not contemplated much. His actions were solely motivated by his desire to continuously accumulate cultivation points. It was purely for his own benefit. However, upon witnessing the two women with their eyes brimming with happiness, he found himself utterly bewildered. Surely he had not committed any egregious act against them. Do not cry. Do not cry. It is not a significant matter. It is merely cultivation. Come, let us focus. If anything is unclear, do not hesitate to inquire. Xuan Ning commenced the instruction of the two individuals in their cultivation practice. Although the initial phase demanded considerable time and effort, the potential rewards in terms of cultivation value were undeniably substantial, rendering it a worthwhile endeavor. The two women, displaying remarkable intelligence, grasped the concepts imparted to them and soon engaged in seated meditation and cultivation. The duration they spent communicating with the spiritual energy and refining their bodies was comparable to that of Xia Chan, indicating that their innate talents were on par with hers. Furthermore, it was indeed due to their own attributes that they were able to swiftly enter a state of cultivation. Xuan Ning realized that there were undoubtedly other hidden attributes within himself. After all, this could only be beneficial to him, with no drawbacks whatsoever. As the four of them immersed themselves in their cultivation, they occasionally dropped a few cultivation attribute points. Xuan Ning merely needed to collect these points to enhance his cultivation value, completely eliminating the need for arduous training. Thus, one might ponder, is cultivation truly a difficult endeavor? It seems that having the means is all that is required. Xuan Ning's aspirations were far from fulfilled. How could 4 individuals suffice? With the abundance of beautiful and charming maidens within the Lord's mansion, it would be a simple task to gather them together. Just 100 or 200 would suffice. Wouldn't his prowess then ascend rapidly? Thus, Xuan Ning set his sights on the servants of the Lord's estate. Xuan Ning, ever true to his word, promptly summoned all the servants assigned to Baiji, gathering a modest group of around 10 young women, tasked with various chores within the courtyard. Subsequently, he made his way to Zhou Yuyao's residence, calling forth all her maids to join the assembly. As he surveyed the assembly of approximately 20 individuals, a smile graced Xuan Ning's lips. "Young Master Ning, what are your intentions?" Dong Shui inquired, sensing an air of mischief surrounding him. Xuan Ning produced a foundational cultivation manual and addressed the gathered women, stating, "The reason I have called you here is quite simple. I wish for you to embark on your cultivation journey." Xuan Ning pointed towards Zhou Yuyao and the others, continuing, "They are individuals whom I have recently guided, and they have already commenced their cultivation. Tell me, do you desire to embark on a similar journey of cultivation?" This unexpected opportunity, akin to a pie falling from the heavens, left them utterly astonished. They had never envisioned that they could cultivate, as mere servants. The thought of such a prospect had never crossed their minds, especially under the personal tutelage of young Master Ning. "Yes, young Master Ning, we wish to, but can we truly?" one maid exclaimed, tears of excitement brimming in her eyes. "Of course you can, as long as I, Xuan Ning, am here. Even if you lack innate talent, I can bestow upon you the ability to cultivate." Xuan Ning's declaration was not one of deceit. He genuinely believed in his capacity to do so. "Young Master Ning, we wish to cultivate. Thank you for granting us this opportunity. You are truly a benevolent person." Their gratitude towards Xuan Ning was profound, although he acted primarily for his own interests, unbeknownst to them. They perceived him as a divine benefactor, a savior who had bestowed upon them such a remarkable gift. Cultivation was an endeavor that ordinary individuals rarely dared to contemplate, and they had never considered it a possibility. Yet, Xuan Ning sought to transform their lives, and their admiration for him had reached an unparalleled zenith in this moment. Very well, I shall now elucidate the fundamental aspects of cultivation. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I am here to assist you. Xuan Ning subsequently began to guide them in their cultivation, yet not all comprehended the teachings, as the number of literate individuals was quite limited. Nevertheless, Xuan Ning exhibited remarkable patience, meticulously explaining the entire process of cultivation to each of them. Being a modern individual, she employed a flexible and varied teaching approach, enabling them to swiftly grasp the intricacies of cultivation. Gradually, some began to engage in the practice, and upon witnessing genuine success among their peers, the others were filled with excitement, each putting forth their utmost effort. After all, this was a matter of their destinies, and they were determined to exert themselves tirelessly. They resembled a group of impoverished students, fervently eager for knowledge, seizing this opportunity with utmost seriousness and rapt attention. Moreover, many of them posed thought-provoking questions that even left Xuan Ning astounded. Had they not raised these inquiries, she herself might not have contemplated them. Xuan Ning had not anticipated such a rewarding outcome, prompting a significant shift in her initial perspective. Initially, her sole motivation for collecting cultivation points was self-serving. However, witnessing the fervent enthusiasm and yearning for cultivation exhibited by others ignited a desire within her to facilitate their transformation. Although uncertain of their future prospects, Xuan Ning felt a sense of fulfillment in contributing to a mutually beneficial endeavor within her capabilities. As more than 20 individuals entered a state of cultivation, her own rewards began to multiply considerably. Xuan Ning seems to have developed a fondness for endeavors that not only assist others but also empower oneself. Xuan Ning suddenly recalled that Zhou Tianzu had gifted him 2 manuals. After retrieving the tomes, Xuan Ning commenced his studies. He successfully mastered the Haoyang technique at level 8 and the transformation sword technique at level 9. He discovered the ability to deconstruct a martial art. He must now select one of the techniques for disassembly. One may only cultivate a single technique, and Xuan Ning presently possesses 2, the newly acquired Haoyang technique at level 8 and the Xiantian technique at level 6. Xuan Ning naturally opted to deconstruct the rudimentary Xiantian technique at level 6. The deconstruction of the Xiantian technique at level 6 was successful, yielding 15 points of technique experience. Xuan Ning imparted his profound understanding of martial arts, yet the Haoyang technique remained at level 8, for it had already attained the status of a mid-tier Xian level skill. Further advancement would elevate it to a superior level, undoubtedly requiring a considerable amount of experience. After mastering the Haoyang technique at level 8, Xuan Ning's mind brimmed with an abundance of intricate martial knowledge. The technique was indeed deeply sophisticated. However, with his commendable comprehension, aptitude, and wisdom, he found it relatively effortless to grasp its nuances swiftly. During the daylight hours, Xuan Ning refrained from cultivation, opting instead to gather attributes, which proved to be a more efficient endeavor. Once he had collected all the attribute points scattered across the ground, he realized that this method of cultivation surpassed his personal efforts by leaps and bounds. He resolved to become a benefactor, recognizing that aiding one individual was commendable, assisting 10 was praiseworthy, and aiding 100 was even more so. The city lord's residence appeared to be bustling, with a significant number of guards in attendance. Consequently, Xuan Ning made his way toward the training grounds of the city lord's estate. As for the individuals present, he deemed it sufficient for them to engage in their own cultivation. The city lord's estate was vastly larger than the Xuan family home, and after inquiring with numerous people, he discovered that there were indeed 2 training grounds within the estate, one designated for the guards and another exclusively for the city lord himself. After inquiring for a while, Xuan Ning finally located the training ground of the guards. Upon arriving at the arena, he beheld a multitude engaged in martial arts practice. The number of individuals present was substantial, reaching several hundred, not including the entirety of the city lord's manor. If one were to tally all the guards of the manor, the figure would likely exceed 1,000. The lord of the Lioli dynasty wields considerable power, not only overseeing various affairs of the city, but also bearing the responsibility for its defenses. Although the lord does have numerous officials under his command, the resolution of significant matters still ultimately falls to him. Upon observing the attribute points of the entire training arena, Xuan Ning felt an immense joy. The quantity here far surpassed that of the Xuan family, and the radiance was significantly more intense. Xuan Ning encountered several familiar faces, notably the guards who had previously protected Zhou Yuyao, one of whom was an old acquaintance of his. "Xuan Ning, young Master Ning," Xuan Ku exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him, promptly addressing those around him. "Everyone, gather around. This is the newly recognized adopted son of the city lord, young Master Xuan Ning. Let us all greet him." "Greetings, young Master Xuan Ning." The numerous guards approached with curiosity, eager to see what the city lord's new adopted son looked like. Upon seeing him, they quickly called out to Xuan Ning. Very well, Xuan Ning nodded. Understanding why some were enamored with power, the sensation of being surrounded by admirers was indeed delightful. "Xuan Ku, I hope your injuries are not severe," Xuan Ning inquired. "Thank you for your concern, young Master Ning. I've received treatment, and it's nothing serious," Xuan Ku promptly replied. Xuan Ning gazed at the attribute points scattered on the ground and began to move. Strength increased by 2, constitution by 0. 2. Cultivation value by 5, defense by 0. 8. And cultivation value again by 11. A substantial amount of attribute points had come into his possession, and Xuan Ning realized that these points were indeed plentiful. Although a significant portion had dwindled over time, rendering their numbers relatively meager, the sheer volume of individuals training diligently in this place daily compensated for the qualitative inadequacies. This realization filled Xuan Ning with immense joy. In an effort to conceal his peculiar behavior from the others, he addressed them, saying, "Well, seeing that everyone is training so earnestly, how about I teach you a martial technique?" Martial technique. The crowd fell silent. Having only heard their peers speak of Xuan Ning's commendable prowess, yet lacking clarity on the extent of his strength. Nonetheless, the prospect of him voluntarily imparting a martial technique sparked joy throughout the group, for such knowledge was typically beyond their reach. The fact that Xuan Ning was willing to teach them was indeed a source of delight. Qian Ku was aware of Xuan Ning's notable talent, yet he too was uncertain about the specifics of his strength. Upon hearing that Xuan Ning intended to share a martial technique, he was taken aback but did not impede the moment. "What are you waiting for? Quickly express your gratitude to young Master Ning," Qian Ku urged. "Thank you, young Master Ning." The assembled crowd finally responded in unison. Xuan Ning nodded slightly and addressed the assembly. "The martial technique I am about to impart to you is known as the mountain splitting palm, a skill categorized within the lower tier of human-level martial arts. It should not pose a significant challenge for you. With diligent practice, you will master it in no time." Xuan Ning subsequently began to practice the techniques of the split mountain palm. His motivation for doing so was to ascertain whether this martial skill, once imparted to them, could indeed be extracted from their prowess. Should this be feasible, he would be able to continuously acquire a plethora of martial experience. He could then utilize this accumulated knowledge to enhance the martial skills he required, an endeavor that appeared remarkably advantageous from any perspective. As Xuan Ning demonstrated the martial technique and elucidated its intricacies, the others began to follow suit in their learning. Among the several hundred individuals, some exhibited remarkable intelligence, mastering the skill after merely a few attempts. However, there were others who, after numerous trials, still struggled to grasp the essential nuances. Xuan Ning had been intently observing the ground, yet regrettably, not a single attribute point related to martial skills had dropped. This left him with a sense of disappointment. Pondering whether his assumptions were indeed misguided, he mused that transferring martial skills to others may not yield the same results as guiding them in their cultivation. After all, these were merely mid-tier martial skills of the human rank, not particularly valuable. To Xuan Ning, it was of little consequence. Xuan Ning continued to collect the remaining attribute points scattered on the ground. After all, everyone was currently focused on mastering the mountain splitter technique, and no one paid heed to his peculiar behavior. As the accumulated attribute points increased, Xuan Ning's strength surged significantly. He assessed his attributes: health, 3562, strength, 95, 2 speed, 17, 8 constitution, 86, 7 stamina, 82, 9 defense, 79 critical hit, 6, 4 spirit, 41, 10 comprehension, 28, 7, 10 talent, 31, 10 wisdom, 30, 2, 10 damage taken, -10 luck, 2 elemental resistance, 6 bloodline, 31 title, the most talented scholar of fallen immortal city realm, 6th heaven of the martial general, cultivation value, for 98, life skill, calligraphy LV3, martial skills, mountain splitter LV2, surging wave fist LV2, thunder whip leg LV2, flowing cloud sword technique LV3, rapid step LV4, cloud pushing palm LV4, wind manipulation palm LV7, sword transformation technique LV9, cultivation method, Haoyang technique LV8. With the title of the most talented scholar of fallen immortal city, his attributes boast additional bonuses: comprehension 10, talent 10, wisdom 10, spirit 10, and damage taken -10. These are Xuan Ning's current attributes. He possesses several attribute points, and the threshold of 100 is not far off. He estimates that after collecting another batch at the Royal Arena tonight, he will likely surpass the significant barrier of 100 in several attributes. Xuan Ning began to train martial arts here, while simultaneously guiding them in the cultivation of the mountain-splitting palm. As they practiced, Zhou Yan was able to gain additional attribute points, which was not without its rewards. His strength increased by 1, his cultivation value by 8, and his defense by 2. Suddenly, Zhou Yan spotted a purple attribute point, which astonished Xuan Ning. This is a skill. Xuan Ning stepped forward to retrieve the skill, cracking mountain palm 1. This ability was a drop from Qian Ke. As Xuan Ning observed, he realized that Qian Ke had become remarkably adept at wielding the cracking mountain palm. While others lacked such comprehension, it turned out that their proficiency in practicing this technique was insufficient, rather than an inability to acquire the skill. Thus, his initial conjecture was indeed accurate. Xuan Ning chuckled. Since it was possible to acquire such a drop, he would indeed have a source for his skill points. I am truly a clever young man. Xuan Ning exerted himself even more fervently in elucidating his understanding of the split mountain palm, which profoundly moved the group of guards. They had never anticipated that this young master, Ning, would be so benevolent towards them. Not only did he personally teach them martial skills, but he also conveyed his insights with such depth, a rarity that was unimaginable in other circumstances. Their gratitude and respect for Xuan Ning intensified significantly. Even Qian Ke held great admiration for him, astonished by Xuan Ning's magnanimity and the kindness he extended towards these guards, treating them not merely as subordinates, but as valued individuals. Xuan Ning was entirely unaware of how highly they regarded themselves. He merely sought to acquire the skills he desired from them, far from the exalted image they had conjured. With the enhancement of the cracked mountain palm, and through Xuan Ning's earnest and unreserved sharing of his insights, he gradually amassed several additional skill attribute points as time passed. Xuan Ning utilized all of these skills, having already mastered the cracking mountain palm. Consequently, with each application, his proficiency in the technique surged. The cracking mountain palm leveled up from LV2 to LV3, then to LV4, and subsequently to LV5, ultimately reaching LV6. Upon expending all his skill experience, this martial art, initially classified as a mid-tier human technique, transcended into a superior yellow-tier skill. As the quality of the cracking mountain palm improved, Xuan Ning's understanding of the technique deepened, leaving him astonished at the remarkable increase in power it exhibited through such application. Xuan Ning was exceedingly delighted. What of the rudimentary martial techniques? He could effortlessly transform them into advanced skills. Xuan Ning even contemplated the notion of establishing his own sect. By doing so, he could impart guidance to his disciples in their cultivation and martial skills daily, thereby achieving the status of the greatest in the realm. Yet, the idea of founding a sect was set aside. He resolved to simply be a good person, while others may not favor the notion of being a good Samaritan. Xuan Ning took delight in it, for he was inherently a person of great kindness. As the day waned, Xuan Ning took his leave, and all the guards bid him farewell, saying, "Young Master Ning, travel safely." Listening to their heartfelt gratitude filled Xuan Ning with joy. This was the exhilarating sensation of earning respect from others. Upon returning to his estate, he discovered that the maidens had awakened. Upon seeing Xuan Ning, they expressed their heartfelt thanks, saying, "Good day, young Master Ning." "Thank you so much, young Master Ning. We are now able to cultivate. You truly are remarkable." Xuan Ning felt a surge of joy within and said, "It is nothing of great significance. Devote yourselves diligently to your training. And once you have ascended to the ranks of martial soldiers, I shall personally impart to you the art of combat." Upon hearing this, the maidens' gratitude towards Xuan Ning deepened further, and they exclaimed with delight, "It is truly wonderful that young Master Ning intends to personally teach us martial skills. Thank you, young Master Ning." Xuan Ning listened to the heartfelt expressions of gratitude from the maidservants, and witnessing their genuine appreciation filled her with immense satisfaction. Upon arriving at the place where they had previously sat in meditation, she indeed discovered a plethora of attribute points. Xuan Ning discovered that he was on the verge of another breakthrough in his cultivation. Indeed, the pursuit of martial arts proved to be an exhilarating endeavor. In a mere span of time, he had ascended from the first level of a martial soldier to the 7th level of a martial general. At that moment, a guard approached with news. "Young Master Xuan Ning, the city lord has returned and requests your presence at dinner." "Very well, I understand," he replied, glancing at the sky, which indicated that it was getting late. Before long, Zhou Yuyao arrived, adorned in a cerulean palace gown that accentuated her graceful figure. She had taken great care in her appearance. Her complexion was as smooth as fine porcelain, her lips reminiscent of cherry blossoms, and her brows were painted like an ink masterpiece, her gaze as deep as autumn waters, exuding an exquisite charm. The vibrant cerulean of her dress made her all the more striking, akin to raindrops upon a green lotus or mist shrouding a solitary mountain, embodying an ethereal elegance. Her melodic laughter added an ineffable allure to her presence. The young lady stood at the entrance with a radiant smile, her skin luminous against the backdrop of her attire. Her eyes sparkling like a clear spring. She cast a few glances at Xuan Ning, her beauty strikingly captivating, akin to a pearl surrounded by a halo or a jade gem shimmering with light, compelling one to look twice. While summer cicadas and winter snowflakes were indeed eye-catching, they paled in comparison to Zhou Yuyao, who would undoubtedly stand out amidst a sea of blossoms. A woman of such exceptional grace could effortlessly draw attention wherever she went. Xuan Ning, father has called us to dinner. Let us go, Zhou Yuyao said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she dared not meet his gaze. Her adorably shy demeanor was utterly enchanting, igniting a desire to hold her close and cherish her. Indeed, let us, Xuan Ning replied as he stepped outside. The two walked side by side in silence, savoring the rare tranquility. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Zhou Tiansu and Bai Ji were already waiting for them. The table lavishly adorned with an array of fragrant dishes, many of which were prepared using the meat of magical beasts. Yuyao greets father and mother, Zhou Yuyao said politely. I pay my respects to my adoptive father and mother, Xuan Ning added with equal courtesy. Enough of formalities at home. Let us sit and dine. Today marks a momentous occasion, as I, Zhou Tiansu, welcome Xuan Ning as my adopted son, Zhou Tiansu declared with great joy, inviting them to take their seats. Bai Ji, equally pleased, served Xuan Ning with dishes, having taken the trouble to inquire about his background. She genuinely admired his literary talents, deeming him more than worthy of being her son. The family appeared harmonious, yet Bai Ji exhibited a somewhat deliberate aloofness towards Zhou Yuyao, neither inquiring nor showing excessive concern, treating her as though she were a stranger. In a few months, the 5 great immortal sects will come to Luoxian City to recruit disciples. At that time, your elder brother, Zhou Zhenghao, will return home with the elders from the Langyus sacred land, Zhou Tiansu mentioned, handing Zhou Yuyao a letter. Oh, brother is coming back. That is wonderful news. Zhou Yuyao was exceedingly delighted. Although her relationship with Bai Ji was rather strained, her bond with Zhou Zhenghao as siblings was exceptionally strong. Nodding his head, Zhou Tiansu joyfully remarked, Xuan Ning, with your talents, gaining admission to the 5 great immortal sects is undoubtedly within your grasp. When the time comes, you should directly opt for the Langyus sacred land, where your elder brother can provide you with some support. Indeed, father, Xuan Ning replied, nodding. In any case, apart from the falling feather immortal sect, he was indifferent towards the other 4. With a patron in the Langyus sacred land, he was certainly inclined to go there, as it was far better than being utterly alone and unsupported. Xuan Ning's sole concern at present is whether Zhou Zhenghao holds him in esteem. He remains unfamiliar with the temperament of this brother, uncertain about the consequences should he find Xuan Ning unworthy. If that were the case, Xuan Ning would not persist in seeking an audience at the Langyus sacred land, nor would he do so at the other 2 celestial sections. Daddy, I have also begun my cultivation. Would it be acceptable for me to accompany brother to the Langyus sacred land for training? Zhou Yuyao suddenly interjected. What? You have started cultivating as well? Zhou Tianzu and Bai Ji expressed their astonishment, for they were well aware that Zhou Yuyao had always been disinclined towards cultivation. It was quite unexpected for her to embark on this path. Without further contemplation, Zhou Tianzu, upon hearing his daughter's desire to cultivate, readily offered his support, exclaiming, Yuyao, you should have informed your father of your intention to cultivate. I would have been more than happy to guide you personally. If you wish to enter the Langyus sacred land, with Zhenghao standing, it should pose no obstacle. Moreover, with Xuan Ning's innate talent, he is bound to be regarded as a prime candidate for special training at the Langyus sacred land. Zhou Tianzu felt confident about this prospect. Given the formidable talents of the 2, facilitating Zhou Yuyao's entry into the Langyus sacred land would be a mere formality. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji cast a puzzled glance at Zhou Tianzu and inquired, My lord, given Xuan Ning's remarkable literary prowess, do you not intend to nurture him for a position within the Liu dynasty? Bai Ji was genuinely perplexed. She had always believed that Zhou Tianzu had taken Xuan Ning as an adopted son due to his literary talent, intending to groom him for a governmental role in the Liu dynasty. Yet now, she realized she had misjudged Zhou Tianzu's intentions and lacked a profound understanding of Xuan Ning. Observing Bai Ji's bewilderment, Zhou Tianzu erupted into laughter, saying, My dear, while Xuan Ning's literary talent is indeed commendable, it pales in comparison to his cultivation aptitude. At merely 16 years of age, Xuan Ning has already reached the 5th level of martial general. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning respectfully addressed Zhou Tiansu, saying, Adoptive father, I have reached the 7th level of martial generals. Zhou Tianzi, what? Bai Ji, incredible. Zhou Yuyao, the 7th level of martial generals. Bai Ji widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at Xuan Ning, then inquired, with your talent, how could Xian Kuang possibly have lost his senses to expel you from the family? I have never revealed my true strength nor disclosed my realm to anyone. Xuan Ning replied. Zhou Tianzi was indeed astonished by the specifics of Xuan Ning's level, feeling both shocked and immensely pleased. He realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. He thought to himself that if the Xian family were to learn of Xuan Ning's true talent, they would surely regret their actions profoundly. Rest assured, adoptive father will provide you with the finest cultivation resources, striving to ensure that you break through once more within these few months. With your extraordinary aptitude, even that Yi Qing Chung would be left in the dust. It was utterly ridiculous that the Yi family had even called off the engagement. Fear not. In Luoxian City, as long as I, Zhou Tianzi, am present, you shall never suffer the slightest injustice. Zhou Tianzi had always intended to nurture Xuan Ning. His eldest son, Zhou Zhenghao, possessed decent cultivation talent, yet his greatest strength lay in alchemy, devoting all his time to the craft, which would make it difficult for him to become a formidable warrior. With Xuan Ning's exceptional aptitude, it was certain he would become a strong warrior. Once Xuan Ning attained that strength, protecting the Zhou family would pose no challenge. The more Zhou Tianzi recognized Xuan Ning's talent, the more he valued and would cultivate him, which was also why Xuan Ning revealed his current realm. Furthermore, this was not a secret that could not be shared. In a few months, when the 5 great sects arrived in Luoxian City to recruit disciples, Xuan Ning's power would have undoubtedly grown to an unknown level. Even to himself, Xuan Ning has never regarded the betrothed Yu Qing with any esteem. Could such a woman possibly surpass him in talent? Upon hearing about Xuan Ning's gifted capabilities, Bai Ji was equally astonished, recognizing that Zhou Tianzi's decision to nurture Xuan Ning was indeed a commendable one. Moreover, she found the Xian family to be rather foolish for expelling such an extraordinarily talented individual, essentially gifting them a son-in-law without realizing it. As Zhou Tianzi had rightly predicted, when they eventually grasped the full extent of Xuan Ning's abilities, they would surely be at a loss for how to express their regret. Subsequently, Zhou Tianzi turned to Zhou Yuyao and inquired, when did you begin your cultivation? Today, Zhou Yuyao replied. Zhou Tianzi, with an expression of concern, reassured her, do not worry. My daughter is not engaging in reckless practice. It is Xuan Ning who is assisting her. Do not underestimate her. She has successfully begun to channel spiritual energy into her body for refinement and is likely to reach the first level of martial apprentice in a matter of days, becoming a true warrior. Seeing the peculiar expression on her father's face, Zhou Yuyao hurriedly explained. Oh, I see, Zhou Tianzi responded, relieved to learn that it was Xuan Ning who was guiding her. However, he soon sensed something amiss, his countenance shifting as he quickly asked, are you saying that you began your cultivation and have already sensed the spiritual energy, commencing the refinement of your body on the very first day? Zhou Tianzi was utterly astounded. He had taken 7 days to initially sense the energy and begin his own refinement. Yet, his daughter had achieved this feat on her first day. What extraordinary talent was this? Zhou Yuyu looked at her father, puzzled by his astonishment, and replied, isn't this a trivial matter? Even Xia Chan and Dong Shui can sense the spiritual energy. What's so strange about that? What? Even they could sense the energy and begin body refinement on the first day? Zhou Tianzi was left speechless. Could it be that so many prodigies had suddenly emerged from their family? Xuan Ning promptly replied, adoptive father, the method I employ differs significantly from others, which enables them to swiftly enter a state of cultivation. It is unrelated to their innate talents. So that is the case. Zhou Tianzi finally comprehended that, ultimately, it was all due to Xuan Ning's remarkable abilities. A wave of joy surged within Zhou Tianzi. For Xuan Ning's prodigious talent in guiding Yu Yao's cultivation alleviated any concerns he might have harbored. Excellent, excellent. Let us dine, Zhou Tianzi exclaimed with great delight, realizing that ever since he had taken Xuan Ning as his adopted son, fortune had been ceaselessly in his favor. After their meal, Xuan Ning and Zhou Yuyao returned to their dwelling, where Xuan Ning continued to instruct Zhou Yuyao in her previous cultivation practices. Once she ascended to the martial soldier realm, she could then pursue a more suitable technique. Although the Haoyang formula is a mid-tier technique of the Xian rank, it is not fitting for Zhou Yuyao's cultivation. Given Zhou Tianzi's resources, he would undoubtedly be able to find a more appropriate technique for her. After completing their assigned tasks, The subordinates of Xuan Ning retreated to their respective chambers to engage in cultivation. Xuan Ning noted that it was still early, so he quietly departed from the city lord's mansion. After changing into a different outfit, he returned to the royal arena. Upon seeing Xuan Ning, the young woman who had been specially summoned by Lu Qianquan to attend to him hurriedly approached, her face adorned with a bright smile. Esteemed guest Zhao Ritian, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. I had yet to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Yun. Yes, I have some free time today, so I wish to participate in a few matches, Xuan Ning replied. I shall assist you with your registration, Zhao Yun promptly stated as she moved to the counter to enroll Xuan Ning. Allow me to escort you to the VIP lounge for your comfort. VIP lounge. Xuan Ning was taken aback, not realizing such a facility existed. Indeed, our arena has a special VIP lounge prepared for distinguished guests like yourself. Any requests you have, simply leave them to us, Zhao Yun responded eagerly. Thank you, Xuan Ning nodded. Since a more luxurious space awaited him before the matches, he certainly would not decline. The VIP lounge was a well-appointed room that offered a panoramic view of the arena, allowing him to witness all the unfolding events. The ambience was exquisite. Aside from himself, there were a dozen others present, each with an impressive aura. Among them, Xuan Ning noticed Chu Outyan, whom he had previously defeated. Upon seeing Xuan Ning, Chu Outyan said nothing but turned his head away, clearly still troubled by his defeat at Xuan Ning's hands. Xuan Ning chose a seat and, upon inquiry from Zhao Yun about his beverage preference, requested a cup of tea. He then turned his attention to the ongoing battles. Noting that 6 more contests awaited his observation, Xuan Ning requested Zhao Yun to assist in placing a wager on his victory. Although the maximum bet was limited to 100,000 gold certificates per match, Xuan Ning harbored immense confidence in his abilities. The privileges afforded to a VIP are indeed unparalleled. He need not concern himself with any matters, allowing him to focus solely on the competition at hand. Xuan Ning observed the arena, noting that after such a considerable passage of time, he had accrued a substantial number of attribute points. After nearly an hour and a half of waiting, it was finally his turn to take the stage. His opponent this time was a formidable warrior of the 6th heaven, who had already achieved an impressive 5 consecutive victories, while Xuan Ning boasted a 3-fight winning streak. You know, the opponent remarked with a self-assured demeanor. I watched your battle yesterday. It was commendable, but defeating me will not be so effortless. Xuan Ning replied, let us await the outcome, then. I hope you will unleash your full potential. Naturally, I have no intention of losing to a mere fledgling like you, the opponent asserted with unwavering confidence. As both combatants entered the arena, they were met with the cheers of thousands. With the announcer proclaiming the commencement of the battle, the opponent struck first. This adversary did not underestimate Xuan Ning, launching an all-out assault from the outset with a cunning slice aimed directly at Xuan Ning's visage. Reacting swiftly, Xuan Ning retreated and brandished his weapon in response. The opponent, possessing a wealth of combat experience, adeptly evaded Xuan Ning's strike and retaliated with a counterattack. Xuan Ning was astonished. Although the opponent lacked agility, their combat skills were remarkably proficient, displaying keen reflexes. Ding! The speed of Xuan Ning was not to be underestimated. He adeptly thwarted his opponent's strike. The adversary, sensing Xuan Ning's formidable strength, furrowed his brow and launched another assault, unleashing a tempestuous flurry of blade techniques directed at Xuan Ning. The opponent's swordplay was as swift as lightning. Once unleashed, it resembled an unrelenting storm, with blade after blade raining down in a continuous barrage upon Xuan Ning. However, given Xuan Ning's current prowess, he was far from vulnerable to such onslaughts. His strength, power, and speed vastly surpassed those of his opponent, allowing him to respond with ease. Xuan Ning's purpose for coming here was to hone his combat skills and enhance his battle experience. Indeed, he learned a wealth of practical fighting techniques yesterday. Even though his strength far surpassed that of his opponent, Xuan Ning refrained from immediately utilizing his formidable power to defeat him. Instead, he meticulously observed his adversary, studying how they seized opportunities and launched their attacks. The opponent, possessing the strength of a 6th-tier martial general and having fought in the arena for hundreds of matches, exhibited formidable combat experience, delivering a relentless onslaught that left no openings for Xuan Ning. Xuan Ning also discerned that the opponent had meticulously devised a strategy for assault and the means to gain the upper hand from the very outset, a lesson that he found immensely valuable. After a relentless barrage lasting 10 minutes, the formidable onslaught had drained a significant portion of the adversary's stamina and vigor. Although it appeared as if Xuan Ning was being relentlessly pressured, in truth, he sustained no tangible harm whatsoever. This realization only deepened the opponent's frustration and unease as the encounter progressed. Xuan Ning's defense is remarkably formidable, complemented by his advantageous agility, allowing him to effortlessly repel each of his opponent's assaults. Furthermore, he possesses the luxury of time to gather various attributes that have fallen to the ground. The enhancements include an increase of 25 in cultivation value, 2 in stamina, 2 in strength, 6 in vitality, and 1 in speed. These attribute points are derived from both recent and previously fallen items, as indicated by the magnitude of the numbers. Newly dropped items yield substantial amounts, while those collected earlier offer lesser increments. As Xuan Ning accumulated these attributes, he perceived a profound transformation within his own strength, which surged unexpectedly, filling him with an overwhelming sense of explosive power. Xuan Ning was utterly astonished. Xuan Ning glanced at his attribute points and was astonished to discover that his strength attribute had surpassed the remarkable threshold of 100 points, leading to a profound transformation. Could it be that once any attribute exceeds 100, it undergoes a significant metamorphosis? A bold conjecture formed in Xuan Ning's mind, and he sensed the validity of his hypothesis. 10 minutes later, as his opponent had not dropped any further attribute points for an extended period, Xuan Ning decided against wasting any more time. With a sudden burst of energy, he charged forward, refraining from employing any martial techniques, and unleashed a powerful punch towards his adversary. The opponent, realizing the gravity of the situation, reacted swiftly, wielding his blades with intent and retaliating fiercely against Xuan Ning's fist. However, as Xuan Ning approached his opponent, his attack suddenly transformed. In the midst of his charge, he executed a swift pirouette, evading his opponent's strike and positioning himself behind them. Without hesitation, Xuan Ning lifted his leg and delivered a precise kick to his opponent's rear. Oh no! The opponent reacted with remarkable speed, attempting to evade. Yet Xuan Ning's foot had already made contact, resulting in a resounding thud. Following a cry of dismay, the opponent leaped like a frog, tumbling off the stage and eliciting a roar of laughter from the audience. Xuan Ning celebrated his 4th consecutive victory, returning to the VIP lounge amidst the exuberant cheers of countless admirers. The individuals present cast a glance at Xuan Ning, perceiving him as not only youthful but also formidable and difficult to contend with, as they could not ascertain the depths of his true capabilities. Zhao Guibin. Congratulations on your 4th consecutive victory. Zhao Yun approached with a radiant smile, expressing her gratitude to Xuan Ning. Her graceful professional demeanor, whether intentional or not, was laid bare before him. Diverting his gaze elsewhere, Xuan Ning nodded and said, "Please assist me in registering for the next match, and also place a bet on my victory." "Certainly," Zhao Yun replied promptly, setting about her arrangements. The arena proved to be an excellent venue, not only allowing the accumulation of attribute points and the potential for monetary gain, but also offering the opportunity to observe others in combat, thereby enhancing one's own battle experience. Xuan Ning found this daily routine quite agreeable. As his streak of victories continued, Xuan Ning noticed that the stakes he bet against others had diminished significantly, now hovering around a 1:1 ratio. Even so, he remained unfazed. Each time, he still managed to win a substantial sum of 100,000 gold coins, which converted to 10 million copper coins, a considerable amount. It was within this environment that Xuan Ning dared to place such bets on himself. Others would not dare to wager as boldly as he did. Xuan Ning possesses ample confidence in his own abilities. Otherwise, he would not dare to act in such a manner. In any case, within such an expansive arena, Xuan Ning's earnings will always amount to merely a fraction. Lu Qianquan has also noticed that Zhao Ritian has returned to the arena to compete once more, and has emerged victorious yet again. He chuckled softly, genuinely intrigued by how far this Zhao Ritian might ultimately go. Xuan Ning soon beheld his next opponent, a warrior at the 7th level of martial prowess. The adversary had not achieved a consecutive victory, but Xuan Ning remained unfazed. His own cultivation also resided at the 7th level of martial mastery, and he harbored no fear of his opponent. The wager between Xuan Ning and his opponent stood at 1-5-1, with the latter possessing a slightly higher probability of victory. Unbeknownst to them, however, Xuan Ning's true prowess had ascended to the 7th tier of martial generals. This circumstance was undoubtedly advantageous for Xuan Ning. Should he emerge victorious, he would be rewarded with a greater bounty of gold coins. Yet, he would need to exercise patience, as there were still a dozen battles preceding his own. Glancing at the time, Xuan Ning noted that by the conclusion of his impending contest, it would nearly coincide with the arena's closing hour. At that juncture, he would be perfectly positioned to venture forth and gather attribute points from various locations, a most fortuitous outcome. Xuan Ning attentively observed the unfolding battles, noting that some of them were remarkably swift. He memorized the names of several combatants, whose prowess was indeed formidable, presumably at the 9th level of martial generals. As the skirmishes progressed, the moment for Xuan Ning to re-enter the arena drew ever closer. When the host once again called out the name Zhao Ritian, Xuan Ning ascended the stage anew. The crowd erupted in cheers. He had achieved 4 consecutive victories, having only commenced his participation in the competition the day prior. Despite the optimism of many spectators regarding his capabilities, Xuan Ning discerned that a significant number of them remained skeptical of his abilities. Xuan Ning was unperturbed as he approached the arena, casually collecting the attribute points scattered on the ground before stepping onto the stage. The man before him exuded a calm demeanor, starkly contrasting with those he had faced previously. This individual instilled in Xuan Ning a sense of complexity. He anticipated that this battle would prove to be exceedingly intriguing. Xuan Ning was aware of the opponent's name, Lin Dongtian. This Lin Dongtian stood upright upon the arena, hands placed confidently on his hips. Even after Xuan Ning ascended the stage, his adversary remained utterly silent, a silence that surpassed Xuan Ning's imagination. Xuan Ning remained silent, patiently awaiting the host's incessant monologue. The deity shrine of Xuan Ning does not possess the typical muscular physique. Rather, his body is remarkably reserved, appearing not particularly robust. Yet the latent strength he could unleash would undoubtedly astound anyone. Lin Dongtian, too, does not exhibit an explosive build. However, an immediate impression of immense power emanates from him, his athletic muscles and nearly 2-meter stature unmistakably signaling his extraordinary prowess. Lin Dongtian stands before Xuan Ning unarmed, relying solely on his bare hands. Regardless of whether his opponent underestimates him or pays him no heed, nothing will deter him from achieving victory. Commence the battle. As the combat begins, Lin Dongtian swiftly launches his offensive, charging towards Xuan Ning with the ferocity of a tiger or leopard. As the saying goes, a master reveals their true skill with the first move. Lin Dongtian and Xuan Ning's previous adversaries are not even in the same league. What appears to be a mere action conceals numerous variations, each capable of adapting in response to Xuan Ning's maneuvers. Xuan Ning was acutely aware that the adversary he faced this time was extraordinary and should not be underestimated. He summoned all his energy, gripping his weapon tightly, and launched an assault against his opponent. Lin Dongtian was far from ordinary. With his fists raised, he charged directly at Xuan Ning. However, as he drew near, he suddenly transformed his hands into claws, directly countering Xuan Ning's weapon with sheer force. Clang! Xuan Ning's weapon, upon encountering the steel-like force, emitted a crisp sound that left him utterly astonished. This Lin Dongtian was indeed extraordinary. He was able to withstand the weapon's might with a single hand, overpowering the tribesman. This must be a manifestation of some formidable martial technique. As Xuan Ning observed the opponent's claws, resembling those of a tiger or leopard, launching a relentless assault towards him, he noted that each grasp resonated with a series of piercing sounds through the air. Xuan Ning employed the flowing cloud sword technique, a martial art of superior human rank. Coupled with his formidable strength at the 7th level of martial general, along with a power enhancement exceeding 100, his might was far from negligible. However, his opponent was equally formidable, possessing tremendous strength and wielding a set of claw attacks that were both powerful and perilous. Should Xuan Ning fall victim to such an assault, it was likely that his bones would be shattered. Moreover, the adversary's speed was not to be underestimated, even as Xuan Ning utilized his evasive maneuvers. The opponent adeptly closed the distance with an extraordinary gait, launching a series of fierce claw strikes reminiscent of a tiger or leopard in pursuit of its prey. Xuan Ning sensed that the martial technique employed by the opponent undoubtedly belonged to a rank no lower than the profound level, for it possessed an overwhelming power that was simply unattainable by lesser skills. I, too, possessed techniques of the profound level. With the transformation in the Xuan Ning sword technique, I began to invoke the superior grade sword technique known as the transformation sword art. This set of sword techniques is immensely powerful, with boundless might, capable of manifesting a myriad of sword maneuvers. Upon the utilization of Xuan Ning, the ferocity of the assault underwent a dramatic transformation, as it launched a counterattack against Lin Dongtian. After several exchanges between the opponent's claws and Xuan Ning's weapon, the expression on his face shifted abruptly. prompting him to retreat swiftly for over 10 paces, furrowing his brow as he regarded Xuan Ning. Xian Tier, sword technique. Lin Dongtian perceived the mounting pressure. Xuan Ning brandished his weapon, performing a flourish with the sword, and addressed Lin Dongtian. You are quite formidable as well. Your profound claw technique possesses considerable might. Lin Dongtian observed Xuan Ning for a moment before retrieving his weapon from behind, donning sharp claw covers on each finger, and remarked, I initially believed I wouldn't need these to contend with you. However, your mastery of the profound sword art has taken me by surprise. After adorning the claw covers, Lin Dongtian waved his hands nonchalantly, producing a series of tearing sounds in the air, demonstrating the enhanced sharpness of his attacks. Let us see whether your swordplay surpasses mine, or if my fierce tiger claw proves superior. With the claw covers on, Lin Dongtian charged at Xuan Ning with the ferocity of a ravenous tiger, employing an unusual gait. As he approached, Xuan Ning felt as if Lin Dongtian had transformed into the king of tigers within the forest, exuding an overwhelming presence. Yet, Xuan Ning was undeterred. Encountering a formidable opponent was indeed a cause for celebration. He was eager to gauge the extent of his recent growth. Upon executing the sword transformation technique, Xuan Ning twirled his sword, unleashing a cascade of sword sounds that reverberated through the air as he surged toward his adversary. The long sword cleaved through the void, colliding violently with the dual claws, resulting in a cacophony of sound. In terms of sheer power, Xuan Ning evidently held the upper hand, as Lin Dongtian immediately felt a tremendous force bearing down on his hands, causing his fingers to sting painfully. After merely a few exchanges, Lin Dongtian was compelled to prioritize evasion and seek an opportunity to counterattack, refraining from engaging Xuan Ning head-on. However, Xuan Ning's speed was remarkable, forcing Lin Dongtian to retreat repeatedly, shedding the aloof demeanor he had previously maintained. Fierce tiger strike. Lin Dongtian deftly evaded, retreating several paces before unleashing his full strength in a powerful claw strike directed at Xuan Ning, channeling all his energy into that singular blow. Sword transformation slash. Xuan Ning unleashed a formidable technique from the realm of martial arts, channeling his strength into his weapon to launch a fierce assault upon his opponent. The clash of claw against sword resonated with a thunderous sound. In that fleeting moment, Lin Dongtian, overwhelmed by the sheer might of Xuan Ning, was forcefully repelled. Xuan Ning pressed the advantage, his sword dancing in a flurry, unleashing a series of elusive and enigmatic sword techniques upon Lin Dongtian. This was a superior grade swordsmanship of the Xian tier. Even though Xuan Ning's mastery was not yet consummate, Lin Dongtian found himself evading with great difficulty, soon bearing numerous wounds upon his body. With thunder leg, Xuan Ning seized an opportunity and executed a powerful flying kick towards Lin Dongtian. Thud. The kick struck Lin Dongtian's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Xuan Ning then stood over him, sword drawn and poised at his neck. Lin Dongtian, seeing the predicament, let out a soft sigh and remarked, I concede. Xuan Ning sheathed his long sword and nodded slightly. Lin Dongtian rose and, with a courteous gesture, addressed Xuan Ning, saying, I am Lin Dongtian from the Lin family of Luoxian City. Should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly seek your guidance again. Oh, a member of the Lin family. Xuan Ning realized, understanding the identity of his opponent. Very well, I await your challenge, he replied. As the outcome became clear, the atmosphere in the arena shifted. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Those who had bet on Xuan Ning's victory were naturally elated, while those who had wagered on Lin Dongtian's success were left despondent. Xuan Ning once again collected the attribute points on the arena. Strength increased by 2, and speed by 0. 1. Following the conclusion of Xuan Ning's battle, the announcer took to the stage to deliver a few remarks before declaring that today's competition had come to an end, inviting everyone to return bright and early tomorrow. Xuan Ning also returned to the VIP seat, and Zhao Yun promptly inquired, Esteemed guest Zhao, here are the gold vouchers you won today. Xuan Ning tucked the gold voucher away and casually handed over another gold voucher to the other party, saying, This is for you. Thank you, Zhao Guibin. Zhao Yun, filled with joy, accepted it eagerly and promptly led Xuan Ning to other arenas. Xuan Ning swiftly gathered all the attribute points scattered on the ground. His cultivation value increased by 9, vitality by 8, strength by 0. 5, constitution by 1, speed by 0. 1, defense by 1, and critical strike by 0. 1. Once again, he amassed over 100 points of cultivation value. However, it was unfortunate that he could not acquire any martial skills, as they were not so readily available. Xuan Ning then set his sights on the other two arenas. His cultivation value surged by 100, vitality by 60, and defense by 5. Xuan Ning was astonished, never expecting such a substantial amount of cultivation points to be scattered here. This was the martial master arena, and he could sense a pervasive stench of blood, indicative of formidable martial masters meeting their demise. Through his understanding with Jiaoyun, he confirmed that indeed, 2 martial masters had perished today, both at the hands of the same individual. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xuan Ning made his way towards the final arena. Cultivation points increased by 188, strength augmented by 3, and vitality enhanced by 123. Xuan Ning was once again astounded, unexpectedly discovering a substantial increase in his cultivation attributes. This was a battleground against fierce beasts. Observing the lingering bloodstains on the ground, he realized that a formidable martial master had perished here. Engaging in combat with these beasts posed an immense danger, and Xuan Ning, lacking certainty, would not partake in such perilous endeavors. He needed to preserve his valuable life to rescue more young women in this world. He could not afford to die. After collecting all the attribute points from the 2 arenas, Xuan Ning's stamina and physique had surpassed the threshold of 100 points. Xuan Ning felt the transformation of his body, sensing that he was growing stronger, capable of facing even the Night Lord and his 10 maidens with ease. Today's achievements were commendable, allowing him to ascend to a higher level once more. Xuan Ning glanced at his attribute points, noting a significant increase. Xuan Ning began to transcend his current realm, advancing to the 8th heaven of the martial general stage. A powerful sensation surged through his body once more, filling him with elation. It would not be long before he broke through to the martial master realm. Departing from the royal arena, Xuan Ning returned to the Lord's manor, where he discovered that a bath had been prepared for him. Though the water had grown cool, he paid it no mind and stepped in to cleanse himself. Additionally, fresh garments awaited him on the bed, evidently newly purchased. Zhou Tianzi had indeed made commendable arrangements, ensuring that everything was thoroughly prepared. Xuan Ning lay in bed, unable to find solace in sleep, and decided to engage in cultivation instead. The practice not only substituted for slumber, but also augmented his cultivation level. What better way to spend his time? Cultivation level increased by 15. Cultivation level increased by 15. Cultivation level increased by 15. The following day, Xuan Ning awakened from his meditative state to find Chun Fun and Chun Shui standing before him, nearly startling him out of his wits. He quickly inquired, "What are you doing in my room?" The 2 young ladies wore sweet smiles, their cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Upon hearing Xuan Ning's question, they promptly replied, "Young Master Ning, we have come to assist you with your changing and washing." Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning pondered, is this the decadent lifestyle of the aristocratic offspring? In order to comprehend the extent of this disgraceful existence, he felt compelled to experience it firsthand. Thus, Xuan Ning replied, "Very well." Last night, Xuan Ning donned only his nightgown, as 2 delicate handmaidens began to attire him. Their tender hands glided over his form, adorning him with exquisite garments. "I shall put on my trousers myself," Xuan Ning hastily declared, fearing the inadvertent touch upon his precious sword. The 2 maidens erupted into delightful laughter, their charm evident. Once attired in trousers, they proceeded to style his hair with utmost care and diligence. Such indulgence in being dressed by others indeed tempts one towards decadence. Subsequently, they presented him with various toiletries, embodying the notion of having everything handed to him on a silver platter. Though Xuan Ning harbored a distaste for such treatment, he found himself unable to refuse, for one must find solace in circumstances as they come. After the preparations were complete, Chun Shui and Chun Fun gazed upon Xuan Ning with awe, momentarily captivated. "Young Master Ning is truly handsome," the 2 maidens remarked. "Oh, I do relish hearing your honest opinions," Xuan Ning responded, quite pleased. As he approached the mirror and beheld his reflection, he mused, "What a striking young man I am." The maidens exchanged bewildered glances. Xuan Ning dined in the company of Zhou Yuyao, Bai Ji, and Zhou Tianzi, as this arrangement fostered a sense of familial unity. Following their breakfast, Xuan Ning commenced the instruction of Zhou Yuyao and her companions in their training. Zhou Yuyao, possessing considerable talent and innate intelligence, thrived under Xuan Ning's personal guidance, alleviating any concerns he might have had. After attending to Zhou Yuyao and her peers, Xuan Ning turned his attention to instructing the other maidens Chun Shui, Chun Fun, Xia Chan, and Dong Shui in their cultivation. Zhou Tianzi was undoubtedly aware of the commotion surrounding Xuan Ning. Traditionally, servants were not permitted to cultivate their abilities. However, Zhou Tianzi chose to remain silent, seemingly granting Xuan Ning the liberty to do as she pleased. This decision brought immense joy to the group of maidservants, who attributed their newfound privileges to Xuan Ning, deepening their respect for her. Although Xuan Ning wished to expand the scale of cultivation, she was aware of the importance of restraint and did not indulge excessively. Thus, she deemed it sufficient to have these few maidens. After they commenced their cultivation, Xuan Ning visited the quarters where these maidens resided. Indeed, she discovered that they had accumulated a considerable amount of cultivation value throughout the night. Cultivation value increased by 0, 8 by 0, 7 by 0, 9. Xuan Ning once again arrived at the training ground of the guards, where many unfamiliar faces greeted him. As the guards rotated daily, Xuan Ning began to engage with them, imparting his knowledge and guiding them in the practice of the split mountain palm technique once more. Xuan Ning indeed experienced a bountiful harvest. Having acquired numerous skill books for the cracking mountain palm, he successfully elevated his skill level to LV7, transitioning from a high-grade yellow skill to a low-grade mysterious skill. Thus, the morning slipped away. In the afternoon, Xuan Ning departed from the Lord's manor and first visited the moon-gazing pavilion. This time, Zhou Yuyao was engrossed in her training and did not accompany him. Upon entering, Xuan Ning discovered a plethora of attribute points scattered across the floor. However, before he could begin collecting them, a group of scholars gathered around him, greeting him with enthusiasm. "Greetings, young Master Xuan Ning. And young Master Xuan Ning has arrived." They expressed their admiration for him and proposed to treat him to a meal and drinks. Naturally, Xuan Ning declined their invitation. Yet he took the opportunity to encourage them to study diligently and strive for excellence, which brought them immense joy. Xuan Ning gazed at the scattered attribute points on the ground, realizing the necessity of encouraging them. Only by fostering their willingness to gather here for learning and exchange could he amass a greater collection of attribute points. As Xuan Ning encouraged them, he simultaneously collected the attribute points surrounding them. Insight increased by 0, 1, wisdom by 0, 1, spirit by 0, 2, and talent by 0, 1. Upon noticing Xuan Ning's arrival, Lu Yi promptly received the notification and hurried outside, laughing heartily as she exclaimed, "Xuan Ning, dear brother, you are truly soaring to great heights. Being adopted as a son by the city lord, your future holds boundless possibilities." Xuan Ning smiled gently and replied, "Sister Lu, please refrain from teasing me. Now, if you would be so kind as to lead the way upstairs." Lu Yi was genuinely pleased to have Xuan Ning visit her establishment. Thanks to Xuan Ning's exquisite poetry, the Wanghua Pavilion had been bustling with patrons every day, thriving with business. Naturally, Lu Yi was determined to treat Xuan Ning as an esteemed guest. Xuan Ning visits this place daily, and it is certain that many are drawn here by the allure of his esteemed reputation. Consequently, the business at Lu Yi's tavern remains thriving, which is undoubtedly a boon for her. Observing the sunlit confidence of Xuan Ning, Lu Yi inquired, "Why has Sister Yu Yao not accompanied you today?" "She is currently engrossed in her initial stages of cultivation, thus she could not join," Xuan Ning replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's lips parted slightly in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. She then chuckled lightly, "I am truly taken aback. I thought that the young lady Zhou Yuyao was not fond of cultivation. If she had any desire to pursue it, she would have begun long ago. What has prompted this sudden interest in cultivation?" Lu Yi's curiosity was piqued, and based on her observations, she surmised that this development must be closely tied to Xuan Ning. Furthermore, she suspected that Zhou Yuyao had likely developed feelings for him. This was not unexpected. Xuan Ning, despite his youth, possessed remarkable talents and was rumored to have exceptional cultivation aptitude. A man who is both scholarly and martial is sure to attract the admiration of many women. Perhaps it is related to her recent experiences. Cultivation may provide her with the strength to protect herself, and I wholeheartedly support her endeavor, Xuan Ning remarked. Zhou Yuyao is now my sworn sister. The stronger she becomes, the better she can safeguard herself in the future, which is indeed a positive outcome. Nodding in agreement, Lu Yi acknowledged that in this world, possessing strength is far superior to relying on others. Ultimately, this realm respects the strong. Without power, what use is even the most extraordinary talent for self-preservation? Recently, I acquired a selection of exquisite tea. For an ordinary person, I would hesitate to share it. But for you, dear brother Xuan Ning, I shall gladly present it, Lu Yi said with a gentle smile, her enchanting beauty capable of captivating countless admirers. Though it was not her intention, she naturally exuded an alluring charm. I must savor this thoroughly, Xuan Ning mused, thinking that Lu Yi was indeed a mesmerizing enchantress. He was eager to taste the tea and discern its flavor. Lu Yi, with her captivating demeanor, clapped her delicate hands, and two exceptionally lovely young maidens entered. Lu Yi instructed, "Bring forth the Lingxin tea that arrived yesterday." Of course, the maidens promptly replied, exiting the private chamber. Moments later, they returned with a jar of tea leaves, a pot of hot water, and a complete tea set, placing them upon the table. Lu Yi skillfully began to brew the tea, and as the hot water infused the leaves, Xuan Ning was astonished to detect a delightful fragrance wafting through the air. Even without a deep understanding of tea, he sensed that these leaves were extraordinary, whether it was a mere illusion or not. The tea seemed to emanate a rich aura of spiritual energy, and he gazed at it with eyes filled with curiosity and astonishment. "Give it a try," Lu Yi suggested, placing a cup of tea before Xuan Ning. The warmth mingled with the spiritual essence, filling the atmosphere with a subtle fragrance and tranquility. Xuan Ning lifted the cup of tea, taking a gentle sip, and was immediately enveloped by a refreshing and delightful flavor that pleasantly surprised him. He gazed at the cup in his hand, then blew softly over it. After a brief moment, he finally drank it all in one go. Cultivation points increased by 5. Xuan Ning gazed in astonishment at the tea, utterly taken aback. With wide eyes, he turned to Lu Yi and exclaimed, "I cannot believe that this spirit heart tea possesses such remarkable effects." Xuan Ning was indeed astonished, as he had never imagined that tea could possess the ability to directly enhance one's cultivation. It seemed he had discovered a new path to strengthen his prowess. Hee. Lu Yi chuckled softly, her beauty radiant as a blooming flower, even captivating. She then replied, "This spirit heart tea, upon the first sip, truly has the function of augmenting one's cultivation. However, with each subsequent consumption, the increase becomes less pronounced." Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning pondered briefly and grasped the concept. This type of tea, akin to a medicinal elixir, indeed possesses significant effects when first consumed. However, with excessive intake, its efficacy diminishes considerably. "If your brother enjoys it, I shall bestow this canister of tea upon you," said Lu Yi, placing the tea before Xuan Ning. Xuan Ning collected the tea leaves and replied, "Very well, I shall accept them." Xuan Ning's unreserved demeanor was indeed unexpected for Lu Yi. Were it anyone else, they would surely have hesitated, but Xuan Ning was refreshingly straightforward. "If you ever require my assistance, dear sister Lu, I shall not hesitate to lend my support, provided it is within my capabilities," Xuan Ning reiterated. He was the kind of person who, when desiring something, would not shy away from it. Why mimic others who, despite yearning deeply, feign reluctance only to invite coaxing? Such behavior, when framed as politeness and humility, could conversely be deemed hypocritical and pretentious. Yet, it is a common trait among many in this world. Xuan Ning was also acutely aware that one who receives favors must reciprocate. He would never take without giving in return. If there was a chance to assist, he would gladly do so. "Then I shall not be shy about it. I intend to frequent this place and help attract more patrons to your establishment," Lu Yi stated directly. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning felt a surge of joy within. Even if the other party did not mention it, he would frequently visit this place to collect attribute points. After all, to squander such freely acquired points would be a travesty. "Very well," he declared. "I assure you that as long as I remain in Luoxian City, I shall compose a poem every 10 to 15 days to display in your establishment. As for poetry, there would be no shortage of verses to transcribe. Let us agree upon this," he concluded, and Lu Yi beamed with satisfaction. After a brief conversation, Xuan Ning took his leave from this place. After departing from the Wangyue Pavilion, Xuan Ning strolled alone through the streets, making his way to the next destination to gather resources, specifically to acquire attributes. This place was the Qianxin Academy. Both the Qianxin Academy and the Wangyue Pavilion were havens for scholars, allowing the collection of 4 exceedingly rare attributes: spirit, comprehension, talent, and wisdom. Naturally, the chances of acquiring the attributes of comprehension and talent at the Wangyue Pavilion were quite slim, often yielding only 0, 1 or 0, 2 points. Based on Xuan Ning's conjecture, this was largely influenced by the individuals present. In the royal arena, the participants were warriors, and thus, the attributes they dropped were entirely different, with none of those 4 rare attributes manifesting. Conversely, at the Qianxin Academy, erudite individuals like Su Rong tended to drop talent and comprehension more frequently, while wisdom and spirit were rather scarce. Additionally, the young lady Su Ryu had the potential to drop the rare attribute of luck, which was indeed a desirable trait. Xuan Ning certainly needed to frequent this place. Upon arriving at the Qianchen Academy, Xuan Ning noticed that there were no students within the classroom, and the main door stood ajar, piquing his curiosity as to where everyone had gone, especially since it was not yet time for dismissal. Regardless, he decided to collect the attribute points first before pondering further. Upon noticing the attribute points scattered on the ground, Xuan Ning embarked on a thorough scavenging expedition. With a mental boost of 0, 2, an enhancement of 0, 1 is spirit, an increase of 0, 3 in comprehension, a rise of 0, 4 in talent, and a 0, 5 augmentation in wisdom, he felt an unmistakable surge in his intellect. After collecting all the attribute points, he made his way towards the inner hall. In the periphery of his vision, he observed numerous individuals carrying an array of gifts, each adorned with red fabric and embellished with auspicious characters, all patiently awaiting their turn. Meanwhile, in the living room, Xuan Ning spotted Su Rong engaged in conversation with several elegantly attired individuals. Noticing that Su Rong's expression appeared somewhat troubled, Xuan Ning entered and addressed Su Rong. "Mr. Su Rong, may I inquire what has transpired?" Su Rong, taken aback by Xuan Ning's presence, quickly replied, "I apologize, but there are some matters at home today, and I may be unable to engage in a discussion on scholarly topics." Xuan Ning surveyed his surroundings and gazed upon the several elegantly attired gentlemen, whose faces radiated pride and a hint of arrogance. He addressed Mr. Su Rong, stating, "If you are facing any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak candidly. Should anyone trouble you, I shall certainly not remain indifferent." Upon hearing Xuan Ning's words, one of the young men in splendid attire stepped forward, his tone laced with displeasure as he retorted angrily, "Who are you to interfere in matters concerning the Hua family? I advise you to depart promptly and refrain from seeking unnecessary trouble." Another elder, adorned in fine garments, regarded Xuan Ning with a haughty demeanor, embodying the stature of his years. The Hua family. Xuan Ning pondered momentarily before recalling that there indeed existed a Hua family in Luoxian City. He inquired, "You must be the Hua family known for selling silk in Luoxian City, am I correct?" The Hua family was indeed a prominent name in Luoxian City, recognized as the largest fabric merchant, bolstered by their ties to the Yi family. It was precisely due to their affiliation with the Yi family that their business flourished, gradually absorbing other fabric merchants until they emerged as the foremost fabric purveyor in Luoxian City. Upon hearing Xuan Ning accurately identify their enterprise, Huan beamed with pride, arrogantly declaring, "Indeed, that is correct. You must be feeling apprehensive now, so while my mood remains amiable, I suggest you quickly vacate the premises. Otherwise, should I take offense, I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson." Hua Yin cast a defiant gaze at Xuan Ning, exuding an air of arrogance, as if to assert his superiority. Xuan Ning could not help but scoff inwardly. He was merely a merchant, relying solely on the power of the Yi family to act as a pawn. "Xuan Ning, this is not your concern. You should take your leave. I can handle this matter myself," Su Rong expressed, wishing to spare others from involvement. The adversary was targeting him, and as long as he refused to acquiesce, it was unlikely they would resort to overt aggression. Xuan Ning sighed internally. Indeed, Su Rong possessed remarkable talent. However, reasoning with such unreasonable and overbearing individuals was utterly futile. To confront such people, one must resort to force. The Hua family, despite their standing in Luoxian City, had the audacity to bully the esteemed Mr. Su. How impressive the Hua residents must be, Xuan Ning thought, his gaze laced with sarcasm as he regarded Huatan and his companions. Upon hearing these words, Huatan and the others were momentarily taken aback. They scrutinized Xuan Ning closely, noting his exceptional demeanor and sophisticated attire. They promptly inquired, "Are you from the Xin family?" No. I am not of the Xin family," Xuan Ning vehemently denied, for the Xin family was hardly worthy of such an association. Upon realizing that Xuan Ning was not affiliated with the Xin family, Hua Yin felt a sense of relief. Although the Xin family had been severely oppressed by the Yi family, they were not a clan that the Hua family could afford to provoke. Hua Yin, filled with indignation, retorted, "Then why meddle in affairs that do not concern you? I am here today to propose a marriage. You should leave at once and not disturb my mood." Upon learning that Xuan Ning was not from the Xin family, Huan disregarded him entirely and turned to Su Rong, saying, "Su Rong, I respect you as a scholar, which is why I am offering you this friendly counsel. Do not be ungrateful. My son holds your daughter in high regard, which would be a blessing for your Su family. Today, I seek but one word from you. If you agree, we shall be in-laws. If not, You shall have no choice but to agree. You intend to force a marriage? Su Rong was infuriated. What audacity! Xuan Ning laughed heartily and stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to both Hua An and Hua Yan, sending them crashing to the ground. You dare strike me? Hua Yan glared at Xuan Ning, his face twisted in fury. What are you waiting for? Attack him! Hua An shouted, clutching his face, pain causing tears to well in his eyes. The group accompanying Hua An consisted mostly of ordinary individuals, with only a handful of martial practitioners. Among them was a single martial general of the first rank. Yet even he was sent flying by Xuan Ning's strike. The others fared no better, quickly being dispatched to the ground in a matter of moments. Who are you? Do you not know we have the Yi family backing us? Hua Yan, accustomed to arrogance, had never faced such resistance in Luoxian City. He had always believed that, aside from the three prominent families, there was no one he could not provoke. And the support of the Yi family had emboldened him in numerous acts of bullying. However, Huan did not anticipate Xuan Ning's formidable strength and sought to intimidate him with the name of the Yi family, hoping to dissuade him from interfering further. My name is Xuan Ning. Are you hard of hearing? Xuan Ning regarded them with disdain. Suddenly, one of the martial generals, seemingly struck by a realization, looked at Xuan Ning with astonishment and asked, Are you not the one adopted as a son by the city lord? At least someone is perceptive, Xuan Ning replied. What? The city lord's son? Upon hearing this, Huanan and his companions exchanged startled glances, their expression shifting dramatically as they realized that their adversaries had unexpectedly appeared before them. The city lord's manor, a formidable entity even the Yi family dared not offend, loomed over them. They had heard whispers of how city lord Zhou Tianza had once wreaked havoc upon the Yi household, leaving them utterly cowed. Their own Hua family did not even dare to provoke the three great families of Luoxian City, let alone the city lord's manor. Young Master Xuan Ning, we were unaware it was you. Please, in your magnanimity, spare us. Huan implored, hastily pulling Hua Yan along as he prostrated himself before Xuan Ning in a desperate plea for mercy, his body trembling with fear. This display astonished Xuan Ning, who began to suspect that such acts of submission were a frequent occurrence for this man, given the fluidity with which he performed the gesture. Take your belongings and leave, Xuan Ning declared with a steely resolve. Should you dare disturb Mr. Su Rong and his family again, prepare to face my retribution. Xuan Ning held a profound disdain for these individuals, deeming them a mere collection of bullies who prey on the weak. Indeed, he was quite formidable at this moment. Yes, I am profoundly grateful for the great kindness bestowed upon me by young Master Xuan Ning. Upon hearing this, Huan hastily departed with his entourage, visibly flustered. Su Rong was equally astonished to learn that Xuan Ning had been adopted as a son by the city lord. He and Su Ruoyu were unaware of Zhou Yuyao's true identity, only recognizing her as a remarkably talented woman. Moreover, Zhou Yuyao had never disclosed her lineage as the city lord's daughter in the presence of outsiders, leading the Su family to believe she was merely a child of an affluent family. Su Rong, engrossed in scholarly pursuits, paid little heed to the gossip circulating in Luoxian City, and thus remained oblivious to the fact that Xuan Ning had been taken in as a son by the city lord. Thank you. Had it not been for you today, those individuals may have truly resorted to acts of coercion and plunder, Su Rong sighed, expressing his helplessness. Such is the nature of this world. No matter how profound one's knowledge, it is rendered utterly ineffective when confronted with those wielding power and influence. Mr. Su, you are too kind. Both Yuyao and I are dear friends of your daughter. How could we possibly stand idly by? Xuan Ning quickly replied. At this, Su Rong recalled Zhou Yuyao's surname and inquired, Is Zhou Yuyao truly the daughter of the city lord? Indeed, Xuan Ning affirmed. Su Rong could only respond with silence. Upon arriving at Su Ruyu's chamber, Xuan Ning found her engrossed in writing. Her serene demeanor exuded grace and virtue, and she appeared blissfully unaware of the tumult occurring in the outside world. It was disheartening to contemplate such a woman falling into the clutches of a rogue like Hui Yan. Xuan Ning's timely arrival was fortuitous, yet the intended heroic rescue remained unbeknownst to her. Oh my, young Master Xuan Ning, why did you not announce your presence upon arrival? Seeing Xuan Ning at the door, Su Ryu promptly set down her brush and approached, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings in confusion. Where is Yuyao? She had prior engagements. And I happened to pass by and thought I would check in, Xuan Ning replied casually. Oh, I see. Please, come in and make yourself comfortable. Su Ruoyu invited him into her room, then retrieved a piece of poetry she had composed, presenting it to Xuan Ning. Would you be so kind as to offer your thoughts on this poem? As Xuan Ning engaged in a poetic discourse with Su Ruoyu, he simultaneously collected the attribute points scattered upon the ground. His luck increased by 0.1, wisdom by 1, and calligraphy experience by 5. Su Ruoyu, possessing profound knowledge, contrasted sharply with Xuan Ning, who was merely a pretender in the realm of talents. Gazing at the poetry crafted by Su, he could scarcely grasp the essence, understanding only the monstrous implications, and could only repeatedly exclaim, "Excellent." After 2 hours, Xuan Ning resolved to take his leave, determining that frequent visits were unwise. Should Su Ruoyu seek his counsel on matters of scholarship again, Xuan Ning would be at a loss. Encountering classical Chinese texts left him utterly bewildered, his mind overwhelmed. Upon departing from the Qianqian Academy, Xuan Ning proceeded directly to the royal arena to partake in competitions. A venue where one could both earn money and enhance their prowess was one he frequented daily. Upon entry, he found Zhao Yun managing the proceedings, and as before, Xuan Ning entered the fray, betting on his own victory and awaiting his turn to combat. Xuan Ning participated in 3 competitions, transforming his record from a 4-match winning streak to an impressive 7 consecutive victories, thus garnering increasing renown in the arena. As his fame escalated, the odds of betting against him began to diminish. Although the winnings from his bets decreased, Xuan Ning still amassed a considerable fortune. Xuan Ning continued his training until the arena closed, after which he returned to the Lord's manor to cultivate. This routine persisted for several days, during which Xuan Ning successfully ascended to the 9th layer of Martial General. He was merely a step away from directly advancing to the Martial Master realm. Throughout these days, Xuan Ning made significant progress, acquiring numerous attribute points and even gaining 2 new martial techniques, the Return Blade /LV3 and the Fierce Sunfist LV5. Notably, Zhou Yuyao had successfully broken through to the 1st layer of martial disciple just the day before, becoming a true martial artist. As for Xia Chan and the others, they also achieved the status of martial artists today, and from here on, they only needed to follow a systematic training regimen. Furthermore, Zhou Yuyao received several cultivation manuals from Zhou Tiansu. She kept one for her own practice and entrusted the others to Xuan Ning, who would then pass them on to Xia Chan and the others for their training. Xuan Ning meticulously transcribed all these techniques and subsequently mastered them, successfully elevating his Haoyang Ju to level 9, transforming it into a superior quality Xiantier skill, yielding remarkable rewards. Xuan Ning awaited the moment when Xia Chan and the maidens reached the realm of the 3rd tier of martial soldiers, at which point she commenced their instruction in martial techniques, much to their delight. Meanwhile, Xuan Ning's rapport with the guards of the city lord's residence grew increasingly amicable. With Xuan Ning's assistance, they all mastered the skill of the mountain-splitting palm, and in turn, Xuan Ning's proficiency in this technique escalated once more, achieving the esteemed level of LV8. Xuan Ning has commenced instructing them in the art of the stormy fist. Through this approach, Xuan Ning has discovered his ability to elevate all martial techniques to the pinnacle of excellence. However, he has noticed that Zhou Tiansu has been particularly occupied lately, often skipping breakfast at the Lord's residence. Given the vastness of the Lord's manor and the multitude of affairs requiring his attention, Xuan Ning thought little of it. Yet, on the following morning, he observed a noticeable reduction in the number of guards at the Lord's estate, as if they had all been dispatched on various errands. The specifics of these tasks remained somewhat obscure to others, although it is rumored that Qian Ku had orchestrated their assignments. Xuan Ning harbored a persistent feeling that Zhou Tiansu was undoubtedly entangled in trouble. However, with Zhou Tiansu absent from the city lord's mansion and even Qian Ku unavailable, he was unable to gather any information and could only continue his daily practice. Upon returning to the Wangyue Pavilion, Xuan Ning found himself in a similar situation as in previous days. Yet, while savoring tea upstairs, he overheard some unsettling news regarding Zhou Tiansu. Have you heard? Yinshan town suffered a massacre just a few days ago. The entire town, with thousands of souls, was mercilessly slaughtered, not a single one left alive. Hiss. Who could be so cruel as to leave no survivors? It's utterly abhorrent. Indeed, it's appalling. That thousands of lives, from the elderly to helpless infants, none escaped the calamity. What is strange, however, is that all the young women in the town have vanished. Could it be the work of flower thieves, abducting so many women? It must be bandits. Only they would commit such heinous acts. Who knows? I hear the city lord has personally led a team to investigate. This matter is grave. Let us hope the city lord rescues those women soon. I wonder if the young maidens are still alive. Upon hearing of this matter, Xuan Ning was profoundly stunned. His heart weighed down with gravity as he instinctively clenched his fists. Thousands of innocent lives had been mercilessly extinguished beneath the blades of those malevolent individuals, including children who were not spared. Such an atrocity is utterly reprehensible. No one anticipated that such a horrifying event would unfold in a town under the jurisdiction of Luoxian City, leaving everyone in a state of shock. It is no wonder that Zhou Tianzi had not been seen for several days. He was likely preoccupied with addressing this grave issue. The massacre of an entire town carries monumental ramifications, and it is imperative for Zhou Tianzi to uncover the perpetrator. Otherwise, the blame would inevitably fall upon him, jeopardizing even his position as the city lord. Was Xuan Ning's brother pondering the incident in Yinshan town? Lu Yi observed Xuan Ning's demeanor, clearly sensing his heavy thoughts. Nodding slightly, Xuan Ning replied, "The slaughter of thousands in Yinshan town is no trifling matter. If not handled with care, it could lead to significant backlash. Since City Lord Zhou has already initiated an investigation, we must place our trust in him. Over the years, he has adeptly managed numerous challenging situations, each resolved with remarkable finesse. The citizens of Luoxian City hold him in high regard." Lu Yi, upon receiving this news, was equally taken aback. Yet, this matter must be entrusted to Zhou Tianzi, and our faith in him is paramount. Throughout his tenure as city lord, he has navigated the city's major affairs with exceptional skill, earning the reputation of being a commendable leader in the eyes of the populace. As for the actions of the Yi family, they have consistently silenced dissent with substantial bribes, leaving the victims without recourse to report the incidents. As the city lord, it is naturally beyond his purview to concern himself with such minor affairs. It remains a mystery who could have perpetrated such a heinous act, claiming the lives of thousands. Xuan Ning was in a state of profound distress. The cruelty of those murderers was simply unbearable. The inhabitants of Yinshan town were merely ordinary folk, and it baffled her why such malice would be directed towards them. This exemplifies the tragedy of a martial world. Those lacking strength are destined to become mere specters in the hands of the powerful. If the perpetrators were to flee to the ends of the earth, one would be unable to seek even a semblance of justice. After all, the expanse of this world is unfathomably vast, so much so that its true enormity remains a mystery to all. To survive in such a realm, one must possess formidable strength to ensure their own protection. Incidents of this nature are not uncommon. Indeed, the slaughter of entire cities occurs as well. All one can hope for is that such horrors do not befall them. Lu Yi sighed, reflecting that for them, merely existing in this world was already a considerable fortune. Is this not the essence of life in such a world? City slaughter. Xuan Ning gasped in astonishment. Such occurrences, in her mind, seemed confined to the realms of past films and dramas. Yet, upon hearing of such events in reality, an inexplicable heaviness settled upon her heart. A city, at the very least, houses tens of thousands. In larger metropolises, the population can swell into the millions. Take Luoxian City as an example, as a significant county seat. It boasts a population of several 100,000, which is hardly insignificant. Xuan Ning, as a modern individual, finds it difficult to comprehend the brutal act of city slaughter. This is not a mere cinematic portrayal, but a harsh reality. If you were to find yourself in a fantastical realm and witness such a massacre, would you be able to accept it? Yet this is a world of high martial arts, a realm steeped in fantasy. It is a domain where the strong reign supreme. In the blink of an eye, countless lives may be extinguished, and a single whim can dictate the fate of a city. The weak possess no voice in this hierarchy. Ultimately, it all boils down to power. After hearing of these events, Xuan Ning reflected deeply. Despite his rapid progress in cultivation, he felt a persistent dissatisfaction. His strength remained insufficient, and he must continue to elevate it. Otherwise, should he encounter such dire circumstances in the future, he might find himself without even the chance to preserve his own life. At that moment, several guards from the Lord's residence arrived, led by a maid from the moonlit pavilion, and they entered the private chamber where Xuan Ning was situated. Xuan Ning found it peculiar that they had come searching for him, but it was evident that some significant event must have transpired. Otherwise, they would not have ventured to this place. What has happened? Xuan Ning inquired. Young Master Ning, there have indeed been several incidents in the city. With the city lord absent, the lady has asked me to summon you back for a discussion, the guard promptly replied. Very well, we shall return at once. Xuan Ning rose and addressed Lu Yi, saying, Sister Lu, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Take care, and if there is anything I can assist with, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Lu Yi smiled warmly. Understood. After bidding farewell to Lu Yi, Xuan Ning promptly followed the guard back to the city lord's residence. Within the grand hall of the city lord's manor, Bai Shi appeared somewhat troubled. Upon seeing Xuan Ning's return, she hurried forward and exclaimed, "Xuan Ning, you have finally returned. Do not worry, my adoptive mother. Please take your time to explain. With my adoptive father absent, I shall address any matters within my capacity," Xuan Ning reassured her. Though Bai Ji and Zhou Yuang did not share a harmonious relationship, she treated him exceptionally well within the manor, often personally preparing nourishing tonics for him. This kindness led Xuan Ning to believe that there must be some misunderstanding regarding Zhou Yuang, and he hoped to find an opportunity to reconcile their differences. Though the right moment had yet to present itself, Bai Ji nodded and continued, "You must have heard about the incidents in Yinshan town. Your adoptive father has been away for several days now, and we have yet to receive any news, indicating that progress is likely minimal. While I understand your adoptive mother's concern, as a mere woman, I am of little assistance in this matter." Just moments ago, officials from the city reported that neighboring counties have also experienced numerous cases of young girls going missing. Even in our own Luoxian city, such incidents have begun to occur. If this situation is not handled properly, it could incite panic throughout the city and severely impact your adoptive father. He is currently investigating the situation in Yushan town and is unable to return. Now that your adoptive mother can consult with you, I fear that if we do not manage this issue effectively, it may lead to further troubles within the city. Bai Shi, with a face full of concern, conveyed her worries. As of now, the situation had not escalated significantly, but if it were to become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly cause widespread alarm among the hundreds of thousands residing in Luoxian City. Bai Ji had never dealt with such grave matters before, and knowing Xuan Ning's exceptional abilities, as well as Zhou Tian's high regard for him, she felt compelled to seek his assistance. Xuan Ning was now the only person in the city lord's manor capable of addressing this situation. After listening to Bai Ji's account, Xuan Ning furrowed his brow. Realizing that this matter was far from simple, he sensed a connection between the incidents in Yushan town and the disappearances of young girls. Such coincidences could not be dismissed lightly. Moreover, he felt that the audacity of the perpetrators was astonishing, daring to act even in Luoxian City. Just as Zhou Tianza had departed, these individuals had the audacity to strike within the city. Such coincidences were indeed rare. Upon reflecting on this, Xuan Ning felt an unsettling suspicion that this entire series of events was a conspiracy, perhaps meticulously orchestrated long ago. His thoughts then drifted to the incident in Yinshan town, leading him to surmise that it was quite possible that those individuals had deliberately instigated the situation to compel Zhou Tianza to vacate the city, thereby facilitating their nefarious plans within. This realization ignited a sense of urgency within Xuan Ning. Although he remained unaware of their exact intentions, he was resolute in his determination to thwart their schemes. For the sake of Zhou Tianza, the integrity of Luoxian City, and the countless innocent maidens, Xuan Ning was determined to expose these wrongdoers. The matter at hand was undoubtedly complex and challenging to navigate. Yet as a man of stature and the adopted son of the city lord, it was imperative for him to take a stand. "Mother, I require the authority to mobilize the soldiers of Luoxian City. I shall exert every effort to apprehend those who disturb the peace of our city," Xuan Ning promptly declared. The situation was grave, and Xuan Ning found himself stretched thin, unable to address issues in other counties immediately. Thus, he resolved to commence his investigation in Luoxian City, hoping to unravel the web and unearth the masterminds behind it all. Naturally, Bai Shi responded, swiftly producing a token and presenting it to Xuan Ning. This token grants you the power to command the troops of Luoxian City. With it, all inhabitants will heed your directives, and you will also have Qian Yuan's assistance. He is the elder brother of Qian Ku and the most trusted aide of the city lord. You may enlist his help for any matters that arise. After imparting this information, Bai Ji summoned Qian Yuan into their presence. "Greetings, madam." "Greetings, young master Xuan Ning." Qian Yuan greeted the two with a respectful bow. Xuan Ning was already well acquainted with Qian Ku, a commendable individual devoted to the city lord. Qian Yuan, bearing a resemblance to his brother but appearing more robust and composed, seemed to possess remarkable strength. "Qian Yuan, during this period, you shall follow Xuan Ning's directives. We must uncover these individuals before their actions incite chaos throughout the city." Bai Ji expressed her concern, albeit feeling somewhat powerless. "Rest assured, madam, Qian Yuan will wholeheartedly cooperate with young master Xuan Ning," Qian Yuan assured promptly. Xuan Ning promptly seized the token and departed the grand hall alongside Qian Yuan. Turning to Qian Yuan, he remarked. This situation is rather intricate. Let us first summon those within the city lord's manor who can be mobilized. Indeed, young Master Xuan Ning. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter. You may await at the entrance of the city lord's manor. Qian Yuan responded hastily. Thank you for your assistance, Xuan Ning replied. Do not mention it. I often hear my brother speak highly of the care you extend not only to him, but also to his other companions. You not only guide them in their cultivation, but also impart martial arts skills, earning the deep respect of all, Qian Yuan sincerely expressed. Xuan Ning had not anticipated that his actions, solely driven by the desire to accumulate more attribute points, would earn him such profound respect from them. Proceed, Xuan Ning nodded. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, time could not be squandered. With each passing moment, the risk of young maidens going missing intensified. Those delicate young women must not fall into the clutches of those ruffians. Qian Yuan acted swiftly, gathering the guards from the lord's mansion. Except for those who were required to hold back, the rest were quickly assembled and led outside the grand entrance of the lord's residence. The guards, upon realizing that Xuan Ning was personally directing the operation, felt a surge of excitement. Many of them had benefited from Xuan Ning's kindness and were eager to demonstrate their gratitude for the care he had shown them in recent days. Xuan Ning had not anticipated that a previous unintentional act would garner such respect and admiration from the guards. Witnessing their obedience instilled in him a greater sense of confidence. As long as the guards remained loyal to him, the ensuing matters would be manageable. The reason for summoning everyone was quite straightforward. A group of scoundrels had dared to abduct young maidens right under our noses. Surely some of my comrades have heard about this incident. These despicable ruffians have the audacity to wreak havoc in Luoxian City and seize the innocent young women. Though I, Xuan Ning, may not possess great prowess, I cannot allow them to act with such impunity. Do you not wish to see those innocent maidens rescued from the clutches of those vile men? Do you aspire to become heroes of Luoxian City by saving these girls? Xuan Ning boldly inquired. We do. Xuan Ning's impassioned words instantly ignited the spirits of all the guards, particularly the Frey's brothers, which made them feel that Xuan Ning regarded them as family rather than outsiders. Such down-to-earth expressions kindled a fierce determination within each of them, fueling a burning desire to root out the villains without delay. You are all noblemen of the city lord's residence, bound by duty to protect the citizens of Luoxian City. It is said that one trains soldiers for 1,000 days to use them in a single moment. Now, faced with these despicable scoundrels, I, Xuan Ning, shall lead you to uncover them all. Do you have confidence? Xuan Ning once again cast a generous glance at all the guards. Though still youthful, his countenance radiated righteousness, embodying a light known as the path of justice. Yes, the spirits of all present soared, each individual brimming with energy. It seemed that if Xuan Ning commanded them to march into battle, not a soul would hesitate. Morale is indeed high. Xuan Ning felt a profound satisfaction. His words sprang from the depths of his heart, devoid of any pretense. He genuinely wished to do something meaningful for the citizens of Luoxian City. Qian Yuan, too, was filled with fervor, utterly astonished by Xuan Ning's remarkable ability to galvanize everyone's spirits, and once more, he found himself in admiration. Let us depart. Xuan Ning took the lead, striding directly towards the city government office. He understood the necessity of acquiring sufficient information to effectively guard against and apprehend those responsible. The city government office functioned similarly to a local authority, with the city lord being the highest official in the entire district, serving as the central figure in addressing all matters. The office typically handled various disputes within the city, escalating issues to the city lord's residence only when they could not be resolved. Given the gravity of the current situation, coupled with similar incidents occurring in the counties under Luoxian City's jurisdiction, the county office, upon reporting to the city government, recognized the matter's magnitude was beyond their capacity to manage. They promptly escalated it, leading to Baiji's request for him to return and take charge of the situation. Xuan Ning initially instructed Qian Yuan to arrange for personnel to seal off all the gates of Luoxian City. It was imperative to exercise stringent surveillance over every carriage entering and exiting the city, meticulously inspecting the individuals within each vehicle, without exception. Not even the members of the 3 prominent families were to be exempted. Should any suspicious individuals be discovered, they were to be apprehended immediately, with Xuan Ning assuming full responsibility for any ensuing issues. Qian Yuan promptly dispatched 4 groups of individuals, directing them to each of the 4 city gates. Subsequently, Xuan Ning, accompanied by the remaining personnel, arrived at the city office. He instructed the guards to await further orders outside before entering the premises himself. Upon hearing of Xuan Ning's arrival, the officials of the city office hurried out to greet him. Although they appeared somewhat perplexed upon seeing him, their demeanor shifted upon Xuan Ning producing his official token. One of them introduced himself, saying, "I am Lu Shun, an official of Luoxian City. May I inquire about your identity?" Qian Yuan interjected, "This is young Master Xuan Ning, the adopted son of the city lord." Lu Shun, well aware of the city lord's decision to adopt Xuan Ning, quickly bowed and said, "Young Master Xuan Ning, it is a relief to see you at last. Would you like to take a moment to rest?" "No need for that," Xuan Ning replied. "First, provide me with detailed information regarding the missing young ladies. I require comprehensive details, including their appearances, ages, specific locations where they disappeared, and the precise time of their vanishing." Xuan Ning promptly addressed the city office, saying this. Lu Shun, upon hearing this, was instantly bewildered, as he was utterly uninformed about the matter. He only knew that a young girl had gone missing, and he was not well acquainted with the details beyond that. Upon witnessing this, Xuan Ning was instantly filled with fury and inquired, "You cannot possibly be telling me that you are completely uninformed?" Lu Shun, upon hearing this, immediately turned pale and hastily knelt down, exclaiming, "Young Master Xuan Ning, due to the urgency of the situation, I reported the matter to the city lord's mansion at the first opportunity and have not yet had the chance to gather this information." Xuan Ning was filled with rage. Eager to curse the incompetent fool, yet he recalled that this was a fantastical realm where investigative methods could not be compared to those of modern society. It seemed that he would have to rely solely on his own capabilities. With little time to spare for the likes of Lu Shun, he hastily inquired, "Surely you know the whereabouts of the families of those missing girls?" Yes, I do. I shall send someone to guide you," Lu Shun exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow upon noticing Xuan Ning's displeased expression. Xuan Ning pondered for a moment before inquiring of the city magistrate, "How many literate individuals do you have here?" "There are several, young Master Xuan Ning, but may I ask what you intend to do?" Lu Shun replied, uncertain of Xuan Ning's purpose. "Summon them forth, equip them with writing instruments, and have them accompany my men to the homes of the missing young women. It is imperative that they meticulously gather detailed information regarding these girls, specifically their names, ages, appearances, times of disappearance, and locations. I require this information for urgent matters." Xuan Ning commanded. Yes, I shall ensure they cooperate fully," Lu Shun responded, though still unaware of Xuan Ning's intentions. He promptly dispatched the clerks to summon the literate individuals. Subsequently, Xuan Ning addressed Qian Yuan, saying, "Arrange for a group of brothers to lead separate teams to the families of the missing young women, ensuring that they record the information I previously mentioned with utmost clarity and precision." "Understood." Qian Yuan replied hastily, rallying the individuals to commence their tasks. Xuan Ning subsequently inquired of the city office, "Is there a map of Luoxian City?" "Yes, indeed," came the prompt reply. The city office once again instructed the clerk to fetch it. "It would be preferable if it were larger and more detailed," Xuan Ning added. Certainly. Lu Shun reiterated to the clerk. After a brief interval, the map of Luoxian City was placed upon a table by Xuan Ning, who then asked, "You are aware of the approximate locations where the young girls went missing, correct?" Yes, the city office hastily responded, glancing over at the clerk. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the clerk pointed to a dozen or so locations marked on the map. Upon witnessing this situation, Xuan Ning thought that if he did not remove this incompetent Lu Shun, he might as well change his surname to Zhou. Lu Shun was utterly oblivious, proving less capable than a mere steward. Zhou Tiansu retorted, "Then change it." At present, Xuan Ning had no time to concern himself with Lu Shun. Xuan Ning glanced over and inquired, "Is it all within the southern city area? Have there been any reports from other locations?" The assistant hastily replied, "As of now, we have not received any other reports. I must inform the magistrate that Li Changgue from the eastern part of the city has reported that his daughter has been missing for a day." At that moment, a constable abruptly burst in. Xuan Ning commanded, "Quickly allow the other party to enter." Lu Shun scolded, "What are you still dawdling for? Go now." The constable hurriedly complied. Lu Shun, bowing respectfully to Xuan Ning, remarked, "My subordinate lacks discernment. I hope young Master Xuan Ning will overlook this." "Not at all," Xuan Ning replied, thinking to himself that Lu Shun would inevitably face his downfall, so why bother quarreling with him? Soon, the constable returned, escorting a man clad in splendid attire, who bore a sorrowful countenance. He implored, "Esteemed magistrate, you must find my daughter. She has been missing for a day and a night, and I am beside myself with worry. Name your price, and I shall pay it." "What nonsense!" Lu Xun interjected. Our magistracy has always upheld justice and acted selflessly for the welfare of the people. Come, pay your respects to young Master Xuan Ning. He is the adopted son of the city lord, and he will resolve your predicament. Upon hearing Lu Xun's words, a sense of alarm gripped Lu Xun's heart, and he stepped forward to assert his righteousness before introducing Xuan Ning to Li Changwei. Xuan Ning, Li Changwei exclaimed in astonishment. You are the renowned scholar. Young Master Xuan Ning, this is truly fortuitous. You must help me locate my daughter. I express my deepest gratitude in advance. Upon observing Lu Xun, Xuan Ning immediately discerned that this scoundrel had undoubtedly accepted a considerable amount of bribes. Otherwise, how could such a corpulent figure be sustained? Relate the circumstances of the matter. Xuan Ning commanded, and Lu Xun, you shall record what Li Changwei has to say. Understood, Lu Xun promptly replied, seizing the pen and ink to prepare himself. Subsequently, Xuan Ning inquired while Li Changwei responded, and Lu Xun diligently took notes. The onlookers began to regard Xuan Ning with a newfound respect as he methodically questioned Li Changwei about the disappearance of his daughter, how she vanished, when she went missing, whether any searches had been conducted, and if any clues had been uncovered. They were witnessing a method of investigation they had never encountered before. From Li Changwei's account, it emerged that his daughter had set out a day prior to visit relatives in the southern part of the city but had yet to return. Furthermore, Li Changwei had sent inquiries and learned that after her visit, she had departed, yet there had been no word of her since, prompting him to report the matter to the authorities. Your daughter must not have traveled alone, correct? Xuan Ning inquired. Certainly not. In addition to 2 maids, there were also 4 guards, all of whom are missing, Li Changwei replied. Are you aware of which route they might have taken? Zhou Yin further questioned. Yes. Li Changwei marked the route on the map. Zhou Yin then examined the locations of the other missing women before asking, is there anyone familiar with this area among the officials? The clerk quickly responded, there is one individual who possesses detailed knowledge of the terrain of Luoxian City. He is renowned as the city's exceptional detective, known as Zhan Hong. Summon him, Zhou Yin instructed. However, he has already departed to investigate, and he is currently heading towards the southern region, the clerk promptly informed. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning realized that there was indeed someone capable within the city office. Nodding, he replied, Li Changwei, you may return for now. I shall personally conduct the investigation. Once I locate your daughter, I will ensure her safe return home. I am truly grateful for your assistance, young Master Xuan Ning. Li Changwei expressed his heartfelt thanks before taking his leave. Xuan Ning addressed Lu Xun, saying, should anyone come forth to report to the authorities, ensure that their accounts are meticulously documented. Certainly, Lu Xun promptly nodded in agreement. Zhou Yin departed with the guards, all heading towards the southern part of the city. Those young women were all reported missing from the south, and it was feared that they might commit further offenses in the near future. Upon Zhou Yin's arrival in the southern district, the guards who had previously been dispatched to inquire and gather information from various households returned. Zhou Yin meticulously examined the testimonies they brought back, cross-referencing them with the mental map he had memorized. Xuan Ning's wisdom has transcended the ordinary, coupled with the diverse array of modern cinematic crime-solving records. He swiftly uncovered several telling clues. Xuan Ning harbored a suspicion, yet its veracity required further validation. He then inquired, has Zhan Hong been located? One of the guards cast his gaze toward a figure in the distance. Approaching them were several guards escorting a youth clad in the attire of a city constable. The young man possessed striking features and exuded an air of unwavering integrity, leading Xuan Ning to believe that he was indeed a commendable individual. Zhan Hong had previously met young Master Xuan Ning and, upon recognition, respectfully saluted him. Xuan Ning nodded and inquired, have you uncovered any leads? These individuals act with remarkable swiftness. They must be martial artists. Their targets are merely ordinary people, and in this instance, a group of delicate young maidens. Their approach appears to be meticulously planned, leaving no trace behind. These individuals are certainly not akin to common robbers. Zhan Hong responded to Xuan Ning, sharing his concerns. However, the situation that had unfolded was indeed beyond his capabilities, and he could only hope that Xuan Ning would prove to be resourceful. Are you well acquainted with the terrain of Luoxian City? Xuan Ning asked. Every street, alleyway, and hidden passage is etched in my memory, Zhan Hong replied confidently, asserting his belief that no one, aside from himself, possessed a greater familiarity with the intricacies of Luoxian City. Xuan Ning nodded and produced a map of the southern city, indicating a specific area. He inquired, Are there any secluded spots within this vicinity that are typically avoided by the general populace, yet offer adequate concealment? Zhang Hong examined the region Xuan Ning had pointed to, visibly astonished, and asked, "What leads you to believe there is an issue with this area, young Master Xuan Ning?" Xuan Ning smiled lightly and responded, "I have investigated all the information regarding the missing girls. They are of similar ages, and each has been abducted from remote locations. I am convinced that the perpetrators had devised a meticulous plan and intend to abduct more girls. This necessitates a concealed yet spacious location to harbor their captives. Remote areas are too distant for effective transportation. They will undoubtedly select a place that is most suitable for hiding individuals, yet remains undetected by us. I have examined this region thoroughly, and only one area appears to be appropriate. I wonder where this location might be." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong promptly replied, "Reporting to you, young master, that area is the stronghold of a gang, which primarily engages in maritime trade and does not partake in any illicit activities. Furthermore, they are backed by the Yi family, which is why I had not suspected them." "Oh, a gang stronghold?" Xuan Ning had not anticipated that the culprits would be from within the city. "What is the name of this gang?" he inquired. "It is called the Blood Moon Gang," Zhang Hong answered. "The Blood Moon Gang," Xuan Ning murmured, contemplating the name. It was highly likely that they were behind these occurrences. However, he then asked, "How long has this gang been established?" "It has not been long. It emerged suddenly 3 months ago and directly absorbed the former Axe Gang. Originally, the Axe Gang was supported by the Yi family. However, the leader of the Blood Moon Gang possesses some acumen and quickly sought to ingratiate himself with the Yi family, which is why they refrained from taking action against them and instead became their new backers." Zhang Hong elaborated on the circumstances surrounding the two gangs to Xuan Ning. Xuan Ning smiled, realizing that the Blood Moon Gang had indeed been embroiled in troubles, and that their scheming had commenced 3 months prior. Xuan Ning turned to Zhang Hong and inquired, "Is it typical for a gang to remain compliant and refrain from any wrongdoing for several months, solely focusing on their own business?" "Indeed, such behavior is rare. Your observation sheds light on the peculiar conduct of the Blood Moon Gang." Zhang Hong, having noted some oddities as well, expressed admiration for Xuan Ning's analytical prowess. "You imply that they are engaged in the shipping trade, suggesting they possess numerous vessels?" Xuan Ning continued, "The Blood Moon Gang controls all shipping operations in the southern city, and that particular waterway can traverse through the eastern city, reaching the northern city before extending beyond the city limits. However, the routes leading outside are concealed waterways, necessitating passage through the city gates to exit." Zhang Hong promptly articulated the circumstances surrounding the Blood Moon Gang and speculated, "Are you suggesting that the Blood Moon Gang might transport individuals via the waterways to the northern city, from where they could depart?" Nodding, he replied, "The missing young women have all vanished near the river. While we cannot ascertain with absolute certainty whether they will exit through the eastern or northern city, the likelihood of the northern route remains the highest." Xuan Ning presented another topographic map of the outskirts and inquired, "Are you familiar with the area north of the city?" "Indeed, there are numerous counties as one travels northward from the city," Zhang Hong replied. "Is Yinshan Town also situated in that vicinity?" Zhou Yan asked. "Yes. Are you suggesting that they are associated with the group responsible for the massacre in Yinshan Town?" Zhang Hong expressed his astonishment at Zhou Yan's connection of the two events. "I fear they may have already relocated the people, which would complicate matters. However, judging by their demeanor, it seems they are likely to continue their actions. Yet, it is imperative that we commence our investigation from within the Blood Moon Gang." Xuan Ning quickly formed a conjecture. Yet he lacked absolute certainty regarding whether the Blood Moon Gang was behind this matter. A thorough investigation was imperative before drawing any conclusions, even if they were indeed responsible. What forces lurked in the shadows, and what were their intentions? Young Master Xuan Ning, why not charge directly into the Blood Moon Gang and apprehend them all, subjecting them to rigorous interrogation? Suggested Qin Yuan. Such an approach would merely stir the hornet's nest, and we currently possess no evidence to substantiate their involvement. Even if we were to capture them, should they remain tight-lipped, one can only imagine how the outside world would perceive our city lord's mansion. Therefore, a discreet investigation is essential. Xuan Ning would not act recklessly without evidence. Such a course of action is decidedly unwise. Is Master Xuan Ning suggesting an infiltration of the Blood Moon Gang? Zhang Hong was well aware of Xuan Ning's intent, as he frequently engaged in similar undertakings. It is prudent to limit our numbers and ensure they remain unaware of our suspicions. Zhou Yan observed them and remarked, "If I were the leader of the Blood Moon Gang, I certainly would not strike at those young women in the southern part of the city. Rather, I would choose the eastern side. I cannot fathom why they would opt for the east instead of the north. As the northern approach is much closer to the city gate, Qian Yuan remarked in confusion. Precisely because the northern route is nearer to the city gate. After executing their plan in the east, they would face the challenge of transporting individuals out through the north. Should we be vigilant in that area? It would complicate their efforts significantly. Thus, I am confident they will not act in the north, Zhou Yin asserted with conviction. The others were enlightened and held Zhou Yin in high regard for his astute reasoning. Subsequently, Xuan Ning turned to Zhan Hong and inquired, "What is your level of strength?" "I am but a mere warrior at the third tier of the martial general realm, yet my agility is commendable," Zhan Hong replied promptly. Zhan Hong appeared to be in his mid-20s, possessing a martial prowess that was passable, and given his familiarity with Wanstin City, he was undoubtedly destined to accompany Xuan Ning. Zhou Yin addressed Qian Yuan, saying, "You should assign some of our brothers to disguise themselves as ordinary citizens, discreetly observing the movements of the Blood Moon gang along the riverside. Especially after dusk, they must remain concealed to avoid detection, for any exposure could jeopardize our plans. Additionally, you should instruct a portion of our brothers to don the attire of the city lord's guards, creating a significant commotion in the southern part of the city to signal that the city lord's office has commenced an investigation. But refrain from approaching the Blood Moon gang directly." Qian Yuan nodded, yet inquired with perplexity, "Why must we make such a grand display? Is this not a waste of time?" Xuan Ning smiled and replied, "If we do not proceed in this manner, how will they be aware that we have stationed all personnel from the city lord's mansion in the southern part of the city? This way, they will undoubtedly assume that other areas are devoid of presence, and they could never suspect that we have also laid ambushes in the eastern sector, fully aware of their forthcoming intentions." "I see," Qian Yuan nodded, for such intricate thoughts were not his concern. Zhan Hong held a deep admiration for Xuan Ning. He had not anticipated that the most talented scholar of Luoxian City would indeed live up to his reputation. Next, ensure that a group of individuals focuses their attention on the eastern sector. It would be preferable to dispatch agile brethren, even upon discovering those individuals. They must exercise restraint and allow them to abduct their targets. They should then follow, locating the hideouts of the adversaries, ensuring utmost secrecy to avoid detection. Once we ascertain the whereabouts of the captives, we shall await my further instructions, for I intend to capture them all in one fell swoop. Lastly, subtly bolster our forces, particularly reinforcing the northern city gate. We must not allow them to relocate their captives." "Understood, young master Xuan Ning," replied Qian Yuan. "Wait." Xuan Ning called out to Qian Yuan once more. "After completing these tasks, be prepared for my message, ready to stand by at a moment's notice." "Yes," Qian Yuan nodded, setting off to organize the affairs. "You shall accompany me to infiltrate the Blood Moon gang and uncover the truth. However, the daylight presents too great a risk." "I shall scout ahead while you find a place to await my return," said Zhou Yin. "But could that not place you in danger?" Zhan Hong was taken aback by Xuan Ning's willingness to personally venture into peril, so unlike the elite youths he was accustomed to. "They wish to detain me. It will not be so simple," Xuan Ning chuckled. With no choice but to comply, Zhan Hong began to elucidate the internal workings of the Blood Moon gang, providing Xuan Ning with a comprehensive understanding of its members. Xuan Ning began to don a disguise, obscuring his features entirely. With his current level of mastery and swiftness, even formidable warriors at the martial artist realm would struggle to detect him. Zhan Hong was taken aback by Xuan Ning's transformation. Concerned for his safety, he brought along a few companions, prepared to assist Xuan Ning at a moment's notice. Zhan Hong led Xuan Ning and the others to the exterior of the Blood Moon gang. "You shall wait here and remain inconspicuous, lest we alert the enemy," Xuan Ning instructed them. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xuan Ning swiftly entered the tightly shut doors of the house and began to conceal himself. He meticulously searched each corner and eventually arrived at the grand hall of the Blood Moon gang. Soon, with his formidable mental acuity, he sensed the approach of another presence. Xuan Ning glanced around and swiftly concealed himself within the plaque above the grand hall, remaining utterly still to avoid detection. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals approached and commenced their conversation. Indeed, the leader was astute. The personnel from the city lord's mansion had indeed intervened in the investigation. Akin to headless flies, aimlessly wandering throughout the southern part of the city, an exuberant voice emerged, brimming with flattery. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning realized that his suspicions were indeed correct. These individuals were the very ones responsible for the abduction of the young women. To his astonishment, the voice that spoke was one he recognized all too well. It belonged to none other than the scarred man who had previously intruded upon Zhou Yuyao's estate. He could hardly believe that not only had the two of them survived, but they had also become members of the Blood Moon Gang. Xuan Ning cast a glance at the individuals below and indeed recognized two familiar faces, the scarred man, Chu, and another gentleman, Idaiwa. They were wanted throughout the city, yet rather than fleeing from Luoxian City, they had brazenly joined the Blood Moon Gang to commit heinous acts. Zhou Tianzi, the protector of Luoxian City, has been lured away by our leader's cunning stratagem, leaving the entire city at our mercy. However, they have displayed some cunning themselves by first securing the city gates. Yet, as we do not intend to leave the city, this poses no hindrance to us. Seated in the foremost position, the leader of the Blood Moon Gang, Blood Wolf, wore a triumphant smile, brimming with excitement. Chief, how many women do we intend to capture? Moreover, those women are merely to be seized, not to be trifled with. Is it not a waste to leave them unused? Idaiwa questioned, gazing quizzically at Blood Wolf. At this, Blood Wolf's anger flared, and he slammed the table, exclaiming, I advise you not to obstruct our leader's grand designs. Those women undoubtedly serve a purpose. Should you dare to lay a hand on them, rest assured, I will personally ensure your demise before our leader even needs to intervene. Idaiwa, recognizing Blood Wolf's fury, quickly stepped forward and clasped his hands in respect, saying, Of course, we, as brothers, are grateful for the chief's rescue and the opportunity to join the Blood Moon Gang, providing us a refuge. We would never contravene the gang's regulations. That is wise. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Simply focus on your own responsibilities. Cautioned the second in command, Blood Soul, coldly. Chu interjected, I have thoroughly investigated the targets in the Eastern District. There are over 100 individuals, with 32 suitable for our purposes. When shall we strike? Although Zhou Tianzi was no longer in Luoxian City, we must act swiftly. If the citizens band together to investigate our activities, it would be exceedingly detrimental to us. Tonight, we shall capture all those targets and then transport them north by boat. Tomorrow we will strike in the Northern District, and by the third day we shall depart from Luoxian City. At that time, you will also have the opportunity to meet our leader and become part of our ranks. Blood Wolf began to outline his plans. Thank you, Chief. Chu and Idaiwa expressed their gratitude promptly. They continued discussing the particulars of their strategy, and Xuan Ning listened intently, absorbing every detail. However, he remained unclear about the leader mentioned by Blood Wolf. It was evident that this leader was the true mastermind behind their sinister plot. Moreover, there was good news. The captured young women were safe and had not been subjected to any inhumane treatment, suggesting they held significant value to the gang, though the specifics of that value remained unclear to Xuan Ning. After approximately half an hour, Chu and Idaiwa departed, and the third in command, Blood Corpse, turned to Blood Wolf, inquiring, Chief, shall we truly take these two to meet our leader? Certainly not. Once they have completed their tasks, we shall eliminate them, Blood Wolf replied. Blood Wolf smiled. The leader is indeed wise. These two, who become infatuated with women at the drop of a hat, are undeniably bothersome and will inevitably jeopardize our grand endeavors. Blood Soul wholeheartedly concurred. Chu and Idaiwa were well acquainted with the city of falling immortals, especially with the women therein. Were it not for this familiarity, I would not have admitted them into our faction, Blood Wolf declared with pride. The boss is astute. However, Blood Wolf and his companions refrained from divulging anything regarding their leader. Yet, Xuan Ning had gleaned information about the organization behind them, known as the Blood Moon Sect. These individuals were conspiring towards an unspecified goal, one that required numerous young women, specifically those of noble families. Xuan Ning speculated that the Blood Moon cult seems intent on using these women as sacrifices for some malevolent ritual, aiming to summon a formidable power. Furthermore, the number of women required is quite substantial. Such nefarious methods, which involve sacrificing others to enhance one's own strength, are indeed despicable, and Xuan Ning would never allow them to succeed. However, these are merely Xuan Ning's conjectures. He remains unclear about the true intentions of the Blood Moon cult. Once the Blood Wolves departed, Xuan Ning descended from the plaque and meticulously erased all traces of his presence to avoid detection. After completing this task, he cautiously made his way towards the location where Zhan Hong and the others were situated. Upon seeing Xuan Ning emerge, Zhan Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had anything happened to Xuan Ning inside, he would undoubtedly bear the blame. Young Master Xuan, what transpired? Zhan Hong inquired hastily. It has been confirmed that this matter is indeed their doing, and it aligns with my expectations. After identifying their targets, They incapacitate them and transport them by ship to a secret location in the northern part of the city, though we are not quite sure of that exact position. Xuan Ning has acquired a wealth of valuable information this time. Next, he merely needs to ascertain the whereabouts of the imprisoned young girls, and then matters will become manageable. We need not venture in again this evening. I shall personally lead the team to follow them and locate the position of the captives, Xuan Ning declared. The three leaders of the Blood Moon Gang possess strength at the martial master level, hence Xuan Ning refrained from acting recklessly. Xuan Ning returned to the Lord's residence and instructed someone to notify Bai Ji, requesting the deployment of several martial artists from the residence to assist him. Within the Lord's estate, there were numerous guest experts, including several formidable martial sect leaders, although many had been taken away by Zhou Tiansu. Xuan Ning only required a few capable individuals to deal with the leader of the Blood Moon Gang. Subsequently, Xuan Ning began to gather personnel, initiating surveillance and encirclement of the Blood Moon Gang members, ensuring that none could escape. Everything unfolded according to Xuan Ning's meticulous plan, and soon, several skilled fighters from the Lord's residence stood before him. Greetings, young Master Xuan Ning. The Lady of the Lord has instructed us to heed your commands. Please feel free to share your requirements, they said as they approached. Their abilities were commendable. One was at the 3rd level of martial prowess, another at the 5th, and the last at the 7th. With such strength, they were more than sufficient to handle the 3 leaders of the Blood Moon Gang. Now, I must trouble you all, Xuan Ning said, feeling a surge of confidence with the arrival of his allies. Xuan Ning promptly organized 3 martial artists to surveil the trio of bloodwolves, ensuring they would not escape. As night fell, Xuan Ning and his companions made their way to the eastern part of the city, where they concealed themselves. Before long, they observed Lu Chu, Hidaibua, and other members of the Blood Moon Gang splitting up to commence their abduction of the women. These individuals had already gathered intelligence on the residences of their targets. They refrained from approaching well-guarded mansions, opting instead to seek out those households that were less fortified. After a considerable time, they secured the captives in sacks, employing horse-drawn carts to transport them to the riverbank, where they would then be dispatched via waterways. We will follow their lead. Do not act without my command, Xuan Ning instructed his team. Understood. Xuan Ning had long prepared a small contingent of agile individuals in the northern part of the city, traveling with only a select few companions. These individuals moved with remarkable stealth and swiftness, guiding the vessels downstream until they reached a deserted location in the northern part of the city, where they finally disembarked. Xuan Ning and his companions were unaware of the destination of their quarry. Thus, they followed at a prudent distance, exercising great caution. Upon observing their target arrive at a secluded location, they too came to a halt. You should summon our brethren to gather here, Xuan Ning instructed. He surveyed the surroundings and decided to bring those stationed in the northern part of the city, intending to execute a comprehensive plan. Understood. The 2 guards nodded and proceeded towards a designated area in the north. Meanwhile, Xuan Ning continued to trail the others discreetly, witnessing as they brought the unconscious maidens into a warehouse. Xuan Ning surveyed the surroundings. The architecture was sparse, and no inhabitants could be seen. Moreover, the opposing forces had established a formidable defense, with concealed sentinels positioned in every corner. Entry and exit were strictly regulated by a password, leaving no opportunity for the woman inside to escape. After determining the location, Xuan Ning cautiously departed from the area and returned to the spot where he had previously parted ways with the guards. After a considerable time had passed, the guards arrived with his entourage. Upon seeing Xuan Ning, they all began to speak in unison. Young Master Xuan Ning, everyone is awaiting your command. Upon seeing the crowd, Xuan Ning could not help but smile at their eager expressions, and then he spoke solemnly. Those individuals are inside. Everyone, exercise caution. Once we have captured them all, I, Xuan Ning, shall treat you to a celebratory feast. Thank you, young Master Xuan Ning. The guards beamed with joy. Let us depart. Once outside, Xuan Ning instructed the guards to swiftly deal with the hidden sentinels. The guards charged forth, quickly neutralizing the watchful eyes. After handling the outer sentinels, Xuan Ning led the guards towards the warehouse where the young women were imprisoned, taking the initiative as he advanced with urgency. With a powerful thrust, he propelled himself over the fence and into the entrance. Clang! Xuan Ning approached the door, raised his weapon, and with a powerful strike, severed the chain above. He then proclaimed, "Attack! Who goes there? There is an enemy assault." With a swift motion, the guards, fully armed not only with weapons but also with bows and arrows, entered and drew their bows, launching a counterattack against the oncoming members of the Blood Moon Gang. Zhou Yan, the fastest among them. Utilized his agile footwork and the sword transformation technique, directing his blade with great speed towards the adversaries. In Xuan Ning's hand, the sword shimmered like countless beams of light, leaving the enemies bewildered and unprepared. In but a fleeting moment, a gaping wound appeared upon their necks, and they fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The majority of these assailants possessed merely the strength of martial soldiers, utterly incapable of withstanding the formidable presence of Xuan Ning, who stood at the pinnacle of martial generals. From the vicinity of the warehouse, numerous individuals surged forth, each wielding weapons, charging towards Xuan Ning and his companions with lethal intent. Xuan Ning effortlessly dispatched several foes charging toward him, advancing into the depths of the warehouse. At that moment, a group emerged from within, led by a menacing figure wielding a decapitating blade, who glared at Xuan Ning and demanded, "Boy, which faction do you belong to? State your name." With a hearty laugh, Xuan Ning replied, "I am Xuan Ning, the adopted son of Zhou Tiansu, the lord of Luoxian City." Realizing they were confronted by someone from the lord's estate, the adversaries exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. They had not anticipated that he would find them here, and a murderous intent began to surface. "To kill me, you must first prove your worth." Xuan Ning sensed that his opponent was no martial artist, alleviating any concerns. "I have heard tales of your vast knowledge, renowned as the foremost scholar of Luoxian City. Surely, slaying a talent such as yourself would bring great delight." The renown of Xuan Ning's intellect surpasses even that of his formidable prowess. Consequently, the whispers circulating beyond are more inclined to extol Xuan Ning's scholarly achievements than to deliberate upon his strength. "You, the Blood Moon Gang, abduct innocent maidens. As a member of the city lord's residence, I, Xuan Ning, bear the solemn duty to safeguard the safety and well-being of the citizens of Luoxian City. Should you possess any capabilities, then by all means, bring them forth." Xuan Ning, with a resounding sense of righteousness, addressed his opponent. The reason for his bold declarations stemmed from his confidence in his ability to prevail. Had there been a significant disparity in strength, he would not have approached the confrontation recklessly. "Kill." With that command, the adversaries surged toward Xuan Ning, who, in turn, unsheathed his long sword and launched an assault. Xuan Ning's swordsmanship was remarkably versatile. The sword transformation technique was a superior grade martial skill. As he became increasingly adept at this technique, he could effortlessly execute an array of intricate and unpredictable strikes, leaving his opponents defenseless. As Xuan Ning was about to launch an assault on his adversary, he executed a swift maneuver with his sword, appearing with uncanny speed to the left of his opponent. He then struck towards the opponent's face, catching them off guard. However, they narrowly evaded the attack, though their garments were still grazed by Xuan Ning's blade. This near-fatal strike made it clear to the opponent that Xuan Ning was not to be trifled with, leaving them genuinely astonished. They had underestimated him, recognizing only his literary prowess while neglecting his formidable strength. "Young man, the outside world has indeed underestimated you, focusing solely on your eloquence while disregarding your might." The opponent's expression grew serious. After all, Xuan Ning was still quite young, yet had already reached such a remarkable level. His potential for the future was undoubtedly limitless, and someone of his caliber simply could not be allowed to live. "Unfortunately for you, today you are destined to perish beneath my sword." Xuan Ning, aware of the opponent's potential for treachery, remained vigilant, knowing such tactics were frequently depicted in films. He would not allow himself to be caught unawares. The adversary glared menacingly at Xuan Ning, raising their executioner's blade and unleashing a fierce gust of wind as they brought it crashing down towards his waist. In a swift leap, Xuan Ning ascended, and with a flash of his sword, he retaliated, striking down towards his opponent. The opponent was met with a glimmering arc of cold light, collapsing to the ground. Yet, Xuan Ning's speed was overwhelming. His sword pierced the opponent's eyes, rendering them blind and eliciting a chorus of anguished cries. With others rushing towards him, the sheer number of them would surely accumulate to yield a wealth of attribute points. Under the swift draw of Xuan Ning's sword, none could withstand his strike. One by one, they fell to the ground, vanquished by his hand. Xuan Ning delivered a powerful kick, sending a person hurtling through the air, crashing against a door with such force that it splintered upon impact. Several terrified voices echoed from within. Xuan Ning stepped inside and beheld a group of trembling young women, their eyes filled with fear as they gazed upon him. Xuan Ning swiftly responded, "Do not worry. I am Xuan Ning from the city lord's mansion, here to rescue you." Upon hearing his words, several women stepped forward, their eyes glimmering with surprise, their fear considerably diminished. Strength 5, Cultivation value 70, life 166. Why is the cultivation value so low? Xuan Ning mused, feeling somewhat speechless. It seemed that the drop rates were indeed a matter of fortune. Xuan Ning believed that this was also related to his current strength. After all, he had now reached the ninth heaven of martial generals. Naturally, the cultivation points acquired from defeating those of lesser power were significantly diminished. It might also be connected to the drop rate, though the precise reason remained unclear to Xuan Ning. Xuan Ning raised his long sword and charged towards the others. With so many people, the accumulation of small gains could yield a significant number of attribute points. Under the swift rise and fall of Xuan Ning's sword, none could withstand his strike. One after another, they fell to the ground, vanquished by his hand. Xuan Ning delivered a powerful kick, sending an individual hurtling through the air, crashing against a door with such tremendous force that it shattered upon impact. Several terrified voices echoed from within. As Xuan Ning entered, he beheld a group of trembling young maidens, their eyes filled with fear as they gazed upon him. Xuan Ning promptly replied, "Do not worry. I am Xuan Ning from the City Lord's mansion, here to rescue you." Xuan Ning, you say your name is Xuan Ning, from the City Lord's mansion. You are the renowned prodigy Xuan Ning, are you not? Upon hearing Xuan Ning's words, several women stepped forward, their eyes gleaming with surprise, their fear diminished significantly. They were indeed astonished. They had only heard of Xuan Ning's reputation as a gifted scholar, but never did they realize that his strength was equally formidable, capable of coming to their aid. Witnessing Xuan Ning's arrival to save them, many young ladies etched his figure into their hearts. Coupled with the illustrious name of the talented scholar that resonated throughout Luoxian City, their admiration deepened upon seeing him in person. As they beheld Xuan Ning's ethereal features and graceful stature, numerous hearts were captivated. Such acts of chivalry naturally ensnare the affections of others. Do not come out yet. There are still some individuals outside that need to be dealt with. Remain here for the time being, and I shall attend to the matters outside before returning. Xuan Ning offered a faint smile, radiating a warm and confident aura, before turning around to assume the guise of a swordsman. With grace, he maneuvered his body and wielded his sword, dispatching foes with effortless precision. Many young maidens approached the entrance, their hearts quaking with trepidation, yet unable to resist the urge to glimpse the unfolding scene, eager to behold Xuan Ning's form, clad in flowing white garments that resembled fresh snow. His heroic figure danced before their eyes, igniting a flutter of admiration within their hearts that lingered long after. After some time, as the tide of battle turned and escape became futile, the maidens opted for a surprise attack. Xuan Ning, with inquiries still on his mind, commanded that they be restrained. He then ordered the bodies to be dealt with and all fallen attribute points to be collected. Health increased by 18, strength by 1, constitution by 1, and cultivation value by 9. Once all attribute points had been gathered, Xuan Ning instructed that the bodies of his fallen brothers be laid together. Where there is battle, there is inevitably loss, a harsh reality that must be acknowledged. We shall return the deceased to the Lord's mansion, and the injured will accompany us as well. We have matters yet to attend to, Xuan Ning declared. Yes, came the unified response. Subsequently, Xuan Ning ordered the young maidens to be brought forth. As each maiden was rescued, smiles broke upon the faces of the surrounding guards. The maidens, overwhelmed with joy at their salvation, wept tears of gratitude, continuously expressing their thanks to the guards, who, for the first time, experienced the exhilarating sensation of admiration for their virtuous deeds. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards young Master Xuan Ning. He is the architect of this rescue, the guard stated. Thank you, the prodigious young Master Xuan Ning. So it is he. How remarkably handsome. Younger Master Xuan Ning is truly striking. I did not anticipate his prowess to be so formidable. Xuan Ning smiled at them and said, "Do not worry. I shall arrange for someone to escort you back shortly." He then inquired of the guard beside him, "How many in total?" A guard stepped forward and replied, "Reporting to young Master Ning, there are a total of 51 young ladies." Xuan Ning nodded and then commanded, "Instruct a portion of our brethren to ensure their safe return home. The rest shall accompany me. This time, we shall undoubtedly eradicate the Blood Moon Gang." Understood. All the guards promptly replied. As Xuan Ning departed, the young women fervently prayed for his safety, silently offering their blessings for him. Prestige activated. Prestige Xuan Ning. As Xuan Ning made his way towards the Blood Moon Gang, he was taken aback upon receiving this notification. He had never anticipated the activation of yet another ability. As Xuan Ning journeyed onward, he activated the reputation feature and discovered that his reputation had been steadily increasing. Before long, it surged by over 100 points. What functions does this reputation hold? Upon examining his own reputation, Xuan Ning found an additional section that could be accessed for further insights. Xuan Ning swiftly clicked to investigate further. This was the prestige exchange marketplace. To his astonishment, Xuan Ning had not anticipated that prestige could be redeemed for items, leaving him quite taken aback. He was eager to learn how one might acquire this prestige, yet he found no explanations provided. All knowledge would have to be gleaned through his own exploration. Xuan Ning glanced at what could be exchanged for this reputation. First, he turned his attention to martial skills and discovered that the skills of the human rank were not expensive. A low-grade human rank martial skill could be exchanged for merely 10 points of reputation. A mid-grade human rank martial skill required 20 points of reputation, while a high-grade human rank martial skill demanded 30 points. However, for the yellow rank, the low-grade martial skill required 100 points of reputation, the mid-grade required 200 points, and the high-grade necessitated 300 points of reputation. The martial arts above the Xian level are exceedingly valuable. Glancing at his modest reputation points, he realized that he could scarcely exchange them for any noteworthy items. Beyond martial skills, Xuan Ning discovered the possibility of exchanging reputation points for attribute points. Furthermore, the cost for each type of attribute point varied. For instance, a point of health could be obtained for a mere 1 reputation point. Conversely, the attributes of strength, constitution, defense, and critical strike could only be acquired at the rate of 10 reputation points for a single point. Meanwhile, speed, spirit, comprehension, aptitude, and wisdom demanded a substantial 50 reputation points for each point redeemed. Even more elusive was luck, which necessitated 100 reputation points for just 1 point. In addition to these options, reputation points could also be exchanged for cultivation points, maintaining a conversion rate of 1 reputation point for 1 cultivation point. Xuan Ning continued to observe. In addition to cultivation points, weapons and equipment could also be exchanged, with superior items commanding a higher prestige value. Furthermore, there existed a diverse array of martial arts, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and recipes. This prestige value was indeed a valuable asset. Yet Xuan Ning surmised that the means of acquisition were likely tied to his renown. If he could engage in more acts of kindness in Luoxian City, his prestige would surely increase. He was curious as to why the title of great talent had not unlocked this prestige before. Perhaps he had not yet met the necessary criteria. Now, having rescued these young women, his prestige had indeed been activated. This implied that he must commit himself to performing more good deeds for Luoxian City in the future. Yes, Xuan Ning was a good person, a benevolent individual dedicated to ridding the world of harm. Upon returning to the southern part of the city, Xuan Ning first reunited with Qian Yuan and inquired, "What is the situation?" Qian Yuan replied with a respectful gesture, "Young Master Ning, rest assured, all members of the Blood Moon Gang are firmly under our watch. Even those who have close ties to the Blood Moon Gang have not escaped my scrutiny. We have been awaiting your return. How did things fare on your end?" "The young ladies have been safely rescued, and I have arranged for their return home. Now, we can ensnare the members of the Blood Moon Gang entirely. I have sealed off all the roads to ensure that not a single one escapes." Xuan Ning issued an order, determined to capture every last one of these despicable individuals, leaving no one behind. Otherwise, they would surely instigate another incident. Qian Yuan promptly nodded in agreement, stating, "Yes, I shall make the arrangements immediately. I will ensure that not a single person escapes." Xuan Ning turned to the 3 formidable martial masters beside him and said, "I must trouble you to capture the 3 leaders of the Blood Moon Gang, Blood Wolf, Blood Soul, and Blood Corpse. Each possesses strength at the martial master level. So I entrust this task to you." The 3 nodded in agreement, responding, "Rest assured, young Master Ning. These individuals are disturbing the peace of Luoxian City, and we shall undoubtedly exert our utmost effort." "Excellent," Xuan Ning replied. "When my adoptive father returns, I shall certainly report your merits to him." Upon hearing this, the 3 displayed smiles and expressed their gratitude, feeling greatly satisfied with Xuan Ning's approach. Such a considerate young master commands their respect. Moments later, Qian Yuan had gathered everyone and arranged all necessary matters. Hundreds of individuals had encircled the entire Blood Moon Gang. Xuan Ning, witnessing the multitude awaiting his command, felt an overwhelming surge of valor. Raising his weapon high, he proclaimed, "Brothers, let us slay." They surged forth toward the stronghold of the Blood Moon Gang. The members of the Blood Moon Gang, utterly unprepared for an assault at such an hour, were caught off guard. The guards at the entrance were struck down before they even had a chance to react, arrows piercing their throats. Subsequently, a throng of individuals stormed into the inner sanctum, commencing a ruthless purge of those within. An intense battle erupted swiftly, awakening even those from their slumber, many of whom, in their haste, had not even donned their garments, and thus engaged in combat with the guards in their nightclothes. What transpired? Bloodwolf, in the midst of an intimate encounter with a woman summoned from the home courtyard, was suddenly jolted by the cacophony of battle cries. Startled, he hastily adjusted his attire, cursing as he rushed outside. What on earth is happening? Where does this clamor of slaughter originate? Bloodwolf furiously seized one of the Blood Moon Gang members. Boss, we are under attack. The man replied promptly. Who dares to assail us? Could it be the Shark Gang? Those rascals have some audacity to come here. Bloodwolf, oblivious to the fact that the assailants were from the Lord's Manor, assumed it was merely a rivalry among gangs, a frequent occurrence in such tumultuous times. I cannot say for certain, the gang member responded hastily. Slap. Bloodwolf delivered a sharp blow to the man's face, scolding. Then hurry and find out which scoundrel dares to disrupt my slumber. I shall ensure they regret it. Yes, yes. The Blood Moon Gang member clutched his face and hastened toward the entrance. Shortly thereafter, Blood Soul and Blood Spirit donned their attire, armed themselves, and emerged. Boss. What is the matter? Who possesses the audacity to cause turmoil in our domain? I am uncertain, but I suspect it may be the Shark Gang. As we recently seized several of their vessels, they are likely seeking revenge, Bloodwolf conjectured. If those Shark Gang scoundrels have come, let them find no return. With my strength at the 5th level of martial mastery, I can dispatch them with a single strike. Blood Soul proclaimed, brandishing his weapon. Let us proceed together. We cannot afford to lose too many at this juncture, for we have greater matters to attend to. Shuewolf quickly rallied his subordinates and charged toward the exit. As Bloodwolf and his entourage approached the entrance, they beheld their comrades being slaughtered like dogs by the opposing force. Fury ignited within him as he glared at the assailants, demanding, Who are you? Xuan Ning, wielding a blood-dripping longsword, approached the Bloodwolf and declared, Bloodwolf, your doom has arrived. The Bloodwolf glanced at Xuan Ning, sensing that he was not one of the Shark Gang. Upon scrutinizing the surroundings, he noticed that the guards were clad in the attire of the Lord's Mansion. Taken aback, the Bloodwolf then uttered, You are from the Lord's Mansion. Xuan Ning, the Bloodwolf of the City Lord's Mansion, replied, Indeed, I am Xuan Ning. I am already aware of your deeds. Those young maidens have been rescued by me. Now, it is time for you to face judgment. Upon hearing this, the Bloodwolf furiously retorted, So you are the renowned genius of Luoxian City, Xuan Ning, who has been fortunate enough to be taken in as an adopted son by Zhou Tiansu. I never imagined you would be able to uncover the truth behind my actions. At this juncture, Bloodwolf ceased all pretense and straightforwardly acknowledged his predicament. Realizing he was encircled, he could only carve a path through the bloodshed. You are the illustrious Xuan Ning, renowned for your literary prowess, however. I am curious to ascertain the extent of your strength. Blood Soul gazed at Xuan Ning, astonished to discover that this individual was the renowned talent of Luoxian City, who had single-handedly thwarted their meticulously devised plans. I shall sever your head and use it as a ball to kick, he vowed. Witnessing the casualties among his subordinates and the utter failure of their mission, Blood Spirit realized that they would likely face severe repercussions from the Master. Fear not. I shall not engage you in battle. Your true adversaries are not I, but rather them, Xuan Ning replied, stepping back as 3 formidable figures emerged from behind him. These 3 were the esteemed guest elders of the City Lord's Mansion, each possessing strength surpassing that of the 3rd level of martial mastery, specifically summoned by Xuan Ning to confront the Bloodwolf trio. Upon seeing them, the Bloodwolves paused momentarily, assessing their opponent's realms. It appears you have been well prepared. These 3 martial masters were specifically arranged for us, were they not? One of them remarked. Given your prowess at the martial master level, it would be foolish of me to seek trouble with you alone. I am not so reckless. Xuan Ning cast a cold smile at the trio of Bloodwolves. With his current strength at the 9th level of the martial general realm, coupled with various attribute enhancements and profound martial techniques, he felt confident in confronting formidable martial masters. However, he could only contend with those at the 2nd level of the martial master realm. Anything beyond that was beyond his capability. Martial masters possess the ability to manifest spiritual energy, significantly augmenting their power, speed, and defense, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary martial general to contend with them. The Bloodwolves exchanged glances, and then Bloodwolf whispered, Today, we either carve a bloody path forward or perish in this place. We must gamble everything. The leader's words resonated deeply. They had considered every possibility, Yet they had not foreseen the intelligence of Zhou Tian's newly adopted son, nor his ability to unravel their meticulously crafted plans. The reputation of the top scholar of Loxian City was indeed not unfounded. Blood Soul found himself begrudgingly impressed. Their long-conceived scheme had been thwarted by Xuan Ning, a turn of events they had never anticipated. Then we must eliminate Xuan Ning as well. Such a person is a calamity if left alive, Blood Phantom declared with a surge of murderous intent. If the opportunity arises, we should capture him alive. At merely 16 years of age, how formidable could he truly be? If we can present him to the leader, perhaps we can redeem ourselves. Blood Wolf's thoughts turned to Xuan Ning. A mind as sharp as his was precisely the talent the Blood Moon sect needed. The trio nodded in agreement. Their gazes now filled with murderous intent as they directed their fury at Xuan Ning, shouting, "Kill! Humph! With us here. You shall not lay a finger on Master Xuan Ning." The three guest elders by Xuan Ning's side raised their weapons in response to the Blood Wolves' advance, charging towards them. They would not allow any harm to come to Xuan Ning. The Blood Wolves unleashed their spiritual energy, manifesting it upon their bodies, a hallmark of martial masters, greatly enhancing their strength and defense. The three guest elders mirrored this action, channeling their spiritual energy in defense as they engaged in battle with the Blood Wolves. The clash between the six martial masters was far more perilous than any contest between martial generals. Martial masters could not only project their spiritual energy outward, but also imbue it onto their weapons, augmenting their offensive capabilities. Those struck by such spiritual energy, particularly if they were not clad in formidable armor, would likely suffer grievous injuries or worse. The blades of the six warriors flashed with lethal precision, their force palpable. Anyone attempting to intrude upon the battlefield was swiftly dispatched by the released energy, rendering the vicinity around their confrontation perilous and inhospitable, a true testament to the terrifying nature of combat among martial masters. Xuan Ning did not pause. He swiftly charged towards the remaining members of the Blood Moon gang, brandishing his longsword and dispatching them one by one. With his formidable strength, only a martial master could possibly stand against him. Xuan Ning's harvest was substantial. As he vanquished his foes, he simultaneously collected various attribute points. His vitality increased by 66, strength by 2, constitution by 1, cultivation value by 50, and defense by 3. As he continued to gather these rewards, Xuan Ning eventually realized that he was on the verge of a breakthrough in his realm, a revelation that filled him with joy. After such a lengthy wait, he was finally able to transcend once more, advancing to the first layer of martial master. A tremendous surge of energy coursed through Xuan Ning's entire being, refining his body and imbuing it with boundless vigor. Powerful spirals of spiritual energy circulated within him, eventually converging on a specific location known as the Qi Sea. However, this Qi Sea initially resembled a primordial void, empty, desolate, and devoid of life, akin to an endless abyss of darkness. After the spiritual energy circulated around Xuan Ning, it was entirely absorbed into this Qi Sea, infusing this infinite expanse of darkness with a glimmer of vitality, a mere flicker of light. The hallmark of a martial master lies in the condensation of the Qi Sea, and Xuan Ning had accomplished this. By filling this Qi Sea to its capacity and saturating this boundless dark realm with spiritual energy, he would forge it into a dantian, thereby ascending to the next level, martial sovereign. The disparity between a martial general and a martial master is indeed immense. Even 5 martial generals at the 9th layer may find themselves at a disadvantage against a single martial master at the 1st layer. Upon ascending to the rank of martial master, Xuan Ning felt an overwhelming surge of explosive power coursing through his entire being. With his current strength, he harbored great confidence in his ability to contend against formidable opponents at the 4th level of martial mastery. The 4th level signifies an intermediate realm within the hierarchy of martial masters, where the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels are classified as the beginner stages, while the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels constitute the intermediate stage, and the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels represent the advanced tier. Even prior to entering the realm of martial mastery, Xuan Ning possessed assurance in his capacity to challenge those at the 2nd level. Having recently stepped into the initial stage of martial mastery, Xuan Ning experienced a tremendous leap in his prowess, enabling him to confront intermediate-level adversaries with ease. With the enhancement of his abilities, Xuan Ning's overall strength, speed, reflexes, and combat techniques ascended to an entirely new echelon. He struck with the swiftness of lightning, moved with the grace of the wind, and wielded his sword as if it were the very soul of death, systematically vanquishing his foes around him. Be cautious. Xuan Ning's formidable perception had already sensed an impending attack. His body bent, transforming him into a taut bow, as a long knife soared through the air above him. After narrowly evading an attack, Xuan Ning soared into the air, executing the whip thunder-leg technique, striking fiercely at the approaching Blood Soul. Blood Soul raised his blade defensively before him. Clang, clang. Xuan Ning's leg struck against the opponent's weapon. Yet, the overwhelming force astonished Blood Soul, sending the adversary staggering several meters back. In utter disbelief, Blood Soul gazed at Xuan Ning, exclaiming, "How can your strength be so formidable?" The sheer power behind those two kicks was truly astonishing, leaving him in a state of shock. Xuan Ning smiled faintly, adopting a posture of attack, and remarked, "Perfect timing. I shall use you to test my sword." Xuan Ning employed a swift stride, rapidly advancing towards Blood Soul. Observing Xuan Ning's remarkable speed, Blood Soul dared not underestimate him and hastily launched an attack. With unwavering confidence, Blood Soul perceived Xuan Ning's initiative as a reckless pursuit of demise. With his mastery at the third tier of martial arts, he was certain he could capture Xuan Ning effortlessly. Transforming sword technique. Xuan Ning employed the supreme sword technique of the Xian rank, the sword transformation technique. When executed with the prowess of a martial master, this technique's might intensified. Its speed accelerated, and its intricacies became profoundly enigmatic and astonishingly peculiar. Puff. With a swift thrust, Xuan Ning's sword pierced the chest of Blood Soul, leaving him utterly astonished. Had he not instinctively utilized his martial skills to force Xuan Ning back, the blade would have found its mark not upon his chest, but directly into his heart. "You are also at the martial master level," Blood Soul gasped, clutching his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Xuan Ning. Blood flowed freely from the wound, yet the shock he felt was beyond words. After all, how could someone so young have already attained the rank of martial master? Such talent was truly terrifying. It was likely that within the entire Liuli Empire, finding another 16-year-old martial master would be nearly impossible. "I inadvertently broke through." "Which is rather troublesome," Xuan Ning remarked with an expression of resignation. "Listen, is that even human speech?" Blood Soul retorted. "I cannot let you escape now." Previously, he had underestimated the situation. With his strength at the third tier of martial master, he had felt confident against a newly ascended martial master. However, recalling Xuan Ning's earlier martial technique, he furrowed his brow. That skill appeared quite formidable. "You shall face me. Do not even think of harming young Master Ning." Lu Xinghua, a guest elder who had been engaged in battle with Blood Soul, arrived on the scene, soon followed by Blood Wolf and Blood Spirit. "Young Master Ning, are you unharmed?" The three guest elders approached Xuan Ning, relieved to see he was safe. Had he suffered harm at their hands, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions upon Zhou Tian's return. "Rest assured, a mere third-tier martial master like Blood Soul cannot pose a threat to me," Xuan Ning confidently replied. "We must not let Xuan Ning's ascension to martial master go unpunished." Blood Soul exclaimed hastily. What? The collective shock was palpable among Blood Wolf, Blood Spirit, and the three guest elders as they stared at Xuan Ning in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality before them. Xuan Ning has surprisingly reached the realm of a martial master. "Young Master Xuan Ning, have you truly ascended to the martial master level?" The three guest elders could not help but tremble with excitement. This revelation was equally astonishing to them. "It's nothing. After all, what is the martial master realm?" "It's not a significant matter," Xuan Ning replied with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three transformed into a mixture of disbelief and admiration. "Indeed, this is truly wonderful. Congratulations, young Master Xuan Ning, on successfully advancing to the realm of martial master." The most formidable among the guest elders, named Yang Yan, promptly approached Xuan Ning to extend his congratulations. The stronger Xuan Ning's talents, the more advantageous it becomes for them. Given Xuan Ning's exceptional aptitude, it is a foregone conclusion that he will ascend to the rank of martial king. In fact, it is nearly impossible to find another individual as remarkable as Xuan Ning within the entire Liuli dynasty. We must ensure the safety of young Master Xuan Ning. Even if it costs us our lives, we must not allow any harm to befall him, Yang Yan asserted with unwavering determination. "Indeed," exclaimed the other two guest elders. Lu Xinghua and Ma Xingjin, their spirits lifted by the opportunity to partake in this matter and to forge a favorable acquaintance with Xuan Ning. An extraordinary talent like Xuan Ning holds boundless potential for the future. Cultivating a friendship with him will undoubtedly yield benefits rather than drawbacks. Upon receiving this news, the expressions of Blood Wolf and Blood Soul darkened considerably. To To stand against a prodigy like Xuan Ning felt as unpleasant as consuming a cockroach. Let us depart. Blood Wolf and his companions nodded in agreement, whispering amongst themselves. They understood that they must escape today. Their adversaries had already amassed four formidable martial masters, not to mention the numerous guards from the city lord's mansion surrounding them. If they did not flee, capture would be inevitable, and they had no desire to be apprehended. We must intercept them. We cannot let them slip away today, Xuan Ning declared. Understood. The three guest elders felt invigorated by Xuan Ning's breakthrough to martial master, their own presence swelling with newfound strength as they positioned themselves to confront Blood Wolf and his companions. Upon witnessing the Blood Wolf trio being intercepted, Xuan Ning stepped forward, launching an assault on the injured Blood Soul, exacerbating his wounds further. Blood Soul was on the verge of cursing, infuriated that the four of them relentlessly targeted him at every opportunity, rendering his expression dark with rage. The Blood Wolf trio pondered if Blood Soul was injured. Whom else should they eliminate first? You two, restrain the other two. Leave Blood Soul to me, Xuan Ning commanded. Lu Xinghuai and Ma Xingjin exchanged worried glances. But Yang Yin inquired, Young Master Ning, do you possess confidence in this endeavor? Have no fear, Xuan Ning replied with unwavering assurance. Very well, nodding in agreement. The three guest elders proceeded to intercept Blood Wolf and Blood Soul. Xuan Ning stood resolutely before the Blood Phantom, whose complexion had turned a ghastly shade of ashen blue. Having previously endured attacks from four assailants, the Blood Phantom's injuries had escalated from mere superficial wounds to grave afflictions. This was the very reason Yang Yin permitted Xuan Ning to confront the Blood Phantom alone. Even in my weakened state, I shall slay you, the Blood Phantom roared, advancing like a dying beast lunging at Xuan Ning. Swift steps. Xuan Ning executed his movements with remarkable speed, charging towards the Blood Phantom, once again employing the advanced sword techniques of the Xian tier to launch an assault. With his swift agility coupled with formidable martial prowess, Xuan Ning swiftly struck the Blood Phantom, wounding both his hands and feet, rendering him unable to stand. Bind him, Xuan Ning commanded the guards who had already resolved their own battles. Understood. Not having extracted information regarding the Blood Moon sect, Xuan Ning had no intention of taking their lives just yet. Moreover, he observed that the three did not attempt to flee, suggesting a commendable camaraderie among them, which influenced his decision to spare the Blood Phantom for the time being. However, once they ceased to be of any utility, he would not hesitate to eliminate those who deserved it. Xuan Ning once again joined the fray against the Blood Wolf and Blood Soul. Faced with the onslaught of four martial masters, the Blood Wolf was swiftly incapacitated by a powerful kick from Yang Yin, ultimately being captured. Likewise, Blood Soul was struck in the thigh by Xuan Ning, only to be confronted by Lu Xinghuai and Ma Xingjin, who held a sword menacingly against his throat. The three were bound tightly with a special iron chain, so robust that even a martial sovereign would find it difficult to escape, let alone them. This was a preparation made by Xuan Ning specifically to restrain the trio. The three glared fiercely at Xuan Ning and remarked, "We never expected to fall into the hands of such a young upstart as you. It is truly unimaginable." Xuan Ning cast a cold glance at the three individuals and remarked, "From the moment you began your nefarious deeds in Luoxian City, you should have anticipated this day would come. Humph. Even if you capture us, what difference does it make? Zhou Tiansu will undoubtedly never return. Our leader will assuredly eliminate him. Take them to the prison at once," Xuan Ning commanded. "Ensure they are under strict surveillance. And we must extract the location of the Blood Moon sect's headquarters." Understood. Qian Yuan soon returned to report to Xuan Ning, "Sir Xuan Ning, the remaining members of the Blood Moon gang have been eradicated, but what?" Xuan Ning inquired. "My subordinates failed in their duties." Allowing Elchu and Daibo to escape, Qian Yuan quickly knelt and responded, "Those two have fled again." Xuan Ning furrowed his brow. Previously, after abducting those women, they had returned to their lair on the outskirts of the Blood Moon gang, and now they had managed to elude capture once more. The duo was well acquainted with Luoxian City, making it difficult to track them down. Xuan Ning promptly replied, "Enough, this is not your fault. Now, clean up this area." "Yes. Thank you, sir." Qian Yuan expressed his gratitude hastily. Thus, Qian Yuan remained behind to handle the battlefield, while Xuan Ning personally escorted the three members of the Blood Wolves to the city jail, accompanied by dozens of surrendered members of the Blood Moon gang. Xuan Ning ordered an overnight examination of these individuals and stated that, at any cost, he would extract the information they possessed. Xuan Ning approached the array of torture instruments within the confines of the prison gazing at the series of attribute points scattered upon the ground with great satisfaction. Promptly collecting them all. Strength increased by 0. 4. Defense augmented by 2. Defense enhanced by 0. 8. Health points boosted by 50. Health points elevated by 60. A considerable number of life and defense attributes had been dropped here, yet no cultivation points were to be found, given that this was a place of punishment. Xuan Ning paid little heed to this fact and ordered the immediate commencement of severe interrogations. Although he harbored a distaste for employing torture, the identity of the individuals necessitated a different approach. These malefactors had committed numerous heinous acts, and it remained uncertain how many crimes they had perpetrated in the past. It was entirely possible that they were complicit in the tragic demise of countless innocents in Yinshan town. Thus, rigorous interrogation was deemed the most appropriate method of hospitality. Xuan Ning did not depart. He turned to Lu Shun beside him and said, "Do not pause for even a moment. We must extract every piece of information they possess. I shall reside in the government office tonight. Indeed, it is splendid that young Master Xuan Ning will stay here. I shall immediately have a room prepared for you." Lu Shun replied, his spirits lifted. "We shall also remain here to safeguard young Master Xuan Ning." Yang Yin interjected promptly. Yes. I shall make the necessary arrangements right away," Lu Shun exclaimed, bustling off to fulfill his duties. Xuan Ning was assigned by Lu Shun to a residence. But soon there came a knock at the door. Upon opening it, Xuan Ning beheld a young girl standing outside, visibly anxious and fidgety. While her appearance was passable, she was clearly not of the same caliber as Zhou Yuyao and her peers, and even Xia Chan and her companions paled in comparison. Xuan Ning furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you?" "The young lady is Lu Jiao, the daughter of Lu Shun. My father has instructed me to serve you." Master Xuan Ning. Upon seeing Xuan Ning, Lu Jiao was taken aback, astonished by his striking handsomeness. Initially displeased with her father's decision, she found herself unexpectedly filled with a sense of delight. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning felt a surge of disdain for Lu Shun. As a father, how could he possibly allow his daughter to spend the night with another? It was truly ironic. "No need. You may return to your slumber," Xuan Ning replied indifferently, promptly shutting the door. Young Master Xuan. Lu Jiao, witnessing Xuan Ning's unwavering refusal, could only depart in resignation. After a night of cultivation, Lu Shun insisted that Lu Jiao personally deliver breakfast to Xuan Ning early the next morning. Xuan Ning did not decline the offer. After finishing his meal, he immediately made his way to the dungeon, where he found Zhan Hong already present. Noticing the redness in Zhan Hong's eyes and the fatigue etched upon his face, Xuan Ning inquired, "Did you interrogate throughout the night?" "Indeed," Zhan Hong replied. "Aside from the Blood Wolf trio, everyone else has confessed. However, they are merely low-level minions with limited knowledge, many of whom are merely peripheral members, so we have not unearthed any particularly valuable information." Despite his exhaustion, Zhan Hong recounted the events of the night's interrogation to Xuan Ning. Xuan Ning nodded, accepting the interrogation materials from Zhan Hong, and then remarked, "So, these three individuals possess rather resilient tongues, do they? Fear not, for I have at my disposal the 10 most excruciating tortures, 29 forms of punishment more unbearable than death, and a staggering 99 severe penalties from which one cannot escape life nor death. Surely, there exists a method among them that will suit their needs." As he spoke, a peculiar smile played upon Xuan Ning's lips, evoking a chill among those present, who trembled in fear and cast wary glances at him. Xuan Ning whispered into Zhan Hong's ear, "Please prepare these items for me." Zhan Hong responded, "What do you need these things for?" Zhan Hong, perplexed, inquired, "You will understand shortly. Go forth, young man, and witness how this noble gentleman interrogates the culprits," Xuan Ning replied with a smile. "Understood." Although Zhan Hong remained bewildered, he proceeded with his preparations. Upon arriving at the location where the Blood Wolf trio was detained, he observed the constables mercilessly lashing the three with whips. Despite their suffering, the trio remained unyielding. Young Master Xuan Ning, the constables saluted upon seeing him. Xuan Ning nodded, glancing down at the ground with evident satisfaction. As a considerable number of attribute points lay scattered about, even if he chose not to eliminate these individuals, their presence still held some utility. Young Master Xuan Ning, these individuals have yet to utter a single word, remarked the constables. Xuan Ning, go ahead and slay us. We shall never betray the master, Blood Wolf responded defiantly. Xuan Ning stepped forward and collected all the attribute points scattered upon the ground. Defense increased by 2, health points augmented by 50, defense enhanced by 1. Health points elevated by 29, vitality increased by 1. There is no rush, In this world, there exist far more agonizing experiences than death, which you shall soon come to understand. Xuan Ning cast a glance at the others, then broke into a peculiar smile. He. After a considerable time, Zhan Hong arrived and presented the items to Xuan Ning. Xuan Ning smiled with satisfaction, placing the items upon the table. The Blood Wolf trio gazed at the objects in confusion, uncertain of Xuan Ning's intentions. I, Xuan Ning, have devised 10 exquisite tortures, 29 forms of suffering worse than death, alongside 99 severe punishments from which one cannot escape nor seek death, and 108 lesser penalties. Now, let us commence with the first of the minor tortures. Xuan Ning took a whip and immersed it in boiling water, subsequently adding salt and various powders into the mixture. He then retrieved a dagger and addressed the trio known as the Blood Wolves. Do not rush. Take your time. I hope you can endure a little longer. Although the three were perplexed by Xuan Ning's intentions, they resolutely declared, no matter what tricks you have up your sleeve, feel free to employ them. Very well, Xuan Ning replied, and without hesitation, he sliced the body of one of them with the dagger multiple times, before generously sprinkling salt over the wounds. The anguished cry that followed was intensified when he splashed warm water onto the injuries, causing the salt to dissolve completely into their flesh, amplifying the Blood Wolf's screams. Upon hearing their companions' tormented wails, Blood Soul and Blood Spirit furiously shouted, Xuan Ning, if you have the courage, release us and engage in a true battle between men. Xuan Ning cast a scornful glance at the two of them and then remarked, if you were of my age, I wonder if you would still possess the audacity to utter such words. The two were left speechless. At merely 16 years of age, Xuan Ning had already attained the status of a martial master, while they, at the same age, could barely claim the rank of martial apprentices. How could they possibly muster the courage to issue such a challenge? Should you possess the capability, then end our lives. To torment us in such a manner is hardly the mark of a true hero. Blood Soul exclaimed furiously, hurling insults in quick succession. Xuan Ning, unfazed and with a disdainful demeanor, remarked, when have I ever claimed to be a hero? I am merely one who will stop at nothing to achieve my goals. Are you not the same? The two individuals were incensed by Xuan Ning's words, realizing that despite his youth, they were utterly powerless against him. And a sense of dread enveloped them. It matters not that one is young. What is truly terrifying is a young individual whose heart is mature, ruthless, and decisive, one who does not allow the trifles of others to provoke him, and who resorts to any means necessary. Xuan Ning epitomized such a person, instilling fear in them. Though they were loath to admit it, Xuan Ning was indeed a person of great ambition. Not only were the Blood Wolves fearful of him, even Zhan Hong, upon hearing Xuan Ning's retort, regarded him with a hint of trepidation. It is unwise to offend someone like Xuan Ning. Rest assured, I possess myriad methods to ensure that each of you experiences the consequences, Xuan Ning continued, his fury ignited by their actions. Have you ever considered that while you slaughter the innocent citizens of Yinshan Town, this day would come? Those blameless souls fell one by one beneath your blades. Mere villagers with no means to defend themselves. Yet you disregarded their pleas, laughing with reckless abandon. You even spared not the newly born. You are nothing but beasts. Scoundrels lower than swine. If I were to allow you to perish so easily, how could the souls? Xuan Ning's indignation grew with each word he spoke, igniting an inferno of fury within him. Even Zhan Hong, who stood behind him, felt an overwhelming rage towards the three individuals in question upon hearing Xuan Ning's vehement expressions. Although Zhan Hong and his companions had learned of these matters the previous day, they found themselves once again incensed by Xuan Ning's fervor. Their eyes bloodshot with a desire to exact vengeance upon the scoundrels. They admired Xuan Ning's clever tactics, which were indeed commendable. This was merely one of their numerous heinous acts. From the mouths of the ordinary members of the Blood Wolf gang, Xuan Ning had uncovered a multitude of atrocities committed by the trio. 3 years prior, in a village, the three, accompanied by a dozen accomplices, not only slaughtered a beast but also tortured the hunter's wife to death before her husband's very eyes. 2.5 years ago, a merchant caravan passed by, and over 30 individuals were mercilessly dismembered, left to bleed to death in excruciating agony. 2 years ago, the incident in Su family village resulted in the fiery demise of hundreds, leaving dozens with indelible scars and burns. Furthermore, the heinous deeds from just over a year ago, when recounted, painted a picture of unspeakable evil, warranting their deaths 100 times over. Upon hearing these revelations, the three displayed no sign of remorse. Perhaps they had long since forgotten the extent of their malevolence. Bring him down, Xuan Ning commanded, prepared to administer punishment to such unrepentant beings without hesitation. What are you planning to do? Blood Soul glared at Xuan Ning. You will soon find out, Xuan Ning replied, placing a sheet of paper on Blood Soul's face and pouring a jug of water over it. Blood Soul began to writhe violently, the suffocating agony palpable to anyone who experienced it. This was merely the commencement of Xuan Ning's retribution. He employed various torturous methods he had observed in films and dramas, all while ensuring that the other members of the Snow Wolf gang bore witness to the suffering inflicted. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Blood Soul could no longer endure. Weakly uttering, "I will speak. How dare you betray the master?" The Snow Wolf bellowed in outrage. Blood Soul retorted defiantly, "Betrayal? I can't take this anymore. I simply want an end to my suffering. Death would be a relief, and I could care less about the master. Take him to another location for interrogation and ensure that every detail is meticulously documented," Xuan Ning instructed his assistant. As for Zhang Hong, Xuan Ning had already permitted him to return and rest. The assistant promptly escorted Blood Soul to a different area for further questioning. Xuan Ning turned to Blood Soul and said, "It is your turn now." I spoke, yet my words fell silent. Blood Soul, having lost its earlier defiance, hastily responded, "Blood Soul, do you dare to betray the master?" Snow Wolf roared, "Blood Spirit is right. Since death is inevitable, it is better to embrace a swift demise. After all, I have no intention of leaving this place alive," Blood Soul hurriedly declared. Xuan Ning instructed his subordinates to take Blood Soul down and separate them for interrogation, ensuring their accounts would not diverge. "It's your turn," Xuan Ning smiled, aware that Blood Wolf would not confess so readily. Yet he remained unfazed, for he possessed a plethora of methods to extract the truth, tackling each one systematically. As various forms of torture were employed, Blood Wolf began to yield after an hour. Gripped by genuine fear, Xuan Ning's tactics were indeed ruthless. Although many forms of punishment did not result in death, they were exceedingly unbearable. Ultimately, all three began to divulge information regarding the Blood Moon sect, revealing everything they knew. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning was filled with fury. It became evident that the Blood Moon sect had committed numerous heinous acts. The sect comprised a singular leader and 3 chief protectors, with Blood Wolf being merely one of the protectors dispatched to Luoxian City to abduct young maidens, thereby providing offerings for the sect's leader. As Xuan Ning had surmised, the leader of the Blood Moon sect could draw upon a source of power through the sacrifice of virgins, a source that was profoundly malevolent and intolerable by the heavens. The specifics of this power were unclear even to Blood Wolf. The massacre in Yushan town involved the entire Blood Moon sect, indeed orchestrated to lure Zhou Tiance out of the city, facilitating his endeavors in Luoxian City. However, their meticulous plans failed to account for the fact that Xuan Ning not only thwarted their schemes, but also ensnared them entirely, uprooting their existence. Blood Wolf further divulged that their leader intended to commence the sacrificial rites on the night of the full moon this month, requiring at least 1,000 young maidens as offerings. 1,000 maidens. Xuan Ning was momentarily taken aback by this figure. The Blood Moon sect was indeed devoid of conscience. This represented the lives of 1,000 innocent young girls. Xuan Ning absolutely cannot allow the adversary to succeed. Yet, he is acutely aware that with his current prowess, he is utterly incapable of thwarting them. However, he is not a fool. He possesses the intellect to devise strategies. Beyond this matter, Blood Wolf has divulged the location of the headquarters of the Blood Moon sect, as well as the whereabouts of 2 other guardians, along with their routes of operation. According to Blood Wolf's account, the domain of the Blood Moon sect lies within a place known as Skull Mountain. Furthermore, aside from the 3 guardians, there are numerous formidable individuals surrounding Blood Moon, whose powers even the guardians themselves are unaware of. These individuals are the true confidants of Blood Moon. The guardians are merely errand runners. Skull Mountain. Upon hearing this name, Xuan Ning was indeed taken aback, for he had heard of this place. It is said to be steeped in a heavy aura of darkness, and once one becomes lost within, they can never find their way out. Countless individuals have attempted to venture inside, yet none have returned. After Blood Wolf's revelations, Zhou Yin came to understand that the Blood Moon sect has thrived by leveraging the peculiar topography of that region, compounded by the perpetual thick fog, which has allowed them to remain hidden. Those who previously dared to enter were, in fact, eliminated by the sect, and negative tales were spread about the area to deter others from approaching. As for the 2 other guardians, they are, in truth, the most notorious bandit leaders of fallen Immortal City, notorious for their heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder. They have been besieged by Zhou Tiance numerous times. Yet each time they managed to evade capture, making them exceedingly difficult to track. It turns out they have the formidable power of the Blood Moon sect as a shield. Whenever they are cornered, they retreat into Skull Mountain to hide, only to emerge again to commit further atrocities once the commotion has subsided. Every time they seize wealth, they surrender it to the Blood Moon sect, and through such developments, the number of individuals within the sect has grown substantially, many of whom have received enhancements from the sect leader's secret arts, venerating him as a deity. The Blood Wolf brothers have ascended to the realm of martial masters, becoming one of the guardians, thanks to the sect leader's secret arts. Blood Wolf subsequently detailed the exact locations of the two guardians, their areas of activity, and their impending assaults on the villages. Xuan Ning meticulously marked all these details on a map, finding them immensely useful. Subsequently, he learned of their plans concerning Zhou Tiansu, and a frown creased his brow as he pondered whether Zhou Tiansu had remained unharmed after all these days. After conveying all this, Blood Wolf directly stated, "I have said all that I needed to. Grant me a swift end. Rest assured, your demise is inevitable." Xuan Ning naturally intended to take his life, but not at this moment. He still needed to amass prestige. To eliminate them so readily would render the act devoid of significance. Xuan Ning instructed his subordinates to vigilantly guard the Blood Wolves trio, ensuring that their escape was utterly impossible. He decisively severed their tendons in both hands and feet, extinguishing any lingering thoughts of flight. It was not that Xuan Ning was excessively cruel. Rather, these individuals were truly unforgivable, having committed numerous heinous acts. Xuan Ning shows no mercy towards his enemies, particularly those who are truly heinous. After examining the testimonies of the three individuals, Xuan Ning discovered that their accounts were remarkably similar, with little variation. He promptly returned to the Lord's residence with his companions. "Xuan Ning, are you unharmed?" Zhou Yuyao, who had only recently learned that Bai Ji had tasked Xuan Ning with addressing the recent significant events in the city, expressed her concern. Upon seeing that Xuan Ning was safe, she felt a sense of relief. "Rest assured, I am fine for now, but I cannot say the same for my adoptive father," Xuan Ning sighed. "What? Is my father in danger?" Zhou Yuyao exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Xia Chan and Dong Shui, upon hearing this, were equally alarmed and quickly reassured Zhou Yuyao, saying this, "Do not fret, Xuan Ning will surely find a solution." Xuan Ning promptly exclaimed, "I must venture out to rescue my adoptive father, but before I depart, I need to speak with my adoptive mother. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly save him, and there is no need for you to worry." According to the Blood Wolf, the leader of the Blood Moon sect, known as Blood Moon, has located an individual once pursued by Zhou Tiansu, a man named Gu Lu, rumored to possess strength comparable to Zhou Tiansu. He has also devised a cunning trap intended to eliminate Zhou Tiansu. With such meticulous planning coupled with an element of surprise, Zhou Tiansu is indeed in peril. However, this time Zhou Tiansu is accompanied by a considerable entourage, making it no simple feat to take his life. As per the original scheme, should Zhou Tiansu perish, the leader of the Blood Moon sect, Blood Moon, would successfully complete the sacrificial rite, thereby achieving mastery over his techniques and ascending to the realm of martial sovereigns. At that juncture, the Blood Moon sect would unreservedly transform all the maidens in the villages surrounding Luoxian City into sacrificial offerings. Furthermore, the Blood Moon sect would seize control of the entire Luoxian City, turning all its young women into their sacrificial victims. If Blood Moon were to succeed in this endeavor, the entire Luoxian City would likely descend into chaos, potentially facing complete extermination at the hands of the Blood Moon sect. By the time the Liuli dynasty realizes the gravity of the situation, it may be far too late. Blood Moon is indeed capable of committing such heinous acts. Thus, Xuan Ning must seek out Bai Ji to discuss the matter and urge him to notify the Liuli dynasty's forces, enlisting their elite to assist. Ideally, he could also summon the 5 great sects to eradicate the Blood Moon sect. Zhou Yuyao has also grasped the seriousness of the situation and no longer obstructs Xuan Ning, hastily following him to Bai Ji's residence. Upon meeting Bai Ji, Xuan Ning recounted his efforts from the previous day in rescuing the maidens and informed him of the Blood Moon sect's activities. Bai Ji felt a sense of relief upon hearing of Xuan Ning's success in saving the maidens of Luoxian City. However, upon learning of the imminent danger facing Zhou Tiansu and the Blood Moon sect's nefarious plans, she grew anxious. This situation was far too grave for her to manage alone. The city lord must not come to harm, for should he fall, the entire Luoxian City would surely face disaster. Bai Ji, in her distress, found herself at a loss for what to do. Xuan Ning promptly remarked, The pressing matter at hand is to seek assistance from the Liu dynasty, hoping they will dispatch skilled individuals to Luoxian City to eradicate the Blood Moon sect. Alternatively, we could directly reach out to the 5 great sections. Each year, numerous disciples from these sects venture forth to hone their skills, actively combating malevolent forces. I believe that once they are informed of this situation, they would certainly not remain indifferent. Upon hearing this, Baiji immediately conceived a plan and quickly replied. While notifying the Liu dynasty is indeed a viable option, time is of the essence and the back and forth would be rather slow. It is more prudent to directly inform the individuals from the 5 great sections. Each city lord has the ability to directly contact members of these sections. In the event of an insurmountable threat within the city, they can promptly alert them. The disciples dispatched by the 5 great sects would treat it as an opportunity for training, which is, after all, the very purpose of their existence. Having established their sects within the confines of the Liu dynasty, they bear an inherent obligation to assist in resolving various challenges faced by the dynasty. The 5 great sects, reliant on the Liu dynasty for their establishment, also seek to recruit exceptional disciples from across the nation. Similarly, should any city find itself in crisis, where even the city lord is powerless, the 5 great sects are obliged to send their disciples to address the situation. This creates a mutually beneficial arrangement, a practice the 5 great sects and the Liu dynasty have long upheld. Of course, if even the disciples of the 5 great sects prove inadequate to handle the situation, notification will be sent to the Liu dynasty, requesting their elite to join in the resolution. Quickly contact my elder brother, urged Xuan. He is at the Langia sacred land, and given his standing, those at the sacred land will undoubtedly send assistance at the earliest opportunity. Indeed, I will reach out immediately. Follow me, Baiji exclaimed, hastily leading the two into the room where Zhou Tiance resided. Under normal circumstances, Baiji would not have brought anyone along. But given the urgency of the situation, she had little regard for such matters. Were it not for Xuan Ning's intervention, they might have remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The means to contact the 5 great sects could not be carelessly strewn about. They were surely kept in a secure location. Upon entering the room, Baiji approached a wooden platform adorned with various exquisite ornaments and turned one of the elegant vases. This was a mechanism. With the twist of the vase, a hidden chamber revealed itself before them. Upon entering, they discovered it filled with precious treasures. And in the center lay an object resembling a mirror, emanating a peculiar energy. Baiji retrieved a box from within and opened it, releasing a soft, milky glow. "This is a spirit stone," exclaimed Xuan Ning, astonished. The spirit stone enhances a warrior's ability to absorb spiritual energy and is exceedingly valuable. Even an inferior spirit stone commands a price of 10,000 gold coins. Gazing at the box filled with spirit stones, it was evident there were at least dozens contained within. Xuan Ning beheld the spiritual stone for the first time, feeling the pure energy that it emanated. Should he cultivate with such an artifact, it could significantly enhance his training speed. Baiji produced a spiritual stone and placed it within the mirror. Upon absorbing the stone's spiritual power, the mirror radiated a brilliant glow. Subsequently, Xuan Ning and the others discerned a figure within the mirror who inquired, "At what time have you summoned us?" Baiji promptly responded, "I am Baiji, the lady of the Lord's residence in Luoxian City. An urgent matter necessitates the assistance of your esteemed 5 immortal sections. I implore you, noble immortals, to rescue our city lord and save Luoxian City." Upon realizing that she was the city lord's wife, the figure reassured her, "Do not be anxious. It is our duty as immortal sects to alleviate the suffering of the people. Could you kindly elucidate the matter from beginning to end? Only with a clear understanding can we report to our elders and dispatch aid at the earliest opportunity." The members of the 5 immortal sects began to inquire diligently, ensuring they grasped every detail, as they would allocate various disciples according to the gravity of the situation. Hearing this, Baiji responded, "This matter has been investigated by my adopted son. Let him explain it to you, esteemed immortals." "Very well," nodded the members of the 5 immortal sections. Xuan Ning approached the mirror and began to recount the information he had obtained from the Blood Moon sect in meticulous detail, ensuring that the members of the 5 great sects could swiftly grasp the unfolding events. Upon hearing Xuan Ning's words, the leaders of the 5 sects were taken aback. Realizing the gravity of the situation, each of them furrowing their brows in contemplation. "You speak of a sacrifice involving no fewer than 1,000 maidens, and it is to take place on this night of the full moon?" remarked a female elder from the Xianin Hall, her expression darkening as she seemed to recall an ominous memory. "Indeed, the matter is of such magnitude that I would not dare deceive you. The extent of my knowledge is limited to this. As for other details, I am not well informed, Xuan Ning hastily responded. The members of the five great sects turned their attention to the elder from the Xianing Hall, their curiosity piqued as they sensed her unease. Esteemed colleagues, this is a troubling predicament. Perhaps the events surrounding the siege of the blood demon several centuries ago are far from over. If this situation is not handled with utmost care, we may once again face a calamity that could lead to untold suffering. The elder of the Xianing Hall, having confirmed a critical matter, promptly addressed the other four members of the celestial sections. What? Could it be that this is a remnant of the blood demon's sacrificial techniques? Upon hearing this, the other four elders were profoundly shocked, their expressions darkening considerably. If this were indeed the case, it would signify a grave situation. Several centuries prior, the five great celestial sects united with the foremost powers of the Liu dynasty to eradicate a heinous blood demon, who had harnessed sacrificial methods to elevate its strength to a terrifying level in a remarkably short time. At that time, all the forces of the five celestial sects in the Liu dynasty were mobilized, resulting in hundreds of casualties before they ultimately succeeded in annihilating the threat. To think that, after so many years, remnants of the blood demon's sacrificial techniques could still linger within the Liu dynasty is alarming. It is likely only a vestige of those sacrificial methods if the true powers of the blood demon were to resurface. Any blood, be it from humans or beastly entities, could be transformed into formidable strength for the demon, even if it is not the blood demon's sacrificial techniques. Such vile practices must be thoroughly eradicated to prevent a repetition of the tragedies of centuries past. The elder of the Xianing Hall contemplated for a moment and reached a decision. Upon hearing this, the other elders from various sects nodded in agreement. Such tragedies must never be allowed to recur. Naturally, we must promptly inform the esteemed elders. After a brief discussion among the five, they turned to Xuan Ning and stated, "We shall handle this matter. You must refrain from taking action, for this situation is beyond your capacity to resolve. It is imperative that all the celestial elders arrive swiftly. As our city lord remains in peril, we beseech you," Baizhi implored earnestly. The celestial elder from the Langya Holy Land, clearly aware that the chief disciple of the Grand Elder is none other than the son of the city lord of Luoxian City, responded promptly, "Rest assured. We from Langya Holy Land will certainly dispatch capable disciples to Luoxian City at the earliest opportunity. Thank you all so much." Baizhi expressed her gratitude without delay. The brilliance of the mirror faded completely, leaving no trace behind. After hearing this, Baizhi turned to Xuan Ning and said, "Xuan Ning, you cannot venture out. Such matters are far beyond your means to handle. Although my adoptive mother is equally eager to rescue the city lord, as you have heard, it is exceedingly dangerous." At this moment, Baizhi's concern for Xuan Ning's safety revealed her character. She did not embody the traits of a wicked woman, and it seemed unlikely that she was responsible for the demise of Zhou Yuyao's mother. Xuan Ning understood that the outside world was fraught with peril. However, if he chose not to venture forth, Zhou Tiansu would undoubtedly face greater danger. "I must make an excursion, for otherwise my adoptive father will be at even greater risk. Nevertheless, I require the company of more skilled individuals on this journey, as I trust you would not wish to see any harm befall my adoptive father." Xuan Ning contemplated before finally speaking. Xuan Ning contemplated waiting for the arrival of the five great sects before taking action. Yet, no one could predict when they would arrive. If they were to delay until Zhou Tiansu truly encountered peril, it would be far too late. "Xuan Ning, your adoptive father was indeed not mistaken in his judgment of you. You were truly commendable. This time, the entire city lord's manor stands united behind you. Your adoptive mother only wishes for your safe return," Baizhi expressed, feeling greatly reassured upon hearing Xuan Ning's words. Zhou Yuyao wished to voice her thoughts, but ultimately remained silent. Though she longed to join them, she understood that her presence would only hinder their efforts, compelling her to maintain her silence. In that moment, Zhou Yuyao recognized her own limitations and lamented her lack of earlier cultivation. Had she begun her training sooner, she might now be able to venture forth to rescue her father. "Be careful. I await your return," Zhou Yuyao sighed. "Indeed." Xuan Ning nodded at them, then proceeded toward the quarters where the guests of the city lord's manor resided. Xuan Ning, bearing the emblem of the city lord's mansion, summoned all the guest officials under the guidance of Yang Yan, informing them of the necessity to depart the city. Before his departure, Zhou Tiansu took with him over a dozen guest officials from the city lord's mansion. However, a considerable number remained, exceeding 20 in total. These guest officials ranged from those at the initial realm of martial master to those of the martial sovereign rank. Among them, The most formidable had already ascended to the 6th level of martial sovereign. Xuan Ning did not anticipate the profound depth of Zhou Tiance's resources, nor the multitude of formidable warriors at his disposal. He was indeed worthy of being the city lord. They were equally well informed about Xuan Ning's circumstances, and with the emblem of the city lord's mansion in his possession, they naturally adhered to his commands. However, Xuan Ning contemplated that the city lord's mansion could not be without a formidable protector. Thus, he decided to retain a guest elder of the 2nd level of the martial sect and a 5th-level martial artist to safeguard the mansion. They had no objections, for as guest elders of the city lord's mansion, they enjoyed its abundant resources during idle times, and it was only fitting that they should risk their lives for it when the need arose. Let us depart. After conveying his instructions, Xuan Ning commenced preparations alongside his companions. Unsure of the duration of their expedition, they required ample supplies, with provisions and water being essential, along with weapons and steeds. These were all arranged by designated individuals, relieving Xuan Ning of the burden of preparation. However, a guard approached Zhou Yan and said, "Young Master Ning, the lady has arranged a set of weapons and armor for you. Would you care to see if the set is suitable?" With that, someone presented Xuan Ning with an exquisite suit of armor and weaponry. Xuan Ning gazed upon the set of weaponry and armor before him, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Each piece of this equipment appeared remarkably impressive. Every item of the Xian tier typically starts at no less than 100 gold coins, while the Earth tier commands a minimum price of 100,000 gold coins, often unavailable for purchase. Consequently, the Earth tier equipment in the market usually requires upwards of several 100,000 gold coins to acquire at auction. After a meticulous examination, Xuan Ning exclaimed in astonishment, "This is actually Earth tier equipment and weaponry. Such items are exceedingly rare, and he had not anticipated receiving Earth tier gear on this occasion." It was indeed beyond his expectations. Madame Baiji conveyed that this venture posed considerable danger, and this set of equipment had been procured by the city lords several years prior. Keeping it at the city lord's residence would be a waste, and she hoped that this time would bring fortune in adversity, enabling him to successfully rescue the city lord. The attendant promptly relayed Madame Baiji's words to Xuan Ning. After Xuan Ning listened, he nodded, acknowledging that Baiji indeed harbored deep feelings for the city lord. After all, in her lifetime, the only individuals she could truly rely upon were this man and his son. However, the city lord served as Baiji's emotional anchor, and naturally, she wished for his safety. "Please extend my gratitude to my adoptive mother," Xuan Ning said, promptly donning the exquisite suit of armor. This set was a complete ensemble, highly valuable, comprising a helmet, breastplate, gauntlets, trousers, and boots. The entire set of Earth tier equipment was worth no less than 800,000 gold coins. If one were to include weapons, the total cost would undoubtedly exceed 1 million gold coins. Xuan Ning did not anticipate that this set of equipment would be quite suitable. Once donned, it significantly enhanced his safety. Although the gear bore some weight, it was of little consequence given Xuan Ning's current prowess. Xuan Ning unsheathed the Earth-grade weapon, its sharpness evident and its design quite exquisite. He was immensely satisfied with this weapon, for as an Earth-grade armament, it would undoubtedly enhance his offensive capability significantly. Xuan Ning. Zhou Yuyao rushed out from the Lord's mansion, her gaze fixed upon Xuan Ning, adorned in a complete set of gear, his valiant figure deeply etched in her memory. Approaching him, Zhou Yuyao presented a sachet, placing it into his hand, and said, "Inside is a charm for safety that I prayed for at the temple. Carry it with you and ensure you return safely. Both I and Ant are waiting for your return. It's not just the lady and the young miss, but all of us. We are all eagerly awaiting Master Ning's safe homecoming." Subsequently, Xia Chan, Dong Shui, Chunfen, Chun Shui, and a host of maidens and guards gathered to witness Xuan Ning's departure from the Lord's mansion. They had all come of their own accord to bid farewell to Xuan Ning, fully aware of the perilous journey ahead. Yet they held immense admiration for his unwavering resolve to venture forth. Xuan Ning nodded towards them and assured, "Rest assured, I shall safely return with the city lord." After speaking, he tucked away the fragrant pouch and addressed the crowd. "Let us set forth." A group of individuals ventured outside the city. Many onlookers were astonished to see Xuan Ning and his companions departing. Particularly, the sight of Xuan Ning, clad in dark armor and exuding a gallant demeanor, coupled with his strikingly handsome features, left many in awe. Who is this person? He seems somewhat familiar, yet I cannot quite place him. Observing their appearances, it appeared they were members of the city lord's residence. Are they truly leaving the city? Is that not Xuan Ning? Someone recognized him, utterly shocked. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to the figure of Xuan Ning at the forefront, their astonishment palpable. In their minds, Xuan Ning was the most gifted scholar of Luoxian City, envisioned in splendid attire, gracefully wielding a folding fan. Yet, suddenly, here he stood in armor, brandishing a weapon, making it difficult for them to reconcile this image with the refined youth renowned for his vast knowledge. Some even questioned, are these two truly the same person? Have you not heard of last night's events? A voice suddenly interjected. What events? Speak quickly. The surrounding crowd eagerly turned to the man who had spoken. The son of my uncle's friend, who is the nephew of my aunt, is a guard at the city lord's residence. He returned home late last night and recounted the incident where Xuan Ning apprehended the 3 notorious villains of Luoxian City. He continued, just a few days ago. You must have heard about the massacre in Yushan town, where the entire population of thousands was slaughtered. Those perpetrators were truly heinous, deserving of the most severe punishment. Our city lord, in response to this atrocity, ventured outside the city to investigate. Moreover, there have been numerous reports of young women going missing in our city, causing great unrest among the citizens of the southern district. Young women are fearful of even stepping outside their doors. Xuan Ning, the esteemed scholar and adopted son of the city lord, upon learning of these events, promptly displayed his extraordinary intellect. His wisdom is unparalleled, and from the various clues, he devised a comprehensive plan for apprehension. Indeed, just last night, Xuan Ning, wielding a 4-foot-long sword, stormed into the Blood Moon Gang's lair, leaving no one unscathed and routing their forces entirely. Not only did he rescue many abducted young women, but he also personally led the charge, effectively eradicating a significant threat to Luoxian City. After recounting this tale, the man ignited a wave of astonishment and curiosity among the crowd, who could hardly believe such monumental events had transpired in a single night. This is indeed true. My daughter was among those who went missing just days ago, and she was rescued by Master Xuan Ning. He is truly a blessing to our Luoxian City. Master Xuan Ning is not only remarkably talented but also possesses considerable strength. Almost as if he were a celestial being, the reincarnation of a martial and literary star. Upon learning of the events from last night, the entire Luoxian City buzzed with tales of Xuan Ning's valor, with many tea houses and restaurants recounting the story of how he wisely saved a maiden and bravely captured the 3 villains. Increasingly, the people of Luoxian City recognized Xuan Ning as a paragon of both martial prowess and literary skill, a true blessing for the entire city. Countless young women admired him, even envisioning him as their dream lover. However, the Xuan family reacted with mixed feelings upon hearing the news. On one hand, they felt joy. Yet Xuan Ning was not of their lineage and bore no direct relation to them. On the other hand, they could not dismiss their discomfort. He was neither their enemy nor kin, yet they felt a profound unease. The only ones in the Xuan family who celebrated the news were Xuan Lishue's family, who rejoiced at the realization that Xuan Ning had become a great hero in Luoxian City. Brother Xuan Ning has truly become a champion, exclaimed Xuan Lishue with delight. Conversely, upon receiving the news, Yihaya's expression grew grave. Although they had no ties with the Blood Moon Gang, the gang was under the protection of the Yi family. And even without a direct connection, it was unlikely they could evade responsibility. Damn it! Yihaya seethed, smashing the precious table with a single blow, his demeanor dark and brooding. Recently, the Yi family had encountered a series of troubles, each one linked to Xuan Ning. Firstly, there was the incident involving the city lord's daughter, which stemmed from the pursuit of Xuan Ning, leading to Yi Wuqing's subordinates breaching that territory, ultimately costing the Yi family control over an entire street. Subsequently, due to Xuan Ning, Yihaya nearly acted against Zhou Weiying. While this time there were no significant losses, it pained him to have indirectly assisted Zhou Taiance in adopting Xuan Ning as a foster son. Now, Xuan Ning had apprehended the Blood Moon Gang, a group universally condemned throughout Luoxian City for their massacre of the people of Yushan town. The relationship between the Blood Moon Gang and the Yi family further entangled them in public perception, casting a shadow of suspicion over them. Yet, Yihaya was not foolish enough to engage in such actions. Nevertheless, the people of Luoxian City would not view it that way, especially given the Yi family's already tarnished reputation, compounded by the lecherous reputation of Yi Wuqing, leading many to speculate on their involvement in these events. Consequently, the businesses under the Yi family's control suffered greatly, with even the residents choosing to shop elsewhere. This left Yihaya with a grim countenance, his face darkening with displeasure. Summon the others, Yihaya commanded. A few individuals approached him, inquiring, "Master, what is the matter?" Keep a vigilant watch on Xuan Ning. If you discover that Zhou Tiansu and his companions are in peril or have sustained grave injuries, seize the opportunity. Yihai Yu's eyes glinted with ferocity as he made a decisive gesture. Understood. They replied, loyal assassins of the Yi family. Remember to conceal your identities. Execute your tasks with precision and ensure you bring additional reinforcements for this operation. If a favorable opportunity arises, you may activate the insider, should you be exposed. You are aware of the necessary measures. Yihai turned his gaze skyward, his expression profound. Indeed, we know what to do. The group departed from the Yi residence, pursuing Xuan Ning towards the outskirts of the city. With a darkened countenance, Yihai seethed, declaring, Zhou Tiansu, you have only yourself to blame for repeatedly thwarting my ambitions to absorb other families. Only with your demise can I securely seize control of Luoxian City, perhaps even ascend to the position of city lord. Yihai Yu's ambitions were immense. He sought not only to conquer the three major families, but to dominate all of Luoxian City. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, upon hearing about last night's events concerning Xuan Ning, allowed a charming smile to grace her lips. I knew that with Xuan Ning's keen intellect, he would undoubtedly resolve this matter. However, she did not anticipate that Xuan Ning would manage to capture those individuals so thoroughly, and in a mere day, uncovering the mastermind behind it all, the Blood Moon sect. It appeared that Xuan Ning might be in grave danger. As this thought crossed her mind, her brow furrowed slightly. Lu Yi possessed her own means of acquiring information, yet she realized that the Blood Moon sect would prove formidable. After all, even Zhou Tiansu's fate remained uncertain, and it was likely that Xuan Ning's venture beyond the city could jeopardize his safe return. A 16-year-old martial artist of such exceptional talent was a terrifying prospect. He must not perish. Moreover, he even addressed me as Sister Lu. How could I stand idly by and watch him meet his demise? With this resolution, Lu Yi called out, Ning Mei. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her. Addressing her respectfully, Miss, you called for me? You must go protect Xuan Ning. Do not reveal yourself unless absolutely necessary, and ensure he remains unaware of my involvement. Lu Yi instructed. Understood. Ning Mei did not question her orders and departed immediately. At the royal arena, Lu Qianquan was equally astonished upon receiving the news. He had not anticipated that the talented Xuan Ning possessed such remarkable wisdom and capability, resolving the abduction of the young woman overnight. Furthermore, he had uncovered the true culprit behind the events in Yunshan town, which certainly exceeded Lu Qianquan's expectations. He summoned Zhao Yun and inquired, Has Zhao Ritian not arrived at the arena today? Zhao Yun promptly affirmed, No, he has not shown up all day. Lu Qianquan began to contemplate, realizing that given Xuan Ning's youth, there were likely few worthy adversaries in all of Luoxian City, and then he considered Xuan Ning. Lu Qianquan held two portraits, one of Xuan Ning and the other of Zhao Ritian. If I am not mistaken, this Xuan Ning is indeed none other than Zhao Ritian himself. How intriguing it is to witness a mere 16-year-old martial artist. Such talent is likely unparalleled throughout the entire Liuli Empire. Lu Qianquan chuckled heartily, then instructed Zhao Yun to withdraw, concluding with a directive to prepare for any potential danger Xuan Ning might encounter, as a talent of such caliber should not be allowed to fall. Understood. In the shadows, two figures emerged, and upon hearing Lu Qianquan's words, they swiftly vanished. Having resided in Luoxian City for many years, Lu Qianquan, though disinterested in the power struggles of the city, possessed no shortage of means to uncover last night's events. After all, such a significant incident, compounded by the number of individuals involved, would not be particularly challenging to investigate. Among the major powers in Luoxian City, only the Lin family remained relatively silent. They bore no grievances against Xuan Ning, did not know him, and had no business dealings with the city lord's mansion. Evidently, Xuan Ning is quite remarkable. In just one night, he managed to identify those individuals. It seems Zhou Tiansu has indeed acquired a commendable adopted son. Lin Dongtian, the head of the Lin family, was taken aback upon hearing this news and found himself intrigued by Xuan Ning. Recently, the happenings surrounding Xuan Ning in Luoxian City have been nothing short of prolific, from the initial family competition to being recognized as the city's foremost talent, and now to apprehending evildoers, all of which indicate that Xuan Ning is no insignificant figure. Ling Er and Yuan Yang. Now that Xuan Ning is no longer associated with the Xuan family, you must never oppose him should you cross paths in the future. In my fatherly opinion, Xuan Ning is undoubtedly extraordinary. Otherwise, he could not have resolved this matter in such a brief span. The Xian family's Xian Kuang is indeed devoid of merit. Foolishly branding Xuan Ning as useless, it appears the true ineptness lies with him. Zhou Tiansu has fortuitously gained a significant advantage by taking Xuan Ning as his adopted son, evidently having recognized Xuan Ning's exceptional nature early on. Lin Dongtian even advised his children to learn from Xuan Ning and mockingly referred to the head of the Xian family as a fool for expelling such a remarkable individual from the clan. Understood. Lin Dongtian's children have also developed a considerable interest in Xuan Ning. The entire Lin family has engaged in discussions regarding this matter, feeling that Xuan Ning is indeed extraordinary and expressing great admiration for him, acknowledging his loyalty and righteousness. Xuan Ning could scarcely fathom that, because of him, the entire Luoxian city had undergone a transformation. However, Xuan Ning's thoughts were not focused on this. Instead, he was fixated on the relentless rise of his own reputation. Reputation increased by 1, reputation increased by 2, reputation increased by 0. 4. Reputation increased by 0. 2. Reputation increased by 8. Xuan Ning. Oh, goose. What is happening? My reputation points have increased, and I am so delighted. Xuan Ning has yet to comprehend the source of the incessantly rising prestige. Some possess substantial acclaim, while others have but a meager amount. Nevertheless, the sheer volume is overwhelming and shows no signs of abating. Regardless, this is undoubtedly a positive development. Xuan Ning chooses not to dwell on the matter further, for prestige can be exchanged for a plethora of valuable items. The greater the prestige, the more advantageous it becomes for him, allowing for an even wider array of rewards to be obtained. Xuan Ning first set off towards the nearest village to Luoxian City. As they were riding horses, their pace was quite rapid. Before long, they arrived at the village closest to Luoxian City and inquired with the villagers. They discovered that several young maidens had also gone missing from this village. As Xuan Ning journeyed along his path, he discovered that in every village and town he visited, there were reports of young girls mysteriously vanishing, a situation far more grave than he had previously comprehended. Xuan Ning understood that the events beyond the city were not orchestrated by the likes of Blood Wolf and his associates, but rather by 2 other guardians of the Blood Moon sect. Ultimately, Xuan Ning and his companions arrived at Yushan Town. The place, once bustling with life, now lay desolate and forsaken. The vibrant atmosphere that once filled the town had been replaced by an eerie stillness, as if no one had ever inhabited this place. The bodies had long been cleared away, yet traces of blood still marred the ground. They must search for clues here. For any hope of locating Zhou Tiansu must begin in this forlorn town. Xuan Ning beheld the ground strewn with attribute points, his heart brimming with a sense of helplessness. These were the remnants left by the Blood Moon sect, a testament to their slaughter of innocent lives. Fear not, he reassured. I shall gather these points and lead the esteemed members of the 5 great sects to exact vengeance upon your murderers. Xuan Ning proceeded to collect the attribute points scattered about. His vitality increased by 2, another by 1, his constitution augmented by 0. 1, and his perception enhanced by 0. 1 perception, he exclaimed in astonishment as he stumbled upon yet another new attribute point. Moreover, he discerned that the acquisition of a new attribute point would trigger a probability of further discoveries. This perception was indeed a valuable attribute, enabling Xuan Ning to sense dangers lurking in the shadows from greater distances. Xuan Ning discovered that the attributes dropped here were predominantly related to vitality and perception, while other attributes were exceedingly rare. After a considerable amount of time, Xuan Ning thoroughly scoured the entire town and acquired a substantial number of attribute points. Xuan Ning's perceptual attribute has reached an impressive 30 points, allowing him to perceive objects from an even greater distance. This newfound ability proves immensely beneficial to him. Within his range of perception, no rustling of the grass or whisper of the wind can escape his notice. Upon arriving in Yushan Town, where 3,000 souls fell victim to a massacre, he is enveloped by a profound sense of sorrow, as if he can sense an overwhelming tide of resentment lingering in the air. Xuan Ning undoubtedly finds himself ill-equipped to confront the Blood Moon sect. However, he intends to rally the members of the 5 great sects to eradicate the threat. Now, it is merely a matter of awaiting their arrival, which should not take long. The pressing concern at present is to locate Zhou Tiansu. After a thorough search, they indeed uncovered some traces indicating that a large number of people had once inhabited the area. The remnants found serve as evidence that Zhou Tiansu had previously lingered here. In the back mountain, they discovered signs of the city lord incinerating corpses, along with a gravestone erected in memory of the deceased. Reports of these findings have begun to arrive. Xuan Ning nodded and led the group to inspect the area. It was a vast expanse of graves, yet none bore names. Thousands of nameless tombstones, each a small mound, narrating the harrowing scenes of that time. Xuan Ning speculated that these must have been buried by the subordinates of Zhou. Young Master Ning, we have discovered signs of a struggle ahead. At that moment, a guard approached to report. Let us investigate, Xuan Ning thought, sensing that this might be the beginning of the Blood Moon sect's plot against Zhou. Upon arrival, Xuan Ning indeed found traces of conflict, with considerable bloodshed evident, and even arrows from the city lord's manor left behind. Young Master Ning, there are several corpses here. Judging by the condition, they appear to have perished within the last 2 to 3 days. Further ahead lay additional bodies, all felled by arrows from the city lord's manor. It was clear that Zhou's men had encountered adversaries here and engaged in pursuit. However, Xuan Ning understood that this must have been the work of the ancient deer, a foe of Zhou, whom the Blood Moon had sought out. Once this ancient deer appeared, Zhou would undoubtedly pursue it. Mastery increased by 9, strength increased by 0.5, defense increased by 1, and life increased by 19. Xuan Ning, guided by the fallen attribute points, advanced towards the location where Zhou was pursuing the ancient deer. The ground sporadically revealed several corpses, belonging not only to the Blood Moon sect, but also to the guards of the Lord's mansion. Hours later, they had already distanced themselves from the village. Zhou Yan retrieved a map, examined the terrain ahead, and remarked, that ahead is Hulu Gorge. Young Master Ning, there is but a single path for entry and exit through Hulu Gorge. Should the enemy manage to trap the Lord within, merely guarding the entrance would spell peril for him. The gorge is infested with venomous creatures and miasma. Prolonged exposure would lead to certain death from poisoning, claiming countless lives over the years. Upon witnessing this situation, Yang Yin immediately recognized the gravity of the matter. The adversary would undoubtedly exploit such a location to ambush the Lord. Perhaps Zhou was aware of the enemy's intentions. Yet if they deceived him with the captured women claiming they were within Hulu Gorge, he would likely recklessly venture inside. Let the brothers exercise caution and assess the situation ahead, Xuan Ning commanded. Understood. A group of individuals cautiously made their way towards Hulu Gorge, with Xuan Ning collecting attribute points along the path until he reached the gorge's outskirts. Young Master Ning, there are indeed sentinels stationed outside Hulu Gorge, Yang Yin reported. Observing a contingent of archers encamped around the gorge. Should Zhou men emerge, they would face a relentless assault. The enemy had effectively barricaded the entrance, complicating any escape for Zhou. Their preparations were meticulous, evidently with no intention of allowing him to survive. Young Master Ning, shall we charge in with our men? Lu Xinghua inquired, glancing at Xuan Ning. The others awaited his command, ready to launch an attack at his slightest signal. However, Xuan Ning, observing the encroaching darkness, replied, Nightfall approaches. We shall act under the cover of darkness. We will signal my adoptive father within the gorge then, to minimize casualties. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to severe losses, and Xuan Ning was determined to avoid excessive casualties among his subordinates. He resolved to orchestrate a nighttime ambush, believing it to be a far more advantageous strategy than engaging in open conflict. Xuan Ning subsequently began to devise a series of plans. Their foremost objective was to neutralize the archers stationed on either side of the gorge. Only by doing so could they ensure the safe emergence of Zhou from within the gorge. Upon hearing Xuan Ning's strategy, the group nodded in agreement, recognizing that Zhou Yin's approach was indeed the most prudent and fitting. As twilight deepened, the gorge was illuminated with an array of torches, casting a light akin to that of day, thus preventing Zhou from making a sudden escape. The Blood Moon gang aimed to outlast Zhou. As the miasma within the gorge intensified with the onset of night, leaving Zhou and his companions unable to endure for long. Meanwhile, members of the Blood Moon gang remained vigilant on the periphery. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, 2 patrolling members of the Blood Moon sect yawned, succumbing to the drowsiness of the night. Xuan Ning, alongside others, gradually approached. At Xuan Ning's gesture, 2 arrows pierced through the night sky, striking down 2 members of the Blood Moon sect. The counterattack of Xuan Ning has already commenced. Xuan Ning and his companions exercised great caution, for among them stood one whose prowess was on par with Zhou, a formidable figure and a 9th-level martial sovereign of the ancient deer lineage. Only by rescuing Zhou could they hope to contend with such an adversary. As arrows swiftly felled the drowsy members of the Blood Moon sect, Xuan Ning and his allies promptly dispatched the outer ranks and began their advance towards the gourd-shaped entrance. Xuan Ning led the guest experts of the city lord's mansion, charging boldly towards the archers stationed on either side of the gourd pass. The sound of arrows whistled through the air. The archers, preoccupied with the valley below, were utterly unprepared for the sudden appearance of foes at their backs. By the time they realized the threat, Xuan Ning and his companions had already engaged them in battle. In that instant, Xuan Ning ignited a signal flare, which soared into the sky and erupted in a brilliant explosion. At the sight of the flare, Zhou Tiansu, positioned within Gourd Valley, was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe his own eyes. "My lord, look, isn't that the signal flare of our city lord's mansion?" a guard exclaimed, coughing as he gazed upwards in astonishment. The other guards shared his disbelief, their expressions grim, clearly indicating that they had been poisoned. Zhou Tiansu quickly regained his composure and commanded, "Send someone to investigate the situation at Gourd Pass." "Yes." A guard promptly set off towards Gourd Pass to assess the circumstances. Upon discovering the fierce battle unfolding above, he hurried back to Zhou Tiansu, breathless with surprise. "My lord, it's Xuan Ning. He has come to our aid." "What? Xuan Ning?" Zhou Tiansu was equally astonished, never anticipating that it would be Xuan Ning who would come to his rescue. "Quickly, let us charge out." Despite the unexpected turn of events, he felt a surge of gratitude, marveling at Xuan Ning's courage and ingenuity in locating him. Meanwhile, Gulu, alerted by the sounds of combat, emerged from his tent, initially believing it to be Zhou Tiansu attempting to break through. However, upon stepping outside, he was met not by Zhou Tiansu, but by Xuan Ning and his companions, whom he recognized as members of the city lord's mansion. "Damn it! I never expected there would be others from the city lord's mansion willing to rescue Zhou Tiansu." Gulu seethed with fury. And sensed that just as Zhou Tiansu was on the brink of defeat, reinforcements had arrived to disrupt his plans. "You brat, prepare to meet your end," he shouted, charging directly at Xuan Ning. Zhou Tiansu, accompanied by his group, rushed towards Gourd Pass and soon witnessed the fierce clash before them, with Xuan Ning leading the charge. "Gulu, your opponent is me," Zhou Tiansu called out, spotting Gulu rushing towards Xuan Ning. He leapt onto a stone, propelled himself forward with a series of agile jumps, and confronted Gulu, channeling his energy for a powerful strike. Bang! The two clashed, each staggering back several paces. Frowning, Gulu regarded Zhou Tiansu and remarked, "Zhou Tiansu, in your current state, you are no match for me." Though Zhou Tiansu appeared to be in poor condition, he resolutely replied, "Let us test that theory. You shall face more than just one opponent." Xuan Ning commanded the guest officials of the city lord's mansion to join the fray, asserting that in the face of adversaries, killing was the only course of action. The notion that those with greater numbers could intimidate the fewer was mere nonsense. This was a matter of life and death. Who would concern themselves with trivialities in such dire circumstances? It was only then that Gulu realized he was the one at a disadvantage. With a furious roar directed at Zhou Tiansu, Gulu declared, "Prepare yourself." Subsequently, he flung a handful of white powder from his grasp and immediately turned to flee, leaving all present in a state of astonishment. "Chase him. Do not let him escape," Yang Yan urged urgently. "Do not pursue a desperate foe," Xuan Ning cautioned. "But he is making his escape." Yang Yuan was perplexed. Gulu was at the 9th level of the martial sovereign realm, aside from the city lord. Who here could possibly contend with him? Even if they were to catch up, could they truly detain him without incurring unnecessary losses among their comrades? It would suffice to deal with these adversaries. As for Gulu, he could merely return to the Blood Moon sect, where they would collectively eradicate him in due course. Xuan Ning elucidated to Yang Yan that their purpose for this visit was to locate Zhou Tiansu. Now that they had successfully found him, there was no need for further pursuit. Moreover, given that Zhou Tiansu and his companions were still afflicted by poison, it was imperative to prioritize their detoxification. Upon hearing Xuan Ning's words, Zhou Tiansu nodded in agreement, asserting, "Let us heed Xuan Ning's counsel and refrain from any further chasing." Zhou Tiansu felt an increasing sense of satisfaction towards Xuan Ning. In such circumstances, his clarity of thought was truly commendable, filling Zhou Tiansu's heart with gratitude. Although Gulu had escaped, his minions were not so fortunate. All were vanquished by Xuan Ning's forces. With this victory, Zhou Yan reaped considerable rewards, acquiring numerous attribute points. However, upon reaching the realm of a martial master, the requirements for further breakthroughs escalated significantly, necessitating increasingly greater cultivation. At his current age, Attaining the first level of martial master was commendable, and Xuan Ning was not in haste, understanding that every endeavor must progress step by step. After dispatching their adversaries, Xuan Ning noticed Zhou Tian's countenance appeared troubled. He promptly approached Zhou Tiansu and suggested, "It is getting late. Let us rest here for the night before departing." Agreed. I too need to recuperate and expel the toxins from my body, Zhou Tiansu replied with a nod. Given the nighttime conditions were not conducive to travel, and many were injured and poisoned, it was indeed wiser to take a night's rest. They discovered an array of supplies and tents left behind by Gu Lu and his cohorts. Xuan Ning instructed the others to tidy the area, disposing of the slain minions of the Blood Moon gang far away to be incinerated, and to ensure the remains of their fallen brothers were also cremated, with the ashes to be taken back home. After issuing these commands, Xuan Ning directed everyone to prepare a meal. Fortunately, there was still a substantial amount of food left by Gu Lu, which merely required cooking to be ready for consumption. Xuan Ning carried a bowl of meat soup and entered the tent where Zhou Tiansu resided. Noticing that Zhou Tiansu's complexion had improved significantly, he promptly inquired, "Father, how do you feel? Please have a sip of this." Zhou Tiansu nodded, accepting the warm broth from Xuan Ning's hands, and then asked, "What prompted you to come outside the city to find me? Has something occurred within the city? After you departed from Luoxian City, reports surfaced of young girls being abducted within the city. Upon receiving this information, I initiated an investigation. As a result, I apprehended a guardian from the Blood Moon sect, from whom I extracted details concerning your situation. In addition to your matters, I uncovered their sinister intent to utilize these young girls for sacrificial offerings in a bid to attain formidable power. They are preparing to seize 1,000 girls for this purpose, and numerous young women from the surrounding villages have already fallen prey to 2 other guardians of the Blood Moon sect. I fear they may deliver these girls to Skull Mountain, and should the leader of the sect proceed with the sacrifices prematurely, the fates of these young women may be sealed." Xuan Ning briefly recounted his journey to Zhou Tiansu, who, upon hearing the account, recognized the gravity of the situation. However, his concerns were alleviated upon learning that the matter had been communicated to the 5 great sections. The Blood Moon sect must be eradicated, and those young maidens must be rescued, Zhou Tiansu declared, since Gu Lu had already fled. The failure of the Blood Wolf and his associates in Luoxian City would undoubtedly reach the ears of the sect's leader, should he choose to conduct the sacrificial rites prematurely. The lives of those maidens would be in jeopardy. Yet, this was merely a possibility, after all. The 2 guardians outside the Blood Moon sect remained unaware and continued their abduction of young women from other towns. Given the meticulous preparations undertaken by the sect leader, it was evident that he would not wish for his ritual to be incomplete and would likely wait for the night of the full moon to strike. Thus, time was still on their side. With this in mind, Xuan Ning turned to Zhou Tiansu and said, "Father, I wish to take action tomorrow to eliminate the other 2 guardians of the Blood Moon sect. I have already obtained their hiding place from the Blood Wolf, and I believe they must still have numerous maidens in their grasp. I wish to liberate them." Zhou Tiansu pondered for a moment before responding, "You are correct. As the city lord, I cannot stand idly by while they are offered as sacrificial offerings. Therefore, you shall act tomorrow. I fear that the Blood Moon sect may send others into Luoxian City. If they set their sights on it again, the safety of hundreds of thousands of citizens will be at risk." As the lord of Luoxian City, Zhou Tiansu had to prioritize the safety of the entire city. Thus, he needed to return to oversee its defense. With so many maidens in Luoxian City and the entire force of the city lord's mansion now deployed, any attempt by the Blood Moon sect to infiltrate at this moment could lead to unimaginable losses for the entire city. The astute Xuan Ning observed that since addressing one guardian was feasible, dealing with the other 2 would pose little challenge. After all, Zhou Tiansu would not send Xuan Ning to rescue Skull Mountain, a place beyond their capabilities. Furthermore, he was merely suppressing the toxins within his body without fully eradicating them. The situation was even direr for others, who would need to return to take the antidote. "I shall arrange ample manpower for you. Those individuals will be at your disposal. I hope you can swiftly rescue those young maidens," Zhou Tiansu remarked, gazing at Xuan Ning. "Rest assured, adoptive father, Xuan Ning shall not disappoint," Xuan Ning responded. Zhou Tiansu nodded in satisfaction as Xuan Ning departed to rest. The following day, after a light meal, Zhou Tiansu and his companions divided into 2 teams. One team headed back to Luoxian City, while the other, led by Zhou Yan, journeyed to the location of the 2 remaining guardians of the Blood Moon sect. This time, Xuan Ning was accompanied by numerous formidable allies, including even those of martial sovereign caliber, making the task of confronting guardians of mere martial master strength a trivial matter. Take care on your journey, Zhou Tian's called out to Xuan Ning and the others as they set off. Though a tinge of worry lingered in his heart, he acknowledged that Xuan Ning needed to venture forth independently. Let this be an opportunity for growth. The fledgling eagle had matured and soared into the sky. Let us depart as well, Zhou Tian instructed his subordinates as they too made their exit, most of whom were still burdened by residual toxins and injuries from this outing. Xuan Ning and his companions swiftly returned to Yunshan town, mounted their steeds, and set forth towards the next stronghold of the Blood Moon Sect's guardian. As they galloped along, Xuan Ning unfurled the map, his gaze fixed upon their upcoming destination, known as Wanshanya, where the guardian, named Blood Shadow, resided. This individual was as elusive as the wind, employing ruthless tactics that were steeped in slaughter. He operated under the guise of a bandit, serving the Blood Moon Sect, frequently ambushing passing merchant convoys. Whenever he was in a foul mood, entire caravans would meet with annihilation. Consequently, the outside world had bestowed upon him the ominous moniker of Devil's Hand. Blood Shadow was not only adept in agility, but also possessed a formidable set of palm techniques. He relished in piercing the hearts of his adversaries with his bare hands, which earned him his notorious title. Those who served under Blood Shadow were significantly more formidable than the Blood Wolves. After all, as mountain bandits, their resources were plentiful, enabling them to recruit numerous strong warriors. Most of his followers were notorious criminals who had fled from the subordinate towns of Luoxian City. Blood Shadow thrived by gathering this band of nefarious individuals, routinely plundering the merchant convoys that traversed the area. Zhou Tiansu had dispatched forces to eliminate them several times, inflicting substantial damage. However, after a brief respite, they always managed to resurrect. This was largely due to the substantial backing they received from a more powerful force, allowing Blood Shadow and his band of marauders to remain an enduring threat. Blood Shadow had indeed chosen his location wisely. Wanshanya served as the sole passage connecting several counties to Luoxian City, ensuring that any ambush on merchant caravans would yield fruitful results. Xuan Ning glanced at the map. This Blood Shadow was indeed a formidable adversary. The fact that he had thrived so comfortably over the years revealed his cunning nature. However, when this wily fox encounters a hunter like Xuan Ning, who has traversed realms, he is bound to face dire consequences. Xuan Ning and his companions initially stationed their steeds in the village closest to Wanshan Cliff, compensating the local farmers generously to tend to the horses. Upon seeing such a bounty of coins, the elderly farmers readily agreed. Subsequently, Xuan Ning proceeded to the foot of Wanshan Cliff. However, in order to avoid alarming their quarry, he refrained from launching a full-scale assault, opting instead to send a select few bodyguards of martial prowess to scout the area. Upon reaching a concealed foothill of Wanshan Cliff, Xuan Ning discerned signs of prior activity, discovering numerous hidden sentinels within the dense underbrush, indicating that the Blood Shadow was indeed exceedingly cautious. This formidable adversary had managed to locate such a secluded refuge, and with external scouts on watch, any hint of danger would allow for a swift retreat. No wonder he had survived for so long. Yang Yin had previously participated in several attempts to capture the Blood Shadow, yet each time had ended in frustration as the wretch escaped. This time, under no circumstances could he be allowed to flee again. The location was undeniably obscure. Most individuals would scarcely suspect the existence of a cave there, nor would they fathom where captives might be concealed. Young Master Ning, shall we first deal with those outside? Suggested Shun Xingguang, a formidable warrior of the martial sovereign level and a protector assigned to Xuan Ning by Zhou Tiansu, primarily to ensure his safety. Upon hearing Shun Xingguang's words, Xuan Ning shook his head, stating, "Our objective is to eradicate them entirely. Therefore, should we engage, it must be to capture them all at once. We remain unaware if they have ventured out or if there are further escape routes within. So let us first thoroughly investigate the surroundings." Understood. Such matters did not necessitate Xuan Ning's direct involvement. Others would certainly ensure a comprehensive examination, and given their formidable strength, there was little cause for concern. Meanwhile, Xuan Ning remained with two companions, waiting for 1 or 2 hours. Younger Master Ning, Shun Xingguang was the first to return. Gradually approaching Xuan Ning. "What news?" Xuan Ning inquired. "It has been confirmed that behind the mountain lies indeed an escape route, albeit one that is difficult to traverse, requiring a considerable detour to reach," Shun Xingguang replied. After listening, Xuan Ning nodded and then inquired, "Is there a road leading to Skull Mountain?" "Indeed, there is. It is possible to reach Skull Mountain from there," Shun Xingguang replied once more. Xuan Ning had already formulated a plan and patiently awaited the return of the others. Before long, they all returned, oblivious to the existence of any additional paths. Thus, it sufficed to seal off the two entrances to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Xuan Ning turned to Shen Xingguang and instructed, "Lead your group to circumvent to the rear of this mountain range and lie in ambush along the essential path to Skull Mountain. When night falls, I shall signal for action." Understood. Shen Xingguang nodded and departed with his companions. Aside from Shen Xingguang, a formidable martial artist accompanied Xuan Ning. Ensuring his safety was not a concern. With the arrangements in place, Xuan Ning remained vigilant at the spot. As dusk approached, he indeed observed a group returning from outside. The third leader had returned. Upon recognizing familiar faces, the hidden bandits rose to greet them. The leader among them nodded and remarked, "I am utterly exhausted. Today's haul was meager. The towns are heavily guarded. We only managed to capture 10 individuals. Behind these men stood young girls, their hands bound and mouths gagged, tears long dried, herded along by ropes. Third leader, we are nearing the completion of our task. Soon, you will no longer have to engage in such endeavors. It is unfortunate, though, that these women can only be seen and not touched. If you wish to risk your life, go ahead and make a move. Not long ago, someone lost their hand at the behest of the big boss. I have no desire to meet the same fate. To be honest, that woman we captured yesterday was quite alluring," one remarked. "Young Master Ning, they have returned. Shall we make our move?" Yang Yin inquired. "Only the third leader is back. There are 5 in total. There is no need for haste. We shall wait a while longer," Xuan Ning replied. After some time, more individuals returned. This time the 5th leader, who brought back a much larger contingent of over 30 captives. From these captives, it was revealed that they only dispatched 2 leaders daily to seek out their so-called prey. With this information, Xuan Ning understood that all the outward-bound members had returned. Consequently, he turned to Yang Yin and commanded, "Notify the brothers and prepare for action." Yes, Yang Yin, eager with anticipation, rushed to his men and exclaimed, "Brothers, arm yourselves." Upon hearing this, the guards immediately became energized, brandishing their weapons and advancing toward the mountain. "Young Master Ning, the brothers are ready," Yang Yin announced, his face alight with eagerness. "Let us stealthily approach and eliminate those outside with our archery," Xuan Ning instructed. Understood. Yang Yin nodded and signaled to the guards, leading them furtively toward the members of the Blood Moon sect concealed in the thicket. Whoosh, whoosh, a flurry of arrows soared through the air, swiftly dispatching the hidden foes of the Blood Moon sect. Charge! Xuan Ning led a formidable contingent toward the cavern where the Blood Shadow resided. Outside the cave, a group of over a dozen individuals stood ready, their numbers surprisingly substantial. Xuan Ning commanded his men to ready their bows and unleash a volley of arrows. Before the assailants could react, they were pierced through the heart by a hail of arrows. "Spare none," Xuan Ning ordered. The guards promptly raised their weapons and charged inside, engaging in a fierce battle against the followers of the Blood Moon sect. Xuan Ning collected attribute points along the way, increasing his cultivation value by 20, strength by 1, and constitution by 1. "Who are you? What are you?" Alarmingly, they were under attack. Moments later, Xuan Ning and his companions were discovered, leading to a fierce confrontation. However, Xuan Ning was not without his forces. Bolstered by ample preparation, they first unleashed a barrage of arrows upon the distant foes. As the enemies drew near, they engaged in close combat. The number of individuals led by Xuan Ning is considerable, each possessing a realm surpassing that of a martial soldier, with numerous individuals boasting the strength of martial generals, complemented by a significant presence of formidable martial masters. Xuan Ning took up a bow and arrow himself, and with the aid of his formidable mental prowess and keen perception, he rarely missed his mark. No adversary could evade his arrow. "Who are you?" Emerged a figure from within, wielding an iron hammer, his face adorned with a thick beard, and his corpulent frame suggested he weighed no less than 200 pounds. Xuan Ning drew the bow into a perfect crescent moon shape before unleashing his arrow at the corpulent figure. Whoosh! The arrow pierced directly through the target's forehead, leaving him unaware of the assailant until his last breath. "I found myself developing an affinity for ranged attacks." Xuan Ning smiled, his formidable prowess evident. This bow was crafted specifically for martial artists. Even a practitioner at the first level of martial mastery would require immense strength to achieve such a draw. Yet, Xuan Ning was no ordinary martial artist. His power was exceptional, allowing him to effortlessly draw such a bow. Xuan Ning approached the lifeless body of the corpulent figure and beheld 2 noteworthy attribute points. Cultivation value increased by 214 and strength augmented by 8. Both attributes were commendable, indicating that this individual possessed considerable prowess. Yet, it was rather tragic that he had been swiftly vanquished by Xuan Ning upon emergence. Xuan Ning continued to vanquish foes, reaping ever greater rewards. Upon the intrusion of Xuan Ning, it was not long before a messenger arrived to report to Blood Shadow. "Report, boss, someone has breached our defenses," a bandit exclaimed urgently. With a resounding crash, Blood Shadow shattered the stone table in fury, exclaiming, "What a bunch of useless fools. After we finally found such an excellent hiding place, we have been discovered, and intruders have entered. Those imbeciles outside are truly incompetent. This location was exceedingly concealed." And with the numerous hidden sentinels he had stationed outside, it was utterly infuriating that they were still infiltrated. "Brother, allow me to lead our men to eliminate them." The second-in-command raised his twin axes, gazing at Blood Shadow. "Wait." Blood Shadow halted him and inquired, "Do you know who they are?" "It seems they are from the City Lord's manor. Several of them are the very ones who hunted us during the last siege," came the reply. "Those wretches again. How detestable." Blood Shadow seethed upon hearing it was the City Lord's men. "We must leave at once." The other leaders exchanged reluctant glances, voicing their discontent. "Brother, we have amassed so many treasures here. Shall we really abandon them? As long as we are alive, what do gold and jewels matter? We must leave this place immediately." Blood Shadow retorted, "But what of the women? They are essential to the master." The third-in-command interjected hastily. "The fact that the City Lord's manor has located us indicates they are well prepared. If we fall into their hands, all will be lost. As long as we survive, we can capture more people later. They cannot pursue us indefinitely. Carrying those burdens will only hinder our escape," Blood Shadow decisively declared, promptly making his exit. The other leaders nodded in agreement. "Where's the fourth? Why is he not here? He must hurry and join us." The second-in-command scanned the surroundings, but found no sign of him. "Second-in-command, the fourth has been struck down by an arrow from a youth. The shot was far too swift. He barely had time to react before he was slain," came the grim report. Infuriating. The second-in-command fumed. "Since the fourth is dead, let it be. Once the master achieves his full power, we shall inevitably storm the City Lord's manor. Then, the entire Luoxian city will be ours," Blood Shadow asserted confidently. Blood Shadow was indeed cautious, carrying only his personal weapon while assigning others to fend off Xuan Ning and his group. He then led his most trusted followers down a rear path to escape. To Blood Shadow, the others were merely expendable pawns. Moreover, his escape route, as Xuan Ning had surmised, was indeed towards the direction of Skull Mountain. As Xuan Ning took action, a signal flare was dispatched, prompting Xinxing Wang, who lay in ambush on the rear mountain, to exclaim urgently, "Brothers, let us remain vigilant. Young Master Ning has already made his move. We cannot afford to disappoint him." "Understood." The guards widened their eyes, having prepared numerous traps specifically designed to ensnare the fleeing bandits. As for the likelihood of any escaping this place, Xuan Ning's judgments had proven flawless thus far. From capturing the Blood Wolf trio within the city to rescuing the City Lord, Zhou Tiance, no miscalculations had occurred. Thus, the guards held unwavering faith in Xuan Ning's assessments. Meanwhile, upon leading the guards into the interior, Xuan Ning discovered a multitude of caves. He promptly commanded, "Everyone, charge into the caves separately. Do not wander alone. Ensure you remain in groups." Yes, the guards entered the various cave entrances in batches, each group led by a formidable warrior. Should they encounter an overwhelmingly powerful foe, they were to withdraw and call for reinforcements. However, as they surged forward, they encountered little resistance. The adversaries they faced were inherently weak, with the true powerhouses having long been taken away by Blood Shadow, leaving behind mere cannon fodder. Xuan Ning, accompanied by a group of individuals, charged into a cavern, swiftly dispatching several foes before collecting the attribute points scattered on the ground. To their astonishment, they discovered a dungeon wherein a number of young maidens were confined. The sight of the deceased sent the maidens into a state of panic, their cries echoing in the chamber as they huddled together, bewildered and anxious, casting fearful glances at Xuan Ning and his companions. They were utterly oblivious to Xuan Ning's identity, their hearts brimming with uncertainty. Upon entering, Xuan Ning arrived outside the dungeon, gazing at the imprisoned maidens and heaving a sigh of relief. They were all still there, and in considerable numbers. "Rest assured, we are from the Lord's manor. This is Xuan Ning, the adopted son of the Lord, who has led us to rescue you." A guard promptly stepped forward to address the captive girls. Upon hearing his words, the maidens were taken aback. they had assumed their fate was sealed, and that they would endure unspeakable torments before meeting their demise. Yet, unexpectedly, it was Xuan Ning from the Lord's manor come to their aid. The revelation of his identity sparked mutual glances of astonishment among the young women. Soon, many were overcome with joy and tears, never having anticipated the possibility of liberation. "Fear not, you are safe now. Once I deal with the bandits outside, I shall escort you home," Xuan Ning reassured them. "How wonderful! We are so grateful. We can return home." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Master Xuan Ning. We are immensely thankful to you." Xuan Ning ordered the destruction of the prison, subsequently liberating all the young maidens. He addressed them, cautioning, "Do not wander aimlessly. The enemies outside have yet to be dealt with." "Thank you, young Master Xuan Ning. I am Li Su Shui from Taixia City, and I shall ensure my family expresses their gratitude to you in due course." Among the maidens, a strikingly distinguished young woman stepped forward, her face radiant with joy and her eyes brimming with admiration for Xuan Ning. "Fear not, regardless of your origins, I, Xuan Ning, shall escort each of you back home." Little did Xuan Ning anticipate the presence of such a remarkable maiden in this place. Had he not appeared, she might have met a grim fate. "Thank you, young Master Xuan Ning." Li Su Shui expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Although she was skilled in martial arts, her protectors had all been slain, leading to her capture. "I wish to accompany you to confront the enemies. I too possess martial prowess," Li Su Shui declared to Xuan Ning. Xuan Ning expressed a hint of surprise but replied, "There is no need. The outside world is far too perilous. Remain here in peace, and once this matter is resolved, we shall escort you home." "Very well," Li Su Shui nodded in agreement. The assurance of returning home finally put the young ladies at ease. "Guard this place diligently and ensure no one breaches our defenses. Additionally, please take a head count." Xuan Ning instructed the guards, departing with only a few skilled individuals. "Understood." Xuan Ning charged once more towards the other passages, encountering nothing but corpses along the way. With no sign of the enemy, the bandits in other areas had been nearly annihilated. This operation had unfolded with remarkable success. Xuan Ning engaged in conversation with others, inquiring, "Have you seen the Blood Shadow and their associates?" The response to young Master Xuan Ning was, "We have not made any discoveries." "Young Master Xuan Ning, the strength of these individuals appears quite feeble. They do not resemble the elite members of Blood Shadow. I have dispatched individuals to search, yet none have found any trace of them. Of the 5 bandit leaders, apart from the one you have vanquished, the remaining 4 have vanished without a trace." Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning couldn't help but sigh, acknowledging how swiftly Blood Shadow had managed to escape. It was no wonder that for all these years, he had evaded the relentless pursuit of the city lord's manor. Xuan Ning promptly declared, "Hasten to the back mountain. They surely have fled at the first opportunity." Thus, Xuan Ning, accompanied by the remaining members, swiftly made their way towards the rear mountain. Fortunately, he had instructed Shen Xinguang to lie in ambush along the route beforehand, trusting that their adversaries could not have escaped too far. As Xuan Ning had anticipated, when the Blood Shadow and his companions fled along the narrow path towards Skull Mountain, Shen Xinguang and his team also discerned the presence of their enemies. In that moment, the admiration for Xuan Ning among all present ascended to a new pinnacle. Xuan Ning's brilliance is simply unparalleled. He has orchestrated a scheme that has ensnared Blood Shadow and his companions with impeccable precision. Brothers, we must not disappoint Master Xuan Ning. Although Shen Xinguang is a formidable warrior of the martial sovereign rank, in this moment, he is filled with profound respect for Xuan Ning. With such a multifaceted leader guiding them, they cannot afford to let Xuan Ning down. As their group drew near, Shen Xinguang had already made comprehensive preparations. The instant a torrential rain of arrows erupted from the forest, Blood Shadow, seasoned by years of navigating the brink of life and death, sensed an imminent danger. Without hesitation, he thrust one of his subordinates before him as a shield. Almost immediately, a barrage of arrows rained down upon them. A cacophony of anguished cries ensued, as Blood Shadow's unprepared men suffered significant casualties, retreating in haste. Blood Shadow could scarcely believe that the enemy had laid a trap right here. It was indeed a shocking revelation. "Curse it, there is an ambush." The second-in-command was equally taken aback, narrowly escaping death from the onslaught of arrows. "Brother, there's an ambush ahead. What should we do?" The third-in-command turned to Blood Shadow, his arm pierced by an arrow, which he yanked out defiantly, stifling the pain. "Brother, let us fight back." The fourth-in-command's expression was one of fury, as they faced heavy losses under this volley of arrows. Blood Shadow's countenance shifted between despair and determination. They had no path of retreat. While there were foes concealed ahead, they were equally pursued from behind. If they did not charge forward, their only fate would be to perish here. Xuan Ning contemplated for a moment, then raised the curved dagger in his hand. Addressing the crowd, I have treated you all well, but now we have but one path to tread. If we charge forth, we can still indulge in the pleasures of life, feasting, revelry, and the spoils of wealth. Let us advance. Upon hearing Xuan Ning's words, the morale of Blood Shadow's subordinates surged, and they rushed forward. However, Blood Shadow did not immediately follow. He waited until the throng had surged halfway before he trailed behind them. In such dire circumstances, sacrificing his subordinates to secure his own safety was the most prudent course of action. Blood Shadow's 3 brothers wisely chose to remain with him, having survived all these years through cunning and an understanding of self-preservation. Meanwhile, Xinguang observed the enemy charging once more and commanded his guards to unleash a volley of arrows. The whistling barrage of arrows flew towards the advancing foes. The enemies brandished their weapons to shield themselves, yet against the relentless rain of arrows, they ultimately succumbed, one after another. The rear ranks, relying on the momentum of those in front, advanced a considerable distance. By the time half of their number had fallen, they had crossed beyond the range of the arrows. However, Xinguang too surged forth, intercepting Blood Shadow and his group. Blood Shadow fixed his shadowy gaze upon Xinguang and inquired, "Are you also from the City Lord's mansion?" Xinguang erupted into hearty laughter, his spirits buoyant. "You must be Blood Shadow. Young Master Xuan Ning is indeed formidable, accurately predicting your escape route from here." Xuan Ning? Blood Shadow was unaware of the circumstances in Luoxian City and did not recognize the name. Nevertheless, the individual capable of leading a force to dismantle his hideout and lay an ambush here was certainly no ordinary foe. "Blood Shadow, you shall not escape my grasp today. The City Lord's mansion has sought to eradicate you on multiple occasions, and this time, your end is nigh." Xinguang was elated. Although the lion's share of this victory belonged to Xuan Ning, capturing Blood Shadow himself would surely earn him the City Lord's commendation. "Is that so? Then let us see if you can indeed capture me." Blood Shadow was aware that his demise was imminent, yet he would not surrender easily. He commanded his companions, "Break through. Charge." Blood Shadow and his followers surged toward Xinguang. However, upon engaging, they soon discovered that Xinguang possessed the strength of a martial sovereign. "You are a martial sovereign." Blood Shadow was taken aback, astonished that they had dispatched a martial sovereign to obstruct his path. This was a clear attempt on his life. The faces of Blood Shadow's 3 brothers darkened at the mention of Xinguang. The chasm between martial sovereigns and martial masters was indeed vast. "Humph. I suggest you surrender without resistance." Xinguang scoffed at Blood Shadow. "Surrender? Never." Blood Shadow understood that even if he capitulated, they would not spare him. Fighting to the death presented a glimmer of hope. "Let us strike together. If we can just hold him off, we may yet escape." Blood Shadow addressed the 3 brothers. "Yes, elder brother." They found themselves with no avenue for retreat, compelled to fight valiantly for their survival. However, how could mere martial masters like Blood Shadow and his companions hope to withstand a formidable opponent who had achieved the martial sovereign realm and had remained entrenched in that domain for many years? Furthermore, among the individuals accompanying Xinguang, there were other martial masters as well. United in their efforts, they left Blood Shadow and his allies utterly defenseless, swiftly inflicting grievous injuries upon them until they lay prostrate on the ground. "Bind them," commanded Xinguang as he pressed his blade against Blood Shadow's throat, rendering him incapable of movement. The battle had nearly reached its conclusion. Blood Shadow's men were either dead or wounded, all captured and restrained by Xinguang. Shortly thereafter, Xuan Ning arrived with his entourage, and upon witnessing that Xinguang had concluded the confrontation, he smiled and remarked, "It appears that all the adversaries have been dealt with." Xinguang hastened forward to address Xuan Ning, saying, "Young Master Xuan Ning, this man is Blood Shadow, along with several mountain bandit leaders. You truly are remarkable." It seems these individuals were indeed attempting to flee from here. Xuan Ning nodded slightly, finding little significance in the matter. He merely noted that the City Lord's mansion had failed to eradicate the Blood Shadow for many years, primarily due to the adversary's cunning nature. By contemplating the intentions of Blood Shadow, it was not difficult to deduce their escape route. Blood Shadow and his companions glanced at Xuan Ning, taken aback by his youth, and self-deprecatingly remarked, "Who would have thought I would fall into the hands of such a mere boy? What a grand irony. Having roamed these territories for so many years, and having thwarted numerous attempts by the City Lord's mansion to eliminate him, It was indeed a bitter pill for Blood Shadow to swallow that he was now captured by Xuan Ning. Shen Xingguang smiled gently and said, "Blood Shadow, with your feeble tricks, how could you possibly evade our young master Xuan Ning? Not only you, but even the trio of Blood Wolves have also been apprehended by our young master. Your plans for the Blood Moon sect in Luoxian City have been entirely dismantled." Upon hearing this, Blood Shadow finally understood from whence Xuan Ning had gleaned his precise location. And he could not help but curse and rage. "Curse Blood Wolf, it is all your fault, you worthless fool." Xuan Ning stepped forward, gazing at the Blood Shadow, and proclaimed, "The Blood Wolf has already fallen into my grasp. You are the second. Next, it shall be the final guardian, Blood Charm. None shall escape my clutches." Ha! What a farce. The entire scheme of Luoxian City has been meticulously plotted by us for a long time, and we accounted for every detail except for your unexpected arrival. You truly are remarkable. I wager Zhou Tian Su has also been rescued by your hand. Though Blood Shadow stood as an adversary, he could not help but admire Xuan Ning. This individual was indeed astute, having dismantled all the plans of the Blood Moon sect. Indeed, my adoptive father was rescued by me, which is precisely why I have come to confront you. After all the malevolent deeds you have committed over the years, you ought to have anticipated this day would inevitably arrive, Xuan Ning asserted. Xuan Ning cast a glance at Blood Shadow and his companions. Unlike Blood Wolf, who had been captured within the city, these individuals were apprehended outside its walls, presenting a considerable inconvenience for their return. With a swift motion, Xuan Ning unsheathed his weapon and, without a hint of hesitation, plunged it into Blood Shadow's body. Blood Shadow gazed at Xuan Ning in disbelief. His lips parted as if to utter a word, yet he was silenced by another thrust of Xuan Ning's blade, extinguishing his life entirely. With eyes wide open, Blood Shadow could not comprehend why Xuan Ning had so mercilessly taken his life. The most notorious mountain bandit, who had wreaked havoc across the various counties of fallen Immortal City, met his end at the hands of Xuan Ning. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Xuan Ning would execute Blood Shadow in such an abrupt manner, leaving them no time to react. "You scoundrel, I will make you pay." After Blood Shadow's demise, several bandit leaders, displaying a sense of camaraderie, glared at Xuan Ning with fiery rage, wishing to devour him whole, but were forcefully restrained by the guards. "Master Xuan Ning, why did you kill him?" Shen Xingguang and the others looked at Xuan Ning in confusion. "We still need to search for Blood Charm. We have no time to escort them back. Their lives are of no consequence, so it is better to eliminate them. Besides, who knows how many heinous acts they have committed, akin to those in Yinshan Town. Why should we allow them to continue their reign of terror?" Xuan Ning's words resonated profoundly with the crowd, especially when considering a town like Yinshan, home to thousands, all mercilessly slaughtered by their combined hands. It became evident that these lives were scarcely worth lamenting. These individuals were destined for demise regardless. Whether sooner or later, their end was inevitable, and thus, their extermination could be seen as a form of mercy. Having spoken, Xuan Ning approached the others once more. Noticing the fury in their eyes, he declared, "You are guilty of heinous crimes. You should have met your end long ago. To kill you once is merely an act of kindness. Even in death, we shall not permit you to escape our wrath." The trio roared in response. Xuan Ning chuckled softly and replied, "I must admit, I am rather eager to experience what it feels like to slay a ghost. I hope you can grant me the opportunity." With that, without a moment's hesitation, Xuan Ning dispatched all three of them, for their demise was truly of no consequence. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the other bandits. Upon witnessing the death of their leader, the remaining henchmen stared at Xuan Ning in terror. His decisive actions instilled a palpable fear within them. "Spare us. We were coerced into this. It was the Blood Shadow that commanded us. We bear no responsibility in this matter." Xuan Ning's expression remained utterly unchanged, devoid of any semblance of compassion. He remarked, "When you mercilessly took the lives of innocent souls, did they not plead for mercy in a similar manner? Yet, you showed not the slightest inclination to relent, raising your blade without hesitation. It is not my place to grant you clemency. My duty lies in consigning you to the depths of hell. In your next life, may you aspire to be virtuous." With those words, Xuan Ning executed each of them without a moment's hesitation, his strike swift, precise, and ruthless. Once the deed was done, he felt not a trace of remorse. Xuan Ning has successfully transformed into a decisive figure, fully acclimated to this world governed by the law of the jungle. In this moment, the surrounding guards found themselves somewhat intimidated by Xuan Ning. Xuan Ning is an enigmatic individual, renowned for his exceptional literary talent. earning the title of the foremost scholar in the city of Luoxian. Within a single day, he apprehended 3 members of the Blood Wolf and, through astute interrogation, uncovered the mastermind behind their actions. He then personally led the charge to rescue the city lord and, within the same day, eradicated the Blood Shadow, capturing their members in the process. However, Xuan Ning's decisive and ruthless actions revealed another facet of his character. A person who is both intelligent and resolute in action is undoubtedly a nightmare for any adversary. Fortunately, they are subordinates of Xuan Ning, not foes. A sense of relief and gratitude welled up within everyone, as they felt immensely fortunate. Xuan Ning did not attend to these corpses. These individuals were all deserving of their fate, left here to serve as nourishment for the dogs. Xuan Ning instructed Shun Xingguang to carry away the bodies of their fallen comrades, assuring him that he would depart shortly thereafter. Once Shun Xingguang and the others had left, Xuan Ning began to collect the attribute points scattered around him. Cultivation value increased by 299, cultivation value increased by 250, cultivation value increased by 220, strength increased by 12. Constitution increased by 10. Xuan Ning eliminated 3 phantoms, acquiring a substantial amount of attributes. These adversaries were all at the martial master level, and having defeated them himself, the rewards were undoubtedly significant. Xuan Ning soon realized that he was on the verge of yet another breakthrough in his realm and, without hesitation, chose to ascend. His realm advanced to the 2nd level of the martial master. A powerful surge of energy coursed through his body once again, enhancing his strength significantly. After exhausting all his attribute points, Xuan Ning felt that he could now triumph even over formidable opponents at the 5th level of the martial master. Xuan Ning searched the Blood Shadow and discovered 2 additional manuals on his person. One was a top-grade yellow-tier technique known as the Purple Name Skill, and the other was a mid-grade yellow-tier martial art, the Curved Blade Technique. Not too shabby, Xuan Ning remarked as he continued to search the others, uncovering several more manuals. Xuan Ning commenced the application of all these martial arts techniques, subsequently deconstructing them into valuable experiential knowledge. The disassembly of the Purple Name Technique at level 6 proved successful, yielding 9 points of experience. The disassembly of the Taishan Technique at level 4 was also successful, granting 5 points of experience. Likewise, the deconstruction of the Kaiyuan Technique at level 4 succeeded, resulting in another 5 points of experience. After dismantling numerous techniques, a total of 25 points of experience was accrued, leading to a remarkable realization: his martial arts had actually ascended to a higher tier. The Haoyang formula's skill level increased by 1, now standing at level 10. Following this advancement, Xuan Ning sensed a profound transformation in the technique, feeling as if its power had multiplied several times over. Previously categorized as a superior grade technique of the Xian tier, the Haoyang formula had now ascended to the inferior grade of the Earth tier, representing a substantial elevation in rank. The disparity between the Xian level and Earth level martial arts techniques is indeed substantial. Xuan Ning can distinctly sense the formidable power of this technique upon its recent advancement. He experienced a tremendous surge of spiritual energy. His spiritual power has intensified significantly, a direct result of the technique's elevation, which has notably augmented Xuan Ning's overall strength. The advanced martial art has considerably enhanced his combat capabilities, instilling him with confidence even against those at the 6th level of the martial master realm. All of Xuan Ning's martial arts techniques can be enhanced by deconstructing other skills, a unique ability unattainable by others. The entire stronghold is vast, leaving one to wonder if there are additional secret manuals hidden within. Xuan Ning turned his attention to the Blood Shadow's lair. During the previous campaign against the Blood Wolves, no gains were made. Only through interrogation did it come to light that they had no intention of residing in Luoxian City, which is why they left all their possessions at Skeleton Mountain. Successfully deconstructing the Curved Blade Technique at level 5 yielded 7 skill experience points. Successfully deconstructing the Broken Slash at level 2 yielded 2 skill experience points. Successfully deconstructing the Arm Extending Palm at level 3 yielded 3 skill experience points. Xuan Ning also disassembled the martial arts skills he acquired, yet the experience gained was minimal. After all, he was merely a lowly figure, and the quality of the martial arts he could learn was not high. Consequently, this martial arts experience could not elevate his sword transformation technique to level 9. Upon returning to the mountain stronghold where Blood Shadow resided, Xuan Ning resumed collecting the attribute points scattered around him. Once he had gathered them all, Yang Yin addressed him, saying, "Young Master Xuan Ning, we have discovered a location abundant with gold, silver, and jewels. Ah, Xuan Ning replied as he approached to inspect the site, soon uncovering a trove of chests. This wealth was originally intended by Blood Shadow to be brought back to the Blood Moon sect, yet unexpectedly, it had been left behind. Upon witnessing such an abundance of wealth, Xuan Ning let out a gentle sigh. He pondered the extent of plunder that the Blood Shadow must have perpetrated upon countless villages and caravans to amass such riches. Consequently, Xuan Ning produced a substantial stack of gold, silver, and copper notes, and from his own possession, he retrieved another stack of gold notes, presenting them to Yang Yan. He declared, "My brothers have toiled diligently. Please distribute these among them evenly, ensuring that no one is treated preferentially." "Thank you, young Master Xuan Ning. I shall ensure fairness in the distribution," Yang Yan replied, his excitement palpable as he accepted the gold notes and hurried off to commence the equitable distribution. In his heart, Yang Yuan profoundly approved of Xuan Ning's actions. The guards had fought valiantly for the city lord's mansion, and Xuan Ning, without hesitation, rewarded them with both renown and wealth. This was a strategic means to consolidate loyalty and bolster morale. Xuan Ning subsequently gathered all the treasure chests from the ground and placed them into his system bag. As for the spatial ring gifted to him by Zhou Tiansu, it was utterly insufficient to contain such a vast amount. The wealth here was worth at least several million copper coins. Even if he were to distribute 10 million copper coins to others, Xuan Ning would still secure a minimum of 20 million copper coins for himself. The guards were exceedingly delighted and eagerly handed over the manuals they had taken from the mountain bandits to Xuan Ning. After collecting them, Xuan Ning assured them that upon their return to the Lord's mansion, he would impart more advanced martial techniques and skills. This assurance filled the guards with joy, for if they were to learn these techniques independently, it would require an extensive amount of time. However, with Xuan Ning's guidance, they realized they could master them swiftly, which made them particularly fond of working alongside him. Their respect for Xuan Ning blossomed into heartfelt gratitude. By serving under Xuan Ning, they not only gained wealth, but also earned the admiration of others. Witnessing the genuine gratitude of the rescued maidens, all the guards felt like heroes. Xuan Ning allowed everyone to rest for the night, planning to depart from this place early the following morning. Subsequently, Xuan Ning approached the young maidens, sharing the circumstances with them. Upon learning that he had vanquished the bandit leader who had captured them, they were filled with immense joy. Regarding Xuan Ning as their great benefactor, reputation increased by 1, reputation increased by 10, reputation increased by 0. 5. Reputation increased by 2. The reputation of Xuan Ning has once again surged dramatically. Indeed, performing good deeds and nurturing talent is the true path to success. Thank you, young Master Xuan Ning. You are participating in the assessment of the 5 great sects this year, aren't you? Which celestial abode do you intend to visit? Li Shui, clad in a pink long gown, stood out remarkably amidst the crowd and took the initiative to inquire about Xuan Ning. I plan to go to the Langya Holy Land. Do you also intend to participate in the assessment of the 5 great sects? Xuan Ning turned his gaze toward Li Shui, pondering why this woman had come here and, moreover, had been captured. Langya Holy Land, Li Shui affirmed, her resolve firm upon hearing this news. She too aspired to enter the Langya Holy Land. Indeed, I originally came to the mountains for training, but encountered a powerful beast attack. My guard and I fled to the outskirts of Luoxian City, only to be unfortunate enough to run into that group of people, which led to my capture. Li Shui shared her own story, noting that Taixia City and Luoxian City were not very far apart, making her journey seem quite reasonable, especially since trade caravans frequently traveled between the two cities. After conversing with Li Shui for a while, Xuan Ning decided it was time to rest. Xuan Ning entered a cave, where he commenced the dissection of rudimentary techniques and martial arts. However, the experience gained from these lowly practices proved insufficient to elevate his skills. Subsequently, Xuan Ning assumed a meditative posture to cultivate his abilities. His cultivation points increased by 30, repeatedly manifesting as he progressed. Indeed, the earth-level techniques were extraordinary. After circulating his energy for a complete cycle, he amassed a substantial amount of cultivation points, far surpassing those acquired from the celestial-level techniques. The following day unfolded. Xuan Ning arranged for several individuals to escort the young maidens away from this place. Those residing nearby were taken directly home, while those farther away were first brought back to Luoxian City, from where further arrangements would be made for their return. Although the maidens felt a deep sense of reluctance, they understood that separation was inevitable. Xuan Ning, take care of yourself. I shall be entering the Langya sacred land, Li Shui said, her eyes brimming with sorrow. her mind filled with the image of Xuan Ning, yet she reluctantly followed the guards as they departed. Meanwhile, Xuan Ning set forth towards another destination, for he had one final guardian of the Blood Moon sect to confront. Xuan, one of the three guardians and the only woman among them, had always concealed her true face behind a mask, never revealing herself to the public. However, she did not originally belong to the Blood Moon sect. She succeeded her father in taking up the position of guardian, growing up in a den of bandits. She possessed ruthless methods and exhibited no mercy in her acts of violence. Yet, these portrayals were merely the biased words of Shui Lang. The true nature of Xuan Mei awaited Xuan Ning's deeper exploration. Undoubtedly, Xuan Mei was likely the most formidable of the three guardians, as her stronghold was well defended and challenging to penetrate. It required cunning and strategy to infiltrate, for a direct assault would result in devastating losses. The mountain range where Xuan Mei resided was known as Ghost Wolf Valley, with but a single path for access. Even if one were to obstruct the descent of her followers, it would prove futile, as they cultivated farmlands and other crops atop the mountain. It may seem peculiar for a bandit to farm, yet this was precisely what Xuan Mei did. Moreover, according to Shui Lang, Xuan Mei was not entirely devoid of virtue. She and her subordinates did not partake in the massacre at Yushan Town and had actively counseled the Blood Moon sect leader against it, only to be reprimanded by him. Furthermore, Xuan Mei had no inclination to plunder villagers, maintaining a self-sufficient existence, only raiding passing caravans. As long as they paid the toll, she would allow them safe passage. Xuan Ning believed that if the opponent were willing to surrender, he could also avert the bloodshed. Xuan Ning must venture up the mountain to personally ascertain the true nature of this blood enchantress, enabling him to render a more informed judgment. Gazing upon the towering peaks of Ghost Wolf Valley, he inquired, how is it possible for these individuals to establish a stronghold in such a perilous region? Surrounded by demonic beasts? Young Master Ning, the city lord had previously dispatched us to eradicate them, replied Yang Yan. However, they proved formidable, successfully summoning the entire mountain-s beasts to assail us. Following that encounter, the city lord abandoned efforts to cleanse this area, primarily because these individuals differ significantly from other mountain bandits. They refrain from pillaging villages and towns, targeting only wealthy merchants instead. Moreover, they permit passage for a fee, seldom taking lives. Yang Yan recounted the previous incidents and cautioned Xuan Ning to exercise utmost caution. Should they once again call upon the beasts to besiege us, we might find ourselves on the losing end, he warned. Summoning demonic beasts certainly indicates this woman possesses some skill, Xuan Ning pondered, contemplating the possibility of infiltrating their lair. That, I fear, may prove exceedingly difficult, Yang Yan replied. Suddenly, Xuan Ning noticed figures approaching in the distance and remarked, in fact, I have conceived several strategies. You are indeed clever, young Master Ning, to devise multiple plans in the face of such adversaries. Yang Yan expressed his admiration. Why don't we leverage our martial sect strength to forcefully breach their defenses? We might capture them all, suggested Xinguang. Such an approach would incur severe losses and prove unwise. I prefer to meet this blood enchantress, Xuan Ning responded with a smile. However, infiltrating their encampment poses considerable challenges. Yang Yan cautioned. I have a plan. You all should remain concealed here. If I signal from the mountain, you shall ascend with the others, Xuan Ning grinned. Isn't that too perilous, young Master Ning? Xinguang interjected hastily. Rest assured, I have no intention of courting death. I have yet to exhaust my days. Xuan Ning reassured them before striding forward. Xuan Ning was the first to don a tattered outfit, deliberately rendering himself in a state of disarray, akin to that of a refugee. Young Master Xuan Ning, what are you doing? Inquired Xinguang and the others, perplexed by his actions. Do not emerge. I have my own plans. You need only await my news in silence, Xuan Ning replied. Very well, they acquiesced, aware of Xuan Ning's cleverness. Once he was suitably disguised, Xuan Ning approached, feigning a demeanor of panic, and directly confronted the group. Upon seeing him, they shouted, Who are you, kid? Upon catching sight of the other party, Xuan Ning feigned a startled expression and promptly fled, only to exclaim, Oh dear, as he pretended to stumble and fall to the ground. The individuals behind him hastily approached, surrounding Xuan Ning while brandishing gleaming blades, demanding, Who are you, and what are your intentions? To which he pleaded, Noble heroes, spare my life. I have escaped from the front. My family was slaughtered by a group of individuals clad in black, and my sister was taken from me. We have not eaten for an entire day. I am desperate and seek merely to ascend the mountain in search of sustenance. Xuan Ning's commanding presence was striking, and his performance was nothing short of commendable. It seemed he was owed an Oscar. Upon hearing Xuan Ning's words, the bandits quickly recalled the notorious Blood Shadow and his ilk, for Xuan Ning had described their attire and the nefarious deeds they were known to commit. So you wish to become a bandit? Some of them were taken aback. I have heard that the men of Ghost Wolf Village are all heroes and brave souls. I would rather not starve. Becoming a bandit is preferable to being slain, Xuan Ning retorted. It appears we are entering Blood Shadow's territory. Those ruffians are at it again. One among the crowd sighed. He seems rather unfortunate. Let us take him up the mountain, another suggested. Very well. Although they were escorting Xuan Ning up the mountain, they maintained a vigilant watch over him, clearly still wary. Xuan Ning, however, kept up a facade of camaraderie, addressing them as brother and utilizing his keen intellect to quickly integrate himself among them. While their caution remained, their fondness for Xuan Ning began to blossom. Yet, as they ascended the mountain, they encountered a ferocious beast. The bandits, displaying remarkable skill, produced some unknown means to successfully drive the creature away. Brother, what was that? Truly remarkable. To repel such a formidable beast is nothing short of astounding, Xuan Ning exclaimed, his curiosity piqued as he lavished them with praise. That is but a mere trifle. Our village chief possesses countless such abilities, they responded, their pride swelling as they began to converse animatedly. Xuan Ning learned from their conversation that Shui Mei was presumably an alchemist, capable of concocting various extraordinary powders and substances. This revelation pleasantly surprised Xuan Ning, as he had not anticipated her diverse skills, and he pondered her prowess in the art of intimacy. Upon arriving outside the village, they were subjected to a brief inspection. Upon seeing Xuan Ning, a guard inquired, "Who is this fellow, Black Z?" Another one who escaped from Shuang? Black Z responded affirmatively. Those rascals again. Not long ago. They made quite a number of escapes, and I suppose they have committed more atrocities. Indeed, had I not fled swiftly, I might have met a grim fate. My poor friends have perished, and even my sister has been captured. I can only wonder what fate awaits her, Xuan Ning replied, feigning sorrow. Come inside. Our village chief will provide you refuge. As long as you contribute earnestly, sustenance will not be a concern, said the gatekeeper, a mountain bandit. Thank you, elder brother. Xuan Ning indeed sensed that this group of individuals did not resemble ordinary mountain bandits. They were markedly different from the malevolent brigands typically encountered. Thus, Xuan Ning inquired further of Hazy and the others, seeking to understand their motivations for taking to the mountains as outlaws. It turned out that they, too, were simple farmers who, unable to pay the oppressive taxes imposed by the landlords, found themselves with no alternative but to resort to banditry. Moreover, from Hazy, Xuan Ning discovered that most of the inhabitants here willingly chose to ascend the mountains, for it provided them a means to avoid starvation and the relentless exploitation of the landlords. Xuan Ning's resolve to grant them amnesty grew ever stronger. These individuals were not irredeemably wicked, nor had they committed numerous heinous acts. To his astonishment, Xuan Ning discovered that they had not even laid a hand on a single maiden. This revelation was quite unexpected, if memory served him correctly. Both Blood Shadow and Blood Charm were obligated to surrender hundreds of young women to the Blood Moon sect, lest they face dire consequences. Yet, Blood Charm had failed to comply, which was tantamount to defiance against the Blood Moon sect. It seemed likely that he need not intervene, for the sect would surely not overlook Blood Charm's transgressions. Xuan Ning perceived this as a splendid opportunity. Upon entering the village, his options for exploration were limited, nonetheless. He adeptly wielded his silver tongue, garnering the goodwill of many. As conversations unfolded, numerous villagers began to refer to him as their brother, affectionately calling him little brother and old buddy, with remarkable ease and familiarity. Xuan Ning discovered that he seemingly possessed an unactivated hidden talent for social brilliance. Xuan Ning swiftly employed his urgent need to relieve himself, skillfully evading the attention of others and stealthily infiltrating the domain of the chieftain. There, leveraging his formidable prowess, he adeptly blended into the surroundings. Xuan Ning discovered that there were voices within and immediately concealed himself. He had also gathered some information regarding the situation at Ghost Wolf Stronghold. Blood Charm was the daughter of the former chieftain, and after her father's demise, she successfully ascended to the chieftaincy. Furthermore, she had 3 subordinates, the second and third leaders, both of whom were her uncles, being brothers of her father, and they possessed strength at the martial master realm. As for the fourth leader, he appeared to be only a few years her senior, also boasting prowess at the martial master level. making him a standout among the younger generation within the stronghold. Xuan Ning attentively listened to their conversation. Chief, you must issue your orders soon. The very fate of the Ghost Wolf village rests entirely in your hands. If we fail to deliver enough young maidens to the Blood Moon sect on time, I fear that the lives of thousands within our stronghold will be at stake. Sighed the second in command, Huya. Chief, if you find it difficult to make this decision, then allow me to take on this burden. For the sake of the lives of our brothers within the village, I, Huao, would willingly become the villain, spoke the third in command, Huao, stepping forward with determination. You all understand that my father founded this village to provide refuge for the desperate. Now, to save ourselves, we are to abduct countless innocent maidens? I simply cannot bring myself to do it. Xuan Mei was also caught in a dilemma, increasingly distressed as the full moon approached, presenting her with a most unwelcome choice. Chief, uncles, I have already taken care of this matter. You need not worry, entered a new voice, the youngest, the fourth in command, Shuai. Shuai, you have already acted? Excellent. That puts my mind at ease, Huao exclaimed, visibly pleased. Shuai, how could you disregard my orders? Do you not hold my position as chief in regard? Xuan Mei retorted, her anger flaring. Chief, if we do not comply, are you truly willing to sacrifice the lives of thousands of our brothers? The methods of the Blood Moon sect are known to you better than anyone else. If we do not follow their instructions, we will be the next to face slaughter. Moreover, I find some merit in the words of the Blood Moon sect leader. We are bandits, not do-gooders. Shui Hai's eyes flickered with a glint of intensity and desire as he regarded Xuan Mei, asserting that entrusting this matter to a woman of compassion was altogether inappropriate. Shui Hai acted wisely. His words ring true. We are bandits, not heroes, and we ought to fulfill the role expected of us. Huao wholeheartedly supported Shui Hai's resolution. I, too, concur with Shui Hai's decision. Huya added, stepping forward. You all get out. Leave me at once. Xuan Mei roared in fury. Chief is weary. Perhaps you two uncles should allow her some time to calm down, Shui Hai remarked with a mocking demeanor. Xuan Ning listened to their conversation, astonished to discover the internal circumstances of the Ghost Wolf stronghold. Although Xuan Mei was the chief, her authority appeared undermined by the three heads, who seemed reluctant to submit to her leadership. Furthermore, the atmosphere of bloodshed suggested aspirations for usurpation. Judging by their ruthless methods, it became evident that they were individuals of merciless disposition. Xuan Ning perceived this as an opportunity and thus approached Blood Charm. Who are you, and who permitted your entry? Blood Charm glared furiously at Xuan Ning upon noticing the intrusion. Xuan Ning, undaunted, spoke. Do not be angry, chieftain. My only intention is to save the Ghost Wolf village. Observing that Xuan Ning was not like the ordinary inhabitants of the mountain stronghold, the chieftain inquired hastily, Who are you? I do not recall seeing you among the villagers. He continued, Speak quickly, or I shall take your life. The chieftain, unwilling to engage in the abduction of young maidens and equally averse to the annihilation of the village by the Blood Moon sect, had no choice but to seek my collaboration. Only through this alliance could the lives of the village's 1,000 inhabitants be safeguarded. Otherwise, the entire stronghold would undoubtedly be in peril. Xuan Ning, devoid of fear and brimming with confidence, addressed Xuan Mei, saying, How can I possibly trust you when you refuse to reveal your own identity? Xuan Mei gazed at Xuan Ning, still perplexed by his identity. I am from the Lord's Mansion of Xiansheng, Xuan Ning replied. You are indeed a member of the Lord's Mansion. What a clever ruse to infiltrate my stronghold. Are you not afraid that I might capture you? Xuan Mei stepped closer to Xuan Ning, producing a dagger with the intention of pressing it against his neck. However, Xuan Ning's reflexes were swifter than hers. With a single hand, he seized Xuan Mei's wrist, rendering her incapacitated. Stunned, Xuan Mei had not anticipated such a rapid response or formidable strength. As she found herself held in an undignified manner within his embrace, she hastily retorted, Release me. Oh, Xuan Ning replied. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ning obediently released his grip. A pain cry escaped Blood Charm's lips as she fell to the ground, landing painfully on her backside. Rising in fury, Blood Charm glared at Xuan Ning, exclaiming, You scoundrel, I shall take your life. With that, she brandished her weapon and charged toward him. Xuan Ning slightly bent down, the dagger gliding just above his neck, before he once again wrapped his arms around the woman's alluring waist. With his other hand, he seized one of her hands, pulling it forcefully, causing her to exclaim in surprise as she found herself embraced within his hold. Xuan Ning then clamped his legs together, withdrawing one hand from the waist of the Blood Enchantress, and grasped her hand that held the dagger, binding her once more. Feeling utterly immobilized in his embrace, The blood enchantress, in a fit of indignation, exclaimed, "Release me, or I shall call for help. By all means, summon everyone in the village. Let them witness how the chieftain is entwined with a man." Xuan Ning replied nonchalantly. "You." The blood enchantress was infuriated. This rogue was utterly despicable. "Let me go?" she demanded. "If I release you, will you not retaliate?" "That is a risk I cannot take," Xuan Ning countered. The blood enchantress felt as if she might succumb to internal injury from her rage. After all, who was truly being inappropriate? It was she who was being held so intimately by him. Though raised in a den of bandits, this was her first experience of such closeness with a man. Being a woman, the proximity to Xuan Ning caused her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. Fortunate that her mask concealed her face from his gaze. "Did you not propose an alliance?" "I have acquiesced. Now please, release me." She finally relented. "Very well." Xuan Ning, seeing her change of heart, loosened his grip. However, the blood enchantress shot him an irate look and demanded, "Why do you not yet let me go?" Xuan Ning raised both hands and said, "Did I not release you? I was referring to your feet. You pinched me painfully." Blood Charm was once again provoked. "You told me to let go, yet you didn't instruct me to release your foot. I thought you enjoyed it." Xuan Ning reluctantly loosened his grip on her feet. "You." Blood Charm tightened her grip on the dagger, a surge of murderous intent stirring within her. However, she realized that she was no match for him, and thus lowered the dagger. To be fair, this Blood Charm was indeed a martial artist, her entire being exuding an undeniable grace. Furthermore, the sensation of her presence was quite pleasant, though her temper was somewhat fiery. Nevertheless, "I find it appealing. How can you assist me?" Blood Charm inquired. Xuan Ning glanced at the mask of Blood Charm and, in a swift motion that was almost imperceptible, promptly removed it. He then remarked, "My dear young lady, conversing while adorned with a mask is truly quite discourteous." Blood Charm could hardly fathom such impudence from Xuan Ning. She was utterly astonished that he would dare to unmask her so brazenly. Upon witnessing the true visage of the Blood Charm, Xuan Ning was utterly astonished. The resemblance to Tang Xuejin from the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 was strikingly uncanny. Xuan Ning almost thought that the other party had also traversed through time. You, how dare you remove my mask?" Blood Charm exclaimed, utterly astonished, only to be swiftly engulfed by a wave of anger. Yet, to Xuan Ning, Blood Charm's fury appeared remarkably endearing. "I was merely curious. Why are you so upset? Here, take it back." Xuan Ning hastily returned the mask to her. "I will kill you," Blood Charm declared, lunging once more at Xuan Ning. Ultimately, she found herself pinned down on the seat, utterly immobilized. "Let me go," Blood Charm protested. Xuan Ning declared, "I shall not let go." Blood Charm glared at Xuan Ning with fury and replied, "Release me, and I promise not to lay a finger on you. We can discuss matters of importance." Xuan Ning mused. Indeed, such discussions can occur, and face-to-face communication is preferable.